I'm bored. Is it started yet? Can we be done yet? Oh, hello. Good morning. Good morning from the world famous Montello Theater. Say good morning, Emma.
Good morning.
This is crazy. So actually, before we get going, let's do this. Got pretty fancy over here. Boop. It's not going to work. Boop. There it goes. 10 hours live stream, Homestead How, Kerry and Emma trying to raise money for the Carnivore Diet documentary. So I should probably put that up here on the page at the bottom of the screen. This is going to be crazy. You know how many people registered and want to participate in this right now? Guess.
A lot.
We had over 100 people. So I want this to be fun and spontaneous, and I think it will be. But unfortunately, I think some people are going to end up maybe sitting around for a while. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but if we start getting a conversation going and there's more than 10 people and we can't add more people, but this is going to be crazy. 10 hours. 10 hours. Amanda from Carnivores, me, Dave Mack, Sean from Intentional Carnivore. Dr. Chaffee said he was going to try to stop by later through his travels. Last night was amazing. Dante from Frigno Freedom. He's also traveling. A lot of people are traveling right now. Big, I guess, keto conference going on. And Dante from Frigno Freedom said he's going to try to stop by. And that's going to, if that happens, I'm going to jump up and I'm going to jump over all these chairs behind me like an idiot. Emma, say some stuff now. What do you got to say? Emma's still waking up right now. Are you going to hate me after about 20 minutes of this?
Yeah.
Because look behind you. We have another 9 hours and 58 minutes to go. You ready for this? You're going to do it the whole day? I haven't eaten anything since yesterday at 1 o'clock. And we don't have any plans for what we're eating today.
Oh, well, we're carnivores.
Carnivores don't need to eat. So, man, this is exciting. There's already a bunch of people down here. So let's throw a couple people in here. Alex.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Hi from the UK.
Hey Alex, I got a picture. You want to see this picture I got on my phone here?
Yeah, go on.
I've shown your picture to so many people. It's just crazy. So Alex, meet Emma. Emma, meet Alex.
Hey Emma, great to see you. Great to see you.
Emma doesn't have one on. She's got the Montello shirt on.
Yeah.
Alex,
I wanted to say, can I just say, I'm old enough to be your dad.
Yeah. So, daughter, dad, grandpa. You don't look at those, sir. You don't look at it all.
Right.
And
can you hear me okay?
Like Dr. Chaffee said, you look like a proper 65-year-old should when they're eating the proper natural diet they're intended to eat. I'm so happy for you. You got you have just given yourself.
I'll buy that any day.
You got a whole new life ahead of you now. Another life, like an added-on life. It's amazing.
Yeah.
We have,
I mean, Dr. Berry's words. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, Dr. Berry's words were very profound. Very profound.
Yeah. Every time that man speaks, it's like, psh. I was like, I never thought of it that way before. So, How you doing, Alex? In Liverpool, right?
Yeah, great. I'm on my own today. Michelle's just gone on a trip. Alex is still in Hong Kong. The carnivore, Patsy might come in. So I'm doing some cat sitting today.
Nice. Emma's got a cat. We almost brought it with today because she couldn't stand to be away from it for too long.
Okay. Is it Bengal?
No. What is Sweet Pea? A little mix.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure what it is. It's a little mixed house cat. But yeah, wow. So hey, Alex, I know you love the BBBE, the Power Bowl. My friend Adam, looks like he just jumped on here. I'm going to bring Adam in now. This is going to be interesting. There's a lot of people here already. Adam, what's going on? Carnivore Today.
Hey guys, how you doing? Hi, Emma.
Great.
Hi.
So for those of you that don't know that are watching, Adam has been amazing helping with the Carnivore Diet documentary behind the scenes, and he runs his own YouTube channel, Carnivore Today, and he has the best set and lighting and setup of anyone in the YouTube industry. Puts me to shame every time. I tried, Alex. We got the movie theater background. I even added a couple little blue lights back there, which you just can't even see at all. It was a mad scramble this morning, but we've got some special effects too with the little countdown timer behind Emma's head back here, so that should be fun. But
that's awesome. Anyways,
Alex is a huge fan of the Power Bowl. He's done some videos on it and he loves it. And Adam just made us a new shirt. So Adam, I put it up and then there's some issue on the site. So I'll have to check it again later today. Yeah. So
Okay. Yeah.
all three of us rocking the Compassionate Carnivore. Emma, what's going on? Come on. Emma's ready to work after this 10 hours. She's working at the movie theater right here. We're gonna have to break all this down and start working. But anyhow, Adam made this awesome shirt. It was such a cool design. I'm so excited to get it out there. So I'm gonna see if I can put the link up for that. But it's a Power Bowl shirt, Alex, and it's a big bowl, and it's like how would you describe it? It's almost like a comic book sort of design. It's really cool.
Yeah,
It's kind of like a
That'll be my
little
next
bit of a
bit.
retro feel.
Yeah.
Great. Love it.
Yep. Yeah. I was thinking, and then that inspired me, Adam, because I'm like, there's so many other shirt ideas too we could be doing. Like the carnivores don't get sunburn. That always fires people up. And
For sure.
Yeah.
Emma and I are traveling out to visit Bill soon. And I was thinking, man, one of those shirts is fun. Like this one too. I don't know if it's happened for you guys, but it's a conversation starter sometimes for me.
Absolutely. Yep.
So
Same here.
carnivores don't sunburn would probably really be one for sure. So yeah, so Adam's got the YouTube channel
I went to the
going.
gym and got a few people staring at
What's that?
Yeah, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, there's just a little delay.
Yeah, I was going to say, I went to the gym, got a couple of staring.
Couple people staring at the shirt or the
guys,
new Alex. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Just curious, I think, but not prepared to say anything.
Right. Yeah, they're like, what's going on here with that?
What is that?
Yep. Yeah, I've had a couple people outright ask me about it, like, what carnivore? What's that? And I've gotten into some pretty good conversations. There's this one steak restaurant we go to every now and then, and Emma and I went there, and I had a big conversation with the person. He was, I think, type 2 diabetes, and he's like, I've heard of it. I wanted to try it. What's it all about? I was basically gave him the same thing I said on YouTube. I was like, go watch Dr. Chaffee's video on Carnivore Diet. Go watch Dr. Barry's video on Carnivore Diet, and go from there. All right. So this is going to be interesting, guys. There's a bunch of people on already, so I don't see what happens. So here, let's see. We got another one. Alia.
Hello.
Alia.
Good morning. Oh, my lighting is terrible. Adam always puts me to shame also.
Yeah, Adam's made us all feel bad.
Let's see. There we go. That's a little
There you
better.
go.
Alia, this is my daughter, Emma. You've probably
Hi,
seen her
Emma.
in the
Nice
videos.
to meet you.
Alia's
Officially,
awesome.
not just on YouTube.
Yeah. Alia lives in Colombia, right?
Yeah, I live in Colombia.
South
And-
America.
And you guys can come and visit me also. I'm not as exciting as Bill to talk to, but
That would be a fun stop. That would be a fun stop for sure. Get some good-
awesome. I'm supposed to be working, so I'm going to be here till 8.
Okay.
Yeah, unless you need me to like jump out if other people need to get on the screen.
I don't know what's going to happen anymore because there's a bunch of people on here right now. So I'm just going to start letting people in and see. I'm trying to keep it so we have like a good conversation, which is going to be hard to do. And then I want to get everyone in too. So
Sure.
here, let's see. I got to add this guy, Mike. PR Mike.
His Mike's mic's off. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how are you guys?
Awesome. How are you?
Great.
Good.
It's finally nice to see you in person and talk to you. So you're one of the #1 commenters on the channel, and I wanted to thank you for hooking me up with Dr. Kiltz a week or two ago. He's going to be on the channel on Tuesday, so thank you so much for that.
Yeah, no problem. I'm part of the carnivore army. We're all on the same war against Big Pharma,
Oh yeah.
and
Absolutely.
you know it was my pleasure. I want to help in any way I can.
I appreciate it, and you've given me so much really good feedback for the documentary as well. Your idea, like showing the scale of carnivore, it's so important. It's kind of cool now because I'm starting to see the scale of it with these 100 people that are carnivores that want to jump on this live stream. So it's like, yeah, I want to definitely do something in a documentary for that. A bunch of people saying, I'm a carnivore, I'm a carnivore, I'm a carnivore. Just across the board, just have it fill the whole screen with carnivores. It'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, just put like like put a whole earth and just highlight each of countries, carnivore, 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 blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, little blips. Just little
Yep.
blips. Yeah, for sure. We got Colombia, we got Alaska.
And we have a bunch of people in Europe too. I mean, you look at the chat comments. We have Netherlands, we have Germany, we have Denmark, we
Yes.
have UK. So
I just met a few in South Africa too. That's pretty cool.
yeah, there you go.
Mike, can you tell us a little bit about your story? I know you're kind of into fitness, exercise, working out kind of stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, fitness, exercise, trying to gain weight, mostly muscle, but some body fat too, for health, because, there is certain range at which body is optimal in terms of body fat. Too high is bad, too low is bad. So I'm kind of trying to put some body fat and muscle. So obviously I won't have the same weight changes as, Bill from Alaska or Sean. I won't be saying, oh, I gained like 200 pounds.
Right.
But I'm currently like 140 range. I want to get to like 150 first and then see how I feel. And then I used to be, when I was a standard American diet, I was like 180 pounds. But it was like puffiness. It was like some muscle, but mostly fat.
Yeah.
So it wasn't aesthetic. Like I
Right.
was big, but it wasn't like aesthetic look.
Yep.
But then COVID came in, and then all the scare from the media that people having higher body fat tend to die quicker or are more likely to die from COVID. So I started doing research on how to reduce some body fat. So obviously the first thing I found is you need to do low fat diet, eat the stupid plants, and you'll get healthier. And that's what I did. But then it turned into like orthorexia thing where, I thought the less, the better. So, most of my hormones got kind of shut down and I just didn't feel good.
Right.
And it kind of lasted for 2 or 3 years because that's what the pandemic was.
Yeah.
But then I started to, read that, you need to eat more fats. So I started to eat fats, but fats from like almonds, kind of like a lot of saturated fats. And I still stick to like plants. So I ate lean meats, plants, and some fats, because that's what people recommended, healthy fats. But I still felt like garbage. I gained a little fat, but I felt like garbage. But then I discovered carnivore, and I started carnivore like 3 months ago. I actually, this is my month number 4. So I'm on month 4. August 1st was 3 months. And I feel good. I gained about 10 pounds so far. Most of them was in June. Like about 2 pounds 10 pounds in May, 8 pounds in May, about 2 pounds in June, and about 2 pounds, 1 or 2 pounds in the past month of July. So I think first month was kind of like healing, getting nutrients, whether it was bone density, some fat, some muscle, rapid response because I was malnourished. And now I'm kind of in a state where I'm slowly putting on weight, not too aggressive. So, but I feel okay. I work out a lot, so that's
great.
That's kind of the summary.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just did an interview with Kerry from My Metamorphosis, and she was kind of similar in that she's trying to gain weight as well. Most people you hear are trying to lose weight, but some have it on the other end of the spectrum, and it's been a struggle for her too. I know Dr. Barry says lift a lot of heavy things, and you got to change some things up. But yeah, that's a thing for people too. Emma included, right? Emma eats a lot more than I do, because otherwise she'd start dropping some more weight. So
Yeah, and you know, most people want to lose weight because most people are obese.
yeah.
I mean, you go to the store and you can see for yourself.
Yeah,
And then whatever was 30 years ago is now it's reverse. Like, you know, I'm not even 30 years old, but you know what I mean? Like 30 years ago, you could barely see an obese person. Now you can barely see a normal weight person.
yeah.
Right.
And sadly, it's kind of become normal because it happened a little slowly. Everyone just looks around; they don't think about it anymore. I do. I think us carnivores do, but most people are still in that fog. It's just like, oh, this is just the way it is, no big deal. But it's kind of crazy. But that's awesome. So, Mike, do you have a YouTube channel too? You want to shout out?
Yeah, I have. It's Primal Mike. I know you always have issue with pronouncing the name.
Primal Mike.
I want it to be fancy, like Primal and then R substitute with Raw.
Yes. So I just say Primal. Every time I see it, I'm like P-Raw-imal, and then my carnivore brain doesn't get around it. It's very simple. Primal Mike, check him out. We got Carnivore Today with his own YouTube channel, Alia Wells, and then Alex. You want to shout out your YouTube channel too? You're doing some really cool videos.
Yeah, it's Carnivore for Life. As I said to you in my first interview, I quite like it because I am going to be a carnivore for life. There's no way I'm ever going to go back, but it has given me a new life. Sounds a bit, I don't know, philosophical, but I was going to call it working class carnivore, but I think I'll stick with Carnivore for Life.
Yeah, it's a good name. I've been enjoying your little short.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little delay, but we can hear you. Let's see. We got a couple other people on here. Let's see.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
It's a party.
There we go. Shad, what's
Shad.
up, Shad? How's it going?
Shad.
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Good.
Would you mind, Shad, maybe just quick intro and tell us your little carnivore story?
Sure. Yeah. So in October 2021, my wife passed away. I was her caregiver. She was ill for a long time. And I went through like a big depression, and I had a lot of, issues after that. But I found you guys, and the diet has changed my life. Yeah.
Wow.
I've lost about probably 18 pounds so far. I started 7 weeks ago. So my depression went away like overnight. I feel like my old self, So it's been very healing on multiple levels,
Right.
Yeah.
That's amazing. I'm so sorry to hear about your wife.
It's life, things happen. She was, I was her caregiver for 10 years. And,
Wow.
so it's all good now though, I mean, life throws you like curveballs all the time, and you got to like find a way out,
Mm-hmm.
and this has been it's been life-changing, to be honest. I'm going places, I'm doing things. I mean, I just filmed a music video for country artists. Like I'm like doing things that I always wanted to do. So
That's amazing. I'm so happy to hear that. I hear that time and time again, but it's amazing how much just changing your nutrition can change your entire life.
it really does. It's crazy. I would have never thought, something like this would have turned my whole life around. So, but it has.
Wow. And where are you from roughly?
I'm in Orlando right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of carnivores in Florida. I wonder if they do some meetups down there.
It's in Orlando, I think, right now.
Yeah, right. That's
Yeah.
right. Dr. Barry's heading down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, I'm just so appreciative to you, Kerry, and Alex. I've seen your videos. I mean, it's been very informative. I've learned so much about nutrition and like the truth about it, which no one tells you. Like, I mean, you go to your doctor and it's just like it's complete opposite of what you probably should be doing. So.
Yeah, isn't it amazing? Basically, if I would have done the opposite of what I was told my entire life, I would be where I am right now, pretty much.
Right.
My resting pulse was between 85 and 95, and it would fluctuate all day. I'd be sitting on the couch, and that's what it would be. I would check it all the time. And after I think 4 weeks of carnivore, I mean, it's 65 now, and it doesn't move.
You know,
Awesome.
that's something I learned recently. It's just so amazing to me because I have heart issues too. I have an irregular heartbeat. I've had multiple stress tests. I've had heart catheters. I have a low ejection fraction, and I have a little case of congestive heart failure, which sounds horrible when you say it, but it's just a little slight case of it. It's just a barely borderline. But anyhow, all of my doctor's appointments and cardiologist appointments over the years, they've never mentioned this fact that I only learned like maybe a month ago. When your body's in ketosis, your heart performs much more efficiently than when you're burning sugar for fuel. I guess it makes sense in retrospect, but I never knew that. And I was going on and off keto for years. I just wish one of my cardiologists would have said, like, hey, this isn't going to cure your heart issue, of course, but maybe it'll help it a little bit and your heart will be able to work much more efficiently. Because I feel it now too. I could feel my murmur and things like that before. And I'm going to go in and get some more, another big heart test done. And I have a feeling they're going to say, I've had this murmur since I was a child and these heart issues. I have a feeling it's all gone now because just I could feel it and stuff before. But yeah, more craziness that we were never told by doctors that I wish I was. Do you, Shad, have a YouTube channel or anything you want to shout out?
Well, I just started one for this, but I haven't uploaded a video yet. I started it yesterday, but it's called Journey Carnivore. So
Awesome.
I have other channels, but they're not related to this. So
did you say you do like video stuff?
Yeah. I was a live streamer for 4 years, and I've accumulated a lot of equipment and stuff, and had a YouTube channel. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that.
That's really cool. The only reason I ask is because I'm going to be down in Florida at some point filming people. So maybe
I applied for the documentary and everything, and I listed all the equipment I have. So
awesome.
Nice.
Once you get your the new YouTube channel going on Carnivore, if you want to talk some more, maybe do a live stream together or something, I'd love to do that. My email is just homesteadhow@gmail.com.
Okay.
But yeah, I'd love to do that and share your stories some more. I keep encouraging everyone. I think it's so important. Put a YouTube channel up because it's amazing. It's amazing what happens. Alex is seeing it right now. Bill's only has 2 videos up now, and the comments he's getting, they're just like, Bill, just the fact that you were brave enough to share your story on YouTube has inspired me. I'm starting Carnivore now, and he's only done 2 videos, and he's inspiring people. And I think it's one of the ways we can really, really spread the word for sure. Plus, it's just fun. You keep yourself accountable. It's just fun too because the community is just so amazing. You're gonna get so much feedback and comments and love and encouragement, and you just want to do more and more. So awesome, Shad. Thank you so much. Let's see. We got some
Super chats are so generous.
Yeah, this is
Thanks,
awesome.
guys. That's
Oh,
amazing.
I didn't even see any of that. Wow. Oh my goodness.
I'm doing some cheerleading in the chat.
Thank you, Alia. Alia used to do fundraising. She's awesome. I hate doing the fundraising stuff, but I got to keep telling myself it's not for me. It's for all the Bills out there. And just real quick, I want to mention this. The whole purpose of this 10 hours today, we got 9 hours 36. Are you good, Emma? You good? The whole purpose of this is to raise money for the Carnivore Diet documentary. I have to mention it once real quick. We're going to follow real people around doing Carnivore Diet for 1 year, and the purpose is to show their examples and to help people that are hopeless, like Shad was, like Alex was, like Alia was, like all of us were at one point. I was so horribly depressed at one point. I would have done anything to know that, hey, there was something out there like this. And we're going to do this thing. I'm telling you, I'm on a mission. I'm not going to stop. We're going to reach millions of people with this. And I'm so excited. Emma over here, who's still waking up, it's early. She's gonna wake up pretty soon. Her and I are going out to Alaska in a couple days to film Bill and to get his story. I can't believe I didn't even know Bill 2 weeks ago. Within 2 weeks, I met Bill. Incredibly, we were able to connect. He started a YouTube channel. His GoFundMe is at, like, I didn't even check in a while. I think it's over $16,000, which is Bill is like, enough. No more. I'm good. I'm set on the meat. And then the biggest thing for Bill was his channel is monetized, and it happened in like 2 days. I thought it was going to take months. I was talking to him before. I'm like, Bill, I'm here for you. I'm going to push everyone I can your way. I'm going to help you with the thumbnails, the videos. We're going to get you to 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, but it could take a couple of months. He's there. He's monetized, and it's such a beautiful thing because now he can support himself long term. The GoFundMe is amazing. Everyone was amazing with that GoFundMe. That's going to get him a long time. But when that dries up and that's it, what's he going to do? Well, now by that time, hopefully his YouTube channel will be going and bringing in income for him, and he can buy his own meat and he can support himself. So Bill is going to be an awesome part of the documentary. And I said it in that video, but he hasn't left his house in 4 years. And the day he walks out of his house, if I have to drive my junky minivan up to Alaska 58 hours, I'm going to be there when he walks out the door and show that in the documentary. Show him get on his four-wheeler and ride it again for the first time in years. It's going to be something. But there's so many other Bills out there, and that's the purpose of this Carnivore Diet movie. We have to reach all of the Bills out there and the people that are hopeless. And we're only doing a fraction of it on YouTube. There's millions of people that are on Netflix and Amazon Prime and HBO that they don't go on YouTube. Like we're all of us here are a little weird. Not everyone uses YouTube as regularly as all of us do. And I'm one of them because I mentioned this yesterday. I learned about the ketogenic diet through a documentary on Netflix. It was called Fathead, and this was like 15 years ago. And that was my introduction. Was that it wasn't YouTube for me either. So the big thing with today is thank you guys so much. This is crazy with these the super chats, and thank you Alia for your fundraising. It's amazing.
Sure.
Every penny we get today, every dollar we get, every $20 we get is being matched. This guy is so generous. It's an anonymous person. He emailed me. I just left me speechless. He said, Kerry, I'm a carnivore. I'm fired up about what you're doing. I've been watching a bunch of your videos. He's like, we need to get this message out. We need to do this documentary, and we need to do it properly. And he said, I will match dollar for dollar. Just today, just during these 10 hours, we got 9.5 hours left. He's going to match dollar for dollar up to $10,000. So this is just crazy. Like Mama Bear Light, $100. Thank you so much. That is so generous. So that $100 is not $100. That's actually $200. That is huge. That is so huge.
Awesome.
Yeah, whoever this person is screwed. I mean, look, we have, the lowest donation so far is $50. I don't know. I think it's because today is Friday and it's payday.
Yeah.
But it's look 50, 100.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
I'll click through some of these. So we got Carnivores Dude, thank you so much. Rachel, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. 35
Awesome.
Celsius in Rome. We got one from Romania today from Christopher Ellis, waiting for autumn. Steak at US $20 per kilo. Thank you so much for
Thanks,
that.
Christopher.
The Kilby Life, yes.
Oh, wow.
$100, $200. Let's change some lives today. See you this afternoon. Kilby Life is going to be on this afternoon. Can't wait. He reversed hypertension, type 2 diabetes, obesity, sleep apnea, depression, and I'm much better at dad jokes. Absolutely. Thank you so much. That's amazing.
That's awesome, Kilby Life.
Wow. I wasn't paying attention to this. This is crazy. Life on the Road with Jeff, $5 up to $10. Beatrice Hooper, $100 up to $200. Thank you. Wow.
I want to see. Can I try to show these the prints from my mom? I think I can figure out how to pop them up on the screen.
Please,
so
absolutely.
My mom is the sweetest lady. Even though she's plant-based, she's supporting all of us in the carnivore community. And
that's awesome.
She's an artist, and she has these prints. I'm gonna try to pull them up here, but I want to get $250 each for them, but they cost $20 to print and ship. So for every print, if someone donates for them, $230 is going to go directly to Kerry. Does that make sense? $230. So today only, Kerry's going to make $460 off these prints. Let me see if I can get them up here. If you're interested, I think that they should send it to you. If anyone wants any of these, they need to send you the info through the GoFundMe. I think that's a better idea. What do you think?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. They could leave
Okay,
you could leave a little message on the GoFundMe, and we'll hook you up with Alia to get them sent out to you.
Because my mom is actually going to be the one sending them in the state, printing and sending them.
Thank you so much to your mom.
Yeah, that's her. That's how she is. She has a big heart. But now I got to figure out. I'll be there 1 second. I'm trying to figure out where I put
Okay,
this
yeah. While you do that, I'll read a couple more of these.
Yeah.
Judy Beach, $20. Thank you so much. That's 40. And she has a question. What number should I look for on a CPAP to stop using it? Mine is usually 0.3. Not sure if that's per hour. I would check with your doctor. That's a very you got to be very careful with that. And that 0.3, that might. I'm trying to remember now. That might be the pressure. Mine actually told me straight out. It was like, what the heck was it? It was like how many times? It was either. I think mine you could even set it because I would stop breathing multiple times per minute, but I think mine defaulted to per hour. We would tell you how many times you stop breathing per hour, and most CPAP machines have something like that. So I would look a little bit closer, and you could talk to your doctor too. Like my CPAP machine would send the info to my doctor. I could just call the doctor, and he had it there. Like went through Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or something. So just be really careful. We talked about that last night. Definitely don't stop the CPAP unless you're sure. But most CPAP machines track how many times you stop breathing. And so it's a beautiful thing. When you go on Carnivore, you can actually see that hard data. Like, I stopped breathing this many times on day 1, and then it went down to this on day 2, and then this on day 3. And then by day 6, it's like gone. It's just amazing what happens with snoring and apnea when you're on Carnivore Diet. We got another one from Ninja Slap. $20 turned to 40. Let's go.
That's me. Sorry.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Ninja Slap.
Another great name. Carnivores have the best names. That's probably one from your streaming days or something, right?
Yeah.
$100. This is crazy. $200 from Kirk and Michelle. Great job carrying. Oh, thank you so much. You guys have no idea how much this is going to help. Like when I'm done filming with Bill, I'm like, if we had the funds right now, I'm going to go across the whole country and start filming. We have a lot of people that have registered that we're still going through. So I just launched this big initiative. A whole bunch of people are volunteering. We're doing a carnivore committee to help me with all of this stuff. So like, for example, we're breaking each of the segments of the documentary out. Diabetes is one, aging is another, obesity, of course, women's health issues, autoimmune disorders, and then I'm assigning those to a volunteer that has sort of a specialty in that area to help us do research and find clips and find news articles and studies. And so as a carnivore team, we're going to be able to do this much sooner. But we're doing that, and then the volunteers are also helping me go through all the entries. We have well over 200 people that have registered to participate. So give us some time. We're still going through all of those. But besides those, there's a couple stories right now that we can already start filming. I've already mentioned Bill. Obviously, I would just get the start of his and then later the finish. But there's people like Dante from Frigno Freedom that's already done a year on carnivore and has it well documented. And then there's Amanda from Carnivorous Me, who's already done well over a year on carnivore, has it well documented. She was started with a walker. She's down well over 100 pounds, but she's gotten over depression, other things. So I could technically start filming that now. The only reason I haven't done it yet is because it's expensive. I've already taken a couple $1,000s out of my own pocket. I'm happy to do it. It's a passion project, but the budget's limited. So this is amazing. This money coming in here. Once I'm done with Bill, I'm going to be able to just keep going and keep going. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate this.
I figured out how to put the prints up, but it might cover our faces.
Okay. Yeah, go for it. Life on the Road with Jeff, $5. Hey, everyone, hit the like button. Thank you so much.
Let's see. Okay. No, okay. It's still processing. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, here we go.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I've got
That's
a couple.
beautiful.
I'm going to get the rest of these up here. It just takes a second. So she can print them 9 by 11, like 9 inches. Is that right? 9 inches by 11 inches or something like that. I guess that's legal size. And she has a company that prints it for her, and then she's going to ship them. Let me see. Sorry. I'm still learning how to use StreamYard.
We forgive you.
I guess you talk amongst yourselves, though.
Talk amongst
there we go.
yourselves.
Yeah, Alia, when you add it, I think I can see it on the bottom. So maybe I'm going to remove this one.
Okay, yeah, I'm trying
there
to
we
add
go.
some more.
There we
My
go.
favorite one should be coming up here pretty soon. So yeah, we are doing $250 each for these. Oh yeah, my favorite one's there. And if anyone is interested in one of these, doing a $250 donation, we will send you one of these prints to say thank you.
That's amazing.
Those
Those
are
are
beautiful.
beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah.
my mom will love that. I'm going to tell her that. Sorry, that's the same one. Let me see. Oh, wait, hold on.
I'm clicking through them now, so I can see them in the bottom. So I'm just kind of going
okay,
through.
good.
So we have 3 of them, right? Or is there
Yeah,
4?
I think she sent me like 6, so I'm just.
There's another one.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, I like
Yeah.
that one.
What's your mom's first name, Alia, if you don't mind?
It's Sarah Page Wells.
Thank you, Sarah. Amazing. That's so beautiful. Everyone, leave some love for Sarah in the comments. This is
I don't know if she's watching, but I'll definitely forward her the compliments. Even though she's not out for compliments.
Wow.
So my mom, she's been an artist forever, and she actually worked for her church for most of her life, actually, as a volunteer. But she has a Facebook group called Help a Mere Stranger, and when you do like an act of kindness for a person you don't know, she will, and you post it in the Facebook group, she'll send you one of these.
Oh, wow.
That's what she does. She likes to
Very
give
generous.
people art for helping. Yes.
That is so cool.
And
Thank
she's
you
even been on the news for her YouTube channel. I think I'm almost done. Let me see. I think I've almost got all of them here.
Yeah, I think I've maxed out the bottom, so I don't know if you can remove the other ones.
I can remove some. Let me see.
Yeah,
Let's see this.
StreamYard's not letting us add anything else.
Okay.
Here we go.
I will. Oh yeah, this is a duplicate.
Very cool.
So if anyone is interested in any of these, let's figure out how to do the donation, preferably not outside of YouTube, so that Kerry can get the most money out of this possible. But keep doing your super chats also. Keep doing your super chats, or however you want to pay. If you want one of these, however you want to do it, just do it, and we'll between Kerry and I, we'll figure out the logistics to get you one of these prints. There you go.
Yep. If you decide to do it through GoFundMe, the link's in the description below. You can leave a little comment, and you can just say, "I want picture number 2 or 3 or whatever." We'll figure it out before we send it to you, and then I'll hook you up with Alia and get it out to you. So,
okay, great.
Thank you, Alia. Thank you so much for doing that, and thank you so much to your mom. That's amazing. Those are.
You're welcome. Absolutely.
We'll forgive her for being plant-based. Hey, I joke around about that, but I have so much. What's the word I'm looking for? It's awesome that she's plant-based because she's not doing the standard American diet. It's better than 99% of the people out there. So you do one or the other. For me, it didn't work, but for her, it sounds like it's working great. So good for her, and thank you so much.
She loves it. But since I started, right when I started Carnivore, she decided to get the crap out of her diet, and then she lost weight just doing like a whole foods sort of plant-based. So I feel good that I helped her at least get the crap out, you know.
Yep, for sure.
And setting a good example. We're all trying to set a good example here.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to keep these up or how you want to do that. I can delete them, or if you want to take them down or whatever.
Maybe could you just leave one? The only reason I say that is I keep getting a pop-up from StreamYard, and it's not letting me. It's basically like those are people, individuals, and it only lets me have 10. So it's not letting anyone else in, or it's not.
I think I have to delete them then. Oh, because it's like 10 people. Okay.
Yeah.
I will delete them out of here.
Okay, maybe you leave one if you want, and I'll pop it back on later.
Okay, I'll leave my favorite one as an example. Okay. Here we go.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there we go.
While we do that,
that was awesome. Back.
Thank you. We still have, there's still more than 10 people in here now. This is going to be the interesting part. Well, we'll see how this goes.
I promise I'm going to leave in 20 minutes.
Oh, no worries. I'm going to have to, we're going to have to do a timer. Like you guys get 30 seconds or something, because I don't know what's going to happen. We could have like 80 people in here at one time. Everyone sent a range, and it was really cool because it was kind of throughout the day. So we'll see what happens. It's going to probably be like 100 people in the morning, and then Emma and I will be sitting here like 7 hours later with just crickets talking to ourselves.
How many people are here with us?
401.
Wow.
Ooh.
And it's 8:30 in the morning.
Crazy. Just crazy.
Alex, what time is it for you? Oh, I wonder if you can hear me.
1:40 p.m.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's not too bad.
No.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me okay? I think my sound's a bit iffy.
It is. It's just every time you talk, there's a little delay, but it's coming through okay. I got to say, huge thank you. Anita from Ketogenic Woman. I love Anita. If you guys don't watch her channel, this was so generous. 200 up to 400. She might be on here. I invited her and she said she filled the thing out. So
Yeah,
she's
she
the
said
best.
she'd be on later.
Yeah,
Yep.
she is the best. If you guys haven't watched her before, Emma and I watched some of her videos together, and she does carnivore cooking videos. And she's kind of like you, Adam. She has an amazing setup. It's like a regular cooking show you'd see. It's like rivals something.
She's much better than me. Go
And
subscribe.
Yeah, well, and it's cooking too, like different camera angles, and it rivals like the Food Network, but it's carnivore and keto stuff. It's so cool, and her demeanor and her on-screen presence, I describe it this way: she's like Bob Ross and Mr. Rogers became a carnivore cook. That's what it is. She's so pleasant on camera. It's just fun just hearing her talk and listen to her. So, plus she's awesome because she's done every single diet from every diet in the book. Like literally, she's listing all of these diets, and she's been doing carnivore and thriving on it. And what's really cool and what I really like about her is she doesn't just do carnivore; she's doing all these little experiments. So I had her on my channel, and she was like, "Yeah, I just did this 30-day experiment where I just did tons of fat and reduced the meat amount." And she was seeing how that affected things for her. And she does all these little different variations of carnivore within carnivore, but. Ketogenic Woman, she's on YouTube. She's got a website. She is awesome. Please, everyone go check her out. And thank you so much. That was so generous. Casey Smith, Carnivore Crew are the happiest people I know. Absolutely. Marnie Mack, I wish I could donate $1 for every time I hear someone mention Dr. Barry and the journey. I think that would cover the documentary. Absolutely. A penny for every Dr. Barry mention. Just on my own.
Dr. Barry.
Right. That's probably one of my number one responses in my comments. No joke. Is you should watch this video by Dr. Barry or Dr. Chaffee, the carnivore mistakes video. Deb Bloom, $20 turned into 40. Thank you so much. Let's make this movie. Absolutely. Kayla Z, love and support the work you do. Thank you so much. Wow, I'm gonna spend this whole time with the super chats. I'm not complaining though. Thank you. Barbivore, awesome name. $20 turned to 40. Have you thought about reaching out to Angel Studios for help with the movie? Yes. Thank you.
Great
Carnivores are
idea.
so smart. We're playing Sound of Freedom from Angel Studios, and someone sent me. They have this whole process for what movies they choose, and they, besides feature films like Sound of Freedom, they do a lot of documentaries. I would love to do that, and we have this thing. Adam's seen it. It's called Base Camp. It's kind of our project management thing. And I put that in the notes in there. Angel Studios is a big one we need to check into for sure. Great idea. After Emma and I are done with this in 9 hours and 17 minutes, we have to clear all of this out. And it's been going crazy at the theater here for Sound of Freedom every single night. Last night we had over 100 people again. It's sold out a couple times. And that happens sometimes for 2 or 3 days. We've been playing this movie. How long have we been playing this movie? You got to talk now. I'm talking too much.
I'm not sure.
10 days, maybe?
Yeah.
10 days. Emma's been here. We've been playing the movie for 10 days, and on day 10 yesterday, it was like almost sold out again. It's just crazy. I don't know where these people are coming from because we only have 1,400 people in our little small town here. Lori Branning, $10 turned into 20. Thank you. And our friend Carnivore Transformer, I believe from Africa, $70 turned into 140. Thank you for the big movie project. Awesome things happening. Thanks for all the support. Everyone will be here saying hello later. Awesome. Yeah, that's the other thing too. If you guys jump in, if you jump off and then you're like, oh, it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm bored. Jump back on. You can come and go. This is going to be interesting for sure. But speaking of coming and going, Carnivorous Dude, how's it going, sir?
Oh, it's great. Just chilling here in Columbus, Ohio.
Hey, awesome. I'm in Dayton.
Nice, right up the street. My wife's from Tip City.
Okay, yeah, we frequent there very often for sure.
You guys got to do a
Nice.
carnivore meetup. Carnivore
meetup.
Right.
Yeah. So Carnivorous Dude, another awesome carnivore name. Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself and your carnivore journey?
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of got into this. It was kind of a weird thing. My cousin was going through some cancerous activity. So I was on the internet scouring it for different ways to help him be preventative to it, like, as far as the diet goes. And then all of a sudden I just started, finding all this different carnivore content. And I thought, well, man, he's never going to go for this. It seems too extreme, but I decided, you know what, let me try it out. So then I could just sell it to him if it works. So I started doing carnivore in August of 2022, about 2 months after I got married in May, which was cool because my wife and I decided before we got married that we weren't going to we weren't going to worry about our weight, and we were just going to, just follow our hearts and go through the wedding. And then afterwards, we were going to figure things out. Well, I started doing the carnivore in August. By December, I had lost 40 pounds, which was really crazy. I had been trying to convince my cousin that, that he should be trying to do this, but he had kind of gotten a little too far into his diagnosis. It ended up being esophageal cancer, which is a very devastating thing. And once you pretty much are diagnosed with that, it's almost like a ticking time bomb. It's over before you know it. But and which was the case for him as well. In February of 2023, he passed away right after his birthday. So he died at 48. I'm also 48. I'm a month and a half different in age of him, just a little bit older. So, the same fate could be mine if I don't get my health in order. So, after his passing, during that Lenten season, I kind of blew it, and I was sad and I was upset, and I thought, why am I doing this? This sucks. He's gone. So during that time, I just kind of fell off the wagon, and I started eating whatever I wanted to do, and I quickly gained every bit of that weight back, and as well as a lot of other things that, so during that time where I lost the weight, I felt like all my joints were feeling good. I had some lower back pain and knee pain that had gone away. And I just saw these things creeping back into my life during this time. And I thought, you know what? I was on the right path. I know it's tough to lose your cousin, and, especially somebody that, you grew up with, you're the same age. And, for my entire life, it was, every time our family was together, it was he and I were together like, little buddies. As adults, you get family and friends and work and all that kind of stuff, so you don't get to spend as much time with each other. But of course, the bond is always still there, just like any great friendship or family member. You can just pick up where you left off, no matter how much time there is in between. But I decided, at the end of the Lent season, that I was going to go back onto it hardcore. My problem is that I've always been a little bit dirty because I've enjoyed the spirits a little bit much in my life. And those are the hardest things to give up. But I think at this time in my journey that it is time to give those kinds of things up. And for the past at least 8 weeks, I've broken it down. I mean, I've gone down to, less than 1 drink a week. So it's pretty much down to, if a friend is inviting me out to dinner and they're going to have a cocktail, maybe I might have one with them, just for the sake of it. But then maybe in the future I might not. But as far as my everyday lifestyle, it's pretty much exited, stage left already. And so I've just been doing my thing. Now in the last week, last Thursday, I had to go into an emergency surgery. I had an appendectomy. It was just out of the blue. I don't know where it came from. I went to work on Wednesday morning. By Wednesday afternoon, I was feeling really lethargic. My legs were very weak. And then I started getting pain in my abdomen. And then it just started getting worse and worse and worse. And by 3 a.m., I finally said, "Hey, honey, I need to take myself to the hospital. And she freaked out because I'm pretty much against going to hospitals. And usually I'd have to be, unconscious for anybody to make that decision for me. But the pain was so extreme that I decided I needed to go. And after we got there, I had a CAT scan done. And they said, "Hey, you're lucky you came in tonight because, it looked like your appendix could be on the verge of bursting. And if that would have happened, it could have been a lot more trouble than I had to deal with." So it's been 1 week. I started back to work yesterday. It wasn't as easy as it used to be, just from laying around for a week. But I got to tell you, when I was leaving the hospital after the surgery, which I left the same day as the surgery, they said, "Take it easy, ease into your diet, eat some Jello, eat some things that are easy on your stomach." And, I went straight home and had 4 hamburgers.
Nice.
So I didn't really ease into eating at all. I went straight. I went straight back into the carnivore, and I have not stopped since. And I recommend it to anyone. I do have a YouTube. I only have 1 video up, and that's Dave Mack interviewing me about this same stuff.
I was gonna mention Dave because he's an extraordinary individual himself. He did carnivore. I think he just hit over a year, but he stopped drinking like right at the beginning, which is just I'm like, that's crazy, man. That's like another level, quitting the 2 things at one time, the food addiction and the alcohol. So that's cool. So you did an interview with Dave.
Yeah, I did an interview with Dave. I found his videos to be just, very interesting. They're very simple, and he's always interviewing a different person on a daily basis. So it's just really growing the community and allowing people to get their message out there about, how they got started and what's going on in their world. And I think it's really nice because if you're just getting started, there's definitely a personality out there for everybody to get excited about. And Kerry, I started watching you. I'm not sure if I watched you started on day 1, but within the first couple weeks of your journey, and I was thinking to myself, man, I could be just like this guy. I could just be, recording content, but it's just not something that I think about very often. I do something and then I go, wow, I should have recorded that. Yeah. And then, and it's like one of those things. I have a lot of amazing things happen to me, but I just have not had I just don't think about getting my camera out and saying I should record this, and maybe I should, and I probably will in the future. I'm still learning how to use YouTube for anything other than watching it.
Sure, hey, that's really cool. YouTube's a lot of work. I was so fortunate that I was able to share my story because, frankly, it's a lot of work doing the YouTube stuff. I would have been better off just focusing on myself and the nutrition and all of that stuff. But I've been doing YouTube for so long, it's just been second nature. And I ended up filming a whole bunch of stuff that I ended up not using. So it worked out that way. But one thing you could think about, Carnivores Dude, awesome name, is when something cool like that happens and you don't get it on video, a lot of times just your story and your reaction and your words are more powerful than that video. And that could be a really cool. People, I'm telling you, it's just been mind-blowing for me how people love to hear just the updates. Like Carnivores Dude, day 376 carnivore diet. This is what happened today. People love videos like that. They're thinking about getting to that point or whatever reason it is. It's motivating, even if it's just a short. But one other thing I want to say real quick. I feel your pain. I had appendicitis also, and I was the same. You sound just like me. I did not want to go to the hospital, and I held off. And I've had kidney stones too, which that was comparable, but the pain was incredible. And I almost didn't go in, and I didn't know how serious. You will die. A lot of people die from the appendix bursting, and I made it in. He started the surgery, and right as he started the surgery, I was all knocked out. It burst before he was able to get in there and do it. So the whatever the standard appendectomy surgery was took like 4 times longer for me because he had to clean it all out. And thank goodness it was just like the nick of time. Like if it was a couple minutes earlier or whatever. But yeah, that's crazy. I don't have an appendix anymore. I don't have a gallbladder anymore. I was like, there's not a lot to go wrong in here anymore. I've had a couple kidney stones over the years, but since Carnivore, I felt so much better.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people have an appendix story. I never heard anything about an appendix until I told my first story. And I was talking to a guy yesterday. I work in a restaurant. I've been working in the same restaurant for the last 22 years. It'll be 22 years in September. I work at a place called Brio Tuscan Grill at the Easton Town Center in Ohio here. Really nice restaurant. But I was talking to one of the regulars, and he said his brother had called him and said, "Hey, I've got this heartburn that's just really killing me, and I'm taking this heartburn medication." And his brother said, "Well, if you're taking the heartburn medication, why are you still getting the heartburn?" He said, "Maybe you should go get that checked out." And so he went and got it checked out. It turns out he had a problem with his gallbladder. His gallbladder was causing the gastric problems, and so he had to have that removed. And then once he had that removed, he was able to get rid of the heartburn medication as well. So it's just crazy how your body works.
Yeah, I was on that acid reflux medicine for years too, and I asked myself that same question, like, if this medicine is fixing the problem, why do I have to keep taking it over and over again? And for me, it helped slightly, but it never fixed it. And on Carnivore, I have nothing. I have no acid reflux ever. And I had that for years. Right?
Carnivores don't get acid reflux, right?
Right.
That should be a new t-shirt. Carnivores don't get acid reflux. Carnivores don't nap. Carnivores don't need any sleep. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool.
I love, Carnivore is like Chuck Norris,
Yes.
Every carnivore joke is a Chuck Norris joke. So just insert carnivore.
Exactly. Yeah, we gotta do more t-shirts on some of those things. I don't know, it's a dad joke in me or what, but are you sick of hearing the carnivores don't? You probably are because you're the carnivore.
No.
The other people in the family, it's like enough carnivore already. I just watch carnivore YouTube videos all day and constantly dropping the carnivore dad jokes left and right.
Now,
Kerry? I have to head out. I just want to say thanks so much for having me. And I'm not gonna be able to listen all day, but I'm gonna have it on my phone playing all day long. Okay.
Nice.
I'll check in every once in a while. That's what everyone needs to do. Put it on on a computer. If you can't be here, just have it playing all day. It's gonna help YouTube algorithm. And the other thing I want to say, I've been doing a running total, and Adam is gonna keep it going. So since we started an hour ago, there's literally $850 or $860 in super chats, and then Adam said there's $430 in the GoFundMe. So I mean, my math might be wrong. I was trying to do it fast, but it's around there. So that's $1,290 in the last hour for the documentary.
Amazing.
So that's $1,290 times 2, $2,500, almost $2,600. You're literally this guy is gonna be doing the 10K today. Absolutely. This guy's gonna match the 10K. And you're gonna have your 20K to start filming. This is awesome.
Amazing.
Pack your bags, Kerry. Pack your bags.
Pack your bags. You better come to Colombia.
Yes, I'd love to. Oh, man, I'm speechless. Thank you, everyone, so much. This is crazy, and we're not even in an hour yet. What do we got?
We're not even in an hour.
We're 1 minute away.
This is the coolest telethon ever.
Hey, I gotta say this too. Give credit where due. Alia, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Everyone, check out Alia's YouTube channel. You're doing a great job over there. And you've been so kind and so nice. I mentioned this before, but she went out of her way to help my daughter Lily because they've had some similar health issues. And it meant the world to me. It meant the world to Lily. So you are awesome. Thank you so much. And
amazing.
And pictures.
You're welcome. And I'm still in touch with Lily. We're emailing back and forth. We're going to talk again.
I so appreciate it. Thank you. She needs someone to talk to that she can relate to, and it's had these issues before, so it means the world. Thank you so much, Alia.
Yeah, you're welcome.
The last thing I want to say, hop back on, but I get it.
If I can, I'll hop back on later. But I want to say one more thing. I am racing to 1,000 subs, and I'm fighting against my arch nemesis / very good friend, former fat girl Nicole, and she's at like almost 800, and I'm at like 600. So if she loses, she's gonna eat a Pop-Tart live. And I said that's kind of terrible, but I'm gonna eat like fried cow brain live if I lose. So please subscribe to my channel.
There's 511 on here right now. If everyone goes to Alia and
Go subscribe, everybody.
Please, that would be amazing. That would be so amazing because I don't want to eat that cow brain. Actually, I do, but yeah, not for that.
I kind of want to see that. Actually, it's probably really. I'm sure it's really
okay.
good.
Even if I win, I will do a video about that. I'll do a live stream about that.
Everyone, the carnivore community is awesome.
Oh, Nicole's here. She's in the chat.
Yeah, come on, it's not fair. It's not fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Promoting your.
Love you all. I gotta go. Talk to you later.
Bye, Alia. Thank you.
Bye. You're gonna make your time today. I know. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. So now Alia's gone. So go check out Nicole's channel and subscribe.
Everyone, go unsubscribe from Alia and subscribe to Nicole. No, we're joking. Hey,
So on your point,
David, Fuzzy D, how's it going, sir?
Yeah, it's going really well.
Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry you've been sitting there for a while. Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself and your carnivore story?
Well, just a quick synopsis. I was actually bedridden for about 10 years. I have several autoimmune diseases, the worst of which is called myasthenia gravis, which causes severe muscle weakness. And so I spent a lot of time in bed and sick, and Western medicine wasn't doing anything for me. I was on like 19 prescription medications.
Ooh.
And I was kind of, life really wasn't worth living at that point. So I started doing a little research with alternative healing, that kind of thing. Started doing some experiments and was able to get out of bed at one point. And I found the keto diet, and I went on that and lost a bunch of weight. And then COVID happened, and I put a bunch back on. And then I went back on keto, and I started losing again, and then I got stuck. And that's when I found carnivore. The first video I saw on it was from Dr. Barry. And it's absolutely changed my life. Within about 2 weeks, my arthritis was pretty much gone.
Nice.
And it was weird because it happened all of a sudden. I got up one day and I went to reach for something, and my hands weren't stiff anymore, and all the swelling was gone in my hands and wrists. And a couple days later, the pain and all the rest of the joints went away. It was just phenomenal. And after a month on carnivore, I got some blood tests done and had an appointment with my neurologist, and she couldn't believe the blood work. She was just absolutely amazed. And she took me off the last of my autoimmune disease medication.
Amazing.
And I was just after a month. I went from, about a month earlier, like just before I started carnivore, I was forced to climb the stairs because the power went out and the elevator was down. So I had to climb the stairs, and it took all my strength, both hands on the railing, one step at a time. Took me about 15 minutes to get up a flight of stairs. And then I couldn't move for like 3 hours afterwards. I was just done. And then about 3 weeks later, I'd been on carnivore a little over 2 weeks at that point, and had to climb the stairs again. And I was able to go up them like a normal person. And, I was really winded when I got to the top, but I was up the stairs in less than a minute, just one hand on the rail. And that's when I knew something really serious was happening with this diet. And it was at that point I knew I was going to be carnivore for the rest of my life. And it's funny, my wife really didn't want me going on this diet. She was completely against it at the time. But when she started seeing the results, she started becoming a believer. And as of about 3 days ago, she just committed to going full carnivore now along with me.
Yes.
So
that's amazing.
Yeah, she's been working her way towards it. She had her gallbladder removed, so she's been working towards it slowly.
That's. I was just gonna say that's awesome. That's unfortunately the mistake my wife made too, because she doesn't have a gallbladder either, and she went from vegetarian to this. So yeah, ease into it for sure. But wow, I'm so happy for you. That's crazy. The arthritis alone worth the price of admission?
Oh, yeah. Even if that was my only issue, I've gone through so much pain with that. And, I've had some really surprising things happen. I went for an MRI because I've also got back issues. And at one point, I had 3 discs that were basically gone in my lower back. And, I'd had several CT scans over the years, and every scan, they were getting worse and worse. And with the last scan back in 2019, they were basically, the 3 of them were basically gone. One was bulged out really bad, and another one was starting to get worse. And I went for an MRI here. I guess it was July 12th. And those 3 discs that had been gone are back, fully regenerated.
What?
And wow. It was weird because I noticed that there was a difference in the character of the pain in my back. And I thought it was just because I was losing weight, because I've lost like a total of 218 pounds.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow. Awesome.
Yeah. Like I'm like 6'3", and
Congratulations, man.
And I weighed 540 pounds at one point.
Oh my goodness.
So now I can really relate to Bill. When I saw his story, I was like, wow. Yeah.
You are a legend, sir. You are a legend. Over 200 pounds. Wow.
Yeah.
The only other person I know that I've spoken to is Sean from Intentional Carnivore that's done that. But I'm sorry.
What a good dude.
It's been an absolutely incredible journey. Now, not all of that weight came off on Carnivore. I mean, I lost, I've lost, 68 or 69 pounds since I started Carnivore, because I got stuck at 291 or 391, sorry. And now I'm down to 322.
Wow.
So yeah, it's, I'm still wrapping my head around the fact that those discs regenerated in my back. And awesome. Now the thing that they're going to have to do, I'm still facing some surgery because the arthritis that I had for so many years has actually damaged my back. So the little horns that come off of each vertebrae, the nerves branch off the spinal cord and they come through those horns. So they've gotten really rough and built up and kind of jagged. So they're causing a lot of nerve pain there, but it's going to be a lot less serious surgery now. All they got to do is go in and basically, chisel and file it down and smooth it out, instead of, I was looking at full spinal fusion, but
wow,
that's going to be a lot better. So I actually, I've been in a wheelchair accessible apartment for about, since 2010, I guess. And we're actually we're giving it up. I don't need it anymore. We're officially moving at the end of this month. And we took my wheelchair back yesterday and giving it to somebody else that can use it. And that was kind of an emotional day for me, seeing that wheelchair go bye-bye.
Yeah.
It and I were pretty close for many years.
Wow.
But, yeah, and I mean, from when I was at my worst, I had blood pressure was up around, I think the highest reading they found, they put me on one of those machines that measured me for like a week straight, and the highest reading was 216 over 175. And now, without any medication anymore, I hover around 121 over 72-ish, in that range. And my GERD is gone. My bipolar is gone. Although I hadn't taken medication for years, but I used to, I'd get into the depression stage, and then I just retreat from the world, sometimes for weeks at a time. And took about 3 months before that completely went away. I've also got Asperger's, and 75% of those symptoms are gone now.
Wow.
And yeah, it's just the difference in my health is just incredible. You can see I've got a little bit of skin stuff going on here. that's been a constant battle. The one thing that hasn't healed is my thyroid. My thyroid is in really bad shape. So when I went off of all medications, it started getting worse again. And I was trying some various things. I was trying taking iodine. That wasn't doing it. And so I was trying some herbal stuff, and it made my skin flare. So I had to give up one of them. But I think I've got a formula figured out now for dealing with my thyroid. It seems to be working, and the skin starting to heal again. So it's
incredible.
Yeah, I'm very against medications. You know, if a person absolutely has to have one, okay, fine. But I also know, you know, a lot of the corruption and stuff that goes on with the medical industry and food companies and all that stuff, and I just don't want to participate in that. So.
Likewise, and all the medication I was on for so many years, none of it I need anymore. So why did I need it then? It was all just nutrition.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
incredible, David. Your story is just incredible. Do you have a YouTube channel or anything you wanted to shout out?
I do. I've actually got it down in the little caption there at Fuzzy Road to Health. I've got about 50 videos on there.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm going to subscribe for sure.
So I've got some recipe videos on there. I do a fair amount of those, and I've got some carnivore discussion videos, you know, just talking about how it works and that kind of thing. I've got some vlogs on there, and then I've got links to about 75 videos from the different doctors and research, that kind of thing. So there's all kinds of really good information on my channel there.
That's wonderful. Yeah, I'd encourage everyone to go check it out. I'm doing it right now. David,
actually, sorry. I've actually started doing a little bit of consulting with people. I did my first phone call. She called me on her phone from her hospital bed, and she was a nurse and had gotten myasthenia gravis, and she's ran across one of my videos, and she contacted me and asked if she could phone me, and so I did a live consultation with her, and she got out of the hospital, and she's now full carnivore, and she's getting better fast.
That's amazing.
Wow.
I actually went back to school. I'm getting my certification for being a wellness coach. So I'm about 3/4 done the course now. I have another 3 or 4 weeks, and I should have my certification.
That's amazing. Yeah, it's like you're healing yourself, and you're better, and now you've got energy to help other people. That sure is something.
Well, I kind of felt it was my duty. You know, I was led to this diet, actually. I don't talk about this much, but it is an important part of my story. I was led to this diet as a direct result of prayer, because I had prayed for years and years for direct healing, and it never came. But when I changed how I prayed, you know, I prayed to be led to a solution, and 2 days later I found carnivore. And I feel very strongly that it's my duty to spread the word. You know, I'd be a carnivore evangelist, so to speak.
Yes. It's the same thing. I feel the same way. I was going to do one video, and it was kind of like a passion thing. And it went from that to now it's more like a responsibility. There's so many people out there that need to know about this that don't. So I share that sentiment with you exactly.
It should be Homestead Carnivore.
Yeah. People have said that. I should change. It's kind of hard to change your name on YouTube, though. I guess I'll have to look into that some more. But yeah, for sure.
Well, since you're going to Alaska, if you're driving up, you have to drive right through here. Maybe you can stop on your way back and at least stop in for a visit. Say hi in real life.
I would love to. I was really close to driving out to Alaska. I mentioned this a little earlier. It's a 58-hour drive, and I'm like, I don't care. I can bring all my camera equipment, fit it all in my minivan, and that would be great. However, I don't have my passport yet, and I didn't realize it takes like 7 or 8 weeks to get a passport. So that was one big roadblock. I just went in yesterday, though, by the way, to get my passport, but I have to wait 7 or 8 weeks. So I'm flying to Alaska this time, but maybe next time. Maybe next time when we do Bill's follow-up, when he's walking out that front door, maybe I'll drive that time, because I really want to, because I'm talking to so many carnivores. I'm like just looking on the map. I'm like, well, we could stop here. I could go down to Ohio and visit my friends down there, and then cut over through Illinois. We could stop here and just make it like a big road trip. You want to do that with me? She wants to do it. What will you do? You'll be in school. What are you going to do?
Oh,
She's like, if it's during school, I'll go. Otherwise, I don't know about that summer yet.
Well, if you ever get up this way, I'm in northwestern Alberta. I applied for being in your documentary there, so you've got my actual town. I don't want to identify it publicly,
Sure.
but yeah, if there's anybody else in northwestern Alberta, definitely hit me up and we can chat.
Yeah. And hey, David, you have an open invite anytime. I know you've applied for the documentary, which is awesome, so I have your info. But if you ever want to do a video together, your story is just so amazing. I'm going to be in Alaska for a while, so it'll be a little bit out there. But if you ever want to do one and share your story on my channel, I'd love to do that, live stream or just a pre-recorded one or whatever.
Oh, that would be wonderful. I'd be happy to do that. I've done a couple interviews now. I don't know if you know of her, but there's a naturopathic doctor out of Australia called Christina Matthewson. And
it sounds familiar, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, she interviewed me for her channel a little while ago, and a few months ago now, I guess. I've actually got it posted on my channel. And then there's a carnivore diet trainer out of BC that I did an interview with there not too long ago. So yeah, I enjoy doing them. If I can help even one person be inspired to find healing, then I'm all for it.
Yes. I think you're going to help. I think just in this video and your little testimonial here, you're going to help a whole bunch of people. It's something. What a story. I'm so happy for you. You did it. I can see it too. This is one thing with carnivores. I can never put my finger on it, but like the carnivore glow or whatever. But I think one of the things is it's like the joy. David, do you think you had that before carnivore? Because your resting face is just kind of smiling and just a happy demeanor. And I know for myself, prior to carnivore, it wasn't that. I had a clenched jaw and I kept a lot of my stress and anxiety in my jaw. But I've noticed lately, the last couple of weeks or so, my default face is more just smiling. It's just relaxed. And I don't know. I can kind of see that on your face. You look like a joyful person.
Yeah, I was definitely not a happy person for a lot of years. And if I'm being completely honest, I had a few years where if I would have been physically capable of doing it, I probably would have ended my life. But, I mean, spending your entire life in bed is just not a fun place to be. I used to sleep 12 to 14 hours a day. I was on so much medication that I had no mental acuity. I had no memory. I could watch a TV show and then watch it again the next day, and it's like I had never seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just ridiculous. And it was a big blow for me because I'm a fairly smart guy, and I've done, by trade, I'm like a computer tech programmer, that kind of thing. And, to lose all that and not be able to do it, and it was a huge part of my identity. And, I lost all dignity. I mean, I had to have people help me shower, and, I used to make so many messes in the bed that we had to get rubber sheets and that kind of a thing. And, it's just all the self-respect and dignity was out the window.
Yeah.
And, but it's not that I really regret it, because there was a lot of things I needed to learn as a person. It gave me a lot of time to kind of examine my life and who I was and what I wanted to be. So, I don't have any regrets. There were lessons learned, lessons that I needed, and it's helped me become the person I am today. So, and, now it's a complete change of direction for my life. When I started getting a little healthier, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to go back and be a computer tech because my back is still pretty bad. So, but I wanted to do something and wanted to feel useful. So I started my first YouTube channel back in 2021. And I was doing like a lot of tech videos and, showing people how to do stuff, tutorials, that kind of thing. And then when I got into the carnivore stuff, in a couple of weeks, I knew, hey, I need to start a new channel. and take the skills I've learned and start making some videos doing that. So
that's amazing. I'm so happy for you. It's what an amazing thing. Turned your whole life around. You have a whole new life now. And I feel for you too, because the depression and anxiety and stuff like that, that is truly the main reason I wanted to do this Carnivore Diet movie. It's not to help people lose weight, which is incredibly important. But the main push for me was the depression and anxiety, because it's just such a hopeless space that hard to describe to people if they haven't experienced it before. And there's so many people out there that are just like you that were just so hopeless, and they thought there was nothing else. But this is, and it's here. And I wish I knew about it then. I wish you knew about it then. And there's so many people out there right now that don't know about it. So that sure is something. Yeah, I'd love to talk to you more, David, and hear your story and share it on the channel for sure.
I've been actually kind of surprised. I knew a couple of people in one of the groups I belong to for myasthenia gravis, and the one fellow in particular, he wanted to be healed so bad. He wanted off of all of his medication, and he kept going off before he was ready and getting sick again and winding up in the hospital. And he saw how Carnivore had healed me, but he just wouldn't do it. He just couldn't. He just wasn't going to give up his pasta and his veggies and that stuff. And eventually he started really taking offense to the videos I was posting and the posts I was making on Facebook, and wound up losing a friendship over it.
Mm.
I've seen a few people, even my own daughter, she's interested and she's seeing the progress I'm making, but she just can't give up the sweets.
Yeah.
And I've run across a lot of people kind of in the same boat, that they want to try it, but they just don't think they can give the stuff up. But
it's so hard too, because just get over that sugar addiction and it goes away forever and your life is so much better. That's one of the hardest things with Carnivore. Everything on Carnivore seems great except that part. You see this with your own two eyes, your friends and family, and needlessly suffering and continuing to do it over and over again. And it's so simple. It's like just do it. But hopefully we get more examples out there. It starts spreading more and it gets people's attention more. That's the other thing with the documentaries. The whole purpose was your example and what you were able to do for yourself. That's amazing. And people can see your example. Like, I can relate to this guy. That's what I want to do with the documentary, is just put those examples out there across the board for different things, so people they can relate. That's how I found Carnivore too. It was through Dante from Frig No Freedom. Saw his story and I was like, I could be that guy. I was that guy. I am that guy. I can relate to him. And if he did it, I got to look into this thing a little bit more. So,
yeah, his story is pretty amazing too. I've watched quite a few of his videos.
I'm so happy too, because I emailed. He's very busy. He's in his new house now, and I said, "Oh man, it'd be great if you could come on here." And he's traveling today, but he's going to try to hop on at some point. So, if you see me go like this and start running around in circles, it's going to be because truly, he's what fired me up on Carnivore. I didn't want to do it though. I was still like, this guy's insane and he's crazy. This Dante guy, he's an outlier. I was making up every excuse I could, and then I watched Dr. Barry's videos, and that was what ultimately convinced me to finally do it. But without Dante, I don't know, man. He really. The thing that's great about him and so many of these carnivores, I've been saying this to people, is he speaks the truth. He speaks the truth. And there's so much propaganda, misinformation, biased information, especially for us that have had health issues. So much biased information out there. It's like everything you hear, there's a little slant to it or something. So it's so refreshing listening to Dante. And I feel like that some of the most popular people in the world, whether you agree with all of this stuff or not, like Joe Rogan, for example, I truly believe no matter what he's saying, he truly believes it and he's trying to share the truth. There's a couple people like that, and Joe Rogan just happens to be the most popular podcaster of all time. There's something to that. It's the truth. People are craving the truth. They just want to hear the truth. They don't want this slated information that has some sort of bias to it.
Yeah, and you add to that all the censorship and stuff going on, and you look at what the kind of nonsense that the food companies are doing. you know, a lot of the big food companies were actually bought out by one of the tobacco companies, and they took their knowledge of how to create addiction and they applied it to food. And it's been stunning what they figured out and how they use it against us. You know, fructose, for instance, well, any sugar affects the same center of the brain as like heroin and cocaine and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And fructose does it more so. And that's why most processed foods have fructose in it, because they want people to be addicted and not be able to quit eating it. And that's absolutely criminal. And I hope one day, just like the tobacco companies, that they have to pay for that in the billions, I hope.
Absolutely. And the thing that makes it even more frustrating is the fact that then it's marketed to children and we get them addicted at a young age. And then Dr. Baker said this the other day, and I was like, oh man, it gave me shivers. He's like, no child now, almost no child nowadays knows what it's like to feel like a natural human. They're full of sugar and processed junk, and they've already got inflammation, and they're getting ADHD, and they're having their terrible twos and temper tantrums and all this stuff. And it's like you said, it's criminal. It's definitely criminal. And then the kid goes through that his whole life, and then what happens when they're in their 20s or 30s? They start getting depression and anxiety and all these other health issues, and they all start piling up, and it's
and it's an absolute gold mine for the pharmaceutical companies and the medical industry.
Yeah, and then people wonder too, like they think we're crazy for eating meat. Oh, you're going to have a heart attack. You're going to clog your arteries. Well, where does that information come from? These companies, like you're saying, are making billions and billions of dollars. You go into the grocery store and take sugar out, there's nothing left on the shelves. People are eating all of those items because of the sugar in it. And billions and billions and billions of dollars. So the fact that there's studies out there that when you really dig into them and then you look into them, it's sponsored by Kellogg's. It's sponsored by a cereal company. You get to the bottom of it. I've said it before, but it's so true. If you want to sell an incredible amount of sugar, you get children hooked young. And then the only other thing you have to do is this: just demonize meat and just put millions of dollars towards studies that say it's going to clog your arteries and you're going to have a heart attack and you're going to die. It's going to give you cancer. If people don't eat meat, what's left? They're going to say, oh, I'll eat some salad and some fruit. And then they're not going to get full. And then they're going to start eating all that processed junk. And it's like you said, it's criminal what they're doing. It's also genius what they're doing. I mean, they've definitely figured it out and flown under the radar, and it's just become the new normal for everybody. And we're kind of the odd ones out here.
Yeah, it's funny. Every time I go to my doctor, you know, on one hand, he's really impressed with the progress I've made. He can't believe how many times that I've been able to go off medications of one kind or another and find an alternative for it. And yet on the other hand, he's like, oh, you can't stay on this diet. It's dangerous. You know, it's going to kill you.
Yeah. All of the things you've improved. That's my other big pet peeve is the whole metabolic health. Nobody talks about metabolic health. All of your metabolic health that you've improved. There's all these studies out. I've heard Dr. Ovadia talk about it. Dr. Berry talk about it. Your improved metabolic health that you've done, David, you're 6 times less likely to have heart disease than eating meat and having your LDL numbers off. 6 times. And I want to say that to the doctor, to your doctor, to my doctor when they say that to me. Why aren't we talking about metabolic health and all of those other things that David improved now? Your inflammation's gone. Your arthritis is gone. You're walking, you're exercising, you're breathing, you're moving around. All of that. We don't talk about that. Let's just, your LDL number might be slightly off. And then there's so much nuance to that they don't really get into when you look at that number from a higher level.
Yeah, and I've tried. Jump in real quick. We have a few more super chats, and then right now our total is between GoFundMe and the super chats, we're at $1,585. Woohoo! And doubled to $3,170 so far.
Amazing! Wow.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, everyone. That's crazy. Thank you, Adam, for keeping the tally going. I really appreciate it because I won't be able to keep up. That's awesome. Yeah, let's shout out a couple of these real quick. So we got one from Our Time. Thank you so much. $100 from Suring, Wisconsin. I'm a carnivore trucker and fellow Wisconsinite. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So that's $200. Dark Pixie, $10 up to $20. Paul Clark, $20 up to $40. My good friend Carnivore Ron, who I think is going to be on here later, he's got the invite. $20 up to $40. He says thanks to you too. Thanks to Kerry and Emma. The word needs to get out. to older people about carnivore. Yes, absolutely. That's going to be a huge part of this is aging and carnivore. And it doesn't. I did that interview with Jack the other day. That was awesome. I did one with Carnivore Ron. I did one with, I think he jumped back on. Here we go. Alex is back. Alex dropped off. I did one with Alex as well, which Alex, I don't want to use you in the examples because you're like my brother from another mother. But Alex, we did Alex, Captain Jack, and Carnivore Ron, and every one of you have said the same thing. Getting older and aging doesn't have to be that bad. It's mostly just nutrition, and everyone's so scared of it. So that's going to be a big part of the documentary. I'm looking forward to sharing some more. We got one from Nancy, $20. So excited to be here. This is going to be a powerful day. Thank you, Nancy. Absolutely. Solar Flare, $20 up to $40. This is a great idea. Here's some things towards your documentary. Kerry, one question. Can you go over what you eat on your lion diet, such as in how much beef? Oh, yeah, this is an easy one to answer. I eat one big steak a day now. I've been doing it. Today is my 49th day. Tomorrow will be 50 days of lion, and I'm on like 130 or 140 of carnivore. That's it. Usually around, I don't know what I'm going to do today. Emma was supposed to make some burger patties and bring them with, but you didn't do anything, did you?
Oh.
Emma's going to have to run out and grab us some burger patties or something today. Or what do we do? We're carnivores.
Just
we don't
get
need
a
it.
big steak when it's
8
hours and 30 minutes.
In 8 hours and 30 minutes, we're going to go get a big steak. I think that's the plan. We're carnivores. We don't have to eat. But to answer your question, I eat a big steak, usually 1.5 pounds of meat. And if I don't get a big enough steak, I'll have a steak and I'll have some ground beef with it. And I do that at noon every single day. And I put salt on it. And I drink water all day. And that's all I eat. Beef, salt, and water. And the reason I did the lion diet is because of my good friend that I mentioned earlier, Dante from Frigno Freedom. A lot of people do lion diet because they have skin issues or autoimmune disorders or stomach issues, and they want to just eliminate everything. And it's great for that. Michaela Peterson has the best videos on that if you want to learn more. Dante started out on lion diet, and he just stuck with it. And I interviewed him 50 days ago, 49 days ago. I interviewed him, and he said, Kerry, today is my 900th day doing lion diet. And that was my 90th day on carnivore. His was 900, mine was 90. So I'm like, this man has been doing this for 900 days. I can do lion for 10 days. How hard is it? I'm already doing carnivore. I just got to get rid of bacon, which is really hard actually. But I got to get rid of bacon for 10 days. So I was going to do it for 10 days. And I was like, on day 10, it was kind of like my carnivore. On day 30 or whatever, I was like, man, this carnivore thing, I'm feeling great. On day 10 of lion, I'm like, I feel even better than I did on carnivore. And I'm not eating so much. The problem with Emma here is she's always making bacon at weird hours of the day. And I'm like, oh, I'll have a little bit here, a little bit there. So that's it. The lion is so simple. Other people will do any ruminant meat. So some people will do like lamb or some other types of meat, animals that have multiple chambered stomachs. But I only do beef. And yeah, I feel great. I didn't do it for any special reason, and then I got stuck with it. And I've thought about eating bacon every now and then, but I haven't yet. Tomorrow's day 50, but I'm pretty sure I'm a lion for life now. So yeah, Dante's the one that inspired me. The only thing I would say to people too is if you're doing carnivore, you're awesome. You're doing better than 99% of the people out there. There's no reason to do lion. However, if you're doing carnivore and you get stuck for a long time, like you're seeing progress, and if your goal is weight loss, for example, and the weight coming off, and then all of a sudden it just flatlines for a really long time, and you're not eating cheese because cheese can do that to you, but it's still flatline, give lion a try and just say, I'm going to just do it for 3 days. Because for me, it was like the day after I started lion, after a long stall, the weight just started dropping off. And it was really quick. And I've had a lot of other people leave me that precise comment. So if you're stalling out on carnivore, consider lion for 3 days. If you've done carnivore, you are not going to have a problem doing lion for a couple of days. It's just get rid of the little bacon for a couple of days and see how it goes. But
Eggs.
And eggs. Yeah, bacon and eggs. The bacon's the one I miss the most. The day, a couple of days into lion, she just started cooking these crazy things too. Like, what did you have that one day?
I made a bacon steak omelet. It was so good.
Bacon steak omelet. Yeah, it looked really good. And then she sends me a picture of it. I'm like, what do you want me to do with this picture? I don't want to look at your delicious bacon steak omelet on day 4 of not eating bacon. So she's got to do it more. You're going to do it more. Everyone tell Emma to do more. She was going to post it on the community tab. but she sent it to me and said, I'm like, post it in the community tab. People on there like to see that. It's kind of inspiring. It's fun to see what other people are eating. But yeah, that's what I'm doing on Lion Diet. Anyone else out there doing Lion? Leave me a comment down below. A couple more super chats here. Jesse J, thanks for all you do. $10 turned to 20. Thank you. Tom, 100. I'm not sure. Czechoslovakia, maybe. Thanks for what you're doing. Keep it up. We'll rewatch later. Awesome. Yeah, if you guys can't make it now, you can always watch this again later. Or like Alia said, just leave it on in the background. I appreciate that too. Eileen Post, $20 turned to 40. Semi-retired Bob, thank you. And he's on the channel now. Semi-retired Bob, how are you, sir?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm wonderful, and thank you so much for this super chat. I really appreciate it. Every super chat, every donation we're getting going to the Carnivore Diet movie is getting doubled. And I'm happy to see you in person because I know we've talked in the past about maybe doing a video together, and I'd love to do that at some point. But for those that aren't aware of you, Semi-Retired Bob, would you mind telling us a little bit about your story?
Okay, I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. I do, because you've talked about Dante, I do want to give him a quick shout out as well because he's the one that got me started on this.
Yes.
I'm normally a travel tourism photography user of YouTube, and I have no idea how his video got on my feed, but his video 125 days on the Lion Diet. I clicked on that, had never heard of it before. And it didn't take me long to realize that I couldn't do it because I have gout. But because I watched his video, that led me to none other than Dr. Barry. And that afternoon, I saw Dr. Barry was going live. So I went into his live chat to ask a question. And of course, there were 2,000 people there. And I thought, well, gosh, I'm never going to get a question answered. So now, before I go on with that story, let me back up and give a brief backstory. I was discharged from the Army in 1983 because I have gout. I'm old enough that we did not question our doctors. You know, what the doctor said was right. That's what we did. So I followed the gout diet, and all that did was get me sicker and sicker over the years. It led to type 2 diabetes about 10 years ago. And I heard you talking earlier about appendix surgeries. I've never had one of those. I've had one little surgery in my life. 5.5 years ago, I had a triple bypass surgery because I was 100% blocked in 2 of my arteries, and another one was 98% blocked. So fast forwarding to watching the Dr. Barry live, I typed in my question. I have gout and can't eat a lot of meat. Is there a version of this diet I can do? If I had known it was going to be this successful, I would have written it down. I know for a fact it was one of the girls. So it was either Paola or Mitzi that gave me the link back. They sent me a link that said, Bob, gout is not caused by eating meat. Here's a link to Dr. Barry's gout videos. Yeah. And I proceeded, after I watched those, that's, you know, turned everything I knew as fact about gout for 40 years on its head. So I thought, well, you know, what else do I have to lose? I'm just sitting here on the couch waiting to die at more than 330 pounds. I was taking 13 meds in the morning, 9 at night, plus pain pills. And I thought, the worst this can do and kill me, and that's not going to be such a bad thing at this point. So I started on it the day before my 59th birthday, which was May 9th of last year. And I'm now 15 months into my journey. My type 2 diabetes is gone. My A1C went from 10.3 to 4.8, and it's holding steady at 4.8. I just had labs checked a couple of weeks ago. My blood pressure that on 3 medications was running between 140 to 150 over 95-ish. I just checked it again this morning like I do every morning, and it was 114 over 68 this morning on none of the blood pressure medicines. I had arthritis to the point where this was about as good a fist as I could make, and now my hands work perfectly. I couldn't stand for 2 to 2.5 minutes without severe pain. Now I'm walking between 3 and 5 miles a day. My arthritis is 98% better. My spinal stenosis is 98% better. Let's see what else. Oh, I haven't had a single gout attack the entire time. And as a side effect of all that, I'm down 155 pounds in 15 months.
Wow. Amazing.
Congrats.
Thanks.
Awesome.
That's the brief version.
That's awesome.
I do want to add one more thing, because it's one of the reasons why I want to talk to you. I think we're on the schedule for the 9th of this month, but if you have to change that because you're going to Alaska, I totally understand. Just send me an email, let me know about that. But one of the reasons I want to talk to you specifically is that I never used to have plans moving forward. You know, I was always surprised to be alive the next day. 3 months ago, I bought myself a bare piece of land down in West Texas, and I'm going down there this fall to start working on building a homestead for myself. And you're the one I need to talk to about some of the plans I've got. But that's for at some point in the future. But I do have now future plans, whereas before I was living day to day.
That is so cool. I remember you mentioned that. We got to do a video together for sure. Yes, thank you, because the Alaska thing is going to mess it up. I was going to message you on that one. I want to set a firm date though. Right when I come back, the week after, if you're available, I'd love to do a video together. Your story is crazy too, semi-retired Bob, because the thing that really pushed me towards carnivore was gout. And I don't know if it was gout. They said it was gout, and I had it for a year and a half in my foot, and it was so painful. I could barely step down. The first doctor said it was gout, and it's kind of like exactly like your story. They put me on all these meds. It did nothing for me. And I too was scared of eating too much meat because of gout and because of the heart thing. And I too saw Dante like you did, which fired me up. And I too saw Dr. Barry's gout video. I recently rewatched that video. It was fascinating. It's like everything that they tell you is completely backwards. You watch that video too, it's like, oh, this is just common sense stuff. And now I've put it into practice. You've put it into practice. I have no gout pain or whatever the pain was. The last doctor said, I don't think it was gout. It's just so much arthritis in your toe. And they wanted to do surgery on it. And I avoided getting surgery because of carnivore diet. I have no pain in there whatsoever. I have no arthritis. I had it in my elbows and my back too, and it's all gone. That video you mentioned from Dante too, it's so interesting. That's the same video I watched. And I could probably recite it to you, but there's two things in there that he said that really just made me kind of fall in love with the guy. The first thing was, he said, ultimately, I'm doing this for my family. And that was one of the first things he said in the beginning of the video. And he's just such a genuine, great guy. He might be popping on here at any second now. Wouldn't that be great if he popped on right now?
That'd be great.
Sometime throughout the day. And then kind of near the end of the video, actually, he was on day 105. I put this in a couple of my YouTube videos, and I remember it clearly. He was exercising, and he looked in the camera, and it kind of chokes you up. A couple of people left the comment. They got choked up watching it. But he said, it's amazing what's happening to my body. And you could see the amazement on his face when he was saying it. Just you're watching this man transform his body into something completely different. And now you look at him, he's just like he's a different species of human. He's like a next level, completely different person now from what he was before. And not just the fact that he lost the weight, but he's building muscle, and not just his body and all of that, his demeanor and his attitude and his outlook and everything. It's just something. It's amazing. What a story. Yeah, Bob, I'd love to talk homesteading too, because I love talking carnivore, of course, but I don't talk about homesteading stuff a lot. And that's really exciting. You're starting from scratch and getting things going.
Yeah, my basic outline is I'm going to drop a shipping container on it and build my house within the shipping container. But because it's in the West Texas desert, I'm going to line it on the outside with earth bags to give it insulation so that it'll be cheaper to heat and cool.
Right.
And of course, a big rain harvesting roof over top of that. So
here's a question. Are you intending on doing YouTube videos on that whole process?
Absolutely.
Oh, cool.
Absolutely. I share my life every day. You know, I do have a little tiny YouTube channel. I've been doing daily content since September the 1st. So I'm up to, with the stuff I'd done previously with photography, I've got like 370 videos on my channel now.
That is awesome. Yeah, I'm pulling it up here right now. I encourage everyone, go check out, support. We need more carnivore voices like this. This is just amazing hearing your story, semi-retired Bob, and then we just heard David's testimonial, and it's like so many people. I mean, I know it already, but all in the same place. Just for the last hour and 44 minutes, it's been the same sort of testimonials over and over again. Life's being changed forever. So semi-retired Bob's on YouTube. I was just asking you about the YouTube thing because I'm definitely want to watch that for sure. And it's great you're doing it. But then that's one thing that I've struggled with on the homestead is it's so much work doing YouTube. And then you're like, I just want to get this project done, but I got to put this stupid camera over here and this camera here. But I'm so happy everyone that I did film, that I went through that process, because it's always so much fun after the fact, and that you're starting from scratch too. It's so much fun. Like even now, I can look when Emma was this tall and we were building our chicken coop together. That was one of the first videos I did on YouTube 8 years ago. Those are priceless memories. And hopefully, if I live to be really old, Dr. Chaffee says that the human should live to be 130 if they eat the proper diet from the beginning to the end. So I don't know if I'll make it to be 130, but this YouTube thing, it's going to be amazing just to have those memories to kind of look back on. I still do it right now, even 8 years ago. I'm like, man, I don't even remember doing that. We're picking raspberries or building the goat house or getting our new goat and things like that. It's really an added benefit of YouTube I never would have thought about before, but highly encourage everyone. Semi-retired Bob, check out his YouTube channel for sure. And I love what you're doing. You got a heck of a story. That's really interesting. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Sure.
And so let's see here. We got a couple more. And thank you for the super chat. So every super chat we're getting is double today. It's just insane. We got a bunch more here. I'll go through quickly. Christina, $10 turned into 20. Thanks for the shout out, David. Desmomoto, $10 turned into 20. Oh, this is just too generous. Chris Zeidler, $100. Amazing. That's turned into $200. Another fellow Wisconsinite. You got to come up, Chris, to the theater. You have a free tour. You have a free movie. You have a free bag of popcorn. On me, just come say hi at the theater. Wausau, Wisconsin lost 200 pounds. 200 pounds. Unbelievable. On keto. Needed to go lion without cheese for the last 60. Just started rolling 48-hour fast and feeling great. Keep up the great work, you all. You keep up the great work. That is amazing. Doing all of that and fasting, 48-hour rolling fast. Awesome. Jasmine Prokes, $10 turned into 20. Had a total hip replacement at 31 after eating the standard diet. Now on carnivore, I've never felt better. This documentary can change so many lives. Amazing. You sound like Michaela Peterson. I think she had a similar thing to you. Amy Lou, $5 turned into 10. Day 3, already lost 5 pounds. Is it a placebo effect that I'm already feeling health changes? Thank you for all you and your valuable information. You're still pretty early on in 3 days, but I'll tell you what, I did keto on and off, so it's a hard judge, but I stopped snoring on day 1. And I've heard so many people say they stopped snoring the first week, Jordan Peterson included, and a couple other people on the channel, Alex included, stopped snoring right away. So it's amazing when you get that food that's causing inflammation out of your body, how you start feeling better. A lot of people say the brain fog you get, a lot of that's from inflammation. I had horrible brain fog before, so 3 days in, maybe it's a little placebo, maybe it's the other, but either way, you're doing a heck of a job and keep going. It will only get better and better and better. I thought I wouldn't feel any better than I did on day 30, and Dr. Chaffee said, wait till you get to day 100. And I was like, he's blowing this up bigger than it is, but day 50, I felt better, and then day 100, I felt way better than day 50. It just seems like it keeps getting better and better. Cynthia, $30 turned into 60. Day 411 at 72 years young. Cured diabetes, blood pressure's normal, no more arthritis pain. Today's tip, be careful with Element. It is only listed for paleo, keto, vegan because of the sweetener flavorings, Redmond's only. Emma, do you want to talk about Element mistakes we've made in the past? Emma's got to get in on this. Come on, wake up. What happened with you and Element?
I had way too much Element and it really upset my stomach, and then
So we like Element, right? We stick with the raw stuff. Other people do the sweetener stuff, and some people are just fine with that. But we got Element, and we weren't really paying attention. So Emma, you made like what? Popsicles or something?
Mm-hmm.
She made up some Element popsicles, and it was a hot summer day. What was that? Your birthday?
I think it was graduation.
It was a graduation party or something, but Emma went overboard on the element. There's a lot of sodium and stuff in there. In retrospect, it's like, duh, we probably just should have read it.
And
But
all the bacon.
she's like, oh, I'll try this one, and I'll try this one, and I'll try this one. And she got a little bit of an upset stomach. So,
And
anyhow,
what's your definition of too much? How many packets
how many did you have? 25, 30?
No, I think I had
per
like
day?
No. I think she had 3 or 4. But it was really hot out, and yeah, it was.
a lot of bacon.
Did you do the whole packet too?
I didn't think I did that much. I
Is
think I
it-
had like 2 packets.
Full disclosure, I like Element, and I have the raw stuff all the time. And one of the things Element says is kind of do it to taste. Some people will do the whole thing. Some people will do a little bit. But yeah, that day Emma went a little bit nuts on the sweetened ones on a hot day over a short period of time. We learned our lesson, but you still do the raw ones every day pretty much, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we both do the raw ones. So so that was her tip. Element, be careful. She's only using Redmonds now. Thank you so much, Cynthia. $30 turned into 60. Wow, there's so many of these. Thank you guys so much. This is really going to help with the documentary. Nisi, $20 turned into 40. My 47th day blood pressure meds out the door. Inflammation in torn muscles going down. 20 pounds down and feeling calm at 70. 1 meal a day, beef, bacon, eggs, water, and salt. Amazing. Congratulations. At 70 years old, you have a whole new life ahead of you now. It's amazing. I love hearing those stories. I get so many comments from folks in their 70s, even 80s, that are just thriving on carnivore. Those are my favorite comments to read for sure, because you've worked your whole life, you want to retire and you want to slow down, and then you have to have all these aches and ailments and pains and mobility issues. And a lot of people, it's just nutrition. It's simply inflammation and nutrition. Christopher Ellis, 100 turned into 2, 36 degrees and peaked, coming up to 440 days, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Life is for living. Love is for giving. Air is for breathing. And meat is for eating. Carry on. Well said, sir. Absolutely. $2 turned into 4. Super sticker. Thank you so much. Thomas, 200. Greetings from South Africa. 6 months ago, you, Dave Mack, and Carnivore Kip changed and most probably saved my life. Thank you. I get choked up reading those ones. Thank you, sir. I'm happy if I had a small part in it, but you saved your own life making that difficult decision to do it. That's the hardest part for most people on carnivore. I tell people that all the time. The hardest part of carnivore isn't eating meat. That's actually very easy, especially when you get over that first week in the hump. The hardest part is making the decision to be the captain of your own ship and do it yourself, and you did that on your own, but I'm happy I had a small part in it. D. Lee, $5 turned into 10. And Gigi Fox, $25 turned into 50. And oh my goodness, there's a couple more people on here now. I'm so sorry, guys. There's a ton of people on here. I have to.
Hey, Kerry, I'll pop out so other people can pop on. But before I go, I'll stay in the studio. Right now, we're at $2,020 total raised, doubled to $4,040.
Amazing, unbelievable. Yeah, you're welcome to stay on, or if you want to jump back on, we can have 10 on here. So what do we got now? 3, 6, we have 8.
I'll pop out too. I've my sous vide is done. I got to go finish prepping my food for the day. So
nice.
Thank you so much, David. Your story is inspirational.
I think Jonathan was asking to be put on because he has a tight schedule.
Okay, here we go.
Hello, what's good?
Jonathan, how's it going, sir? I got to say hi to Jonathan and Anita. Anita, welcome. Everyone, I just got to say real quick, Jonathan, if you could give us your story just 1 second. Anita, thank you so much for joining. Emma wanted to say hi.
Hi.
Emma, I watched a bunch of your channels, a bunch of your videos earlier. I said this earlier on the stream, but Anita has the most amazing YouTube channel, cooking carnivore recipes. And you just moved into a new house, right, Anita?
I'm in week 1 here still, so it's chaos.
What's the kitchen situation like at the new place?
It's almost ready. I'm gonna film a video later today after this. Actually, yeah.
Exciting.
It's the only room in the house that is ready to go. The rest,
I got to give credit where due. I suggest everyone here, we got 760 people on right now. Go check out everyone's channel we've been talking to, but Anita's channel, Ketogenic Woman. I love your channel. I love what you're doing. My friend Adam on the top, Carnivore Today, he's always got like the best backgrounds and everything. I was saying, Adam, you got to see Anita's channel because you're rivaling like the Food Network or something on a YouTube channel, but it's content that people should see. Proper human diet, carnivore recipes. You always got such good ideas on there. And I don't know what it is about you, Anita, but it's just I said this before, and I mean this as a compliment, but your demeanor, it's kind of like Mr. Rogers, Bob Ross is a carnivore that knows how to cook ketogenic food. Carnivore food.
I heard you say that earlier, and it just cracked me up.
Oh, good. I'm glad. I hope it didn't come off wrong, but it's just so pleasant. Like when you watch Bob Ross, most people don't paint, but it's just enjoyable listening to him speak and his demeanor. It's the same thing with you. It's always enjoyable watching your videos, and I love what you're doing. Is this your first live stream, or have you done some since we spoke last?
I've done a couple of private live streams with some of my members. I do plan to do a YouTube one soon, not once I get settled in. But yeah, this is my first one out on YouTube.
Yay! Well, thank you for doing it with us. I was so happy when I emailed you and you responded back that you were going to join.
Oh,
Anita you were one of the first carnivores I talked to. You were one of the first that I interviewed on my channel. I wasn't even that long ago, but yeah, amazing. Thank you so much.
Happy to be here. Happy to be here and be a part of this. I really support what you're doing and get so much inspiration from you and your passion. And I'm really excited about Emma's story as well. I have a son who is vegan. I don't know if that will change, but I can totally relate to, what that's like.
Yeah. Well, I feel you. And I never in a million years thought she would change because she is determined. She's on a mission to do her own thing. And it's just one day, complete 360. And I still can't believe it when I walk by, I see her eating a big ribeye or a steak or something like that. Could you imagine your son that's
only in my dreams? I can.
Right?
I don't know if it'll ever happen, but I can pray for it and see what happens.
Yeah, well, I'm hopeful for you. It'll happen. He'll come around eventually. Anita, would you mind just giving us your quick backstory, maybe just in an abbreviated version?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I'll keep it quick because I know there are other people wanting to talk. I've lost about 140 pounds now. Started off just regular low carb, then morphed over to more keto as I learned more about it. I actually started in my 50s, went through menopause as a ketovore. And had no menopausal symptoms. The only way I even know that I'm in menopause is because, sorry to talk about these things, guys, but my cycle stopped. And that was the only symptom I had. That was it. Like, I don't know what a hot flash is. I don't know what all these things are that women get medicated for in this day and age for something that is normal. It's like being medicated for going through puberty or being medicated for all of these hormonal changes that are part of our normal, path as a human being. And so, that makes me feel really good and hopeful for others that they don't have to be on, 3 or 4 meds just because they're in menopause. And, so that's a big part of my story. And just so many things. I'm 65 years old. I'm on 0 meds and feel fantastic. And I want to help other people that are my age and older or younger. It doesn't matter. I want to help everybody. But, I know there's a lot of women my age. I was told by a doctor once that once you hit 40, you cannot lose weight. Like, they were basically just so discouraging. And here I am, a senior citizen, and I lost most of my weight being in my mid-50s and up. So it's taken a long time. It's slower, at this age, but it's definitely happening. Still happening. I still am on the journey and, have a goal of losing another 40 pounds before I'm done this journey. And I'm 100% confident that will happen. That's it in a nutshell.
What I really loved about your story was I found carnivore by watching someone else's example, Dante from Frig No Freedom.
Yes.
Anita, it sounds like when we spoke last time, you found carnivore by basically trying every diet on the planet ever, and you kind of backed yourself into it.
Yeah, I started at 12 when my mom took me to a Weight Watchers meeting. I mean, that was my first introduction to dieting.
Yeah.
And so I was a magazine dieter. Every magazine that came out that had on the cover, you know, lose 20 pounds by next week, I was in, and I tried it. And yeah, it was not a great thing to do, but here I am.
I also love the fact that you're experimenting with different things within carnivore, because everyone's like, carnivore is so restrictive, but you're trying to eat high fat and see how that goes. And you're really doing some tests and experiments, because everybody's body's different. Everybody's a little bit different. Yeah. But I know it's weird to talk about. I don't have any filter anymore. I love the fact that you're talking about the menopause and things like that. You mentioned earlier, like girls going through puberty shouldn't have to take medication. That really touches me, because that's one of the big reasons I want to do the Carnivore Diet movie. Was my daughter Lily. She was medicated when she was going through puberty at a very young age, and we were told, well, this is just common now. We don't know why these young girls are going through puberty so early, and we don't know why they're having these horrible cycles that are incredibly painful. And they put her on medication. Long story short, people have heard this already, but she ended up getting blood clots because of it. And now in retrospect, she's been doing carnivore with me. She started on my day 8, and this horrible skin condition she had completely cleared off. That's a whole other story. But in retrospect, she didn't need any of those medications that then caused her to have 2 blood clots in her lung. She had to take a helicopter to the hospital. She was minutes away from losing her entire life. And I am 100% confident now it was simply nutrition. Meat's been demonized. She wasn't getting the proper human diet. You get your cholesterol goes up that's been demonized so long. It can balance out your hormones, and it can make those things just normal like they should be. But the fact that they say girls are hitting puberty at such a younger age across the globe, but we don't know why. I think we do know why. I'm really excited for the Carnivore Diet documentary, Anita, to talk about those things. I know I'm a guy, so it's kind of weird, but I do have 4 daughters, and it's such an important thing. And I have Dr. Kiltz on the channel on Tuesday.
Good.
Yes, I can't wait. I'm going to tell him the longer version of this story to ask. That's one of the questions I want to ask him. I think I already know the answer, but do we know why girls are hitting puberty earlier? Because it was on the front page of like the New York Times or something. Girls are hitting puberty at younger and younger ages. We don't know why, in all caps. It's like, yes, we do know why. And so many of these young girls are being put on these horrible medications that are completely unnecessary. And then, doctors take an oath to do no harm. That is doing harm when you're putting someone on an unnecessary medication, and you never even ask them, what are they eating? What is your diet? What nutrition are you having? Every doctor should be asking their patient, what are you eating? People have said it before. It's so true. You go in, you take your dog into the vet. The first thing they ask you is, what are you feeding the dog? And it's just mind blowing to me. So many of the issues and ailments I've had over the years, they were all nutrition, and I never had a nutrition discussion with the doctor. The doctors will say, well, we're not nutritionists. Well, you shouldn't be prescribing pills when there's clearly another problem or solution to do it. So anyways, I get fired up on that one, but I'm so happy you're talking about it, because it's on both ends, on the menopause end and then on the puberty end. And it's a huge issue for so many people. And if you just go to your doctor like I did, we went to my doctor and I'm like, I trust this doctor. This guy had to go to school for what, 8, 12 years or something? And they're telling me it's happening to all these kids. They're all on this medication. And I don't know more than the doctor, so I listen to the doctors. But there's lots of young kids that they're getting put on this medication, and it's completely unnecessary. It's simply nutrition. So there's going to be a big part of the documentary.
I can hardly wait to hear if Dr. Kiltz has something to say about that, because it's a huge thing. And I heard him at KetoCon. I attended one of his sessions, and he talked a lot about fertility and hormones, and I think he will be one that will have some insight on that, I believe. So look forward to that.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, so that's Tuesday night. I'm so happy and thankful he wanted to come on the channel and then learn more about the Carnivore Diet documentary. So Anita, it's been crazy since I had you on the channel. It's just been going nuts. So I've talked. The purpose of this is to do the documentary, and I can't remember when I talked to you if I was talking about the documentary at that point or it came shortly after that. But anyhow, after that, I had Dr. Chaffee, and I asked him, "Will you be involved with this?" The whole purpose is to show all these examples of people, but of course, I want to have specials. I want to have experts in there, like doctors, like Dr. Kiltz. So Dr. Chaffee enthusiastically said he's going to be involved with the documentary. Then I had Dr. Baker, and Dr. Baker said, yeah, it's not even a question. Absolutely. Wonderful. And then it was last week or the week before, Dr. Barry came on my channel to do a live stream, which was just, I couldn't believe it because I've watched so many of his videos, and I'll quote him. He said, 100%. Yes, I'm in. Whatever you need, I'm in. And so now, and then just a couple of days ago, it was Dr. Hampton. He's going to be involved with it too. And he's done so much on diabetes. A big section of the documentary is going to be about diabetes. A big section is going to be women's health, like we talked about. It's going to be these various sections. And then I'm hoping to have a specialist or doctor for each of those sections. But now Dr. Kiltz is on Tuesday. I don't want to put you on the spot, Dr. Kiltz, but would you be involved? I'm hoping he will. And then the last one, which I'm really excited, this just happened yesterday or the day before, Dr. Philip Ovadia, heart surgeon, emailed. And we scheduled the time. It's on the books. It's in like 2 or 3 weeks. He's coming on the channel because I want to do a huge section of the documentary about heart disease and heart health. So it's so exciting. And then we have so many people that want to participate. There's over 200 people now that have registered. And then we've already got a couple of these other stories like Bill from Alaska and some other people that have already documented their journey over a course of a year that we can actually start filming with now. So it's exciting times for sure. So, wow, so this is crazy. There's 747 people on here. So everyone, I highly encourage you. I know I said it already, but check out these people's channel that have given their testimony on here already. And Anita, a ketogenic woman on YouTube. She's got an awesome website blog too with all the recipes and everything. And I end up on Carnivore, Emma and I do. We look at them, we're like, oh, that's a really good idea. And every now and then we'll try one. But then I get back in the swamp of just doing the same thing over and over again. But it is so refreshing sometimes. And a lot of people starting out, they're looking for other ideas and switch it up and get some variety. And your channel is just amazing for that. So
thank you.
Thank you so much, Anita. I really appreciate it.
So happy to be here. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to popping in and out later. I may just watch on YouTube because I know you've got lots of people waiting to get in. So I've got things happening here too, but so happy to be here. Thank you for telling me about it.
Thank you so much for coming on. Yep. And if you got to go, I totally understand. If you want to come back later, just watch whatever, but I so appreciate you coming on here. It really meant a lot to me. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a great one. And Jonathan, how are you doing, sir? I'm so sorry you were waiting for quite a while down there yourself.
That's all right. Yeah, not bad, thanks. How you guys doing? You all right?
Doing great, thank you. This has been crazy. It's just crazy. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Cool. We've got another UK guy over there. I think that's Alex.
Yeah, like the accent.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I'm from down south, so I'm miles and miles away from you. Yeah, nice to see some representation over here. Did you want me to introduce myself a little bit then?
Please, yeah. If you could introduce yourself, maybe give us your short carnivore story background.
Sure, yeah. Yes, I've written up already, 200 words or less. I ramble a lot, so I've made it as succinct as possible. So my YouTube channel is Composition Consultant. I focus on improving body composition using the Carnivore Diet. I have a very comprehensive allotment of videos for people, totaling around 300 videos at this point. I started YouTube in September last year and now have close to 5,000 subscribers. I'm 28 years of age. I started Carnivore on the 2nd of February 2020. It's about 3.5 years ago. It seemed like the logical approach to tackle my health issues. So, in short, health issues: chronic fatigue syndrome, autism, asthma, eczema, cardioesophageal hiatus hernia, crippling depression and anxiety. And I've tackled most of these successfully with the Carnivore Diet. I've gotten off most of my pain meds, but not all of them. All the antidepressants, all the PPIs, the digestive sort of stuff. I had spinal fusion and decompression surgery in December last year, and I was actually up and out exercising 8 days post-surgery. And most people don't actually exercise after this kind of surgery for perhaps 2 to 3 months. It's the second most painful surgery you can actually undergo. So my spine disease was misdiagnosed since I was aged 13. It's about 15 years. So I've been in pain for 15 years, basically. I've had a lot of discrimination in the past, you know, being autistic, being having the appearance that I'm able to do these things when I physically can't. Now, that's led me to create my own business, which is what you basically see above. And I basically offer cost-effective nutrition and exercise consultancy online. I make use of my experience as a top amateur bodybuilder, and I've got a degree in human nutrition. So I try to help people with the skill set that I do have. Basically, I started with a $300 laptop with money that my grandmother gave me for my last birthday about a year ago. Now I'm earning an honest living, which I would otherwise not be able to do if it wasn't for the carnivore diet. So that's it in a nutshell. I've got some pictures I'm going to show up just of my spine thing. I'm going to put it up now. So just on the screen, I don't know, there. So that's basically what I had in December as of last year. So yeah, just 2 rods, 4 bolts, and an artificial disc, and that's basically it. So yeah, so now I'm pretty much YouTubing, consulting with people, and that's all I do pretty much. Keeps me busy.
That's amazing. So
I'm an android apparently.
Right. Hey, I want to share your YouTube channel, so I encourage everyone to go check out Composition Consultant on YouTube. Let me just share my screen here quick. Jonathan, you talked a little bit about, you mentioned a little bit about the autism, and how did carnivore affect anything with your autism before and after?
Yeah, that's a fair question. I'd say it's made a massive difference. So with autism itself, you tend to have certain comorbidities that align with autism. Usually it's like digestive issues, asthma, eczema, you know, depression, anxiety, lots of other things. I've seemed to have most of them, so I've had to get all that straight first. Now, saying that, I wanted to start YouTube about maybe 2 to 3 years ago, but I was unable to do that. I didn't have the ability to sort of present myself online. Now, admittedly, my first video that I made is absolute trash, but you can see, like, as the videos have gone on, they've progressed a lot. So people can actually see a difference in my character, my personality online. And through that, it's been quite helpful. And I think there's a very, very small hidden demographic which people aren't quite getting into. There are lots of autistic people out there that are suffering, don't have the ability to communicate with people as well as I do, and they need this information. So people like myself, Thomas Clark, Justin Giebler, people from the Meat to Mosaic YouTube channel, we tried to promote it and show, you know, we can actually achieve something. So that's pretty much it of autism. Like I said, I wouldn't be able to do this over a year ago. So go figure, 300 videos later and 5K subs. Brilliant.
That's amazing. YouTube is a very hard thing to do too. A lot of people don't understand how difficult it is. The fact that you've got that many videos done and you're able to support yourself. That's amazing. I don't know, Jonathan, if you've seen the video I did with Bill from Alaska. But that's the goal with him now too, is he wants to be able to support himself going forward, sharing his carnivore journey. So it's that sure is something. I'm so happy for you and all the results you've gotten. I know we talked about doing a video. I gotta just schedule something with you and do it. I would love to do a video together for sure.
I've got a big mouth and I've got a lot to say, funny enough. So we book out a few hours if you can.
Yes, I'm going to Alaska here in a couple days to visit Bill. But the week after that, when I come back, it's pretty open during the week. So I'll shoot you an email and we'll have to get something scheduled for sure.
Cool. Yeah, I look forward to that. It'd be good to collaborate. Also as well, I appreciate you creating this. I understand it's quite a lot to manage. When you've already got a big YouTube channel yourself, you're having all these other people collaborate and organising it. It'd be a real pain in the ass for me to do. So good job on you, and great job with all the donations so far. It's much appreciated, and the work you're doing for the video, the documentary will be very useful, I think, to people.
Yes, thank you so much for saying that. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and people have just been so generous here. I can't believe it. So it's wonderful, and it's going to help us reach more Bills that are out there, people that are hopeless and they don't know this is an option. I saw this on your about page, Jonathan. You said you've seen fad diets come and go, and with the amount of misinformation online, you decided to uncover the truth. I love that. That's what we're doing. That's what I want to do with the Carnivore Diet movie too. Is there's the reason I got to where I was at the most unhealthy state of my life was from misinformation and not having the truth. So that's ultimately what the documentary is about. Get the truth out there for people, and they can decide what to do with it then.
Yeah, I think the autistic community, people with any sort of neurodivergence, any kind of mental health issue, they need this information. And it's not going to get in front of them unless we slap it in front of their face. So, we need to have advocates for it. I understand you mentioned Dr. Chaffee earlier. He's someone I'm quite good friends with, and he's really putting it forward of like the mental health and the autism side of it. I think he has a nephew that has autism, and he's like me trying to reach that sort of hidden demographic. So that'd be really cool.
Yeah, we have a whole dedicated section in the documentary for mental health. But honestly, up until this point, it was more depression and anxiety. But maybe we could cover that some more too, the autism side of it. Yeah, for sure, especially with your experience on it, and it's an important message to get out there. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jonathan. I encourage everyone, go check him out. Jonathan, composition consultant. You're welcome, Jonathan, to stay on and hang around if you want, or you can jump on and off. We got some more space here. We got a couple other people jumping on too. This is really spontaneous, Jonathan. It's like, I don't know, we could have like 50 people in here at once and then just crickets in the afternoon. But we'll see what happens. It's kind of exciting that way. But we got a new person.
Yeah.
Jeremy Anderson, how are you?
Good. How you doing today?
Good. Thanks for joining us. Would you mind giving maybe a quick intro and telling us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I think like a lot of people, in the past, I've done all kinds of different. Well, let me back up just a little bit more. So yeah, I'm almost 52. I've always been big. I'm 6'4", and people always tell me, boy, you carry your weight really well. Yeah, I know, but when you're carrying a couple 100 pounds extra, when you're carrying another person, it's like, my gosh, it hurts after a while. But just over the years, I've tried like Weight Watchers, Jenny Craig. I think I did something kind of similar, maybe to Carnivore, but it wasn't that. Maybe Atkins. And my phone just told me I've got 20%, so I'm going to try to make this quick. But yeah, it was, I've just done all kinds of stuff over the years to try to lose weight. And then it wasn't until maybe the end of April that my family started saying, well, why don't you maybe try Carnivore? Why don't you look into that? So I started watching some videos. My mom had actually started as well. So I actually ended up starting on May 11th. And I've lost 52 pounds since then, and I just feel amazing. The fact that I can actually get up and have the energy to go walk into the next room and not be, dying of, like pain and wanting to fall over. It just feels amazing. And, and I wanted to say, I saw one of your videos the other day and I don't remember what the term was, but you were talking about using your own eyes, to look around at other people. And I noticed I've been doing that. Ironically, I deliver pizzas, for a living. So, I put these pizzas and spaghetti and, all this stuff in my car, and I'm smelling it, and it just drives me nuts. But it's funny because I see all these people or the people that come into the restaurant, and even in the store, they just look sad,
Mm-hmm.
They're just, I think they're just eating just as like a robotic almost thing, where it's just, I'm putting food in my mouth, and, and it's just weird. And my heart honestly goes out to these people. I think the first time that it really was maybe almost a month ago, there was an elderly lady that I had to deliver to, that as soon as I saw her, she just reminded me of my grandmother. She was older, she was hunched over, She was barely moving, and here I was delivering this stuff to her, and it just, I felt bad for her. I really did. And my heart just went out to her, and it was like, it just all of a sudden, it was like I knew what I wanted to do, that I wanted to try to tell as many people as I can about carnivore and try to change them, or at least let them know that there's an alternative that ain't going to kill you, that's actually probably going to make you feel better.
Right. That's amazing.
I agree, Kerry. Sorry to interrupt, guys, but that's exactly how I feel about Kerry's channel. It's just come along at the right time. I mean, I followed all the doctors, right to Kelly Hogan, Dante, then I found Kerry because I'd already been on his channel for Homestead. And then this is the platform. I've struggled trying to speak to people about this, and they look at you as if you are an alien. They can see this, the weight loss, the mental clarity, all these issues going away, and they stare at you, but the brain doesn't connect to the mouth, and they go, well, and I go, hey guys, get on to Kerry at Homestead now. So yeah, I'm so blessed to have this platform, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, and now you're doing your own videos and inspiring more people, which is amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah,
and
thank you.
The video we did, Alex, I know you had some nerves and stuff to go on camera, but you nailed it. You couldn't have done a better job. And you don't have to take my word for it. Just look at all the comments on that video. Everyone loves you. They're like, we want to hear more from Alex. So
yeah, thank you. It's very humbling, Kerry. I'm so appreciative.
Oh, well, absolutely. Well, hey, you did it. You did it all yourself. I'm glad I had a small part of it, though, for sure. And now I keep making all these new brothers from other mothers all over the place. I got you. I got Bill. It's pretty awesome. But yeah, so Jeremy, that's really cool. That's the same thing. It's like we fix ourselves, and then we want to shout this to people. Like, what are you doing? We want to help you. What are you doing? A YouTube channel too, or are you just talking to people, friends and family?
Yeah, no, actually, about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, I went ahead and started one. I've got, I think, like 11 or 12 videos right now. And I tell you, it's making me feel a lot better because, like you said, I'm accountable to myself. Not only my family, but I'm accountable to me, because this way I can see how things are going. When things are good, great. When things aren't good, then at least I can go back and go, well, see, this is what you did. Let's learn from it. So
yeah.
And I honestly, I mean, I think I have like 130 people that have subscribed. So I just thought that was crazy, but I'm loving this.
Yeah,
I really am.
That's so cool. You're going to inspire so many people. And I keep telling people to do YouTube because it helps yourself, but it helps other people. And now when you start to get some of those comments, Jeremy, like, I saw your video and it clicked with me. It did something with me. You could change that person's life forever. And then, but what happens? People don't think about this. Like, I saw a video that changed my life forever. I put it on my YouTube channel, and now some other people saw it. Like, my mom started doing it. My stepdad started doing it. But now people are seeing them do it. So it's just starting to spread out. But I feel for you too on the delivery with the pizza and stuff and smelling it. That's a big dilemma I had on my own here. You can see behind me, we have our small town movie theater we run. Emma's going to be firing up the popcorn a little bit later. I get a lot of comments from people that are like, you sell them all that junk and garbage. And I honestly, when I started doing carnivore, I was feeling bad. I poured someone a soda and I'm like, this is just feels wrong. But my, I still feel kind of bad about it. However, my justification for it is we started adding a bunch of keto-friendly snacks, and people have been buying them, which has been really cool. I've had a lot of carnivores come in here. We have some grass-fed beef sticks. So people have been buying those, so I give them the option. Nice. But in my head, it's like, I can't force other people to not eat popcorn. And frankly, if I don't sell popcorn, we're just going to go bankrupt because that's how movie theaters make their money. But I can't force people, but I can put my example out there. If they want to follow me and they want to get the beef sticks and a bottled water, that's what I'm doing. Then that's great, but I can't change them. But I have the same struggle as you too when I was first starting carnivore, because making that popcorn and smelling it every single day, it's a tough thing. But I see people just like you, where you look around and these people are they're like lifeless, and it's so sad, and you want to help them. A person came into the theater the other day, and she was like, oh, she was literally doing this. Oh, my stomach hurts. I ate way too much for dinner tonight. She just kept saying that. And then she bought her ticket, and she came back a minute later. She got the biggest popcorn we had, 2 things of candy, and a big soda. I'm like, what are you doing? Like your stomach is literally full to the point you're in pain. I didn't say that. I was just because it's one of the things you can't make people make the decision. They have to make the decision themselves. So, but yeah, I hear you.
Well, and I hate to say it, it's the addiction. It's that, oh, that smells good. Popcorn. Yep. I think I'll have that. And and it just kicks in. And it's like, well, okay, I'm gonna go. I mean, I even have it when I'm picking up stuff that I got to go deliver. I'll go to the refrigerator and grab a big 2-liter that I got to take, and I'm holding it, and it's like almost ice cold, and I'm like, wow, this would feel good going down. But then it's like, what are you kidding? Come on.
Yeah. Throw it up against the wall.
Just go away.
Yeah.
Hey guys, can I ask what your channel is, Jeremy? What's channel called?
Yeah, it's a strange name. It's Londwar, Londwar. This is from a role-playing character name that I made years and years ago, and I've just always kept it.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
I'm gonna share
I'll stop today.
So yeah, here we go. Londwar. Yeah, you got a lot of videos going. That's awesome. Again, I encourage everyone watching. We got to support each other. This community of carnivores on YouTube is something. So go subscribe to Londwar. Get him up there. What'd you say right now? We're at 147. We've got almost 800 people on here. If every single one of you goes subscribe, we'll get you to 1,000.
Right.
That'd be pretty awesome.
That'd be awesome. And now I'm getting messages of people subscribing. That's crazy.
I just subscribed myself. So yeah, man, thank you so much. So the weight loss has been a big thing. I guess my last question is, what other sort of, you haven't, you mentioned a little bit, but any other big off-scale victories that you've had on carnivore, or any other big carnivore epiphanies that you realized afterwards?
Yeah, so I think just so my diabetes numbers, I haven't had them checked in a while, but I take my blood pretty much every day, and it's been at least at 110, if not lower. There have been a few days where it's been under 100, so I know that's getting better. One of the things that, and my dad kind of suffered from this, I use a CPAP every night. And a lot of times what would happen over the years is because of the lack of sleep before the CPAP, and I think this is just me, but what ends up happening is there are times when I'll be talking to someone and a word needs to come to my mind and it doesn't. Yeah. And I'll just sit there and just, and then I got to backtrack and, I got to start over again. So that's actually getting better. I don't know that it'll ever actually heal, and I honestly don't know if that's what the cause was, but because him and I had the exact same problems. I mean, he had diabetes. He used a CPAP for a long time, and he had the exact same problem. But to me, it is getting better. But if nothing else, the energy that I have, the fact that, I'm walking like 2 miles a day right now. Nice. And I'm actually getting ready to start increasing that. And this is such the easiest diet / life-changing thing I've ever done in my life. And when people sit there and say, what, are you kidding? No, I'm not kidding. This is simple.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You don't have to count calories. You don't have to count carbs. You just eat till you're full. It's so simple. It's natural too. It's simple because it's natural. It's just natural. It's what humans are supposed to eat. You eat it, you're full, and you're done. It shouldn't be so complicated. Animals aren't out in the wild counting calories and wondering if they should have a little bit of this and a little bit of that. No, they just eat what they're intended to eat, and they feel amazing.
Well, and I need to drop off before my phone dies. But one other thing that I wanted to mention real quick, and you had said this just a little while ago about if you stall, if it looks like you stalled, maybe go with line. I think I'm going to try that. Yes. I've been trying for like 3 weeks to try to get below 400. That's like the number that, because it's like once I get below 400, because I've been 400 for many years, and it's driving me nuts. And I'm like I'm at 401. I am so close. But I think I'm going to give that a try. I think maybe getting away from the bacon and the eggs and just go with line, like you said. I think for 10 days, I think I'm going to give that a try and see if it, see if it makes a change. And I think it will.
I do too.
Yeah, can I just come in there and just say that I haven't done any power bowls this week, Kerry. I've just stuck to. I did a steaks video where you chop up a joint. That's all I've had this week. Water, 2 black coffees, dropped another £3. So, Jeremy, that could be the way to go. Yeah, just even if just for a short time, you know, because I love my power bowls, as you well know. But just give it a go.
Yes.
Yeah. And I've had so many comments from other people say that same thing. They stalled and then they went out and Lion Diet got them down. So, I think Jeremy's phone went out. But
yeah,
have a good day, Jeremy. Thanks. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, I'm leaving too, actually. But I have a meeting. I have a meeting at 9:30. So I may jump in later in the afternoon if time allows.
Awesome. Thank you, Primal Mike. Appreciate everything you do.
Yeah, keep going. Make sure you get those super chats recognized, because just whoever is that donor that's going to match is screwed. I mean, we have like few K already, and it's the morning. I would suspect more people will tune in the afternoon. So
yes, awesome.
Yeah, keep going, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll see you later.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm gonna take off too. Thank you for letting me be part of this.
Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you, Shad. Appreciate it.
Take care, Shad. Take care.
I'll also
do a video together.
Yeah. One more thing before I go though. I want to go back to something that Bob said earlier. Like, making plans is so important to your mental health. Like, just getting on this diet is the first step, because it allows you to like free your mind up to see the future and like, you know, have those hopes and dreams. So I just want to throw that out there. But thank you.
Yes.
Bye.
Good advice. Thank you, Shad. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Look forward to doing a video with you. Awesome. Yeah, let me do these super chats quick. There's so many more. So I think we stopped right here. D Lee, $5. Thank you so much. Anyone that's jumping on now, there's 780 people here. If I could ask one thing, please, if you could share this. There's links below. If you could share this, that will help immensely with YouTube. And all these super chats, if you're just jumping on, a generous donor who wants to remain anonymous is matching every one of these dollar for dollar. So you donate $20, it's actually $40, and every penny's going towards the Carnivore Diet movie. So I read that one already. We have Love, Peace, Joy, $5. Good morning, Carnivores. Awesome. We have Ryan, $10, turned to 20. MS, 20 years. Severe fatigue, fog, depression. Also, nose was always stuffed. Blue nose 10 times in the morning every day. Since day 3, no more stuffed nose. FFD reduced by at least 50%, which is dramatic for me. That's amazing. MS for 20 years. Dr. Chaffee did a video on someone with MS, and I started watching it. I haven't time to watch the whole thing yet, but it looked really interesting on what can happen there. There's some really interesting science when you do carnivore long term. Something with, I think when you have MS, it's like the sheathing around your nerves gets damaged. I'm probably saying this wrong, but it's something like that. And Dr. Chaffee was saying, after you're on carnivore kind of long term, that stuff starts to regenerate and rebuild, and it can have all sorts of other dramatic effects if you have MS or don't have MS, or for both. So congratulations on that. $3 from Unplugged. Sarah Stringer, $5, turned to 10. I'm one of Kelly Hogan's carnivore transformation video stars from the UK. Glad to have my life back at age 57 and God willing, a long, healthy future ahead. Awesome. Congratulations. Kelly Hogan is the best. I talked to her too. She was almost going to be on here, but I think she was on vacation. So I got to do a video with her. That'd be wonderful. Brian, $10 turned into 20. Cheers from Baltimore. What an amazing event. If Jerry Lewis was still around then, he would definitely be invited to join in, I'm sure. Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. I didn't know what to expect, but isn't it moving just hearing a quick testimonial, one after the other, after the other, after the other. It's like showing the scale of carnivore. I already knew it, but when you just hear from different people that have changed their lives forever, and it's the same stuff over and over and over again. Someone that's on the fence about carnivore should just watch these videos and see these testimonials one after another. Got another super chat from Gail. Hi, everyone. Thanks for all you do for the keto carnivore community. Kerry, thanks for doing the documentary. Absolutely. Thank you for the $25, which was turned into $50. Oh, wow. Kerry, great work with setting up the 10-hour live stream. Looking forward to the documentary. Great work setting it up. Let's see if we get through this. How much time do we got, Emma? Emma, you're going to be my counter.
7 hours and 26 minutes.
7:26 to go. You got another set. You're going to start talking. So I'm doing the first 2 hours, and then Emma agreed to do the last 8 hours.
yeah,
all by herself. I have to go.
Yay!
I'm hungry. Emma, take over. Here, you can read this next one. Emma's got this one right here.
Life on the road with Jeff, $5. My mother just passed away in April. Oh, I'm so sorry. Of this year, she was 101. Oh, wow. I wonder how many more years we could have had her if she would have been on Carnivore Diet. Wow, 101 though, but so sorry for your loss. Thank you for the $5.
Oh, here we go. Ketogenic woman, she had to redo the donation because of the bank thing. I talked to them, and this one should go through. I know you'll reach that 10K goal. Nice to meet you, Emma, as well.
Oh, it's nice meeting you.
Thank you, Anita. We love you. Thank you so much. You're wonderful. I appreciate it, and that was very generous of you. Thank you. Super Sticker, $5 turned to 10. And Karsten Bowman, $5.55 turned to, what is that, 10.11. Thank you. Carnivore for life. Alex, you didn't have to do that. Thank you, sir. 20 pounds.
Anytime, mate. Anytime.
Turned to 40. I appreciate you.
That's why I did it.
My weight loss life, $10 turned to 20. Let's change it. Millions of people's lives for the better. Thank you for doing this. Yes, that is the ultimate goal. Wow, these super chats are just crazy. Thank you, everyone, so much. And again, there's still the GoFundMe. The link is below if you prefer to do the GoFundMe. We get a little bit more that way, but we're happy to take either or, whatever's easier for you.
We're at $2,520 donated, and with the double, that's $5,040.
Oh.
I didn't know what to expect, but I did not expect that in 2 hours. $5,000 in 2 hours. Think about what that's going to do. Like,
go. Crazy.
How much time do you have before school starts? Because we go to after we go to see Bill in Alaska, we should just keep going. We can head down because you know who's close to Bill, my good friend, she's going to be on here later at some point. Amanda from Carnivores Me. Am I getting that right? I'm almost positive she's in Washington State. Man, I want to capture her story because she's already done carnivore for a year, had amazing results, and documented it so well. She started off with a walker. And I was saying this to her. I was thinking, you guys, I always do the movie references, but Office Space, anyone?
Oh, yeah.
Remember that one? Remember when, Alex, have you seen Office Space?
No.
It's one of the funniest movies ever.
You know the scene.
I'm going to write it down.
Where they take the fax machine outside and just beat the crap out of it with the bats. I was like, we should do that with your old walker, man. That would be funny. You don't need that thing anymore.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Once it's broken up into little pieces, you just hang it on the wall, and it's like your trophy. You walk by that thing every day. You don't need it anymore. She's out hiking and paddleboarding. I watch her channel a lot throughout the last year or so, but I've missed it. I've been so busy lately. I've missed quite a few. But I just saw one of her recent videos, and you can see it, just a dramatic progress she's had just from like a month ago. It's amazing. I left her a comment. I'm like, good job. That's so cool. Hey, we got another carnivore on here. Ron, Carnivore Ron,
Carnivore Ron.
Hello, good morning.
Hey,
Ron, how
good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I hope everyone's well. I'm doing well today.
Are you seeing what's going on here, Ron? This is just crazy. There's 770 people on here. And Adam told us we're over $5,000 raised for the Carnivore documentary already. I can't believe it. I'm so happy. It's going to change so many lives. It's good to see. Yeah. It's so good to see you, Ron. You were one of the first people I had on my channel. And I've had so many wonderful comments since then. And I was so happy that you started your own YouTube channel. Would you mind maybe just telling us a little bit about yourself, Ron, and your carnivore journey for those of us here that aren't familiar with you yet?
Oh, sure. Well, thanks for having me on and inviting me. I appreciate that.
I wouldn't have done it without you.
I was sick as a baby, and the doctors couldn't decide what was wrong with me. And I developed asthma, and I had my last asthma attack at like 10 years old. And fast forward to 1992, I had bronchitis several times, and pneumonia, and I wound up on 2 inhalers every 4 hours. And then in 1998, I ran across Dr. Ead's book, Protein Power, and he talks a lot about cutting out grains and gluten. So I did. Literally 10 days later, I woke up in the morning and I could breathe without using my inhaler. And that really sort of began my health journey. In 1990, I was 214 pounds. And from that point on, I realized I had to lose weight. So just using the conventional method of, calorie restriction, I had lost down to about 175 5 years ago. And then, of course, I was at a birthday party for one of my grandchildren, and my oldest daughter was telling about the keto diet, and she had lost 20 pounds. So I went home and started looking things up. I found Low Carb Down Under. I found Dr. Berry and other influencers, and really started looking into this and decided that carnivore was probably the thing I should do. I was still having, at that point, to use inhalers ever so often. And 6 months after I started carnivore, I tossed all my inhalers except for one.
Awesome.
And 2 years after I started carnivore, I started going to the gym. And I had dropped down to 140 pounds at that point. It took me 30 years to lose 30 pounds. It took me 2 years to lose 35.
Wow.
And one of the things that I really enjoy about carnivore is that, it allows me to gain weight. I mean, I not only dropped the weight, but the last 3 years being in the gym, I put on I'm up to 160 pounds now. I've gained 20 pounds of muscle mass. And to reflect that, one of my gym friends was telling me that he wished his father looked like me.
Yeah.
Because, he's overweight. And of course, one thing I do, I spend 30 minutes in the gym first thing in the morning when I'm there at 6 o'clock working on flexibility. And it's amazing what I can do now. And I attribute part of that to Knees Over Toes Guy. So if you guys want some good exercises to do, look up Knees Over Toes Guy. He's brilliant. And of course, I do everything from deadlifting to, I work on weight machines. And I know Sean Baker does the rowing machine. I do that too.
Yes.
And when I get off of it, I'm sweating and panting.
Ron, what is it like? What would you say to, I guess, your counterparts, other people that are your age? Have you encountered this at all, like with friends or acquaintances that, do they ask you, like, what are you doing? Why are you thriving? You're exercising. You're so healthy. Everything seems so great in your life. Have you been able to kind of convince anyone or share your example and they want to kind of try what you're doing? Or
actually, I'm not. As far as I know, I have convinced 0 people to go carnivore or keto. It's interesting that I've started posting carnivore videos on my Facebook page. And I have probably 10 of my former coworkers now who have friended me and have commented on several of the carnivore videos. So I think hopefully I'm having a positive influence. At least on them.
Yeah, it's hard to measure in person, but I know for a fact you are, because the video we did together, there's so many comments about you inspiring people, and that's the biggest message too, I think, is that you get into your 60s and 70s, everyone's scared of it, myself included. I'm going to have mobility issues. I'm going to have arthritis, and it's going to be aches and pains and sore. And you just worked your whole life. You want to relax and you want to enjoy your retirement. And so many people are scared of that. And I think you've given a lot of people hope with the video we did. It doesn't have to be that way unless you decide it's going to be that way, depending on what you eat and your nutrition.
I mean, you don't have to suffer. I mean, you don't have to have arthritis. You don't have to walk with a cane or with a walker, because that's all a product of the standard American diet. I mean, if you cut out everything, I mean, carnivore is the ultimate elimination diet. And that's what helped me. Obviously, I was allergic to a lot of plants that I was still eating. That's why I had to use my inhalers. But cutting those out, you know, I'm good. I'm feeling really great. I don't think I've felt like this since the 20s. And the thing is that when I go to the grocery store, I know you've encountered this too. People my age at the grocery store are walking with walkers, or they're limping, or they're massively obese. And I look at them and I know they're diabetic and probably have heart disease. I had my CAC score done about a year and a half ago. My CAC score was not 0, but it was 32. So I doubt I'll have heart disease within the next 10 years. And I know I'm not going to have arthritis. And sure as hell, I'm not going to be obese.
Yes. And all those other things you fixed, your energy, your exercising, because I know for myself, before doing carnivore, I wasn't exercising. I don't know if you were, but think of all those health benefits from all of those other things. There's like a million things you're doing better right now. But then sadly, a lot of times people will just say, well, what about your CAC score or your cholesterol, or what about this? But
well, when I started carnivore, my total cholesterol went up to, I think, 407. And my visit in January of this year, it had gone down to around 325.
Okay, nice.
And one thing I do too, I have my little kit here that I take my blood glucose with, and I keep a record of my blood glucose. And I encourage everyone to do that starting out. And I do this maybe once or twice a year now. And another thing that would help, write down everything you eat and write down when you eat it, and see how it affects your glucose.
Right.
Good advice.
Ron, what advice would you have for someone that's thinking about starting carnivore right now, but they're kind of nervous to?
Probably go slowly, because I jumped in with both feet, and a week and a half later, I was suffering from the keto flu. So, of course, I jumped back online and started looking things up and realized I needed electrolytes. So I started electrolytes, and after several days, I stopped taking it, and I've been fine since. But definitely slowly transition. You probably won't go through the flu if you transition slowly.
Yes.
I agree.
Me too, for sure. So Ron, since we had our video together, you've been doing your own YouTube channel. I'm going to just share this real quick. It's Carnivore Ron. You got shorts going, you got regular videos going. This is awesome. And so you're covering all sorts of different things
Yes.
on your channel. How's the channel been going? You've been getting good reception, feedback from people?
Some feedback, yes. I've got a comment on one of the videos I made. I experiment on myself from time to time. Last year especially, I started trying to reintroduce different things, and usually with horrible results. One time, I loved yellow squash, and I loved fried yellow squash. So, of course, I thought, well, I'll try it. So I did, and about an hour later, I was in the restroom for the rest of the day. And 2 weeks ago, I decided, well, I stay away from fruit, and I thought I'd eat some watermelon. So I bought a watermelon, and especially the last 2-3 years, if I eat something sweet, I develop a really nasty flavor in my mouth, and I just can only, have 1 or 2 bites of a sweet, whether it's a fruit or a cookie. And it was the same thing with the watermelon. The first piece was absolutely delicious. I mean, just like I remembered. And then I started eating a second piece, and I had to throw it out because I could not even tolerate the smell of it.
Wow.
I mean, my sense of taste has changed so much.
Yeah. So how long has it been carnivore for you?
5 years.
5 years. Wow. Congratulations. That's amazing. 5 years. Awesome. Have you noticed any difference? Because I've said this before, but I've hardly been going at all compared to what you have. But it just seems to keep getting better. Like day 30, I didn't think I could feel any better. And day 50, I felt way better. Day 100, I felt even better. Have you plateaued a little bit? You had to have at some point. Or are you noticing other things even 4 or 5 years into it?
I think I have, especially the last year. I've noticed, well, one of the side effects that some of the physicians have talked about is I've been carnivore for so long, my blood glucose has actually gone up slightly. So I'm not concerned about that at all. It normally hovers around 100, whereas before it would be in the 70s or 80s or even 90s. And so I'm not bothered about that at all. But
right. Wow, 5 years. That sure is something. I'd strongly encourage everyone watching right now. We got almost 800 people on here now. This is crazy. Check out Ron's channel. Like I said before, we got to support all of our carnivore YouTubers. It's a wonderful community. Everybody's so great. And Ron's got some really good videos over there. It's Carnivore Ron on YouTube. Give him a subscribe. Show him some love. Thank you so much, Ron. This has been awesome. You're more than welcome to stay on if you want, or you can jump off and jump on. People are jumping on and off throughout the day. We got Alaska Bill coming up today, and more important than Alaska Bill, Daisy, his cat, she's going to be on. He's going to be on. He's going to be on. Amanda from Carnivores. Yeah. And maybe Dante from Frigno Freedom. So lots of people coming up. This is over 100 people wanted to participate in this. So if anyone else is out there and we've got a couple people. Looks like we got Bubba Rob on here. I'm going to put him on here in a second. I'm just going to do a couple more super chats real quick. Let's see, where do we leave off here? Carbaholics Anonymous, $25. That gets up to 50. My name is Joe, and I'm a carbaholic. Carnivore since January, down 40 pounds. HTN gone. Pre-diabetes gone. GERD gone. Turned 64 yesterday and healthier than ever. Can't wait to see the documentary. Congratulations. You look great too, sir. 64 years old. Awesome.
Great job.
Yes.
$20 turned into 40 from JW. Howdy from North Carolina. Have you thought about creating a multi-episode series instead of a 90-minute movie? I have. You know, they did that with the reverse series, and there's some merit to it because the more I'm going down this rabbit hole, and Adam has been so great helping me with it, it's like every now and then they're like, oh, wait, we also got to cover this part. Oh, wait, we can't forget this part. And it's really tricky because one thing I've learned from YouTube is engagement is everything. A lot of people say I talk fast in my videos. Part of that's because I've been trained to, because if I stop like this, probably 20 people just dropped off. Like people, me too. It's just the day and age we live in. There's short videos, there's TikTok. People don't have an attention span anymore. And it's really important in the documentary, and Netflix looks at engagement. How long are people watching each of those movies? Are they watching the documentary for 20 minutes and they love it, and then all of a sudden everyone drops off at 20 minutes because there's a boring part? So I'm rambling again, but my long story short is I've definitely thought about it. Well, I guess we'll have to see. I want to include everything in the documentary, but it has to be engaging. So it has to kind of appeal to the broad audience. The other option too is, which is very likely could happen, is we do this documentary and hopefully it reaches millions, which is the goal. And then we're like, oh, we could do it now. Now we can do a follow-up. Maybe not necessarily a part 2, or maybe a whole other one. So
right, yeah, or do a series after the big one.
Yes, maybe start with the 90-minute and then the series afterwards, or something like that. The thought of the series is kind of nice because there is so much information to cover. However, it's also daunting just thinking about doing one film, let alone a series of mini films with separate kind of distinct sections. So
there are so many carnivores now, you could easily fill a series.
Yes. Just this video today alone is proof. I've heard, like, I can't even count how many amazing stories I've heard already, which would all be inspirational and examples to put in the documentary. Gentleman lost 200 pounds. It's just amazing. Just story after story. That's the thing with carnivore that's so interesting, is It's the same stuff over and over again, and it's life-changing over and over again, and you just hear it time and time again. Westfield, another Wisconsin friend, $10 turned into 20. Carnivore Scott, thank you, $10 turned into 20. Eva Baines, bonus. Carnivore, 10 months, healed diabetes, lupus, and more. Congratulations.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
What a life changer. UD, 20 pounds, turned to 40. Super sticker. Kip, knowledge is power. Thank you for the amazing content and providing priceless knowledge to so many people. All of you are incredibly inspiring. Oh, thank you for saying it. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Kip.
I love this community. $5 turned into 10. Everyone is so nice, motivational, and willing to help. I couldn't agree more. The carnivore community is the best community in the world for sure. Sarah's $20 turned into 40. Hoping you surpass the goal today. Yeah, absolutely. I sincerely, I can't believe what's going on right now. I would have been happy if we went the whole day and got where we're at now. Not to downplay it, because we get more, we can do more, but unbelievable. It's going this quickly already. How much time do we got, Emma? Emma, time check.
7 hours and 5 minutes.
We're almost 3 hours in already. Are you good? You gonna take a little nap? You're gonna have to run out and get us some food in a little bit.
Oh yeah.
You ready, prepared to do that? We'll roll a little grill in here, and we can show Emma cooking her first steak for Dad.
You're gonna have to change your batteries, Kerry.
Yeah, for sure. All right, a couple more here. Kobe, 21 pounds, turned to 42, supporting the carnivore movie and celebrating the 10-hour feast with the price of my picanha steaks of tonight. Down 10 kg in 10 weeks. Hair and nails go like crazy and healing inside. Yeah, isn't that something? I've been not wearing the hat lately too, because the hair things. I have this little white patch. It's gone. It's weird. My hair just seems so much healthier. Alex, my friend Alex, you have the invite, sir. Jump on anytime. Alex does fasting. $10, new channel. Let's get this movie turned to 20. Thank you so much. And we've got a guest here. Let's see. Bubba Rob, welcome to the stream. How are you, sir?
Good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yep. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell us a little bit about yourself and maybe your brief carnivore story?
Good morning.
Well, I'm kind of an interesting guy. I'm actually coming at the carnivore thing from more of a philosophical perspective this time. This is my third kick at the cat, or the can, I guess. Sorry, cat. But yeah, no, I mean, I grew up in Victoria, BC, Canada, and it's just your average guy. Did a lot of sports. And then when I got out of high school and I started college, I got into bodybuilding and powerlifting. And then after college was over, I ended up working at a maximum security center for 9 years. Worked mainly with mentally disordered offenders and dangerous offenders and stuff like that. And then there is a critical incident. Then I left and I started my own hauling company, and it turned into a mini excavating company. But gradually over time, due to suffering from like PTSD and that, my weight got out of control, and my training wasn't very consistent. And so it just kind of went off the rails, but I always managed to keep myself busy and fairly active. But now, I guess due to suffering from gout for many years and various injuries, I've got osteo in my spine and rheumatoid in my knees, and it's quite painful. So I really knew I was at the point of last resort, because it's difficult when you're in a mini excavator and you're breaking concrete and rock with a breaker on it and all the vibrations. And I wasn't out enjoying myself riding my Harley and things like that, so kind of my biker part of my life was kind of disappearing. But I've always been interested in philosophy, stoicism, reading things by like Eckhart Tolle, Viktor Frankl, Ryan Holiday, many other things. And because what I found with myself it didn't seem to matter what I did or what my good intentions were. If I didn't learn how to control my thoughts, I wasn't going to go anywhere. So this is what's extremely important to me that I actually talk a lot about, because really for me, the diet is very simple. And because of how I used to be and the people I trained with some very high ranked international competitors. And about 8 years ago, I was doing
I need to interrupt real quick, Bubba.
Sure.
Is there any way you can turn your gain up on your mic a little bit? People are saying that your volume is low.
Okay, just a sec. Is that better?
Maybe a tiny bit.
Is that better?
That's definitely better. Going in the right direction.
Maybe
now?
just a.
There we go.
Okay, there.
How's that,
Awesome.
everybody?
Great.
There we go. So about 7-8 years ago, I was on a weight transformation thing, and I was training with a Scott Mendelson out of LA, who was the world bench press record at the time, and I was going to try and make not like a comeback or anything, but the goal at 50 was to bench like 500 pounds with a shirt on and plus drop 100 pounds. And due to going through a separation, I really lost my way. But I never gave up. I kind of kept going. I'd be kind of on and off and on and off. And then eventually, a couple of years ago, I because I follow things like Super Training Gym and a lot of the bodybuilding stuff still on YouTube, I came across Dr. Baker on Super Training Gym. And I could really relate to it because I understood the evils of carbs already. Years ago, I read a book by Dr. David Perlmutter, the Grain Brain, and about the effects of diet of carbs on mental health and autism and all sorts of things. So it kind of all came into place with that video, and then I just started researching more. And then I just kind of said, F it. And I went at it. So the first time I did it, it had decreased my inflammation so much that, I hit back to the gym. I was feeling better. I was getting strong again. And it lasted about 6.5 months. And I dropped, I think, 60 pounds in that time frame, plus gaining muscle back and strength. And then my business got busy, and then I kind of lost my way. Then before last Christmas, I ended up getting the big C, the thing we're not supposed to talk about, and I got quite sick with a sinus infection. So my daughter was mentioning to me that, what did you do when you got rid of your allergies? So that very next day, I just I started doing the carnivore, being really sick, and then the sinus infection was gone in 2 days. Then the weight started dropping, and then I kind of got off it again, and it's just like, oh no, I gotta go back. So
Yeah.
now I've been on it for, I think it's 18 and a half weeks, and I'm down 39 pounds. I'm not as mobile as I want to be. I've started doing a cold water therapy, jumping in the ocean now. I think it's helping it. What I've noticed is since I started doing that, the day after I go in, where I have the osteo in my spine, in my lower spine, it actually heats up. So I went in yesterday to this place, and they have a cold water swimming club. And so I go there, and the young fella, he had dreadlocks and, just your typical hippie guy. And we started talking, and I said to him, I said, well, you want to know I started doing this cold water thing? He says, why? I said, well, I started doing this carnivore thing, and I started this YouTube channel. He goes, "Oh, I'm carnivore too." I said, "Are you?" He says, "Oh yeah." He says, "I got a source of grass-fed beef for you at wholesale." So then we started talking. Well, he's got his I'm not sure if it's a degree or whatnot in I believe it's in sports nutrition. And in the conversation, he told me he was vegetarian for 7 years and vegan for 5, and he did the complete switch. So I'm supposed to go down there and talk to him again because he had an extremely good understanding of what was going on. He was very, very intelligent. And he actually agreed to go on my YouTube channel with me at some point. And what I noticed in their shop, and I should have asked, but I believe they're actually doing a YouTube channel themselves. And I'm not sure quite what it's about, but in the shop they actually sell psilocybins, like mushrooms and that, helping people with depressive disorders and ADHD and different things like that. So it was kind of an interesting day.
That's really cool. I love what you said about stoicism. I just show this real quick. You mentioned Ryan Holiday. I'm a big fan of his too. I totally agree with what you're saying. So I think this is Ryan Holiday's channel, Daily Stoic. Highly suggest people look into that because I agree with you. A big part of I think my success doing carnivore, it's in the brain. That's the hardest part for people to start carnivore is getting over their own worries and in their brain. And the other thing too that helped me sustain carnivore was also some stuff I've learned about stoicism and focusing on things that only I have control of and not concerning myself with the outside world or factors that I don't have any control of. Before this, I used to do that a lot, and it's like it takes a lot to do carnivore and to have some big weight loss goal or something like that. So I need to have all of my energy just focused on that goal versus all of those other things. But there's so many good like short videos on that Daily Stoic site, and I highly recommend people to check it out. But you said you also you have a YouTube channel of your own, Rob?
Yeah, and I've been interviewed a couple times. Like one was by a semi-retired Bob and also Kimberly, who's your moderator there. Me and her talk quite a bit. So,
Kimberly's the best.
Yeah, she has a tendency to poke that sharp stick in my ass, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that?
Sure.
So I got to give her a lot of credit, and she's very, very positive with me. And we do have conversations on the phone that are separate from our channels, and we try and support one another. And I think she's got a very her background is in nursing. I think she's really got a lot to offer once her channel gets going more. She's a very, very intelligent lady.
Yes, absolutely. And she's just a great person. She's been every time I do a video, she's commenting, she's helping, she's offering to moderate. And let me just show this real quick. This is the Kimberly we're talking about, Kimberly Lane. And I'm subscribed. Everyone watching, go subscribe to Kimberly. Let's get her up there. There's 216 subscribers she has. What do we got? Like 700 people on here. We could almost get her to 1,000 subscribers. So she's just wonderful. And I think she's going to be on later. She's welcome on anytime to jump on and talk. So that's Kimberly. And then Rob, you have your own YouTube channel we can shout out?
Yeah, I do. It's Robert Bubba Baker. I guess Robert _Bubba _Baker. And the funny thing is that when I started the carnivore channel, I don't know if you don't mind me telling you this, I actually had a kind of a goofy little thing going on where I'd noodle on the guitar on YouTube and I'd send it to my friends to be a bit of a pain in the backside. And I'm a huge blues fan. And I ended up having a panic attack before I started the carnivore diet this time because of a incident that had happened that affected my PTSD. But so I was sitting in Starbucks one day, and a buddy of mine who I've done a bunch of machine work on his properties, phoned me up and said, "Rob, you need to get off your ass and get that YouTube channel going. You're sitting there doing nothing." And I said, "Well, I was told to sit back and relax." And I basically said, "Who the bleep are you to tell me?" And he sent me a link. Him and his wife have 3 channels with over 22 million subscribers. And I had no idea that he was a YouTuber. So he came down and talked to me for 3 hours and kind of got me going. Then I started making changes, and a week later he phones me up and he yells at me again and said, "You're not talking, you're not talking." So then I really sat down and like, okay, what am I going to talk about? So I started the thing about the carnivore deal, but you know, then it slowly started getting a little better, a little better, a little better. And then my son came back from university in Japan, and I was all proud of myself that I was doing this thing. And he says to me, he says, "Papa," he says, "Oh, I got something I need to show you." And I said, "What is it?" Well, he was doing YouTube in Japan. He showed me one video. He had 8.8 million views on it.
Wow.
I felt like a peanut. I said, "I'll just do whatever the bleep you tell me. I'll just shut up."
Put you to shame.
Pardon me?
He put you to shame.
Oh, beyond. And but you know, he's such a good guy, and he was so humble. He didn't want to tell me because I guess he kind of wanted me to have my little moment. And so we actually came at it with a perspective, because when I started, before he got home, I started like, "Oh, I need to get this, I need to get that." And then I went and saw some people I know because of what I do. You never know where I'm working. So I got one friend, Klein, who's got a private server and telecom company, that his buddy was building servers, and his son and his stepson were doing YouTube. And then they went and looked at some studios, and a guy there almost had me convinced in spending 10 grand, which I didn't have to do. And then when my son came home, he says, no. He says, "Well, just use your iPhone 13. And that's basically all we use. The only thing I've done is, other than that, is I bought a stylus. We use some free software on the phone for doing animation. I bought a Bluetooth keyboard and mouse. It sits in a bag, so if I end up at like Starbucks or something and I got time to kill, I'll just open everything up and make a lab right on the table and use the phone. And the only time we use his gaming computer is for something like this, or after the video is uploaded, we go in and put the end tags on. That's it.
That's
So
wonderful.
like even with all my guitar stuff, everything goes through the mic right into the iPhone. There's very, very little editing. I know sometimes I have a tendency to drop the odd F-bomb if I get a little emotional. Like it, you know, I have lost some people with that. Some people comment on that, but I just want to keep it real and be honest with who I am.
Right.
And yeah, you don't need to spend money or too much money to have any kind of success or be good at like doing thumbnails or anything like that. What you need to do is, instead of running around and shopping for the latest gear, is actually just focus on putting the work in and improving your channel.
Yeah, absolutely. Great advice. So a lot of people want to start YouTube and they have that kind of excuse. I got to go buy an expensive camera or something. Almost all of these cameras nowadays, that camera is amazing. It's crazy, the technology. It's all you need. Plus, it's easy. You can just record it on the phone and you can load it right to YouTube. You don't have to take a memory card and put it on a computer and edit it. And that's really cool. So Robert Bubba Baker, everyone check out his channel too. I got it here on the screen. Great name. Give him some subscribes. You can give him some love. And That's awesome what you're doing. Your thumbnails look great too, by the way. That's really cool.
Yeah. It's my son got me onto that. And now basically I do all the thumbnails myself after what he taught me. And we try and kind of make it a little bit different to stand out, but it kind of is what it is. And I guess just never give up. And I think the other thing too, as far as YouTube advice goes, you really shouldn't be afraid at looking at other stuff than just carnivore stuff. I think we have a tendency to stay in our box a little bit, and I'd like to see people think out of the box, especially as far as what they're doing for themselves. If I never thought out of the box, I wouldn't have taken that jump in the ocean the other day, right? So you got to keep your mind open and allow things to come in and really be close to the energy that's within you now that your mind is clearer and you're getting that crap out.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff. Thank you so much, Rob. We got more super chats here. I was going to shout out quick, but everyone check out Rob on Facebook. And let's see, where are we at here now? This one. From Kim, $20 super chat. God bless you. Go Carnivore movie. I stopped snoring after the first week. Inflammation left in my knees. No brain fog. No up and down in my blood sugar. I'm 58 years old. That's awesome. Congratulations. Another $20. That gets up to 40. Loving your video, Kerry. Stumbled upon your channel one day. Carnivore for a year and a half. Life-changing in many ways. Awesome. Donald Jr., $2. Thank you so much. Can't say that name, but $10 up to 20. Previously supported through your GoFundMe, but with my match today, wanted to further help. Oh, that's so generous of you. Thank you so much. Wish I could give more because what you're doing is so important. Thank you. Thank you. Anything you give is a huge help, and I really appreciate it. Donald, $2 super sticker. Thank you. Mary, $10 up to 20. This is so inspirational. I'm 64. No more pain from fibromyalgia, no IBS, no medication. Please consider a Sally K. Norton interview in the future. Yes, I am considering it. I get that comment so many times. Oxalate dumping is a real issue for me and so many others. I have to do that for sure because I get that a couple times a day, asking if I know who Sally K. Norton is. And then we have one more, $20 up to 40. Thank you so much. Namada Watt, $20 up to 40. Amazing. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, Adam, go ahead. Oh, I think you might be muted, Adam.
Sorry. There was background noise. Somebody has background noise. That's why I had it muted to make sure it wasn't me. So, but right now we're at $3,060 donated, doubled to $6,120.
Wow.
Great job, guys.
Look at that. We're 6. What are we at, Emma? Give them the clock.
6 hours and 43 minutes.
Every 5 minutes, I'm going to say that to you.
42.
Amazing. So we're almost 3.5 hours in.
Kerry, you want to have Emma do some helping here?
Yeah.
So go to the GoFundMe page, the front end, and then click see all on the donations. And there's over 50 on there if you want to give a shout out to those people.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, good call. I didn't even think of that. And huge shout out to Adam and Alia. Thank you guys so much. I can barely keep up right now, and you guys handling this is just great. So let me see. I'm going to the GoFundMe, the donations, and all of the recent ones. Let me make sure this is the page I can do here.
Yeah. So it looks like Sandra Johnson was the first one 3 hours ago.
Oh, wow. So many. And comments, too. Sandra, you said? I see a GN, maybe a little bit more. Gina. Oh, there we go. There we go. I found it. Okay, I'm going to share this. This is crazy. Look at all these. Oh, my goodness. So, Sandra, $10 3 hours ago. Thank you, Sandra. Janet Abbott. Fred Hammond, Pan Chabur, Matthew Simpson, $50, Brett Miner, $50, Amy Bills, $10, Gina Wood, $25. Again, guys, every single one of these is being doubled by a generous donator who doesn't want me to share his name, but he's awesome and he's a carnivore, and I thank him so much. Gina said, I think this is a great idea. I knew nothing about carnivore until 2023. It's life-changing, and I want others to learn about it. I was totally opposite of carnivore my whole life until 2023. All right, this is kind of a long one, but
awesome.
Let's go real quick. Osteoarthritis, snoring, almost daily headaches, sleep issues, cravings, anxiety, depression, all gone. Thank you so much, Gina. $50 from Liv. GN Felius, $10. Donna Peters. Carrie is working tirelessly with the end goal of improving the health and lives of others. What's not to love? Thank you so much. Luke, Lisa, Terry, Rochelle, $10. Christine, Mel, Barry, $100. My goodness, that's up to $200. Sylvia, up to $200. Christine, Carnivore has changed my life, and I'm so happy to be a part of the community and support the documentary. Thank you, Carrie, for all you're doing. Thank you so much. $100. Susan, $50 from Andrew, $10 from Carrie, Forrest, Crystal, Melanie, Tamaris, Heidi, Mary, Anthony, Elizabeth. See that one?
Liz.
That's Grandma Liz. That's my mom. Mom, jump on already. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Mom's going to be on here too. My mom has lost a lot of weight on carnivore. She did one of the first live streams with you and me. How long ago was that, Emma?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Like a long time ago, like 60 days or 90 days ago. Yeah, so Mom's going to jump on later. Thank you, Mom. Bruce, Sandy, Lisa, Keith, Marlene, Carrie, and family have been truly amazing in hyping up carnivore. I love the interviews, and I'm sure going to love the documentary. Thank you. Susan Hampton. Susan is awesome. She's always leaving great comments. Freda Perry. Carnivore Diet has improved my life so much I can barely recognize myself. Thank you so much, Carrie, and for your family. Therese, Rosalie, Barbara, Kristen, Stephanie, Anita, Rosalind, Stan Roberts, $100 going to $200. Unbelievable. First off, Kerry and Emma, 10-hour carnivore marathon. Wow, loving it. You two rock. We'll see. We got 6 hours and 40. Are you going to make it, Emma? 6:40. You going to hang in there? You got to start talking now. Maria and Nikki, amazing. So many generous people. I thank you so much. You guys are what's making it happen. We're going to find more bills because of you guys. So thank you so much. Anyone else? Let's see right here. We got Matt. Matt, thank you. Sorry for the wait. I saw you sitting down there for a while. I finish the last story first. I'm getting a little echo. Can you hear me okay, Matt?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind, Matt, can you tell me a little about yourself and your backstory? Oops.
I've been on the carnivore diet for just over 30 days now. I started officially on 7/1, so July 1st, and I started at 404 pounds, and I've lost, as of my last weigh-in, 28 pounds. So only 30 days so far, and it's been a great change. My mental clarity is a lot better. I heard another gentleman earlier talking about just not being able to think of words and this, that, and the other, and that's starting to come back. I'm able to talk better, articulate language better. The weight loss is like only a part of it, obviously, and it's been just great to have all of this weight loss but then all these other things, and it's just pretty awesome.
That's amazing.
Wow.
I was going to say there that Matt, you're doing it the right way. 1 pound a day almost. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, that's
for sure.
So you're 30 days. Sorry, I keep hearing an echo. Are you guys hearing an echo when I talk?
Yeah.
There is an echo because if you have a video running and you're not on mute, it's going back and forth.
Yeah, I don't have any other windows open. Oh, there we go. We're good now.
No, but for this now it's okay because Matt muted his own.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I think I was getting an echo through you, Matt. Matt, I was going to ask you. So you started 30 days ago. What kind of convinced you to get started, and what was your big barrier to entry to get started?
Well, my big thing was what started me on it was I was actually watching Jordan Peterson, and he was talking about it on one of his videos that he was on the lion diet, and so I started researching his diet, and I ran across Carnivore Diet, and I'm like, oh, this is very similar, and so I started watching all of your videos and seeing all these videos with Ken Berry and everybody, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is like something I need, because I was dealing with fatigue constantly. Like I would go to bed at night and literally wake up more tired in the morning than when I went to bed at night, and that has changed drastically now. I wake up in the morning ready to go. It is night and day difference, and it's just insane how awesome this is.
Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. I had the same thing as you, Matt. I'd wake up and I was more tired than when I went to sleep. It just didn't seem like it made any sense whatsoever. And on Carnivore, I keep telling people this, but worth the price of admission alone, the sleep I've been getting for the last 130 days or so. Just it's life-changing. You get that bad sleep, it affects all parts of your life. Your immune system gets weaker, you get sicker easier, and yeah. Any other things you've noticed in the last 30 days or so?
Well, I've stopped snoring. That's a nice thing.
Yes.
It's just so much. I mean, the list goes on and on. And because I've got more energy, I'm going out and for walks and stuff like that I didn't used to. It's quite kind of crazy to know that there's just been so much just from changing what I'm eating.
Right. So what's your plans going forward? Are you like a carnivore for life, or are you trying to go like 100 days and see how it goes? And
well, my goal initially was just to hit the 30 days, but then now I'm pushing more for the long term, and I'm just going to try to see how far it goes. I've been mostly, like eating bacon, butter, beef, and eggs. That's actually been really good.
Yeah.
I actually found out I have 3 kids. My daughter, she doesn't care for it too much, but my boys, they are all over the BBBE. They are just constantly. I make that, and they're there lining up with their bowls and plates and stuff like that just to have some, because they just love it. And yeah, I'm trying to convince my wife to go on it, because she deals with a lot of depression and anxiety and sleep issues and stuff like that. And I'm just hoping that I can get her on it so that she can definitely see the benefits and stuff like that. And my clothes are fitting better and stuff like that. And it's just, it's pretty awesome just to feel that. And my skin's gotten a lot better. I've been dealing with a lot of dry skin and different issues like that, and that's gotten way better too.
That's awesome. That's so cool. I'm so happy for you, because you're on day 30. I remember on day 30, I felt a million times better, and people were telling me it's just going to get better, and it gets better. So stick it out, Matt. When you hit day 50, you're going to be like, wow, I feel even better than day 30. And then when you hit day 100, the sleep gets better, the mood gets better, everything just seems to keep improving. So that's awesome. Do you have any YouTube channel or anything you want to shout out while you're on?
Yeah, my channel is On the Journey too. I tried to do On the Journey, but somebody else had that. But what I also been drinking the Element, the electrolytes, because when I first started, about a week in, I started getting cramps and stuff like that, and so I was like, yeah, I should probably get some more electrolytes. So I ended up picking up the Element. from one of your links, and then I also ended up getting like magnesium and potassium and stuff like that I've been having. If I don't have the element, I actually at least take those supplements.
Nice. Yeah, that can be important when you're first starting out. So awesome. So on the journey too, everyone go check out Matt's YouTube channel, give him some love and support. Thank you so much, Matt, for sharing. Really appreciate it. We got a new person in here too. Amanda.
Hello.
Carnivore, how are you?
I'm good. How
Yes,
are you?
everyone like this. Everyone like this.
Yeah.
Yay. Amanda, you were the first person to respond and say you were coming on, and I was so happy. I had a big smile on my face. I watch so many YouTube channels, but I've been watching yours for a long time, and I know Emma's been watching too.
I've got goosebumps.
Yeah,
got goosebumps.
Emma's the one that got the stand-up paddleboard. We got it all set up, but we haven't used it yet. We've been doing too many carnivore videos, but we're gonna get out there and use that thing.
Do it before it gets too cold.
I know that's what's gonna happen. But man,
Scott and I actually went paddleboarding yesterday.
Nice. I mean this sincerely. I said this the other day. I've been watching your YouTube videos for a long time. I haven't watched them in like a month, and then I just caught one a couple days ago. You look great. You look like just in the time that you and I spoke, you can see the progress and your demeanor, everything. You look happier, you look brighter, you look great. So congratulations. I'm so happy for you. When we were talking, I think you were just about to hit 1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're past 1 year now and you're just killing it.
I'm at 13 months now. That's funny enough. I actually did my 13-month video release today. And yeah, it's been a heck of a whirlwind on this journey.
Yes. I love your channel. One of the things that's so cool, everyone check out Amanda's channel if you haven't already, Carnivorous Me on YouTube. I'm going to show it here in a second, but it's so awesome because you've documented things so well. And that's what I want to do with the Carnivore Diet movie is document people for a year. But you've already got it. You've already documented. You got going from the walker to where you are now, hiking, paddleboarding, and everything. So I'm really excited for this documentary and really want to have you as a part of it because your story is just so amazing and it continues too. But I'm sorry, I'm rambling now. Amanda, would you mind just for people that aren't familiar with you yet, maybe just a quick intro and a little backstory?
Yeah, I've been, obviously, I already said, doing carnivore for the past 13 months. When I started my journey, I was 360 pounds at 32 using a walker because I was in such severe pain from my back, the weight, I have 3 autoimmune diseases. I started with 17 comorbidities. I had type 2 diabetes, fatty liver, literally the list went on. And throughout my journey, I've shared all of this, actually share all of my blood work. I get it done every 3 months or so, as well as my doctor visits, because my doctors have been wonderful. My cardiologist actually recently let me record our conversation to share it with everybody. And yeah, pretty much I was a binge eater my entire life. I learned that emotions were dealt with by eating through my mom. I watched her be a size 4 and she'd just eat like pounds of chocolate at the time. And I don't have the same genetics that she does. And so I just went through some traumatic childhood things and life, got the best of me and boom, there I was, 360 pounds. I have a background in physical therapy. I've been in the field for over 10 years. It got to the point where I had to stop seeing patients because I was so ill myself. And I ended up in the hospital June of last year thinking I was going to die. And I remember my pivotal moment was I looked over at my husband and I could just see the worry and sickness on his face. And my husband's tall and slender. And I remember looking at him realizing, God, what have I turned his life into? He's turned into a caregiver pretty much. And he's 16 years older than I am. And he is in much better health than me. And that was when it hit me that I'd been being selfish in choosing that moment of eating something to feel good in that very moment over my own future, my family's future. I was literally trading Amanda's future for Amanda 2 seconds of relief right now. And that's when everything just kind of shifted for me. And as you said, Carrie, went from using a walker within, I think, 6 weeks. I was off the walker to then I started biking and paddleboarding, and I can hike over 8 miles without having to sit down, because that was a big thing, having to sit every few hundred feet for me. Oh, and the biggest thing too is I have reversed my type 2 diabetes. I am no longer a diabetic, and people like get all astonished about this. I am not in remission. I actually have completely reversed my type 2 diabetes and my fatty liver. And I went from 17 comorbidities to now I am down to 4. 3 of them are still autoimmune. Those, they just hang around.
Amazing. So amazing. I can't remember, Amanda, if I said this to you or if it was my thought after we talked last time, but do you still have the walker?
I do.
And
I actually cleaned out the garage 2 days ago, and I'm not getting rid of that sucker. I had a cane and I had like a standard walker, but the rolling walker is what I used. That sucker's staying put, because every time I go in the garage now, when I walk to the deep freezer to get my meat out,
Yes.
I have to look at it to see it.
I was telling the guys here about your story earlier, and this thought I had about your walker. Have you seen the movie Office Space?
I have not.
Oh, well, there's one scene. There's these office workers, and there's this one scene where they take their fax machine out into a field with baseball bats and just beat the crap out of it because they hate the fax machine. I was thinking that you should do that with the walker and then hang it up on the wall afterwards. But you're already looking at it, so that's pretty awesome. That's so cool.
Maybe one day I will donate it to someone, because let me tell you, those things are not cheap in the least.
Right.
One day maybe I will donate it to someone that is needing it.
Yes. Yeah. So everyone here. So go ahead.
I was going to say, Kerry, can I just say to Amanda, I watched your first video from the UK with my wife, and we both cried very emotionally. But I knew you would do this, and everyone I watch now, I've got a big cheesy grin on my face, and I'm so proud of you. I started my carnivore journey 2 months before you, and I sound like a blubbering fan, but I'm so proud of you. Amazing.
I really appreciate that. I really do.
You're welcome.
Awesome.
I'm right there with Alex. When I first started Carnivore, Amanda's channel was one of the ones that was my go-to, and your journey and your transformation and just inspiration from your channel is second to none. I absolutely love it. I like the what you're doing now with the series with James Clear's stuff. It's incredible. I love it. And I actually use one of your quotes, or not quotes, but one of your ideas all the time when people talk about if they can't give up this or they can't give up that or whatever. And you always say, well, give yourself permission to actually, eat the things that you want, but you have to go walk to the store to get it. I just love that.
Mm-hmm. That is still, it's something I still do to this day. If I want dark chocolate, I have to walk or bicycle to get there. And it stops me every time. Not because I'm lazy, but that 2 seconds of pleasure, it's not worth the hour of going there and then coming back. It's just not worth it. And it really makes you stop and slow down. And this is from James Clear from the Atomic Habits book. If you have not read it, I strongly suggest reading it. I'm doing a synopsis every week on each chapter on my channel, but the book, still read it, is putting small barriers or even big barriers into place to make us pause on these automatic things we do, like eating out of a chip bag while you watch TV. Stop eating out of chip bags, because it's just this automated function that you can just keep going. And the next thing you know, you've eaten the entire bag of chips. Right. Put small barriers, put like a handful in a bowl if you're going to eat that. Not that I suggest eating chips, but you know what I mean? These small things make a huge difference.
For sure. Yeah. That's amazing. You're so inspirational. Like how do you handle that, Amanda? Obviously it's a nice thing to have, but I assume you're probably having this. I'm getting this a lot lately. I'll get a comment and someone's like, I saw your video, it inspired me. And then they'll give me their whole story, and they're beautiful. They're amazing. But then you get another one and another one and another one. And it fires me up, and I want to do more videos. But it's also, it's like, takes a little bit of a toll to some degree. I mean, how do you deal with that?
It can be overwhelming, but in a good way. The one thing I always ask people, please don't put me on a pedestal. And that's why I share every time I stumble, I share it, because it's like, I have had people reach out to me and they're like, oh, you've been so perfect on this journey. I'm like, no, I have not been perfect. I have fallen on my face so many times. It's ridiculous. And that is one thing that I really don't want anybody to do, because the minute you put someone on a pedestal, when they then don't meet your ideals and what you imagine them, then it's like, oh, that person sucks. And it's like, don't do that to me. I'm just another human being. But I do, I got a story last night, and of course I always share them with Scott, my husband, makes him cry. That's how I share this. I share it with him, share a little of the sweetness with him, and then we talk about it. And he's my rock through all this.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow. This is great. Thank you so much for coming on here, Amanda. I really appreciate it. You gave me such good advice last time too when we talked. You said one really important thing, which I'd thought about, but I didn't put a lot of thought in, was having the whole heart disease and heart health section in the Carnivore Diet documentary. And it's like, duh, of course, it's critically important. I have heart issues of my own. That was part of the reason I didn't ever want to start Carnivore. But I can't remember. I think I might have emailed you this, but I don't remember if I did. But Dr. Ovadia, I finally got a hold of him, and I'm doing a video with him. And he actually emailed me and said he's interested in talking more about the documentary. So I got a good feeling that he's going to want to be involved, which would just be wonderful.
Yeah, I did probably a couple months. Things merged together in my mind at this point, but he was a great conversation. I mean, he really, really was. And I'm super glad that he's going to be, one, doing the interview, but two, also part of the video, because that is, I think, one of the biggest concerns people express to me is, oh, the saturated fats. You might lose weight and yeah, you reverse type 2 diabetes, but buddy, your heart's going to give out any second. And it's like, not the case, not the case. So I'm super glad, because I think that is a huge hang up for people. I don't know how everyone else feels, but I think that's a huge hang up for people, is the cardiac aspect of eating so much saturated fat.
It's the by far the biggest thing I hear all the time on YouTube, but also in private life. People are like, "Oh, Kerry, you lost so much weight. That's great, but yeah, I want to see those LDL numbers." They're basically like, "You're probably just going to drop dead any second now," and that's what they think. I think, Amanda, you said this. I know Dr. Ovadia said it, but you had some good quotes when we spoke last time. Dr. Ovadia has been talking a lot lately about if you have poor metabolic health, you're 6x more likely to have heart disease. Versus poor LDL, it's like 1.6x or something like that. It's literally 6 times worse, but nobody talks about the poor metabolic health. And you look around now, almost everybody has poor metabolic health. The people that are saying to me, I want to see your LDL, you're going to die of a heart attack, they have horrible metabolic health, and they're not even considering it or questioning it or thinking about it. And I don't blame them, because a lot of them don't know, but everyone just has that programmed in their brain. You're going to clog your arteries and die of a heart attack if you eat anything.
There's some nuance there too. And it's not that they are necessarily wrong in a sense, but here's the thing. This is why I tell people, saturated fat in the presence of carbs and sugar, it is very dangerous, because what happens, in my cardiologist, we had such a long conversation. I had to cut some of it down in the video, so I don't remember exactly when it went out. But his agreement was metabolic health is smoking, metabolic health are the 2 most important things for cardiac health. He's like, I don't care if your LDL is 400. If you are metabolically healthy, he said, it matters. Why are you worrying about your LDL when you are a severe diabetic, uncontrolled, and you're smoking? Who cares about your LDL and a statin when all of this else is going wrong? So Dr. Ovadia and I talked about this, but so did my cardiologist, because I don't have cardiac problems. My PCP was just like, you have high cholesterol, go see a cardiologist. I'm like, okay. But I did look into, for those that you didn't know, I actually looked into, my cardiologist is ketovore. And I just absolutely lucked into finding him. Because where I live, it is heavily vegan up here, heavily vegan in the area that I live in, Washington State. So.
Wow, you hit the gold mine with that one. That'd be hard to find. That's cool.
I did.
Wow. So, well, thank you so much, Amanda, for coming on. You're welcome to stay as long as you want. I know you're busy if you want to jump off or whatever. I really appreciate it. But everyone, go check out Carnivores Me. Do you have anything else you want to shout out, or anything else that's got coming up?
If you are considering doing carnivore, but you're iffy about it, do your research. And here's the thing, and this is the one thing that my brain, like, It's morning time. I'm still having my butter coffee, so I'm a little slow this morning. Saturated fat in the presence of carbs and sugar is dangerous, but not in the presence. It's not. Sugar and carbs cause inflammation. Our LDL cholesterol is like, it's like a Band-Aid that's trying to cover, what did Dr. Obadia said? It's like having a plaster wall that has a crack in it. The inflammation causes the crack, so then our body plasters cholesterol on top of it in our arteries to Band-Aid it, but then it cracks through again. So they keep Band-Aiding it, and eventually you get clogged arteries. If you don't have that inflammation, then your body doesn't repeatedly have to Band-Aid your arteries, which means you're not going to have any cardiac issues. And if you're super interested too, on my carnivore-centric.com website, I have my start, my middle, my in-between, and my current blood work, as well as the advanced cardiac panels that my cardiologist does. Go check it out. It is life-changing. Whether you're super sick and obese or you're not, it is night and day difference. And I promise you, you will not regret it.
Yes. And one of the things Amanda told me, which was very helpful, because I'm going to do my blood work. I'm going to put it on YouTube. I'm going to share it with everybody. But my mom went and got hers done, and she was just freaking out. And Amanda was like, no, you got to get this one, this one, this one. And you gave me the specific one. So a question, Amanda. So I'm on, what am I on now, Emma? I don't even know anymore. I'm a couple months in. I've heard a couple people say wait 6 months. You seem to know a lot about this. Does it matter, or should I give it till 6 months before I do my blood work first?
Have you done your baseline blood work already?
Shortly before going, yeah, I haven't.
Do that ASAP. Anybody watching this, if you are thinking about starting it, it doesn't matter where you're at. If you have not done your baseline blood work, do it. And here's the reason. Let's say your baseline blood work, your LDL cholesterol is 400, just whatever, a number I'm throwing out. And then 3 months later, it's 320. Because most of the time, it actually, depending on genetics, that's a key with LDL, but you will not know which direction your cardiac or even your metabolic numbers are going unless you have a baseline. My triglycerides were 343. If I hadn't had a baseline, when I had a slight spike one time happen, I would have been like, oh my God, this is killing me. But because I had the original number to reference, it's like, oh no, this has actually gone down a lot. Get them done ASAP. You can do 3 to 6 months for the advanced cardiac. So there's 2 different tests you can do. It's called NMR, Nancy, Mary, Roberta, the NMR blood panel, or you can do the cardiac IQR. That R is very important. Advanced panel. You can do one or the other. They're about the same. Those take longer to change because it's measuring particle, like the number of particle sizes for each different kind of cholesterol cell. I'm doing mine every 6 months because it is a very costly test, and my insurance would be real mad if I did it every 3 months. However, things like A1C, fasting insulin, I think every 3 months is a good metric for those. And they're not nearly as expensive as the other ones. So get your baseline done tomorrow, like ASAP, get that done.
Yeah, great advice. I'm going to do that for sure. I just want to say thank you so much, Amanda, for everything you're doing. It's awesome how you're documenting everything. My friend Alex, who just stepped away, he's my brother from another mother on the other side of the sea. I feel like Amanda's my sister from another mother. We both love dogs. We're both carnivores. We both love Jordan Peterson. It's awesome. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for shouting out this live stream. It's crazy what's going on today. I mean, I didn't know what to expect, but Adam, do you know like roughly what it's at now?
We are at $3,300 donated and doubled to $6,600.
It's amazing.
Nice.
Unbelievable.
That's
So
awesome.
Amanda, I think I mentioned Emma and I are going to visit Bill, and Bill could jump on here anytime. He wanted to join this today. I was like, no pressure. If you want to, great. And he said he's going to do it because he wants to do some live streams. He's like, this is a good way to kind of get into it. So it doesn't just have to be one-on-one. But Emma and I are heading out there, and now we're like, after Bill, we could just start going other places and just keep filming now as we have the funds to do it with this. So just amazing. Everyone's been so generous. The carnivore community is just blows my mind every single time. But thank you, Amanda, so much for shouting it out too, because I'm sure that helped a lot. Just a lot of people jumping on.
I watched, I don't remember which the documentary was. There was a comment on my channel, and she's like, I've been researching veganism and then carnivore. And she's like, I'm so confused. There is a documentary, God Lord, I wish I could remember what it was, but it was promoting veganism. And Greg, what is that doctor? He's always on YouTube. He's a vegan doctor, Greg something or rather. I'm really terrible with names. Anyways, he's all about veganism. And he literally straight-faced, I just was angry watching this because I fast-forwarded, watched it. He literally, with a straight face, is on this documentary, and he's like, sugar does not cause diabetes.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm like, are you, like, I normally don't curse, but I'm like, are you bleeping kidding me? Why? And this is on Netflix. Why would you be telling people that? Like, that is the biggest blatant lie. He's like, fat does. It's like, oh my God. I was infuriated watching it. So then, of course, I had this like mile-long message back to her, the lady. I was like, these doctors are literally lying and tweaking just these little things to make their statements not 100% false.
Right.
But I was like, they are absolutely lying. So that's why I'm like, you know what? We need a carnivore documentary to like clearly, succinctly explain this without that, how do I say this? Sadly, a lot of media, it's about getting the right angle on things and not being fully truthful, just to get people on your side versus actually giving them the information, letting them decide themselves.
So true. 100%. And I want the Carnivore Diet documentary truthful, factual. I think, Amanda, we were talking about this a little bit earlier, but like some of the most popular people that people love, like Dr. Jordan Peterson, like Joe Rogan, like yourself, like Dante from Frigno Freedom, you give us the truth. You stumble, you tell us about it. People are desperate for the truth because so much of the stuff is just like you said. It's always there's a little bit of a bias or there's money involved or something, and they're trying to steer you in some direction. And a lot of it's just blatant lies like that. It's just jaw-dropping what it is. And so, yeah, that's craziness, but that's the big goal with this is just the truth. Just put the truth out there. People can see the truth. They can see the examples of real people like yourself and other people, and then they can decide what to do with it without some bias or a secret agenda in there to try to do. Because we don't have anything to sell at the end like other people tend to have. It's like you do carnivore diet, you go eat meat. Like it's not going to really help me or anyone else very much.
Right.
But everything else has some hidden agenda or bias, and it's trying to push someone in a direction of buying a pill or eating more sugar. That's like everything in the world right now.
That is exactly it. The diet industry has absolutely, well, in the pharmaceutical, they kind of tie together. They have ruined people because one, they want instant results, which is unrealistic and not permanent. But two, it's like, I told people, if someone is trying to say, take a pill, take this shake, take this meal plan, I'm like, it's not a permanent fix. Are you going to be buying these meal plans until you're 90? Like, if you can't learn how to heal yourself with, choosing what you're eating, it's not going to work. Pills don't work. We are too complex of beings to take a pill to solve the problem. There is not one drug that I know about on this earth that doesn't have side effects because they don't truly know the breakdown. It's like having billions of light switches. This is what I like to explain. It's having billions of light switches in our body. Some are on, some are off. They give you a pill and they're like, oh, it turns these 3 on. That's good. They have no idea how many other ones it flips on or off and the detrimental effect that it's going to have down the road.
Right. Wow. I love it how you put it that way. Yeah. It's all facts. It's all truth. All the pills I was on before this, I keep showing people my big bin of pills. So they didn't do anything for me. As like you said, they were supposed to be temporary. I don't need any of them now. And it's, yeah, you're absolutely right. I love that analogy too, because even some of them too, I fell for the statin one too. And I was on statins. I had Dr. Chaffee on before, and he was giving me some just crazy stats about statins and like, you're going to get like 5 at most after taking these statins your entire life. You could take them for 20 or 30 years. You may get like 5 more days on your life or something. And then all those switches, to your point, what are all the different side effects and interactions with all the other drugs causing from taking those? It's craziness. Wow.
I saw a couple comments actually. People are talking about the CAC scan, the coronary artery calcium scan. This depends, obviously, country, but in the US, most insurances will not pay for it, especially, I don't know, for Washington State, but depending on where you live, it's about $100-ish out of pocket to do it yourself, by the way. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But the thing is it only checks for hard plaque, not soft plaque, and soft plaque eventually turns into hard plaque. So I just saw that and wanted to mention that.
You're so good with all the tests and everything. I know you've done a couple of videos in the past. Are you going to do more? Or do you have some? I would love to just go send people, like, go to Amanda's video, because it's like you just said, there's this and this, but then there's always a little bit of nuance to it. And it's so tricky for myself, and I know for other people out there. Everyone just goes like, what's your LDL number? That's it. That's the baseline. That's all they think about. There's so much nuance to that too. It's such a tricky thing. Like, how did you figure all this out? Just trial and error, or from talking to Dr. Ovadia, or?
Well, I mean, I've been in the healthcare field, so part of it is just the background of understanding it, and then just deep diving. My background is in the physical therapy, so I have a lot of biology and, kind of background. And just literally deep diving into it. Even before Dr. Ovadia, my cardiologist has been great, and he kind of pointed me some directions of like, okay, if you want to learn more about this, this is the area to go to. And that's just kind of like, I just consumed all the information and kind of went from there.
Nice. Yeah. Well, you're the best. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Kerry. If anybody wants to know, like, the minutia with numbers and blood tests and all these sorts of tests, Amanda does a really good job of breaking all that stuff down. I could never do that. So I'm glad that there's channels out there like yours, Amanda, that is able to really go through that in a really thoughtful way and break it down for people.
Yeah, I did an old video of the breakdown of LDL-C and all that. Probably need, because that's like, oh golly, 6 months old. I probably should update it a bit and redo that one, because as I said, I think that's people's biggest concern. And it's like I think it's like the most minor thing on the scale for me. Okay. And the thing is like, I don't know, how have your guys' cholesterol been? My LDL-C actually has gone down like 5 points from the time I started.
I've never had blood tests done, so I have no idea where it's at. I might do it here in a month or so, maybe.
Do it.
Yeah, that'll be about my 6-month mark. So we'll try it then.
Yeah,
I feel great. So
yeah, and the thing is like, I don't suggest people do it in the sense of like, I find it's just more interesting, and how do I say this? It holds more merit, right? Because feeling good is subjective, but having the blood test and showing, okay, this is where I started to this is where I go. It's like, how can you argue with that? People are like, oh, your LDL cholesterol through the roof. And it's like, actually, it's gone down 5 points, even though I eat a crap ton of saturated fat. And so there's no argument there. People can't argue with the numbers. That's why I like using them personally.
Yeah. That's
I
definitely
wish I had mine done initially, but that wasn't a concern at all. It was just, I got to get this fat off of me so I could tie my shoes and breathe while I'm doing it.
Yeah, that's important.
Right.
Measurements too. I messed up on that one too. I always tell people, do your measurements, and it's one of the things I wish I could go back in time and do. As for the documentary, for sure, anyone starting, the blood work and the measurements, and of course the weight, but measurements are huge too. So much water fluctuation, and you build some muscle, and then it seems like you're kind of stalling, but maybe you're actually doing pretty good, but you're not really tracking the right things.
Yeah. Kerry, can I just say big thanks again for today, because just looking at the YouTube studio, I've had 50 new subs in about an hour. Awesome. So can I just say a big shout out to everybody, but thanks to you, mate, for all your help.
Oh,
sorry for the change of subject, but that's crazy, 50 in an hour.
Yeah. Amanda, I'm going to embarrass Alex now here, but did you see my video with Alex or no?
I started watching it this morning. I did not finish it though.
So here's the funny thing, Amanda. I have Alex's picture on my phone, and I've shown it to 350 people at this point. I had Dr. Barry on the channel like 2 weeks ago. I was like, Dr. Barry, indulge me for a second. I pulled the picture out. I showed it to Dr. Baker, Dr. Chaffee, and Dr. Hampton. So Alex is reversed aging. He's I show his before and after picture, and I ask people to guess how old he is. He's 65 years old. And Dr. Berry, what did Dr. Berry guess? 38 or something?
He didn't have his glasses on.
Dr. Chaffee was like 40, maybe 40. But it was really
Dr.
cool.
Hampton said 55. I was a bit disappointed with that.
Yeah.
But he looks 40, 35, 40 anyway. He looks amazing.
Right. Dr. Berry, as he always does, he just says some wisdom. He dropped some wisdom or knowledge on me because I said Alex has reversed aging through the carnivore diet. Everyone says that to people on carnivore. You look so much younger. Amanda, you look so much younger. They say it to me all the time. But Dr. Berry was like, no, Alex hasn't reversed aging. He's like, Kerry, I like to turn it around a little bit. Alex looks like a 65-year-old natural human should look if they were eating the natural human diet. I'm like, he's like, everyone
that's the best compliment. Sorry, that's the best compliment I've ever had. So profound. So I put that on the video and I had so many responses to it. So yeah, it's just how you look at it, isn't it? You know.
Yep. Just a little bit of a different perspective. I thank Dr. Berry for that. He's the man for sure.
That's actually a really interesting perspective, that if we didn't have all the chemicals and crap we ate, what would society actually look like in their later years?
Yeah. Imagine a child growing. I have a woman that emailed me, and she has a 1-year-old and full on carnivore, not even ketovore, and just thriving. And I'm going to have her on the channel when I get back from Alaska. I can't wait to talk to her some more. She's been doing carnivore for a while too, but yeah, just imagine a child all the way up doing carnivore that whole time. I said this earlier, but when I was talking to Dr. Baker, he just kind of threw this thing out, and it kind of really stung. I was like, well, I didn't think about that. But he's like, almost every child right now doesn't know what it's like to be a natural human. They're living with inflammation and sugar and everything, and they're never going to know what it's like their entire life. That was kind of my big recent carnivore epiphany. I was like, hey, this is what's going on. This is why I feel so great. I just feel like a natural human being is supposed to feel. It's just eating its natural diet that's it's intended to, without slowly poisoning myself with toxins and sugars and things that are causing all this horrible inflammation through my body. It's natural. So, but yeah, Dr. Chaffee was talking about that too. Imagine like a whole football team of carnivores, what that would look like. I mean, it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to imagine those things.
Hey, Kerry, real quick. Some people in the chat are saying that Bill is trying to get on the stream, but he's having trouble. So I know you might be able to help him do that.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I don't see him on here now, but yeah, maybe I'll message him and see. Let's see.
And then
trial and error in the beginning.
Right. While Kerry's doing that, Amanda, can you share a little bit about your latest video with the James Clear stuff?
So we did chapter 7, which is honestly one of my favorite. Y'all, seriously, if you are struggling, even if you're not struggling, I'm going to reach out to this man one day. This book, I normally recommend Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules first, but after reading this for the second time, this book I think is fundamental to start with, because it gives us the ability to understand why we always think we're failures with the lack of willpower, and it turns out it's not. It's just the way we have things set up. Anyways, this book teaches you how to change the habits, and getting healthy and losing weight, that is all about changing your habits. But chapter 7 is my favorite chapter, and it's the secret to self-control, because I've always been lacking self-control. When people tell me, oh, you must have amazing willpower to have lost over 120 pounds, I still have just as bad willpower yesterday as I did the day I started this. It's not gotten any better, and it's just, it's part of my personality trait. But he talks about how our environments can set us up to fail. If you have carbs and sugar, hi honey, you have carbs and sugar hanging around, it's constantly having to say, no, I'm not going to eat that. No, don't do that. You're constantly relying on willpower. But if it's out of sight, out of mind, and not in your face, you don't have to say no. They found that the people who are very successful in controlling themselves, they actually don't have more willpower than this. They just set up their environment so they don't have to say no as much. And that, like when I read that, I was like, Oh my gosh, that's exactly what it is. You're constantly having to say no. It's like willpower is a muscle. The more you use it in a small situation, it's going to fatigue and fail, and eventually you're going to give in. An example I really like using is alcoholics. If someone's an alcoholic and they know they are, and they've tried to stop, drinking, how many times offering them alcohol is it going to take before eventually they snap and just say, yes, give it to me? That is what we do to ourselves when we put ourselves in situations that we have to constantly say no. And that's what chapter 7 is about, is setting up our environment so we don't have to rely on willpower.
Yeah, that is so awesome. Yep. If anybody hasn't subscribed to Amanda's channel, go ahead and do that, because she's going through every chapter of this book, and it's really a gold mine of information that's not only going to help you with carnivore, keto lifestyle, but in your life in general. So definitely go subscribe.
Yeah. And I'm telling you guys, like, that my synopsis of these, it's not all encompassing. Read it. And if money is a thing, go to the library. I tell people this all the time. You don't have to buy it. Go to the library, rent it, read it. It will change your life. I had a gentleman that he hesitated and he finally read it, and then he emailed me in the middle of the night. At 3:00 in the morning, he emailed me. He's like, I finally read the first few chapters, and he's like, my life starts today. I'm like, how powerful is that?
That is awesome.
But can I touch on that as well, Amanda? My bête noire, or my black devil, is alcohol. Where I'm from in Liverpool, and my family, they could drink you under the table. But I'm 64 now. Amazing transformation since I've been on my diet. But that is still my little challenge, my little obstacle. I'm going to touch on it in one of my videos soon, because I think it will resonate with so many people. It's, as you say, it's the environment that you're in. There was always alcohol in our house from when I was a young boy. But whenever there was no alcohol in the house, it was not even thought about. I mean, I know that you don't mean that's the environment, but it's that environment as well, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree?
I absolutely agree. That's why people who are trying to stop drinking alcohol, they don't go to bars, because and that's part of chapter 7 too, is cutting cues off before they even start. If you go to a bar and you're alcoholic, well, the atmosphere, the smoke, the camaraderie, just like the whole atmosphere triggers you to want to drink, right? And I told people, I'm not going to go to a bakery. Why? Because I'm not an alcoholic. I'm a sugarholic. I'm not going to go to a bakery because that requires I constantly have to say no. Everything would trigger me to want to eat it. And I really feel like even drugs, alcohol, they all it's all an addiction. No matter what it is, it's all an addiction in those cues that trigger us to want to eat or consume whatever it is.
I think I used to use it as a reward or a stress buster. And they were the wrong reasons completely,
Mm-hmm.
But I'm changing.
And, on top of that too, I had a comment a while ago and it bothered me. It was months and months ago, but now I think about it. They're like, I was 8 months on my journey. You should be better than that. You should have this down pat. And I look back, I'm like, why? I've spent my entire life dealing with binge eating, learning to eat my emotions. And your expectation is in 8 months, I should have this down pat. So anybody that's watching this and that is still struggling, I don't care if you're 3 years, 5 years, 10 years down the road, and you're still struggling, these habits that we have, they are deeply rooted into our brain and they never go away. What we can do is find better habits and more deeply ingrain those. So we go to the better habit first versus the other one. And I don't want anybody to feel shamed that they are still struggling with it, because I'm 13 months in and I wouldn't say I'm actually struggling, but I have times that I do struggle, that I want to eat bad when I'm stressed. Like, it's just, don't expect perfection from ourselves. That's a huge thing.
So true.
Love it. Love it. Oh, Kerry, we'll have to do this again soon.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Where are we at?
I've been on 3 hours. I'm starting to get, I want a steak now, so I'm going to go off in a minute and have a steak. But can I come back on?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I'll say goodbye, guys. I'll sign off and I'll come back in about an hour.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay.
Alex. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Where are we at, Emma?
Where are we at, Emma?
5 hours and 51 minutes.
All right, cool.
Wow, we're almost halfway. This is crazy. Are you gonna make it the whole day?
Yeah.
Y'all's butts are gonna hurt after a while. You have to get up.
Right.
Yeah, we got some comfortable seats here, but yeah, they could be better. We should be at the big movie theater with the big reclining ones. We don't have those fancy ones yet. So one other thing, Amanda, thank you so much for you shot a message out to. It's unbelievable. It's like a 1 in a million. He's a very busy man, but
Yes.
Dr. Jordan Peterson and Michaela Peterson regarding the documentary. Thank you so much for doing that. Imagine, I can't even imagine.
It's an absolute long shot, but I'm like,
Yeah.
you know what? 1 in a million things happen all the time, so why not? And they're such a big proponent of this too, that being able to crawl to the darkness. And my thing with this is like, carnivore is not a cure in a sense. It isn't. It's not. It gave me the space to be able to deal with all my stuff, where eating all the other bad stuff, it just like didn't. It was terrible. Carnivore opened up the space to deal with life and trauma and baggage. And that is the biggest benefit of carnivore, is getting rid of all the inflammation and the sickness so you can deal with the past stuff. And they are just such a big part of this. I mean, I love Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And Michaela too. That was part of the reason I wanted to do carnivore, because she just reminded me of my daughter and all the health issues Michaela had that she got over. We were the same for my daughter, and just her little video clips and everything. So life-changing. And the fact that there was someone did a video, Jordan Peterson's IQ. Obviously it's like through the roof. He's like, when you look at someone that intelligent and they've been doing this for years and thriving on it, you have to start thinking about it a little bit more. One of the things though I think is kind of interesting, I think everything Jordan Peterson's doing is awesome. And he seems a little hesitant to talk about carnivore or lion diet. Probably because he has millions and millions of people following him, or for whatever reason. But I have seen him open up about it a little bit more. But I don't know. Do you see that, Amanda? It seems like he's a little hesitant to talk about it. And it's one thing where I'm like, he's always so honest and straightforward. And he's changed so many people's lives with his work and his books and everything. But imagine if he was like, no, look at this. The thing that got me with him was his testimonial on Joe Rogan that he's completely off antidepressants. Mm-hmm. Coming from him saying that is insane. And then it's like, imagine how many other people that are watching you, millions and millions of people that you could help if you were talking about carnivore more. He's helping people in other ways, obviously, but wouldn't he have more of an impact talking about this? But he's so smart, so I don't want to second guess him.
I think probably some of the hesitation is, let's be honest, there's a little bit of liability in there. Him suggesting it, someone does it, and then they croak dead and the family sues them. Like, how do you prove that carnivore killed someone anyways? Doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. So I think there's probably a little bit of that, but also, God, they get attacked a lot. Yeah. And can you imagine like him just coming out and saying, carnivore 100% and doing that, and how many corporations like Coke is not going to want him to survive, right? They make Nestle, all these companies aren't going to want him to survive through that and crush him. I don't know. I just, part of me wonders if it isn't some of that. It's like they get attacked so much all the time that,
right?
Could you handle even more?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could.
It's interesting too, because he just did an interview with Bill Maher, and I was just waiting for Bill to ask him about carnivore. I didn't watch the whole thing. Maybe he did later, but I didn't see him ask it. But whenever people do ask him, he's usually, it's amazing hearing him speak about it. He usually prefaces it smartly, probably for liability reasons. I'm not a nutritionist. This is just what happened to me. But then he's just like, you could just see the joy and everything. Like he's literally dumbfounded and amazed by what's happened by it. So yeah, hopefully it's a 1 in a million for sure, but boy, that would be amazing.
It would be.
There's so many, I'm really sorry if you guys are sitting here waiting too. A bunch of people just jumped on at the same time, but should we take another person in, because we have Mr. Bill from Alaska himself. You guys want to say hi?
Awesome.
Bill! You're
Howdy,
on, Bill.
Am I on?
You're on.
You're on.
How are
Hey,
you,
everybody.
sir? We got Amanda from Carnivores Me. We got Adam. We got Matt. We got Emma sitting here.
Hey, Emma.
Hey.
How you doing, Bill?
Oh, not too bad. It's early here in Alaska. I tried to jump on like an hour ago, but I wasn't sure what I was doing, as usual.
Well, we got you. There was actually an issue earlier. Dr. Chaffee just texted me, and he was trying to jump on. It was like maxed out or something. So that's probably what happened. But how have you been? Like, you did your second day video, your second update video on Carnivore. That was a couple days ago. I think you were saying you're working on one now.
Yeah, I was going to put one out either tomorrow or Saturday.
Yeah.
Just trying to get my ducks in a row and get some things to add to my third video. That some stuff I ordered off Amazon, new electric skillet and weights, different things like that. So, yeah, hopefully within the next day or two, I'll have the next one out.
Great. How are things going?
Not too bad. They're going pretty darn good. I think I told you in my email a couple of days ago, I got a little diarrhea and was a little lethargic just for about half a day. But then it only lasted a really short time, and now I'm feeling great.
That's so good. Yeah, I was worried you'd get the keto flu or.
Oh yeah. No, my head's still spinning just with everything that's going on, and you coming up here, it's so crazy.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, it is. My family's all happy and freaking out. And my stepmother's already asking me, well, can he eat this? Can he have this? Because she loves cooking and baking. And I'm like, no, he's completely carnivore. He can't have rhubarb. He can't have. I'm like, no.
That's funny. That'd be it'd be a good lesson for her.
Yeah.
But
no, everyone's excited. I'm just completely stoked. It's pretty surreal.
It's amazing because Bill, what has it been like? I'm so bad with dates, but has it even been 2 weeks?
Whatever it is, it's been this incredibly short amount of time.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more than 2 weeks. I didn't even know who you were.
I know.
You sent me that long comment, and then that was it. That was going to be it because it's just amazing.
And then a lifetime has happened since then. It's been so crazy.
Yeah, you did your first YouTube video. I'm so happy for Bill. If people aren't familiar with Bill's story, it's just crazy. You wanted to start Carnivore. You live in Alaska. Meat there is incredibly expensive, and you've been stuck in your house now for 4 years, and you haven't left your house in 4 years.
Feels like 40, but yeah, 4 years.
Yeah. But you want to do Carnivore. You watched a bunch of videos on it. And
I am doing Carnivore. I'm like, what? I'm terrible with remembering numbers. 12 or 13 days in now, almost 2 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been great. Everyone's already telling me, my face is looking a little better, skin's looking a little better, and it's such a short amount of time. So, what am I going to look like in 2 months, 6 months? If you're going to come back next summer for a wrap up of the documentary, I'll be outside running around.
Yes.
It's going to be amazing.
It's like we said on the video. I can't wait for that day when you get to stand up and walk out of that front door, hop on the 4-wheeler, and take off on your 4-wheeler. That's
my 4-wheeler. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm so excited to go out there and get on that thing because, like I said before, when I was talking about the fire and losing everything, I called my 4-wheeler my prosthetic legs. Because even though I could walk outside then, I couldn't really walk out in the woods or down the trail or anything. So I used that 4-wheeler for everything.
Right.
But, I can't go out there and walk out there and get on it now. But I will soon. Yeah. So I'm just so looking forward to it. It's going to be an amazing day.
Yeah.
Bill, if you ever need suggestions, because this is actually my wheelhouse, dealing with bariatric patients and stuff and getting them
you're awesome.
And walking, you can always reach out if you want suggestions and stuff to, one, prevent hurting yourself, because that is actually the number one thing that anybody plus size we end up doing, and patients I've had, is we go too hard fast, and which sets you back. So if you ever need anything, just reach out to me. I am more than willing to do that with you and for you.
I really appreciate that. I watched some of your content, and you are awesome. You are awesome. So I will take you up on that. Thank you.
I'm super, super proud of you, by the way.
Thank you. It's just amazing. I'm in such a different mental state than was I when I first met you, Kerry. I was all depressed and feeling hopeless, and then 2 weeks later, I'm just like, da, da, da.
Yes. I could see it in your second video too. Your face looks different, but you could see you got some joy back, and
it's amazing. It's amazing. You know, getting pulled out of the darkness and back into the light a little bit is just the most incredible feeling. Like I said in my videos, you know, to finally have hope after being in the darkness for so long, it's incredible. So I'm still pinching myself because, like we said, things have happened so quick. And my head's still spinning, so I'm still trying to wrap my head around it and slowly digest it. But it's been amazing. I just appreciate you so much and just everybody out there. So this is the kindest community I've ever met in my life. It's amazing how much love and support that I've received from everyone. And they not just they give me, but they give to everyone. Everyone just bounces love and support back for, you know, off each other. It's amazing.
Yeah. I know. I still can't believe it. Carnivore, I've said it before, the carnivore community is just amazing. I was just, when we were talking, Bill, I was like, we just got to get Bill monetized on YouTube. We got to get you to 1,000 subscribers. That was my only goal. I'm like, I'm going to send everyone I can over to you. Because I don't know about you, like Amanda or Adam or Matt. When I started YouTube, I think it took me a couple months to get to, it might have taken me a year now that I think about it, to get to 1,000 subscribers. It's really hard to do. But the whole thing was then, Bill, you can then, this is what you said in your first message to me is, maybe I could do some videos and support myself that way and help pay for the meat. I'm like, perfect. You can do that. If people want to hear your story, it's an inspirational story. And yeah, long story short, I can't believe it. So what are you at now? I should check real quick while we're on here. Everyone that's watching too, if you haven't already, Bill, you probably got more subscribers than me at this point now. Everyone jumped over there. Go check out Bill's channel. It's Bill Nott, just like his name. BILLNOTT. You got the 2 videos up there right now. The first video has 43,000 views for your first debut video.
That's awesome.
And we wanted to get you 1,000 subscribers. You have 8,400 subscribers now.
Ooh.
Just amazing.
Amazing.
It's unbelievable.
But that wasn't it. That was not the end of the story, because I was like, okay, we get him 1,000 subscribers. The hard part is usually the watch hours. You needed 4,000 watch hours. And Bill emailed me, what was it, the day after? You're like, Kerry, I'm looking at these analytics. I think I'm close. You've crushed it. You've crushed
like in 2 days. I don't understand.
2 days.
I don't understand.
Bill, it's important to tell the truth and be sincere. And this is sincere. This isn't flattery. This is not flattery. Your video is like 40 minutes long, but you're a wonderful storyteller. And people watch that whole video all the way to the end. And that's how you got your watch hours up. A lot of people will do a 40-minute video and people will drop off in 2 or 3 minutes. People just don't have the attention span to watch 40-minute videos. But you did it in one video because you're a good storyteller. You're good at this YouTube thing. It's your calling. It's your thing now.
Everyone keeps saying that, but I don't see it in myself. But everyone keeps saying it. So
here, I'm going to show you right now. I'll show you right now, my friend. Right here. We got
look at that
43,000 views. 43,000 views. Unbelievable. 5,700 likes. So, Bill, what about these comments? Are you doing all right with these comments too? Because it could be overwhelming.
It's overwhelming. It's just so the amount of love and support. I never experienced anything like it. Even back in my 20, 30 years ago when I was in shape and stuff, I haven't experienced this kind of acceptance and love from people so quickly. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah,
I'm still processing it. It's so phenomenal. It's the most wonderful feeling.
Yep. Well, I said this to you in the beginning before the first time we spoke. I was like, this is for you. You're doing Carnivore Diet. You decided to do it. You were watching the videos and you decided to own it. You decided, I want to be the captain of my own ship and take control. You did all of that yourself. I'm glad that you saw some of my videos and that helped inspire you. But ultimately,
couldn't have done it without you. With God and you, dude, I couldn't have done it without it.
Yeah, but you did the hard. You did the hard part of making the decision. But we got to focus on you and Bill. But the amazing thing, I said this to you earlier, you're going to inspire so many people. And you've been reading the comments. You just barely started your day 13, day 14. I've seen endless comments now for Bill. Just the fact that you were brave enough to go and share your story, you're inspiring people. And there's other people starting Carnivore. I saw 2 people yesterday, they're starting a YouTube channel because you decided to start a YouTube channel. It's just like this ripple effect that's happening now. Think of those 2 people. It's nuts. It's just insane. Those
You know,
two
when I'm reading the comments, every time I read one where someone says I'm inspiring them or just a really heartfelt comment about that, I take a screenshot of it, and I was going through my screenshots, and there's like hundreds of them already, more than that.
You're gonna run out of memory.
It's so crazy.
You know, the thing is too, I think like the biggest genesis of that is taking the first step is the hardest.
Yes.
And the fact that, like, I mean, you're 2 weeks ish. The fact that you were willing to share it. And I mean, that's part with my channel too, is being willing to share, taking those first steps. It's so inspiring for people. And I hope you truly do get that. Like, that is your inspiration. Being willing to share, being vulnerable, being authentic. That is your key.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah, it's real hard for me. You know, I'm like by nature a real shy guy. So even when I'm not live, like, you know, before I came on here, man, my stomach was just all still is a little bit all butterflies, but yeah, it's just I turn the camera on and I just be myself, and I just can't believe the reaction from it. It's so humbling.
Yes.
It's so humbling. I'm just beyond the words appreciation. It just doesn't even come close. It's just been incredible, and it's right. This is just the very beginning. So it's watching how this plays out. It's gonna be something else.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I can't even imagine, Bill, the amount of comments that you're getting just with the few subscribers that we have. I love everybody, and this community is absolutely amazing. And the comments that I get is just one after another, you know, and support. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, I'm gonna spend hours and hours and hours replying to these people because it's just so awesome. And I can't even imagine where you're at right now, or Kerry.
Yeah,
too.
all
I mean,
day long. If I don't keep on top of it, if I wait like 30 minutes, you know, those comments pile up.
I just checked for Bill. Bill, you're at, between your 2 videos, you have had around 3,800 comments, almost 4,000 comments. So, Bill, I've been doing YouTube for a little while. You're awesome. I have the tendency too. I want to read every single one and heart them. But trust me, if it gets out of control, people would much rather see Bill focused on Bill and maybe focused on doing another video, or maybe making sure you're focused on your carnivore diet and yourself. If you don't heart every one of those, they'll be just fine. But it's awesome that you're trying. It's awesome that you're trying to get every one of those. It's going to be a full-time job at some point. Your hand's going to start getting sore clicking every one of those.
That's okay. It's good exercise.
There you go.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. See, Bill, that's why people love you too. You're just real on the camera too. It's so refreshing. We were talking about that earlier. There's so much like biased information and misinformation, and there's always something has a little slant, but you're speaking from your heart, and people are craving that. They want more of that. So
it's crazy and amazing and beautiful, and just so many other. You know what's so incredible for me that I've been really reflecting on, especially the last week or so, is over the years, you know, I've been big for a long time, and I've tried diets so many times. Diet, lose a bit of weight, and then fall off the wagon. Always gain more than what I lost. You know, where I was originally when I started the diet. So many failed diets over the years, but this one now it's a whole different ball game. I know in my heart this is the one that's going to work long term. Mm-hmm. Not only the carnivore diet is just incredible, and the healing power that people are experiencing around the world, but the community and the support is gonna you know, if I have moments of weakness, and I'm sure they'll come, but I'll just remember the community and the support and the love, and it's just really, I know in my heart this is the one that I'm gonna finally be able to go long term. And that thought for me is just like, oh, thank you, Father Damon. Thank you. This is an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's a whole new way of life. It's not just a diet. It's your life going forward for sure.
It is. It's just incredible. So I just can't thank everyone enough. And this is just the beginning of my journey, our journey. Mm-hmm. Well, my chest is going.
Oh, don't.
I get emotional talking about it, you know. So I'm trying not to get the tears rolling, because I'll get plenty of those in my future videos, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's
So
okay.
I
You were-
I'm
I was
sorry. Go
saying,
ahead.
you're making me cry earlier. I was like, I need some tissue.
No, I'm sorry.
Bill, we have to ask where's Daisy and how's Daisy?
Yeah.
He has a little pal. He's great. He's loving the stardom. I tell him about it all the time. He's got a little area outside, a little pen with like got a little cat door he goes through, and he's got about like a 8 foot by 15 foot outside enclosed area. And he's out there sleeping right now. I got a little camera pointed at him. I can see him outside.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
he's sleeping. Hopefully, if I can join later today and he's up, I'll make him part of the show.
Just give him his own little camera off to the side.
Yeah. He's definitely be. I'm going to include him in all my videos. There's been such a good response about him. It just warms my heart. He'll be in all my future videos, so there'll be plenty of Daisy.
That's awesome. Yeah, out of your 4,000 comments, probably half of them were, "Oh, Daisy's awesome. More Daisy, more Daisy."
I keep telling him, like, dude, you're the real star of the show. So.
Right. It's funny. Joe Rogan has Instagram for his dog, so you got to get one for Daisy. He's got to have his own Instagram.
Yeah, it's just too wonderful. But anyway, enough about me.
Yeah, well, Emma and I are really looking forward to coming up there and visiting you. I think I sent you an email, but we got a Airbnb in the town over. So
yeah, in Palmer. That's right next to Wasilla. That's about a 50-minute drive from here.
Okay. Yep.
But we'll talk a lot more between in the next week. So
yeah, for sure.
I'll get you all laid out. It's just incredible.
Yeah, I've been to Alaska. Emma's been to Alaska before, but how old were you then?
Young.
6 or 7, maybe.
Younger, maybe.
Many years ago, we went on a cruise, which was kind of a different part of Alaska because it was a little touristy, but it was by far the most beautiful place I've ever been to. And I always tell people, you can't do Alaska justice looking at a photo or a video. You have to see it with your own 2 eyes.
And you have to take Emma to Denali Park, Mount McKinley, which is one of the most beautiful places on the planet. You can watch countless documentaries about it, and it's only about a 2-hour drive from here, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, I have my drone license, and that's a big part of filming for the documentary.
That's
I
right.
Do.
That's right.
Yeah, I want to
You'll
show
be able to
kind of
get phenomenal footage.
Right, show the beauty of Alaska, for sure. And yeah, I can't wait. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun meeting you.
Yeah.
I told you got to watch out for Daisy though. She loves cats. She almost brought her cat here with her today. You should have brought it. It would have been funny. So.
No, she'll love him. He's a sweetheart.
Gary, our totals, we are right now sitting at $3,515 donated and doubled at $7,030.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
That's
Thanks,
amazing.
everybody.
Unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, so the person that's doubling everything, he wanted to remain anonymous, but he's just awesome. He's a carnivore. And the way I found him, Bill, I can't remember. I might have told you just a little hint of this, but after Bill's story came out and everything, I was like, we got to go film Bill. We got to start filming the documentary. And what better story would be the beginning of Bill's journey? And I was like, we've already raised money for the documentary, but we bought the Netflix approved camera with it. You have to have this quality level camera that was very expensive, or you don't even have a chance of getting on Netflix or HBO or any of these other big streaming services. So most of the money was spent. And I was literally sitting here at the movie theater. We just had a big rush. I was looking on my phone. I was typing in Chicago to Anchorage, Alaska. I was looking up the flights. I was calculating driving my car 58 hours there, but I don't have my passport. So then that was out because I have to go through Canada. And ding, on my phone, notification came up. It was from GoFundMe. It was the biggest donation we've ever had. People have been so generous, but most of the donations are $20 or something like that. When I was looking up the prices and then calculating the rental car and the hotel and staying there for a while, it was coming out to like $2,000 or $3,000. I'm like, we do have enough in the fund that we've raised so far, but then it's going to wipe it out. And I don't want to wipe it out completely. Anyways, it went on my thing. It was GoFundMe. It was a $2,500 donation. And
amazing.
I don't know if you remember, Bill. I think I emailed you after that, and you kind of said it best. You're like, this is like a sign. Like, what more do you need? It's like almost the precise amount you needed. You didn't want to go, and then all of a sudden it just dropped in your lap, and there it is.
Yeah, what's the odds of that? Statistically, it's just astronomical. So, there's very few accidents in this life. So that was, I believe in my heart, a providence kind of thing. Just this whole 2-week ride has been, but that point in time right there, especially, that's just amazing.
Yeah. And so that donation, which is the biggest donation ever, that's the same gentleman that then later, Bill, you're a big part of this too, because he was so fired up about your story and your 2 videos you've done. So excited. This guy's a carnivore. He wanted to remain anonymous, but he's like, we have to get a documentary out there. We have to get the truth out there. We have to show real examples from real people. We have to get it out here. So he's totally fired up and passionate about it. But yeah, after I think he saw our videos that we did together, Bill, he emailed me, it was like 2 days ago, and he said, every penny that you make during this 10 hours only, I'm going to match 1 for 1 up to $10,000. I was just blown away.
Incredible.
Unbelievable.
I mean, that is like a blessing from above. That's incredible.
Oh, yeah.
What a soul that guy is. Well, what a kind man.
Amazing.
Absolutely. I was telling him too, I'm like, anything you want, like what you want to credit in the documentary, you want to help like edit it with me, I'll send you an early version. He's like, no, I just want to make sure it gets done and I want to support it. So
amazing.
Yeah. It's so amazing too, because I didn't know what I was expecting doing this. I was just like, oh, let's do a 10-hour live stream. A couple days ago I did one with Dr. Chaffee, and Dr. Chaffee's like, I don't want to end this until we get every super chat answered, which is very nice of him. He's so generous with his time. Well, we went on for 4 hours, almost 4 hours. And I felt horrible for that man, but that man is a machine. Like he's the Terminator or something, because he did neurosurgery. He was on like 18 hours of work that day.
And then 2 in the morning.
Yeah, it was 2, 3 in the morning by the time we were done. And it was just nuts. Anyways, it was 4 hours. And then I was like, man, we just did a 4-hour live stream. Well, we're at 4 hours 35 now. So we beat the Dr. Chaffee record. But after I was done, that's when this idea for this 10-hour one came in. And I was like, what's more extreme than 4 hours? I was going to do 12, but StreamYard limit is 10. So if anyone out there, Amanda.
I was wondering where the 10 hours came from.
Yeah, that's where it came from. It was going to be 12, so I'm kind of happy for StreamYard cutting it down to 10 for me there a little bit. Plus, the other reason for the 10 was I can't fit much more in the day. When we are done in 5 hours and 24 minutes, this whole movie theater, almost every seat in here is going to be filled. It's been crazy. We've been playing the Sound of Freedom movie, and almost every night it's been really close to selling out. So,
I can't wait to watch that.
Yeah, it is something. Everyone needs to see that movie for sure. I don't know where these people are. I'm so thankful. These last 2 weeks have just been crazy. We live in a town of 1,400 people, and we've had more than 1,400 people come to this movie. So they're just coming from everywhere, and people are seeing it 2 or 3 times. It's been something else. It's a crazy couple of weeks for sure. So,
Emma, where are we at?
Yeah, Emma, give us an update.
5 hours and 23 minutes.
All right.
So Emma, what are you at on you haven't been talking enough yet. Emma's still waking up here. So Amanda, I think I mentioned Emma about you, but Emma is a carnivore like us, but she was a vegan well, you tell them quick.
I was a vegan for 5 years because I didn't believe that an animal had to die for me to eat. So I was very fatigued and I got no sleep. My acne was worse. I was just very sick. Sometimes I would gain a lot of weight and sometimes I would just lose a whole bunch of weight. And then I learned that if you just eat 1 cow, you get 400
couple hundred meals.
And instead of eating like lettuce or something from a field that kills millions of birds, insects, deers. So long story short, I started carnivore. I did great for 58 days, felt amazing. My sleep was amazing. I gained healthy weight. I just feel so much better. And then I fell off the wagon.
Birthday party, 16th birthday party.
So what I'm trying to say is it is not worth it to cheat at all. I gained back a lot of unhealthy weight. My acne all came back. My sleep was terrible. But now I am back on carnivore, and I believe it is day
19. Today's day 19.
So,
awesome.
Yeah.
So what was it, 50 at the first round?
It was 58 days.
Yeah. It was like a light switch went off. She was a completely different person. It was when she was vegan, you were just so fatigued all the time.
I'd be going to bed at 6 p.m. every day.
she's like Dr. Barry says, she's what a natural 16-year-old should be like now. Energy, not falling asleep all the time. Your mood is way better. But it's interesting because you say you fell off the wagon, you had a big failure, but it's kind of cool too because now you know.
I'm glad, yeah.
Now you know for sure. It's it's crazy. 19 days now.
I wouldn't consider it a failure in any
Right.
way because how do you know what you're going to trip on unless you trip on it? And then once you do, it's like, okay, well, that didn't work. A book I'm listening on audiobook, it was pretty much like, unless we stumble in life, you will never discover who you really are. If everything goes smoothly and perfectly in life, you don't ever have to adapt and change and overcome. And it's through the stumbles that we discover who we are. And so I think it's just strengthening.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there was some other quote I heard about that too. It's like you got to have like 5 failures before success or something. So someone was like, it's not really 5 failures, then you're just one step closer to getting to the success kind of thing. But yeah, it's been so much fun. So just a quick update on the family. Emma and I, we're the carnivores, right? For sure. And then my wife started, but unfortunately she didn't take the advice of her husband. I'm going to get yelled at. I got to be careful what I say here. She jumped right in. It's Emma's fault, actually. I'll blame Emma. So this is crazy. Emma jumped right in. I told her not to. I was like, we're going to start with some bone broth and you're going to do keto, ease into keto, and then up it and then a little bit more keto. And then so she jumped right. She's like, yeah, Dad, I'll do that. And then she did not. She completely ignored it and she just started eating meat right away.
I mean, I started off with eggs and then meat, but
yeah, eggs and then we did a video, Amanda, where the first time was it the first time you ever ate bacon or first time in like 6 or 7 years?
First time in like 5 years.
It was like her face just lit up. It was so funny because she was like, she was like, this is so good. I'm like, of course it's
felt
good.
So much better too.
You've been eating cauliflower for 5 years. Of course it's good. One of the best foods in the whole world.
I'm curious, Emma. So I did whole food veganism for way back for a while. How mentally did you deal with going from the fruits and vegetables to then eating the meat? Because, right, like a big thing is the guilt that goes with veganism. Like, oh, I'm eating animal flesh. How did you deal with that when you started eating the meat?
So now I realize that just by eating one cow, because for a compassionate carnivore, what I do is I only eat eggs where I know where they're from and that they're cage free and that they had a good life. And I only eat meat where I know where it came from and that it had a good life. So it definitely was hard, but once I got past the 2 weeks, I felt amazing and just don't crave anything else, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she kind of mentioned it earlier, but I don't know if you guys caught it. There's a lot of science out there, but one thing that she realized and that we found, and people can Google this, I've referenced it a couple times in the videos, but a lot of people don't know this, like with and I got nothing. If you're plant-based and you're succeeding, that's good for you. It just never worked for me. But 67 million birds died last year from pesticide poisoning on vegetables. And then a lot of deer and fox and squirrels. And so kind of, I think Emma's sort of awakening her thing was we were talking about a lot of this and doing research. And it's like, if you want to live on this earth, it's like the food chain. Something else has to die. And I truly think that's why we did this shirt. When she started, I was like, you know what you are? Because she wouldn't eat anything. And I was kind of happy about it because it's kind of good. I don't want to eat an animal that some farmer, like it's factory farmed and they're all stuffed in a cage together and it's horribly treated. So she's like, I'm not going to do it unless I know that they were compassionately treated. And that's where this compassionate carnivore kind of came from. And now it has a whole new meaning, which someone left a comment on Bill's channel. They're like, compassionate carnivore isn't just eating meat that's humanely raised. It's all carnivores seem to be really compassionate people with all the outpouring to Bill and everything. But anyways, my thing is, I eat one cow. A lot of the meat we get is grass-fed from our neighbor, and you can get hundreds of meals off of one cow. And we see the cows every day. They're grazing through these beautiful natural fields of grass that they don't have to put pesticides in and turn them all over and everything. And we get hundreds of meals off of that. Versus if you go back to eating plants and stuff like that, I don't have anything against it, but if you look at the truth of it, a lot of animals end up dying so that you can eat that multitude of different vegetables. Sometimes I get the comments from people that are plant-based, and most of the comments are usually nice, but it's just like, well, you could do a lot too if you just ate only one plant instead of having to have like 25 different varieties of them, because all of those are having pesticides put on them. They got to be shipped in, and there's all sorts of different things. So that was kind of what Emma was saying, but her transition was really hard. Like you were crying on camera when you ate the egg for the first time, and it was her sisters were all kind of getting around her and helping her out, but it was definitely an emotional, crazy transformation. But I think once she got bacon, it was from 0 to 100 miles per hour. She's like, I'm good now. She's been tough on me now because I started, Amanda, today's my 49th day. I've been carnivore for 137 days. Tomorrow will be my 50th day doing strict lion diet. I think I was just starting lion when you and I had our video. I can't remember, but the biggest challenge has been her because she's constantly making like these bacon steak omelets and all these different recipes and watching too much ketogenic woman and coming up with these different recipes. So I think I'm doing lion forever because I feel even better on. I didn't even really do it other than I just wanted to kind of try it for 10 days, but I was snacking too much with the bacon stuff. So I like lion a little bit better. I do. And I'm fasting too. I eat one meal and then it's like 23 hours without anything else. So
yeah,
I gotta say, Emma has to be one tough lady to be at the age that she's at to make this decision to do this when all of her friends and everybody else is not doing anything close to something like this. So yeah, I definitely got to commend you for that, Emma.
Well, thank you so much.
And I'm curious, Emma, do you have friends that are still vegan?
None of my friends were ever vegan.
Okay. I was curious because that would have made it even harder if you're getting the guilt from the other vegan people.
It's a very interesting. Oh, sorry. I was going to say it's a great point though, Amanda, because I think that helped her because all of her friends were like, oh, she's got this weird vegan diet. We got to make special accommodations for her. And now it's just the other thing. Oh, she's this weird carnivore. We have to make special. But her best friend is just awesome. Like she was going to her house and her friend and her parents, they were at the grocery store sending me pictures like, is this bacon okay or not? And like asking stuff. So she's very fortunate, but I feel for kids. That's one of the comments. I don't know if you get this one, Amanda. I get this all the time. It's like, I probably get it more because of Emma and she's been in some of the videos, but they're like, what do I do for my kids? I feel horrible. They're eating all this processed junk and they have depression, anxiety, and they have inflammation and all these issues. What do I do? That's why I mentioned earlier, I'm interviewing a woman whose children are carnivore. I'm trying to get more people like that on there because I truthfully don't know the answer. I'm just lucky that Emma decided to. I didn't force you to at all. You saw my example and you were just kind of tapping out on the vegan thing and decided to do it, which I was very thankful for. But I've tried to push her sisters a little bit. Like, just try it. Do it as an elimination diet. So, yeah, I guess quick update on them. My other daughter, Lily, who's 18, she's been doing carnivore for a long time. She fell off a little bit, started again. She did lion for a little, then carnivore again. And then my wife, I was mentioning this a little bit earlier. My wife, Jen, started. She went almost 20 days. And it was just amazing. I've told this story a couple times, but the biggest thing that's crazy for me is the snoring part because sleep is so important. And it's creepy, but with this very phone, I was videoing her sleeping. And the first night on carnivore, she was snoring horribly. And no shame, she put up with me snoring with the CPAP machine for years. The second day on carnivore, it was like 90%. And every day it went down 80%, 70%, until like day 7, no snoring anymore whatsoever. After years of snoring and like gasping for air, it's just amazing what it did. But anyways, Jen jumped in like Emma did. That's my long story short. And she went the first week, she was just doing amazing and thriving. And the inflammation was going down. And then she suffered. She got hit with the keto flu or whatever else really hard. Her stomach was used to processing vegetables for years and years and not fatty meats. And so she was suffering. And she, to her credit, she stuck it out for a long time, just horribly sick every single day, completely nauseous, couldn't keep any food down. She went like 5 days without eating anything. And like she had like one little egg and some water. And then on like day 20, she's like, I'm going to do what I should have done earlier. And she went back to doing keto, and she's doing keto now for a couple days a week. And she's doing well on it. She's feeling better, and she's going to do that for a while and then try to ease back into it. And then my other two daughters, Emma's a triplet, by the way. Her two sisters, 16-year-olds, they both started it the other day. Long story short, I did a video like a week ago. My whole family's carnivore. I had a short window. I had about 4 days where the whole family was carnivore, but Katie and Alyssa, they tried it. I give them credit for trying. And after like 2 or 3 days, they're like, I can't do this anymore. I don't know what their reason was. You were giving them a hard time. Like, oh, come on, I can do it. I was a vegan. Why can't you do it? But The cool thing is they all know the power of it, the example of it. They have it in their toolbox. So if they end up being in their 20s like I was, horribly depressed and fatigued and having all these issues, they at least know about it. So, and hopefully they'll still come around. We'll see.
Sometimes they just need time. I mean,
Yeah.
just seeing the example, the improvement, and time to wrap their minds around it.
Mhm.
And I imagine they will, especially because you guys are doing it. I mean, just takes
Yep.
time. I did not know, Emma, that you were a triplet. That's amazing.
Yeah. Yep. Triplet vegan turned carnivore. Yeah, and then she just got her driver's license too, which is crazy. And now you're going to Alaska too, which is nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be fun.
So, Bill, how are you with the bacon? You like bacon or what?
I like bacon a little bit too much. But I think when I ordered, like I told Kerry before, I did order a whole cow. It should be here in a couple weeks. It usually takes a month to process, sometimes a little bit less.
Okay, nice.
But when that gets here, I'm going to do the lion diet, because right now I am eating, I think, a little bit too much bacon. I'm living off of, I bought some nice grass-fed hamburger, like 15 pounds of it to kind of hold me over until my bulk food gets here.
Mm-hmm.
But I wrap everything in bacon.
That's why I asked you that. I know you talk about those bacon wrapped hamburgers all the time.
Yeah, I just wrap bacon around everything. But when, like I said, when my cow gets here, I'm gonna do the line for a while, cut back on the bacon, just use it as a treat every once in a while, or like Kerry said, just nibble on a piece or two at night, every once in a while.
Yeah, if you get those intense cravings, I heard Dr. Barry say that. It's great advice. If you ever get those cravings, bacon is a great way to get over it for sure.
Yeah, I've always loved bacon. Even as a tiny kid, I just love fatty meat, love bacon.
And the thing is, too, in the beginning, I wouldn't honestly, I tell people in the first few months, don't stress about it. It's about being consistent and getting fat adapted. And if you're a diabetic or, more insulin resistant, so that those of us more overweight, it takes longer. Who cares? I think in the beginning, it is all about being consistent, because then once you get that fat adaptation, it's like then you can tweak and hone and do everything you need to. Because I actually I'll tell you this, but I lost my taste for bacon after a few months. Like, I eat 2 pieces every morning with my bacon and with my eggs, but I do not enjoy bacon that much anymore.
I don't either anymore. I don't know why. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
I hope
I'd
I
rather
get a little bit of that, because like I said, I love it a little too much. So if my appetite for it curbs a little bit, that's going to be great.
Those bacon wrap burgers you did, though, I know you got a lot of comments, and you're like, oh, it's just a bacon wrap burger, but they look delicious.
I'm going to do that in my next video, either my next one or the one after that, because like I said, I have a new electric skillet coming and stuff, and my brother just brought it over last night, a beautiful, nice big homemade cutting board. Just did an incredible professional job, because I was cooking on a little TV tray. I got my little electric skillet, put it on my little TV tray right here, set my skillet on there and cook right in bed.
Nice.
But so I got my big new cutting board now. I got my pan coming, and I'll do a little bacon wrap burgers and stuff, and until my other meat gets here, I'll keep baking it up. I'm sorry. But no, I'll make some videos of me cooking and with the bacon and stuff. So I'm excited to put that out there.
Yeah, that's going to be cool. I know you said you've got some background in cooking for sure.
Yeah, 20 plus years. That was my profession. I would, that and musician. I would cook during the day and play the clubs at night for a long time.
Wow,
that's amazing. Can you imagine you getting back to that sooner than later too? Being able to just go out and enjoy life, being out and about.
Especially the last couple of weeks, that's all I think about. I was losing hope for ever being able to do that, but then a couple of weeks ago, met Kerry, and then things just fell into a row, and it's been amazing. So yeah, that is all I think about now.
And if you aren't, get a journal and write down your non-scale victories. You will forget them. This is something that, like, the times, because it's going to get rough. Everything is not all joyous, and that's life. But when it gets rough and you start doubting yourself at all, you whip that journal out and you read, on this day I was able to do this. On this day I was able to do this. Those are, I think, so important because it means so much more than the skill does. It does, like, just being able to put your shoes on, get out of bed without huffing and puffing, whatever it is. Those things are so important.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm not doing a handwritten journal. My handwriting is so terrible, but I have been doing that in my iPad, especially the last couple of weeks. Just something pops in my head, and and I type it down and leave a little note to myself to read in the future. Little inspirational things or ideas that I want to do, things that I'm thankful for, which is so much recently, so much. So yeah, it's just incredible.
All right, y'all, I'm going to hop off for a little bit. I'll be back in a few hours, but thank you, Bill. It was super nice to meet you, and I hope
Nice to meet you too. Amanda, you are wonderful, and you are so knowledgeable, and I appreciate your content. You are right on the money.
I appreciate. I will talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Thank you, Amanda. Bye.
Thanks. All right, Kerry, super chats.
Super chat. Oh,
Got
yeah.
a lot of
Yeah. Bill, you said it best. Amanda's so knowledgeable. Last time I had a call with her, that's all I was saying is, man, she is so smart. Some of the stuff she was telling me about the blood tests and all that stuff, she's on her game for sure. All right, where did I leave off here? Oh, someone said, if you make some moderators, they'd be able to post links in the chat for other channels and or videos you suggest that you should check out. Oh, I should do that. I think we have Kimberly as a moderator. I think Jen is out there too.
I've been trying to put the links in there, but it's not like clickable. It's just they have to copy and paste the text.
Got it. Yeah. $20 turned to 40. Heart attack at 35. 20 years statins equals dementia symptoms. Research shows I was never at much CVD risk. Now 61. Carnivore since January 2023. Sent you my intro this morning. God is good. Bless you all. Oh, yes. I have it. You sent a PowerPoint, and I wasn't able to open it in Facebook, and then I asked you to email it to me. So if you could shoot me an email with that, I would love to take a look. It sounds like you have an amazing story for sure. Jay Housen, forgot to add my super chat donation to the previous post. $20 turned into 40. Thank you so much. Kip, is it possible to post a link to the GoFundMe page? So the link is right below the video for the GoFundMe. And as Adam was saying, I don't think we can put it in the comments. It's not going to be clickable. But if you just go right under the video, you should see it right there for sure. Amanda is the best thing that has happened to me. Love you, Amanda. Yes, she's inspiring so many people. I can't even imagine. Mandy, $5. Agoraphobia, 9 years, lost everything and everyone in my life poorly, now carnivore. Thank you, Kerry. Bill, do it for me, please. All right.
Wow.
Uncle John, $2. Russell here. Just got my BBB&E for the week. Awesome, Russell. Oh, my goodness. I don't know if you guys have heard about Russell, Uncle John. Maybe not. I can't remember if I mentioned him. He was on the super chat yesterday, and he wanted some advice about carnivore. And Bill, just like you and I had a phone call, I called Russell, and Russell is, I think he said he's 600, 700 pounds, and he hasn't left his house in 7 years.
Wow.
He's in Georgia, and he's kind of found carnivore on his own, just like you did, Bill. And then he saw one of my videos, and then he saw your video, Bill. Inspiration. So he contacted me, and he's wonderful. He had a lot of questions, like, what can I eat? What can I eat? I'm like, you got to watch this video, and then you got to do this, you got to do this. And he's actually he wants to do a YouTube channel himself. In fact, he already started a YouTube channel before I even talked to him. So I'm like, anything I can do to help you with that. And he's starting officially tomorrow. And
nice.
He has a bunch. He lives by himself too, and he's able.
My heart goes out to him because I know exactly what he's going through.
Yes,
and tell him to reach out to me too, or you can give him my email if he wants to. I'll gladly be his email pen pal, and we can support each other.
Awesome. I will do that right after this call. Absolutely. I think that's a win-win for both of you.
Yeah.
He's so excited too. I'm so excited for him. He lives alone like you, Bill. But he's got some help from the church nearby, and his story is very similar to you too, Bill, because he's like I mean, you have this big dream of getting out of your house. You're in beautiful Alaska, opening that door, going out on the four-wheeler. His big dream is he's been attending this church through Zoom meetings for years now, he said, and he just wants to physically go into the church. That's his big dream. That's kind of one of his big whys for wanting to do this, amongst many other things. So, yeah. So on Saturday, folks from the church are coming to help him empty all the garbage out of his house, all the sugar and processed food and stuff like that. And he's got I think he said he had a big order of meat coming in. So he's on board starting Saturday. I told him, I'm here to support you. I gave him my phone number, just like with Bill. I said, if you want to ever talk privately or whatever. And then I sent him 2 different people that offered coaching, Carnivore Diet coaching. So I sent him that info as well. So I'm following up with him later, so I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, well, please, Kerry, please make sure to give him my email, and you can even give him my phone number. I would love to talk to him. Like I said, we're in such similar boats, and I know what he's going through, and it is not pleasant. So I would love to be there for him, and he would be there for me. We'd support each other if he wants to do that. So just give him the message. That would be really nice.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll do that for sure. What a great thing to have that. It's got to be tough for you, Bill, because you're in this unique position and this one person is literally in almost the same position as you that can relate to you and has the same struggles. And yeah, just to be able to kind of help each other. You're having a down day or he's having a down day, and you can feel each other because you're in that same sort of spot.
And there's got to be a lot more people like us, and even in more extreme than us. And that's why your documentary is going to be so important, because just think how many people you're going to be able to reach.
Yes.
That's how many lives you'll literally save. People who turn their life around like me. If I would have kept going the way I was going, and I think in a short amount of time, what my body was telling me, I was going to have a stroke or a heart attack. I wasn't going to be here much longer.
Yes.
And your documentary could reach a lot of people, pull them back from the edge. So it's just, I'm so excited about it. It's so important.
Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I share that exactly. I keep using, I hope you don't mind, I keep using your name, but I keep saying to people, the reason I want to do this documentary is because for Bill, but there's so many other Bills all over the world. People that are hopeless and people that they just need to know this information. We just have to put the examples and the truth out there. And then then you can make your own decision. Like Bill made his own decision, and Uncle John Russell can make his own decision to do it with the truth and the facts and the information.
100%.
Awesome, Uncle John. Oh, so you've already started. Sorry, I read that pretty quickly. When we talked last time, he was going to wait a while, and I was like, well, just start right now. So he's already started. That's even more cool. And I told him, BBBE. I said, watch me and Emma's video on the Power Bowl, because, man, just a big bowl of scrambled eggs, ground beef, and bacon with a little butter on it. It's like the most filling thing, and it energizes you for like a week. I swear it. It's so good. It's nice, too, because you can cook a big batch up, put it in the fridge, and then you're hungry later. You don't have to make a whole elaborate steak up or something.
Yeah.
You just eat some of that, and you're good to go. Oh, man. Carnivore by the Shore, $5. That turns into 10. Thank you. Carnivore Kevin, $10. That turns into 20. Hey, Emma, this one's for you. Emma, you got to read this one.
Kip said, shout out to Emma for being such an amazing young carnivore and helping her father spread this message. Oh,
yes.
Thank you.
Emma's inspiring people too. I get, like I said earlier, lots of either they're young people themselves or their parents saying, can Emma help? Can Emma talk to him? In fact, there's a gentleman that lives near us, a carnivore. When I did my first 30-day video, guys, this is what happened. Someone knocked on the door the very first day of that very first video. And I live out in the middle of nowhere. I don't get knocks on the doors. I was like going to find a shotgun. Like, what's going on out here? And it was this, I'm not going to say his name because I don't know if he wants me to, but it was this guy that lives 20 minutes away from me. And he's been doing carnivore himself for a long time now. And older guy, just ripped in such good shape. And it was something. And anyways, he had a daughter and he wanted his daughter to do it as well. So, and now Emma's going to talk with him and the daughter. So
nice.
Oh, Uncle John says, glad to jump on, but I don't know how. Uncle John, hold tight there for a second and I will shoot you a link. That would be awesome. We'll get him on here right now. You can, Bill, you can meet, his name is Russell. His name is Uncle John on here, but his name's Russell. Uncle John is Russell. Let's get through these real quick. Forrest, $5. That goes up to 10. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Carnivore from New Jersey. Sorry I couldn't donate more. I'd love to hear Alex and Carnivore today's stories. I must have missed theirs. Yeah, Alex, we got to go over your story again. I don't think we got that earlier. Maybe when we get through these here. Chessie's Adventures, new member. Thank you for that. Carnivore Boss, can someone please help Bill not join? Nope, we got it figured out. Bill is on, so I'm way far behind on these. Charles Lopez, down 150 pounds doing dirty keto the past year. Amazing.
Nice. Good job.
Carnivore for the last 10 pounds since last month or so and going strong. Love your carnivore videos, Kerry and Amanda. Let's get this documentary funded. Keep up the great work. That $20 is now $40. Thank you so much, Charles. I appreciate it. Movie title suggestion, True Health, N equals 1. As the title fades, the number starts to increase fast. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah.
Good idea.
There's lots of good. Adam knows. He's been helping me with a lot of the carnivore documentary stuff. Lots of good name suggestions. So many that it's like analysis paralysis.
It's hard to pick.
Yeah, for sure. And the one thing is a lot of it have carnivore in it. And that's one thing I kind of realized afterwards is we don't necessarily want to have the word carnivore in the title because it's going to scare people away. We want to get them engaged before and kind of ease them into it a little bit. So this one doesn't have carnivore in it, so that's a good idea. $10 from Sherry. Thank you so much. Rachel, carnivore-ish since January 2022, strict as of yesterday. Started my YouTube channel yesterday. I'm currently 235 pounds. YouTube will be my accountability. Follow. Yes, everyone go check out Rachel Gard on YouTube. Give her a follow. Give her some support. It will be your accountability, and you'll start inspiring people, and then you're going to want to just keep doing more and more. It'll become your responsibility. Paulette Hasty, $5. Great way to start off the weekend. Thank you so much. This just never ends. This is crazy. PF Bat, $20 turns to $40. Cheers to all the carnivore victories. That's been one thing that's been so fun with this. I didn't know what to expect with any of this, but earlier it's just carnivore story after story after story of people just thriving on carnivore. It's amazing to hear. That's what we want to share with the documentary for sure. Oh, Bill, here's one for you. Mama Bear Lynette, $10. Bill, can you please start an Amazon wish list? Are you familiar with that, Bill?
Very vaguely.
Yeah, you can go on Amazon and create a little list of things you'd like to have, like a cutting board or like a good knife or like a skillet or something like that, or the scales. And then other people, you can just share that link with someone, and then they can be like, I want to help Bill out. I got you on the scales, Bill. And they can actually order it, and they don't even have to have your address or anything. They won't see it, and it'll ship right to you. It's really cool.
Oh.
I should have suggested that earlier. That's a great idea. And I know
I've been helped so much already beyond my wildest dreams. I don't want to. I don't know if I want to keep putting my hand out there. I might be okay.
Yeah.
This response has just been beyond anything I would have dreamed of. But that's a wonderful idea. Thank you.
Yep. Kirk, $20 super sticker. That goes up to $40. Thank you. Drew, $20. Thank you for everything you do. Are you expecting the intentional carnivore on this live? You two have been a huge inspiration to me. I'm a new man. Thanks to you all. Sean, intentional carnivore. I know, Bill, I probably mentioned him to you a couple times. That man lost 250 pounds in 1 year. I just talked to him on the phone yesterday or the day before. He's down 288 now.
You know, when I first started all this and I left you that very first initial comment, I saw Sean and he was a big inspiration for me to like, wow, that's what I need to do. And if this guy can do it, I can do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sean, you are a big inspiration for me, buddy. Thank you.
Awesome. And so someone asked, is Sean going to be on here? Yes. He's very busy. He's working, but he said he's going to try to jump on today. So I'm looking forward to that. Huge inspiration to everyone. And Bill, just think about it too. I mentioned this before, but 250 pounds in 1 year. Right now, like if I think 1 year, I'm like, oh, that's so far off. But then when 1 year goes by, it's just like that.
By, before you know it.
250.
If I can lose that much in 1 year, holy schmoly, that's going to be so amazing.
Sean is the man for sure, inspiring so many people. I definitely want to have Sean's story in the documentary for sure. It's just unbelievable. Dan Fairbanks, $20. Hope everything is doing well. Bill, I am really pulling for you and excited to follow your journey.
Oh, thank you very much.
Monica, $25. That's $50. Thank you for the super sticker. Stick to Stick, $5. Cheering you all on day 5 Lion Diet, posting videos daily for 60 days. Cheers to optimal health. That is a lot of work posting a daily video for 60 days. Good job. Everyone check out Stick to Steak on YouTube. Go subscribe. We have 824 people here, so 824 subscriptions. Stick to Steak right now. And don't forget Bill, and don't forget Adam as well. We gotta spread this around. We gotta keep this community going. Addicted to Antlers. Reach in your wallets, everyone. This is a super important cause. $20. Thank you.
For sure.
Jasmine, hello from Croatia. 100+ days carnivore. Friends and family are finally starting to listen. Keep up the great work. 5 hours went by so fast. Emma, look, you were supposed to announce it.
My bad, guys.
We're over halfway through. Oh my goodness, this is insane. Look at this. This is US dollars?
Yes.
Wow. Dr. Shambo, $200. $400. You guys have any idea? $400. That's enough gas now. I can get in my car now and drive to the next place and start filming them. Bill, I'm serious. Like, we're coming to your place, right? After this fundraising, I'm saying to Emma, she's got to get back to school pretty soon. But I'm like, after Bill, we could literally now, because of all of these generous donations, go and film the next person and the next person. We have a lot of people that have registered that we got to start filming the beginning of their story, like we want to do with you, Bill. Just the beginning of the story. But then we have other people like Amanda, who is on here, Dante, Sean from Intentional Carnivore. They've already documented their journey. I can capture most of that with their old footage and then their new story. So it's like this $400 right here. I could gas my car up now and drive down to Sean's house with all my camera equipment and start filming.
Amazing.
Thank you so much. That's so generous. I didn't know what to expect today, but it wasn't this much. I would have been happy if a couple $100 came through for today. $20 from Shar, thank you. Llewellyn, $2. TJ, $10 super sticker. I'm getting there. I'm almost there. Marnie Mac, $5. I hope people see the human interest theme in the documentary. People reaching out to help strangers. Yes, we need to represent how compassionate carnivores are for sure. It's like a different species of people carnivores are. We have to show that. Absolutely. A Life on the Road with Jeff, $5. Thank you. Ray Z, 25 pounds. Greeting from the Netherlands. Not up to date on the stream, but we'll watch it completely tomorrow. Cannot make a contribution to this project, which will change people's lives. Type 1 diabetic and autistic carnivore for 5 years. Amazing. We were just talking to another gentleman earlier with autism, and I definitely want to talk about more and learn about more. I need to learn more myself about autism and carnivore, but you're the second person today mentioning it, so I want to talk about that and learn more about that for the documentary. Absolutely relative. $50 turned into $100. You're amazing. We were talking on email yesterday, and Bill, this person had an idea. There's this company called Force of Nature, and they do regenerative meat, and it's good stuff. Emma and I have tried it. We tried their ancestral blend. They mix up some organ meat with ground beef, because that organ meat is really important, but a lot of people don't want to eat organs by themselves. And Emma, what did you think of it? We made burgers.
It was amazing. It was so good. It had so much flavor. Oh my gosh, it was so good. It just tastes like a normal burger too, but just much more flavorful.
Yeah, so it's some good stuff, but absolutely relative. They commented the other day on Bill's video, and they said, we should talk to Force of Nature and see what we can do and maybe get Bill some Force of Nature meat sponsored by them. So she said they're inspired, but they can't ship to Alaska. Can't guarantee the freshness of the meat. But Leslie has all of Bill's info, and she will speak with the marketing team to see what can be done. I vouch for Bill. Got your back, Bill.
That's so kind. Yeah, I run into that problem a lot on Amazon, and because I'm bedridden, I do the bulk of my stuff I get is from ordering online, and running into does not ship to Alaska. It happens a lot.
Right. And Leslie, I gave her Leslie's name because I talked to Leslie before, so we'll see what we can do, but that would be pretty cool. And I'm also working with another meat company. They're called Ozark Valley, and I'll talk to them too and see what they can do. Ozark Valley is this company. They do American Wagyu beef, and they sent me
that video you put out. Yeah,
I'm always honest in the videos, and I'm so thankful and blessed because a lot of companies send us stuff. If you guys don't believe me, there's probably like 5 other things that people have sent me that you've never seen because I didn't want to vouch for it and do a video. But that meat in that video was fantastic. Some of the best meat I've never had Wagyu before, but this is an American breed. And anyhow, this gentleman that runs this company, he was like, he wants to maybe have me talk about American beef in the documentary. And So anyways, he's interested in doing some videos together and talking more about that. So more to come on that one. But Tanya, $25 super chat sticker. Becky Mueller, thank you. Hervey, thank you. Copper's Kitchen. Kerry, keep rocking it. Bill, great job. I'm down the road from you. Let's hook up. We can all do this together. Started full carnivore August 1st and already feel a difference. Bill, when I think Alaska, I just think so rural. And I know there's lots of little pockets and stuff, but this is, I think, the third person that's like, oh, like Wasilla, Willow, that area. I'm right around there. There's another
the small world.
Another YouTuber family that I talked to, and we can talk about that when I visit. But they're like, if Bill ever needs anything, they're doing carnivore and they're YouTubers and they're near you. And I'm like, that's just so cool. Like if you became friends with them and they wanted to just because while it's like, oh, Bill needs your support. No, they probably need your support too, Bill. It's like a two-way thing when you're doing carnivore like that. It goes both ways. And sometimes people just want to talk, like, what have you been eating? What are you doing? That kind of thing.
Right.
Plus,
that's crazy.
Yeah, they were giving me some good tips too. They're like, you've given me some really good advice about Denali, but they're like, oh, Kerry, there's this one spot. You go down this road and here, and you're going to get a beautiful drone shot right there. We got the beef. We had a special delivery coming, some grass-fed burger patties.
Awesome.
So we're going to sit here and eat in front of you guys now. We'll see what happens.
Kerry.
Yeah.
We're up to $4,345 donated, and the doubling is $8,690.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I can't even. Bill, I'm feeling now like you did with your GoFundMe. It's like too much. I'm so appreciative, but it's not too much because it's all going to get used and go to a good cause. But it's far exceeding anything I ever expected. I'm so
this thing's really blowing up. It's so awesome.
Yeah,
I think we got people in the back end trying to get in, especially when Bill's here.
Oh yeah, I'll let some more people. Hey, Adam, can you see the other people, or can only I see them?
I can't see them.
Oh, okay, yeah, there's a couple down there. I'll do there's like 2 more super chats I'll get. Real quick, Alex does fasting. Hey, Kerry, not going to be able to make it on. Was waiting backstage, but just got a call to go to a job. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Everyone go check out Alex Does Fasting. He was on my channel the other day. He's awesome. He just started this YouTube channel. He's been doing carnivore, and he does a little mix with fasting. Some really cool stuff. He's a great guy. He's in Florida, and he was like, if you come down to film in Florida, and then my head just going off, Dante from Freedom. He's from Florida. He's like, Kerry, I got all the production equipment. I can help you with the lighting and everything. I do this for a living. Another compassionate, generous carnivore. I'm getting people all over the globe that are telling me that. I'm like, okay, who can I film in this area? I got this guy that'll help me film it. So Becky Mueller, that's $100 right there. Super sticker, double it, $100. Thank you. Natalie, love this community and support it's giving so many others. May it build and grow in health and happiness. Thank you. And then we got one last one here. Carnivore Scott and Minimalist Carnivore Backstage are ready to share so much. Also, please include Hello Mediciniana and Dr. Sofia Clemens on your documentary, Curing Cancer and Autoimmune with Carnivore. Thank you. So here's what I think I should do. I don't know, Adam, what do you think? Should I just let everybody in? There's a whole bunch of people. Oh, my goodness.
Let them all in.
Why not?
Okay.
As long as we don't have any audio issues, we should be good.
Right. All right. Here we go. Trying to
I also wanted to say one thing real quick, if I could.
Sure.
So I love bacon, but has anybody figured out how to make soft-boiled eggs? Because I figured out how to do it in the Instant Pot, and
I've heard you can do
really
that. I've never done it.
amazing to do it in the Instant Pot.
We used to do 18 at a time in the Instant Pot, then just keep them in the fridge ready to go.
Yeah, and I also have an RV. So, Kerry, if you're interested, maybe you could travel across the country in an RV talking to all the carnivores and stuff like that. That might be an idea too.
That is a really cool idea because I'm strongly considering that. I'm obviously flying out to Alaska for Bill. Bill, I was looking into driving. I got to get a passport. It's 58 hours, all that. But there's so many people across the country. It's like just road trip. It'd be better than trying to fly there and back. The other tricky part is you guys can't see behind us right now. We got light, and all this equipment. And it's like when I'm going to see Bill, I'm not going to be able to bring all this equipment on the trip.
But I bet you there are a lot of people you would visit that have lots of lighting gear.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm organizing that more now too. I've got a couple different pockets throughout the country of people that have all of the gear and they do camera stuff. And it's like, I'm trying to line it all up and say, okay, Dante's in Florida. We got this guy here and this guy here. So thank you guys so much. I'm sorry for everyone that was waiting down there for so long. Earlier, we just had people trickling in. We did one at a time. And I don't want to make you guys wait anymore. So welcome everybody new on here. Chad,
welcome everybody.
Scott, Monica, Bridget, Courtney Luna. How's it going, Courtney? Awesome. Why don't we do this? If you guys could go through, we'll go in order here. Shad, if you don't mind going first and maybe just tell us a little bit about yourself and maybe a brief little background on you, and then we'll just go through everyone. We were doing this earlier, and it was just awesome, just hearing these stories over and over again. So yeah, Chad, we'd love to hear your story.
Yeah, thanks so much, man. Yeah, 60 years old now, and I think I look pretty good for 60.
Yeah.
But been doing carnivore over 3.5 years, and basically lost over 100 pounds doing it. Before this, I lived on Maui, and I was basically a scuba diving instructor. And then I used to go back and teach snowboarding for about 8 years too. So I was a pretty active guy and had a health issue and just, no excuse, man, just moved to the mainland and started eating junk and gained a ton of weight. And basically started keto, did that for about 6 months and got in the carnivore journey. And just kind of recently decided to start speaking up and start a channel because I think that experience of mine from 3.5 years and being my age, and now back to 178 pounds and maintained it for like 2.5 years now with ease, to the same as I was in my 20s and 30s. And when doctors say, oh, that's never going to happen at 60, dude, you're never going to get your body back. You're never going to get any of this happening to you again. It's a lie. It's just eating meat. The one thing I'd like to share from me looking back at these 3.5 years, I don't really care if people drink coffee. I do think everybody should stop coffee, stop spices, and just see what it does for them for a few months and then decide. But to me, I think the starting carnivore is more mental than it is physical. Eating meat's easy. You cook it, put it in your face, chew it, it's done. But it's the mental breaking habits, forming new habits, that I think is the tough thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little bit about me.
That's amazing. So you said 3.5 years you've been carnivore?
Yeah, 3.5 years. And by the way, I actually am a professional photographer. So I actually have like a studio here with like, you know, yeah, we got to talk carnivore. I saw your thing on that. So I've actually got like, you know, some video lighting, but I already had everything in the studio. I already have like, you know, huge soft boxes. I've even got like 6x6 scrims and all this kind of junk. So even if you do get in here on that thing, you know, I've got a lot of that. My daughter's actually in her 3rd year in college for film, for animation film.
Nice.
So we've kind of got a lot of background in that kind of stuff.
That's amazing. And where are you located?
Phoenix, Arizona these days.
Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, I don't know anyone.
A little hot.
Yeah, pretty warm.
Maui to Phoenix wasn't so fun, but hey, life goes on.
Thank you for saying that. We're keeping this list of all the different things, so I'll definitely put that on there. And happy to talk some more. So, did you say you're doing YouTube as well? I'm having trouble reading the text.
Yeah, I started up YouTube here a few weeks ago. Basically, I just kind of decided to start speaking up, like so many of us should. And it was actually with Dave Mack and Chaffee when they were like, you know, saying, "Hey, man, this isn't a competition. We need these people to speak up." I just wasn't ready for it mentally. You know, I probably should have started 3.5 years ago, because when I started the carnivore thing, I mean, Chaffee wasn't on. All these people weren't on. It was like Ken Berry, Jason Fung, and Baker, pretty much it, and a couple other people. And I wish I had this community when I started. And I've said it in a few of my videos. Man, reach out to these people, because everybody I've met so far are just amazing and will offer support, and I will do the same thing. And I'm sure everybody in this list, you know, that I'm starting to meet, I'm starting to recognize names, will help. So if you're watching this and you're like, oh, how do I get into this? Man, you know, in the last year, there's so many that jumped on. This is, again, the community has been awesome. And I just want to, you know, jump into that. But again, that mental side of it, man, I had a lot of problems going from the, the old me to what happened and getting out of that. So I think we also got to look at that mental side of this a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's huge. I think I always tell people that they're worried about starting carnivore because they have to eat meat. I'm like, that's not the issue you have to worry about at all. It's making that decision to do it and then stick to it.
I think too, I've said, I like analogies a lot. And it's kind of like keto kind of showed me the door, and carnivore is the key that opened that door to health and let me step through. The same thing with like all these little things about if you fall. I fell on carnivore. It's like, who cares? Watch a baby learn to walk. They get up, they laugh, they keep doing it. Dude, they can fall 500 times a day, but they keep getting up. And that's why we're all walking today. So if you get upset about that fall, don't worry about it. And even later on, like I found it easy now, and I'm more lion-based than anything, that after about that year and a half mark, I would test certain foods, just like one bite to try. And I found they started tasting bad, but I also never tempted myself. I never said, I'll have a cheat day, but that's just me. If somebody does, that's cool.
Right.
But it gets way easier. And I can say that from this perspective of 3.5+ years in. Trust me, man, like you're excited about the first year, wait till the second and wait till the next. Cause it just, everything keeps getting better. I say gets better. So many things.
I love hearing that. That's the question I always ask people, because just from 30 days to 50 days to 100 days. On day 30, I'm like, I can't feel any better than this. I don't know what it feels like to feel better than this. And then on day 50, I felt way better. And day 100, I'm not even anywhere near 3 years yet, but I often wondered about that. Dr. Chaffee was talking about that too, like the long-term effects of carnivore on like deep down in your body and cells regenerating and stuff that only happens after you get into it like a year or longer. And
I kind of say there was this plateau. For me, my plateau, and I'm actually doing a video on that because I was actually wrong. At first, I thought I was down to kind of my goal weight, which is to be under 200 at a year, but it actually turns out it was different. So it's almost like my mental psyche I hated my old life. I wanted to bury that old life. But as I now look back on the timeline, I saw this picture of me at Christmas, and I'm like, wait, those are the clothes I bought when I hit 178 pounds. So it was actually faster than I thought. And I think it's one of those things like 1.5 years, I didn't really have any outward physical change happening. I was at 178 pounds and maintained it. And again, I quit looking at the scale at 275 pounds. So I don't know how much I went over it. And in my videos, there's like, I slide a picture of me and my boy in there, and you can see I'm pretty overweight. Well, that boy is now 14 years old and as tall as me. So that gives you an idea probably how much more I put on. But again, many of us can relate. We want to bury that old self, or at least I did. So as this plateau hit, what I noticed after this 1.5 year mark to say the 2.5 year mark were just little things like even better sleep, everything else. I finally kicked my espresso habit at 2 years, and I had a commercial espresso machine in my house, like true commercial, took a dedicated 20 amp breaker, and it had to come on a pallet on a truck because it won't fit on the counter. And I gained huge value in sleep, huge value in mental clarity. So my eyes got better. My allergies have all basically but gone. And I've had anaphylactic shock twice in my life. So they're that serious of allergies. It's just those little things. And I've never lived my life without allergies. And only the last 2.5 years of carnivore have I ever not had them. So I had great health in my 20s, but I still had allergies. Now, no allergies. That's the kind of stuff. And even at 60 years old, I can go out and just do insane hard work or ride my bike. And like Chaffee, I have no recovery issues. Like I can get up and do it again the next day.
Yeah. I'm noticing that already. Just like I used to do a simple thing. Like Emma and I did this roofing project, and I would have been wrecked the next day with aches and pains and sores. None of that on carnivore. It's amazing. And you look great for 62. You're as Dr. Berry said the other day, you look what a natural 60-year-old should look like that's eating a natural diet. Everyone else that we see that looks a lot older at that age is because they're eating all that other stuff. And you can kind
correct. And again, I worked on boats till I was 43 in Maui teaching diving, and I was sun and wind beat, beyond you know, it's typical. You look at most of those dudes doing that kind of work, you know, they
Right.
look pretty rough. So yeah, and I think a lot of it is due to this kind of, you know, and also my attitude. I just have this island attitude of life. You know, I don't let things get to me. I don't worry about people in line in front of me at the bank. It's like if I was in a hurry, I should have left 5 minutes earlier. And I think that's a
Right.
lot of the whole mental attitude too.
Yes. Yeah, I did a video a while back about stoicism and carnivore, and it's really helped me just change my whole mind frame. Because yes, it's a lot. It's a hard thing to lose an incredible amount of weight and transform your life forever. And if your mind's not there 100%, it's much harder, if not impossible, to do it. So yeah, it's so important.
And one interesting thought, like I know there's some people that have had, like I kind of struggled with weight a little bit when I was younger, but once I hit about 17, I mean, you see pictures of me at 175 pounds, you know, your typical, again, lean, ripped dive instructor, Maui dude. And gaining that weight that happens so fast takes a big mental hit. And I'm sure it's just a different, I'm not saying it's worse or better than those people who have struggled the whole time. So I think all of us who came into this for weight loss stick around for this fountain of youth effect that we find out is so much bigger, with the mental health getting better, depression going away. So again, I'm going to say this over and over. That mental side is something we have to tackle and get behind us.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so you have your own YouTube channel, Minimalist Carnivore.
Appreciate it. Minimalist.
Yeah,
I'm kind of a minimalist guy. Like my whole wardrobe is like, my whole summer wardrobe is like 6 shirts and 2 pair of shorts.
Right.
You know?
Carnivore is like the ultimate minimalist diet for sure. I have one steak and I don't do anything for 23 more hours. It couldn't get any simpler than that. But hey, look at this. So you're around 200 subscribers, 252. We have 800 people on right now. If everyone goes
I'd
to
appreciate
Minimalist
it.
Carnivore and subscribes, we will get Chad to 1,000 subscribers right now. I'm serious too. If you guys could do that, if you're watching.
I'd appreciate it, man. Like I said, I'm just here to share too, man.
Yep.
I think I've got a good perspective from my long term, and I'm just stoked to do it.
Yeah.
You know? And again, that mental block for so long. If I could go back in time, I'd invest in Bitcoin, and then your movie financing wouldn't be an issue.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But it's like we all have to start, and we're here now. All of us are here now, and that's what counts. And I love the fact that we've got a huge, in this great community I've kind of found since starting the YouTube, because I've been a lurker for a long time. It's like we've got all these people, you know, some long-term, like Kelly Hogan, 10 plus years, you know, Barry, yourself, this dude who came from homesteading, you know, semi-retired Bob. I've been watching him a bunch, you know, and I love watching him walk and do his thing. And you know what I mean? You see all these people in different states, you know, and obviously Bill up there in Alaska, man, you're starting, dude. All I can say is keep at it, brother. It gets better. It's a mental thing. Just remember, if you fall, who cares, dude? Just get up, keep doing it, lean on people, you know, lean on me, lean on whoever, lean on obviously, you know, Kerry or Bob or anybody.
Yeah, this whole amazing community. We lean on each other. I can see that now. It's just incredible.
Awesome. Yeah, so thank you so much, Chad. I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
man. Appreciate it.
Everyone go check it out. I'm going to keep shouting out all these YouTube channels too, because that's how we spread the word too. Like, it's great if you come watch my channel, but elevate all of these, because Chad has his own unique perspective. And I totally agree with everything you're saying. It's a huge mental thing. So you want to get videos on that, you can go to Chad's channel. You want to get videos on a movie theater, you can come to my channel. There's like a channel for everything. But collectively, if we're all together in this and help building each other up, we're going to be able to get this message out so much more. So let's see. I'm going to try to go in order here. I think Carnivore Scott, you were next up, maybe?
And I'm live. Hey, appreciate you all very much. And I hope you can bear with me. I have the headphones on. I normally have to wear my hearing aids, but I can't wear those at the same time. But it's real exciting to be here. I'm kind of new to the community, and I've done it once before, had success, but I got lured away by sugar. I've had a sugar problem since I was a kid. My mom used to say she had to check my pants pockets because I would have sugar cubes in my pants pockets because I would steal them off the table, and so it's an issue I deal with, and I love my sweets, but they don't love me back, and that's what I finally have really learned, and the journey is hard. So over the time we've been on here, I've been taking all these notes, but I'm going to go on the side of brevity so the other people can get in there, you know. But I'll just say my nickname ought to be Lucky when I look at my list of maladies and things that have happened over the years. I'm just going to call myself Lucky because there's probably not a major physiological system that I don't have an issue with or had an issue with. But about me, Army brat, and then I joined the military, was in the Air Force for 20 years. I was a professional weather guesser for all that time. And then, matter of fact, I was noticing from retired Bob there in Omaha, I retired out of Offutt Air Force Base just south of you in Bellevue. Spent 15 years stationed there. Then right after I got out of the military, I did the most common sense thing possible. I opened up a mom and pop ice cream shop. Yeah, that didn't work out so well. But I did some stuff, did some cool things. One of the things I got a chance to do is I actually got to be a state senator there in Nebraska. And I served there for a while. But family called and I moved down here to North Alabama. And I did the usual, you know, work in government, work for government. But one of my favorite jobs was to be a museum guide. And I'm right by the Space and Rocket Museum here in Huntsville. And the problem there was I couldn't fit in the uniforms, you know? And, you know, when you can't fit in the standard clothing of everybody else, you start to realize all the, like some of you might recognize this phrase, you carry it well. You carry it so well. Well, no. I'm a big fella, you know? And though I'm 6'5", 315 pounds, depending on how it's proportioned, it's no bueno. So anyway, I've been looking, and I found the carnivore community. I found you all to be so welcoming, and as Bill has noted, overwhelmingly so. And I'm using YouTube as my accountability tool because for some reason, and all of that military background, my self-discipline is all external. I never had to develop my own internal self-discipline. I was always told, if I want to hear from you, I'll ask you to speak, and then I'll tell you what to say, and then I'll tell you to shut up and color, right? So when you have to go do it on your own, it's pretty tough to find the wherefore. And so here I am, and I'm excited to join the community, and maybe I can offer some. Y'all ever have a question on weather? I might be able to help you there, but that's about the extent. And I do have a small side hobby. I've done some acting, and been in a few movies, things y'all would recognize, and done some things, and some you wouldn't. But I'm always in the movie because I'm a big guy. You know, I'm always the heavy. I would never be able to do the romantic interest role, but it's a fun thing to do, and it gives me an opportunity for a creative outlet I desperately need. So anyway, thank you all for taking the time to listen.
Awesome.
Having been a former weatherman and a politician, I could keep this up all day if you want, but I'll let you off
muted.
Sorry. I just ate a burger quick, so I muted so you guys didn't have to hear that. Scott, I was just saying, do you have a YouTube channel or something you want to shout out quick?
Yeah, you see right there. It's Carnivore Scott. All one thing. And I have to apologize. I have some spelling disconnects in my my YouTube channel because you can only change your name once or twice in 14 days. And I fat fingered. If you can tell, I only have 9.5 fingers. I lost part of a thumb. Yep, there I am. in all my, oh my gosh, glory. That's almost embarrassing right there. But yeah, there I am doing it.
That's awesome. You got the shorts going. Yeah, same thing. Everyone, 700, 800 people here right now. Go check out Carnivore Scott on YouTube. Subscribe. Awesome. Thank you, Scott, so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Let's see. I think, Monica, you were next. If you wouldn't mind telling us a little bit about yourself and your story.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monica, and I'm 58 years old. I first came to a sort of this type of diet through paleo in 2011 with Mark Sisson, the Primal Blueprint. And I wrote some notes so that I could follow the journey without trying to remember most of it. So anyway, basically my whole life since I was 9 years old, I was a binge eater. So I had a serious eating disorder, which led to constantly going up and down 10 pounds, coming back down 5, going back up, coming back down, just my entire life until I got into paleo in 2011. And then in 2000, I moved to Los Angeles. I was going to art school, and I got in at age 51 and graduated at age 57. I mean, no, I graduated 51. And when I moved to Los Angeles, and I had a studio, and everything was going well, and then I started getting swollen face whenever I would eat, and I had no idea what it was. My lips would be swelling, my arms, my hands, everything. Like I couldn't go out of the apartment because my face was so swollen. And, I did a ton of research and just found this one woman who talked about having a histamine intolerance. And so I researched having a histamine intolerance and, started that diet. But I kept losing weight and then one day collapsed on the floor. And I got really scared because I was alone. I didn't know anybody in LA. I was alone in my studio and there was nobody. If I had died, nobody would have known. My son would have probably tried to find someone to come after me because he would have been calling and I would have been answering. But I knew that there was something more serious and I just didn't understand what it was. And one day I was, I have my Screen Actors card too. I haven't done anything with it really, but I went to see some previews over at Fox Studios. And on the way back, I was in an Uber and the guy was giving away peppermint or spearmint lifesavers. And so there was 2 of those. So I just took them. They were separately packed. And then I ate one in the car going back. And next thing you know, my lip swelled up and I was like, oh my God, I think there's some kind of covering on there that's made of meat. So I looked it up and meantime, I've been eating meat this whole time because of course that's what I love. And it turned out that I had the covering of the lifesaver was covered with a meat byproduct. Okay. So then I knew there was something in the meat, something to do with the meat. So then I started researching because I had heard of the Lone Star tick making people allergic to meat. And sure enough, I went to the Johns Hopkins website and I had all the side effects of it. So here was the one thing that made me feel satiated and I became allergic to it. And some people, there was a forum at the time because nobody was knowing what was going on. So they had this forum so everybody can contribute to the forum. And it turns out, some people had died. Some people were as ill or more ill than I was. And one of the things that somebody said on there was, mine has gone away. My allergy has gone away. So for the next 4 years, I ate strictly chicken chicken. That's it. Chicken. I didn't go to, because when I went on the histamine diet, it said no more avocados, no more this, no more that, no more vegetables. Basically, there was a lot of vegetables that I had become allergic to as well because of the histamine intolerance. And so I stuck with that, and I had quit sugar. And then in 2019, I became homeless in LA, and had to, since then, have had to rely on the goodness of my friends. But relying on my friends led to me being in situations where I fell prey to food pushers. And I don't know if anybody has had that experience where people don't like how you eat, so they constantly push food on you, and then get insulted if you don't partake of their food, especially if they made something homemade, a cake with icing. It looks so wonderful, smells so wonderful. And of course, I gave in. So for the past 2 years, I have had a lot of extreme mental health issues, had gone back to binging. And, the weight, yes, I gained weight, but the weight was the least of it, because it was more of the angst and the anxiety and the mental health, problems that I was having. And then, I got COVID. I had healed of my Lyme disease, but then I got COVID, and the exhaustion that I had from Lyme disease, which I had actually gotten when I was 30. So I've had 2 tick bites. And so the exhaustion made everything worse. And then I had heart problems as a side effect of having COVID, and was diagnosed with heart disease. But I went in and did all my tests, and my LDL, which I guess there's probably 2 kinds of LDL tests, but everything came back clean, everything. But I knew I was, when they did my EKG, there was an abnormal EKG. So I've been really, really depressed, like I said, and binging. And
you got this, Monica.
Thank you. So one day I just was on YouTube, and YouTube sends you unique videos every once in a while. And one of them that popped up was Dr. Chaffee. And I was like, oh, what's this? I hadn't heard of the carnivore diet, but, I had healed of meat and loved meat, and, wanted to know what he was doing, what he was talking about. And this was his lecture on vegetables, eating vegetables that he gave in Australia. And it was like an hour long. And I was like, holy God, this is me. Like, I gotta start over again. So I told my friend, what, because she had known that I was eating only chicken and stuff, but she was one of the pushers. And but at the same time, she was taking care of me. So what I couldn't refuse the food because I had to eat. And so anyway, I watched him, and then I watched practically every video that he ever made. And then I said, that's it. And I told her, you know what, this is what I'm doing. And here's the video, because she very much looks up to medical doctors. I said, this is the medical doctor, this is here. And then through watching his videos, then I came across Kerry's. And I think I was even more inspired by watching Kerry's videos, especially with his children, his daughters, and hearing their stories. So, like, I just watched that and I thought about how he started his channel, and I said, oh, you know what, I'm going to start mine. I just opened it. I haven't done a video yet because I'm still a little overwhelmed. When I went strictly, I went cold turkey immediately after I told my friend. That was it. It was cold turkey, never going back. And so I had the flu. Oh God, it was pretty bad and very exhausting. I was in bed for days, and I think I'm only really like on day 15 or 16 now. But I want to say that I feel that just going back to this, like I've always hidden myself. I've always been invisible and tried to hide myself because of the constant obsession about my eating disease. For anyone that has had an eating disorder, then they can understand the inability to become visible because you're consumed. I was consumed with how I felt, and I felt so ugly and I felt just awful. And now, one of the things that Dr. Chaffee said that really has saved me was that he said, don't stop eating until the meat doesn't taste good anymore. He gave me permission to eat until I wanted to stop. That was really freeing, because with that, I realized, like, you know what? I'm gonna try this with the meat. I'm gonna see how I feel, and I'm not gonna stop eating until I'm not gonna measure my food. I'm not gonna control it. Here is something I can do to allow myself to eat until I'm done. And literally the first week, every single day I'm in California, and they have this cut called the tri-tip. And they were on sale we happened to be on sale that week for a really good price. So I got like 7 of them for the entire week. I ate 3 pounds in one sitting per day because that's when I was done. And that allowed me to be, and it didn't impact me in any negative way doing that. And I realized that's just who I am. I just am a meat eater. I just have been craving meat my entire life. And they said a long time ago, sugar, if you should crave sugar, eat meat, because it's meat that you're craving. It's not sugar. I learned that back in college. So that was 1987. And I'm also Greek, and I feel like that's part of me anyway. And I'm sorry I'm going on, but I want to say that I'm inspired by Kerry to have a channel. I'm an artist, so I'm called myself the Carnivore Artist. And I'm going to put myself out there and share my story and share all about the alpha-gal allergy, because I think that's really important for people to know, especially raw eating meat. So to know if something goes wrong and they have these symptoms, to check to see if they are allergic to alpha-gal, and you can heal from it. And I appreciate being here today, and thanks for having me.
Oh, Thank you.
Thanks for that, Monica. Awesome.
Thank you for being brave and sharing your story. And Bill and I are criers, so there's a fly or something that went in my eye a second ago. I don't know.
Mine too. The same fly hit me right.
Flies
It's
everywhere
called
in here right
allergies.
now. I don't know what's going on.
I've got allergies.
Emma's got a fly in her eye too. What's going on? But
Monica,
seriously,
you have come into the most loving and caring group of people that I've ever met in my life. I've only met this group of people 2 weeks ago, and they're already like the most loving, caring family. So you are in good hands. You are in good hands. You're with people, if you stick around, who will love you and support you in every decision that you make.
We got you.
we got you for sure. And anything I can do to help you, I'm so happy you're starting your YouTube channel. I love YouTube, so you want to come on my channel and we'll do a live stream together. I'm dead serious. You just email me, homesteadhow@gmail.com. If you need any help with getting it set up or anything like that, I'd be happy to help you for sure. So you don't have, should we shout it out now, or do you not have it quite ready yet?
And you're on mute, Monica.
I just put it in the comments. So I mean, in the private chat, and there's nothing on there, but that I do have the channel already.
Awesome. Oh, at the Carnivore Artist. Got it. Yeah, everyone go subscribe. Then when she puts a video up, you'll be good to go. And thank you so much, Monica. Yeah, I know this was kind of hard for you, but you're very brave to do this, and that's so inspiring to other people. You're awesome. So any way I can help you going forward, please reach out and stay in touch. I'm so happy too that some of Dr. Chaffee's videos have helped you as well. He's just the best. I've done a couple of videos with him now, and I'm starting to know him more as an individual. He's just a wonderful person. He reached out for Bill, and he just told me privately. He said, Kerry, if Bill needs anything, I will talk to him privately. It doesn't have to be on YouTube. It doesn't have to be anything like that. He didn't want any recognition or anything. He's just a wonderful person. Like Bill said, this whole community's got you, Monica. We're all behind you. Anything we can do, anything I can do, just let me know.
Yeah, that's how I found you, was through your interviews with him. So, and then I watched all yours.
Awesome.
And I just love, your spirit is so upbeat, and your life has changed, and I feel like it can happen for me too.
Absolutely, it will. It will. Yeah.
I gotta run. You all take care. Appreciate y'all. Have a great day. Bye-bye. God bless.
Later, Scott.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Monica. So, Bridget, you want to share your story? Tell us a little bit about yourself.
There we go. Take it off of mute. Everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. So I'm Bridget. I'm from Alberta in Canada, otherwise known as Tech Cowgirl. So I've got a big tech background. I've worked in that for a lot of years, but the stuff that I'm really passionate about is my music and my art. And for a long time, I had kind of thought that I had lost that. As you can see, I'm not the skinniest person on the block, and I've been struggling with that since I was about a teenager. And there's a few very pointed memories from back when I was a kid that kind of set the stage. And one of them was when my grandmother was over to visit, and it was a Saturday morning, and North American cartoons were on, and kids were up in the morning watching cartoons with your giant bowls of cereal with the sugar bowl, pouring on the sugar onto that cereal. And my grandmother says, I've got diabetes and I'm like 75, and if you keep doing that, you're going to be just like me when you get to my age, if you make it to that age. And it kind of turns out she was right. Through my teenage years, we didn't know a whole lot about nutrition back then, and I saw my family get big, and I got bigger, and I was always constantly hungry. And it's like I could eat like 2 big, huge platefuls of food and still be hungry. I was never full. And I could never figure out why. And so slowly the pounds packed on over the years, and that my dad had a whole series of heart attacks, and I got to watch that for 17 years while he struggled through it. And he did what the doctors told him, and he cut his salt, and he
Okay,
took
I'm
all
getting
these
hot.
statins, and every heart attack he had after that, uh, he was worse and worse. Then he got dementia, and it was a downhill slide from there. And not 2 years after he passed, I had a double heart attack, back to back in 24 hours. And the doctors, they were like, "Well, we don't know why this happened. And you're lucky to be alive." They had to open me up and stick a couple of stents in some arteries that had gotten clogged. I'm like, "Well, you were in there. You could see. I mean, I could see on the camera while they were installing these things, which was like very interesting, having the inside of me up on screens like internal YouTube during an angioplasty." And I tell you that because of my sugar addiction, after all of those years, it wound me up on that table, which is not somewhere you want to be. Like, if you're interested in studying medical science, studying it on the operating table with cameras inside of you is not the way to do it. Like, I was in so much pain that I had never felt before. It was like a truck was on top of me. But they managed to at least get me stabilized, and then they sent me home. And in those first few days when I was at home, I couldn't even really get off the couch and go 10 feet to the washroom. And I was so weak. And I'd never been in that state before. Like, I used to be a Spartan racer. I used to compete in dragon boat racing. I used to do martial arts and was used to training 6 days a week, 3 times a day at a high competitive level. And I'd lost everything. And I thought, if this is what life is going to be after a heart attack, and I can't make food in the kitchen, I can't get to the washroom by myself, I can barely move without being exhausted. Like, I didn't know if I was going to make it the whole rest of however long that would be with the rest of my life. And I learned, you can't take anything for granted. Like, I had these heart attacks back in 2017. So I was 41 or so at the time. And the doctors were like, "Why are you in here? You're way too young to be having heart attacks." And I knew, like, after my dad died, I knew that I've got to get a hold on this sugar thing. I got to get, like, the bread's killing me. The pasta's killing me. I'm bloated all the time. I'm tired all the time. But then after the heart attack, I knew I needed to fix things, but it still wasn't enough. I still couldn't kick the sugar. I tried numerous times to get rid of it. And then coming up into this past couple of years, things got bad. All of a sudden, I found I had neuropathy in my feet. And for people who don't have that, it kind of feels like you've got liquid glass shards floating around in your extremities, and it feels like they're on fire and sharp and slicing. So it made it so that, like, I didn't even want to go for a walk around the block. I didn't want to, like, the grocery store had all of a sudden become a big deal, and it would exhaust me, and my feet hurt so bad and they swelled up, and I was like, I don't know where this came from, but I really wanted to go away. And my sight got worse, and I was having headaches and, like, migraine level headaches with the whole nausea and the aura and everything. And so eventually it was like, okay, I got to get back on the keto thing. I had heard about Scott Baker in that time, and I'd seen when he'd done his initial N=1 study, and I was like, I should do that. And I was looking at it, I signed up for it, but I was really nervous after the heart attacks as to, like, can I even do this? Am I going to trigger a relapse and wind up back in the hospital? So I never really got into it. But the memories from when I was a teenager training at the martial arts dojos kept coming back. Those days that I ate nothing but steaks, even though my family was like, well, you can't just eat all one thing. It's like, you have to get a balanced diet, blah, blah, blah. Those days were the only days I felt good in my teenage years. And the memories of that kept coming back. It's like, I think I need to eat meat. I think I need to eat a lot more of it. So I started into keto and I started tapering down the sugar, and the headaches went away and I was less fatigued. I had more energy, but I still had my sleep apnea. Still needed the CPAP machine, which I struggle with. Like, even to this day, I fight with it. I can like get maybe 2 to 4 hours of sleep with it on, and then it just drives me nuts, and I got to take it off. But now I'm to the point, 30 days into carnivore, where I'm not using the CPAP machine, but I have so much energy that it's like go, go, go all the time now. And the neuropathy in 30 days, it's gone. My feet feel like they're normal feet again, like they belong on the end of my legs. And now I'm starting to think, I think I need to walk around the block. And there's a treadmill in the garage that I haven't touched in 3 years that, yeah, maybe I should go get on that and give it a try. And now I regret selling my bicycle because now I want to use it. So things are getting better. The headaches are gone. The brain fog's gone. My vision is changing and getting better. It's like there are so many different things. Like I was taking my measurements when I started and took my weight when I started. I'm down 30 pounds. I've lost a bunch of inches in all various different places. So the clothes are getting baggy. I'm going to have to go shopping soon. It's like there's so many changes. Oh, and the joint pain that I was having is totally gone. But
Awesome.
the day when I started, I was having serious chest pain back at the beginning of July there. And I'm like, oh, this is not good. I had to clock out of work that night because I was like, I don't think I could make it through my shift because like my chest hurts so bad. And I was like, do I go to the hospital? Do I not go to the hospital? I really have to do something about this. And it's going to keep dogging me until I decide once and for all, I've got to do this. Like, do I want to be on this planet or not? And it's like, well, yeah, I do. There's all sorts of things I want to do. And it's like a switch kind of flipped on then. And it was like, okay. And I was watching the videos and I saw there's one guy out there, I think he's like Snake Diet Fat Man, I think it is. His name is Matt. And he weighs like about 500 pounds. And he was talking about how he got started doing Spam and pickles for a while. And he dropped a bunch of weight with that. And I'm like, I could eat Spam and pickles to transition into this. It's like I checked the fat content. It's like that's high enough fat. Because I knew that if I just dropped the sugar and just eating totally lean, that wasn't going to do it. It's like there's got to be fat in there. So Spam and pickles it was for 2 weeks. And
Nice.
I heated the Spam. I ate the Spam cold in a can. I put mustard all over it. And then I looked at all the mayonnaise and stuff that I had in the fridge. It's like, oh, there's seed oils and all of this. I can't eat this. I'm going to have to learn how to make mayonnaise myself. And I know how to do that now, but I haven't actually done it because the meat has started to taste really good. So about week 3, I was like, I feel like I need to eat more beef and stuff now. So I started switching into the beef, and now it's like 95% beef and 5% Spam. There's still the occasional pickle in there, but largely I'm replacing that with regular electrolytes. So potassium salt, magnesium salt in water. And that just stays on my desk all the time. And when I'm sleeping, there's on the nightstand, there's a glass of that too. So if I wake up and I'm all dry, it's like there's got to be salt in that, because I knew from my time looking at Jason Fung's material with intermittent fasting, which I also have been intermittently doing and giving that a try. I did a 10-day fast and dropped a bunch of weight a couple of years back. So I'm like, oh, this works a lot. I got to get back into it. But then, life happens and time slips away from you. But now with the carnivore stuff, I'm eating about once a day, a good pile of meat until I'm done. So it's probably maybe about a pound of meat and big chunk of butter. and I'm fine. Like there's zero carb cravings. And every time I tried to quit sugar before, I would like rip someone's arm off to get like some pasta or some bread or some packets of sugar to throw in my coffee. But it's like none of that. It's like it's not a problem anymore. Even to the point of my son made some popcorn in the microwave, and normally the smell of that would make me want to eat it, but it actually made me nauseous. And smelling toast in the toaster when he's making his bread, it's like, well, that's totally different. I never felt nauseous before at that. So that's really going to help me not eat those things. And now the psychological desire to eat carbs of any sort is just gone. And it's brilliant. So if I can like continue pain free and not have any more heart attacks, and I can drop the 100 more pounds that I need to drop, and you know, being able to walk around the block is like a big huge thing. It's like I used to do these big obstacle races and stuff for like kilometers long and super duper strenuous, and now it's like going around the block is now a big deal. If I can do that and I can come home and I'm not exhausted with a lot of pain, that's like better than any of the medals I might have got in the previous stuff. So now it's like I got to forge ahead. I have time and mental clarity now to do my art and do my music. So now I'm like producing all sorts of things, which I haven't done before. So, Bill, you need to go and look. You inspired me with your first video last week. I had to have the Kleenex box next to me with that. So I went and I made 2 workout music videos over an hour and a half long and put them on my channel. So those are
Oh,
for
nice.
you and for every carnivore who is just starting this, or if you've been doing it a while, just turn those things on and do your workouts and, get feeling better. And I'm
Did
going to
you
keep
create the
producing
music
stuff
yourself?
so that can have the tools that they need. I did.
Nice, nice. Well, what's the name of your channel? I'm gonna go
Repeat that, Bill,
subscribe.
the question, because I didn't hear you. Oh, yeah, I did.
Oh,
Yep, a little lag. It is Nebula Rhythm Music. So yeah, if I put in the keywords Bill Nott workout music. So if you do a search for that on YouTube, you'll find it.
Oh,
And
I
I'll
found
pop
it.
the link in the chat here as well.
Here, I'm going to show it right now.
I have another channel called Tech Cowgirl, and that's where I'm going to put all my carnivore vlogging stuff. Although I haven't
Awesome.
started any carnivore videos per se, because it has been a busy week, and so I've spent my time. I produced 3 videos this week, all the 2 workouts and then 1 meditative stress release one, which
That's so
seems to be a
cool.
big thing that people also need a lot of. So yeah, watch this channel for all my music stuff that's coming out, and then my other
100%.
channel, Tech Cowgirl, is I'll put all the more technical things and how I'm doing with the carnivore stuff, all the supplements that I find that I've tried out, because I'm very much into the whole biohacking thing. So much like Kerry's box of meds, I've got an equally big box of supplements that I've been testing out. And, I've been into the supplements for a while, since at least a couple years before the heart attacks. And I think if I hadn't have been on those supplements to replace the things missing in my diet, like important stuff like zinc and magnesium are the top 2. And I also found something called Carbon 60, which addresses metabolic health. If I hadn't have been on those things, I probably would have died in the heart attack. So I'm a big advocate of trying to pick apart how we got to the spot where we are in our health, and what things can we do with, supported by lab work and stuff. It's like, that's a very important thing to know. Like, hey, if I'm deficient in a particular vitamin or a particular mineral, like, I want to know about it. So I want those lab tests to confirm it, and then, test out supplementing with the things that you're missing and see if that takes you steps more towards health, because that's what I've been doing, and it's been working quite well, especially in the past few months. Now that I've decided to go back and do carnivore, and like it's not just a for a month or half a year or a year. I think this is going to be a for life thing, because I feel like what I think normal people must feel like, and I don't think I've ever felt this, not since I was a kid. So I kind of forgot what it felt like to actually feel good and be functional in a day, and like, sleep at night and then get up the next morning and actually feel like I've had rest and not wake up a zombie dragging your butt around all day. It's like
Yeah.
I thought for years and years that this is how it is. I'm gonna feel like a zombie forever, and everything was gonna be a huge effort. But now it's like completely, totally different. Like I've walked through a door into a whole new universe, and it's like I am not going back. So yeah,
That's
in a
awesome.
nutshell, that's me and where I'm at. And
Thank you so much, Bridget. I'm so happy for you. Yes, I'm so happy for you because you're at day 30 and you're thriving. And I know you might be wondering, but I know it's just going to get better and better. And you sound just like me. I said the same thing. I didn't know what it was like to feel this well rested when I wake up in the morning. Because before, you would always wake up like a zombie, and then you do that for months, and then years, and then a decade, and that's just your new normal. And you don't even remember what it felt like before until it happens. That's one of the greatest things with carnivore. A lot of people experience it. You can, no matter how much you explain it, they're never going to get it until they just feel it. And I always tell people, the sleep I've been getting on carnivore is worth the price of admission alone, especially for you, Bridget, with the CPAP machine and all that. Because I've been there. I think of how crazy that is. All those years, I had to take that machine, this apparatus, strap it around my head. I wear it really tight because I don't want to shave, and just pump air in just so I could breathe. And that was all simply from the poor food I was eating, causing inflammation. That's all it was. But it's amazing how fast I stopped snoring going on carnivore diet. But you're on day 30. You said it's just gonna get better and better and
well,
better.
I was at the point where I had to sit upright and sleep. Like I couldn't lie flat to sleep. So
Yeah.
it's like that's a goal, to lie flat while sleeping and not choke and wake up like a million times an hour.
And now you've got what I call the excess carnivore energy. You're doing these music videos, you're getting out walking. That just increases too. I never exercised before, and now I can't not do it. I got to get this energy out somewhere. As from eating 1.5 pounds of meat once per day gives me this energy for 24 hours. It's just nuts. But thank you so much for sharing your story. I'm so happy for you. Everyone go Nebula Rhythm Music. Subscribe. Give her some love. Appreciate you sharing your story. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Where we at, Emma?
Yeah, where we at, Emma? Look at that.
And just one other thing I want to add as I bring up As I bring up the vlogging channel, Tech Cowgirl, everyone's going to get a chance to see how do you do carnivore when you're going to do a cross-global move, because we're about a month and a bit in front of moving to Europe from North America. So I'm going to document how that goes and the whole, okay, we're in a new place, we don't know where anything is. How do we go from what we knew and what was home to a brand new place and still make this way of living work for us? So that's going to be some interesting times coming ahead that people get to carry along with.
Awesome. That's going to be some exciting content for sure. Really cool. All right, Courtney Luna, how's it going?
Hi, how are you
Hey.
guys?
Awesome. Hey, I watch you on YouTube. I've seen a bunch of your videos.
Yeah, and I love watching yours. Yeah, I share my crazy journey online and a lot of my recipes. If anyone's bored with their burgers and steaks, come find me. Can make some creative things. But yeah, I'm happy to be here. It was so cool hearing everybody's stories.
Yeah, would you mind telling us a little bit about your background, your story?
Yeah, so let's see, I've been carnivore for 15 months now. Long-term history of yo-yo dieting. I'm 39 years old. I feel like I finally found that end of the road with carnivore. In the keto space for about like 7 years before this, and then tried intuitively eating, which I now know I am a carb and sugar addict and I need to abstain from those foods. So I quickly gained 40 pounds in 4 months. And luckily my husband found Paul Saladino on TikTok, and he was sending me his TikToks, and for a month he sent them to me. We never talked about it. And then one day I'm like, should we not be eating vegetables? Like, why are you sending me these videos? Like, this is insane. And he's like, I don't know, I need to dig into it. So that was our intro. And I started off as animal based, having some fruit. Quickly realized that didn't work for me because I was still wanting more fruit and sweets, even though I wasn't hungry, and went to strict carnivore and haven't looked back. So I'm down 45 pounds. I still have about like 15 or so to go. I've gone off of my Zoloft for depression. I've cleared up my acne. I don't have any gas or bloating or anything like that. And the big thing for me was realizing the abstainer versus moderation thing, and the fact that like now I have food freedom, which people are like, how do you have food freedom? You're not eating anything. But to me, it's not having that obsession with food, the mental gymnastics I would go through to fit things into my macros that I shouldn't be eating, or trying not to binge on this plate of donuts, or having one, try not to have I mean, you name it, it was just like crazy. So I feel like I have that mental freedom now. I'm not obsessively thinking about food as much as I love a ribeye. It's just not the same obsessive thoughts about it. So yeah, it's changed my life for the best. And I just want to share that with everybody. I want to shout it from the rooftop so everybody knows that this is an option. So that's what I do. I shout it from my social media platforms, and it's been a wild ride.
Sweet.
Sounds awesome, Luna.
Oh, I can't hear anything now.
Oh,
I can't hear him.
I think he gets it now.
Here we go.
Sorry, is that better?
There you are.
My little microphone just died on me. Anyways, I was just saying thank you, Courtney. That's awesome. I totally agree with you on the freeing part of it too. I always say it's like liberating eating this way because, yeah, before I was counting calories, counting carbs, counting this. Oh, maybe I can fit this in. Then I would try the one meal a day. Now we don't have to do anything. It's like totally freeing. Before you'd make a meal and it's like rummaging through the cupboards trying to find 80 different spices and things to put in it. Now it's not just eat a steak and I'm done. It's so much nicer. But I love what you're doing on YouTube. You got a wonderful channel. I've been following you. I think I probably watched some of your videos before because I did keto on and off before. But here, I'm going to throw it up here again. Everyone go check out Courtney Luna on YouTube. I love your little quote there too. Eat meat and question everything. That's wonderful.
That's awesome.
Thanks for the shout out. And yeah, just if I could just plug myself, I also have a cookbook that I'm working on. So I just signed a cookbook deal about a couple weeks ago. So that is in the works right now. It's going to be all carnivore, and I'm sharing that journey too, and sharing a few of the recipes that will be in it. So if that interests you, check it out. And it should be available around fall of next year.
Awesome. That's so cool. Yeah, everyone go follow Courtney if you're not following her already. We got 863 on here now. So Courtney, you should have 863 more subscribers in just about a minute or so. If everybody goes and does it, go do it. She's got a great channel too. I really enjoy it. Yeah, thank you so much.
I have to bail in like 5 minutes, so thank you so much for having me on. It was nice to meet all you guys. I'll listen for a few more. Hi, Bob. I was on Bob's channel. He's the sweetest. So nice to see you guys.
Likewise.
Nice to meet
Thank
you,
you.
Courtney.
Adam, how's it going?
We are at $5,475 donated, and that doubles to almost $11,000.
Kerry,
unbelievable. When you gave me the total earlier, I was thinking, man, we're gonna get to just 10,000. We're past 10,000, and there's 3 hours left, 4 hours left.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Everyone's so generous. It's just crazy. I got to sit down now and plan after I'm done leaving Bill's house. Where are we going next?
Right.
I got the camera. I got the equipment. I'm ready to go. I'm fired up. I want to start documenting more of this. So
just think of all the lives you're going to be able to change and help with that money. That's incredible.
Yeah. That's the goal. Reach the hopeless for sure. You're a huge part of it though, Bill. Don't forget. Give yourself credit. Yeah, you're already
Credit.
inspired.
It's all God in you and me, maybe like 0.1%.
I don't want to put any pressure on you, Bill, but I just get this weird feeling about you. You're going to end up inspiring millions of people. No pressure, though. No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure.
Just be yourself. Be yourself. No pressure. It's going to happen. I get these weird feelings every now and then, and it usually happens. So awesome. Let's see. Oh, we got some other people here jumping on. Graham, thank you so much for waiting patiently down there. I'm sorry I can only fit so many people up here, and you've been sitting there for a while. How are you doing, Graham?
First a mic test, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, that's great. No, I'm doing great, Kerry, and hi to everybody in the community. Love you guys. It's awesome to see the chats going. So, but about myself, I'm 50 years old. I'm from South Africa, Cape Town. And
cool.
Yeah, my story started, I think, in 2015 when the doctor said I got hypertension. I had a big belly. I was around about, I think, 220 pounds. No, I'm lying, 203 pounds. So during the year when COVID started, I was about, say, 220 pounds, but worried. So I started the intermittent fasting, 16-8 and 28. Later on, went to a 36. But when COVID struck, all that went away. I was eating as normal again, and yeah, I was just growing bigger and bigger and bigger. So yeah, at the end, the highest was 222 pounds in September of 2022. So then I was like on and off carnivore. I was doing some different type of things. The last thing I did was this turmeric milk, trying to do something like that. I don't know if you see on the internet, they talk about turmeric milk, drinking that to lose weight. So I tried stuff like that, cayenne pepper, stuff that the person can get around, like spices. So then on the 20th of March 2023, I saw this video pop up on YouTube. Amanda, I was so happy to see Amanda on the show earlier on. I saw Amanda, and from Amanda it was, let me just see, I made notes, to Anthony Chaffee, Dr. Anthony Chaffee, and then to Bill, the butter guy. I don't know if you heard of him. And then it was Bill, and then Kent Carnivore, which videos I like. He always gives this 9-minute snippets. And from there onwards, but on the 22nd, I just jumped in. It wasn't like a big research from the 20th to the 22nd. It wasn't a big research for me. I just jumped in because I saw the videos that people are changing. They are losing weight. And for me, it was like, wow, I must do this. I'm going to lose weight. But for my surprise, I'm at day 136 and I was at 202 again. I lost, I'm now 169, so it's roughly 32 pounds. And obviously my wardrobe must change. I'm like a wardrobe hanging closet here with all my clothes hanging. Everything is big and I need to do that. So yeah. So the hypertension, I'm monitoring that. That's down. I had simvastatins, which is part of the statins. Once I've watched a video, I don't know from who, I think it's Dr. Ken Berry, about talking about statins. I chucked that one away because it made me scared. Because at the end of the day, I was looking at diabetes. So my father was a diabetic and he passed away from diabetes. So I was like scared. No, I don't want that in my life. And I'm on this diet. So, or not diet, I'm going to call it now my new lifestyle. So this carnivore lifestyle. And the funny part is for me is my family was skeptic. My wife normally jumps in if I start something, but they were skeptic. And after, I think the 1st of July, they all started. So I got a son of 24 and a daughter of 20, and they all jumped in to just see what the carnivore diet is. My daughter changed to keto because she couldn't handle the meats, too much meat for her. So she changed to keto. But I said to her, she must go and do research. What does she want to do? So then she decided keto is the way to go for her. And she's enjoying herself. And if I look at my wife, she's still going strong. I was thinking, no, after 30 days, she would say, no, I'm not going to do this. But she's going strong. And she's also losing weight and slowly becoming also a wardrobe in the sense of her clothes is starting to hang as well. So I'm like very excited for them as well. So here's the other part. According to Kerry is the person that like inspires me to go out there and like talk. And I like to talk to people and say, listen, you have this face to face. Look at me. I'm an example. You've seen me now. I got this photos, putting it together, January versus now. And they all say, what did you do? And I say, it's only meat. And they ask me, is there no veggies? Is there no nothing? I said, no, it's only meat. This is the way to go. This is the healthy way to go. They say, what about your cholesterol? I say, do you see me being sick here? Do you see me? So look at me. That's what I say. Look at me as an example and follow. So I got some colleagues at work that did the journey on the 1st of July. It's a girl, it's a lady and her husband. The lady lost 8 kilos in our terms, 8 kilos. And she said, and her husband lost 13 kilos just for the month. And I said, wow, that is like amazing news. And I'm so excited about what's happening in her life, because she said another 30 days she's going to see what's happening, but excited. So yeah, for me, the journey is incredible. My neighbors also started to hop on because I showed them Kent's videos, sent them 3 videos of Kent explaining what the carnivore diet is. And I think last week they just hopped on and they're feeling great. Said, no, I'm full of energy, all those things. For me, when I listen to Kerry, I say, yes, snoring disappeared. I can also vouch for that. What is strange for me, my hair was a bit gray. As you can see, it's not that gray anymore. I'm like a bit puzzled. What's happening? Is it turning black again? I can't. I'm a bit puzzled. so yeah. And people normally say I don't look 50. I look like somebody that's in his 35, 40s. I'm like, and then Alex, great example. Just to say, yes, that is possible. Yes, you can look younger. So yeah, that's my story on my carnivore journey. And great stuff, Paul. I'm rooting for you. Like I said in the comments, I'm also on that journey with you. So yeah, you can always pop an email or send me a message.
Awesome. I'm so happy for you, Graham. Your hair thing is funny too. I had this big white patch and it blackened up again. It's just gone. It's so weird. And our friend Dave Mack, he did a video a while back where he showed video a couple years ago. He had a little bald spot and it's actually filled in from balding to hair growing there on Carnivore. But your story is just amazing. I could see the joy in your eyes and in your face, and the fact that you're inspiring other people. Like, how does that feel? You're inspiring other people that then are changing their lives forever. It's hard not to get kind of addicted to that, isn't it?
Yeah, it for me, it's like I'm like the person that likes to bring positive vibes to people's lives and to give them this knowledge. It's like I'm giving you something. It's like saying I love you. Don't go there. That's for me, right? So I don't want you to go deep. I can see, yes, you in pain. You don't see you in pain, but I see you in pain. Why don't you try this? Just try it for a week. That's how I go. Just try it for a week. See if there's any difference. And that's the way I like trying to communicate the carnivore diet to people. So yeah, I've been questioned a lot this week already about the diet itself. But like I said, for me, it's now a lifestyle.
Yes. Yeah. Carnivore for life, for sure. That's
Hey,
really.
speaking of that, Carnivore for Life is in the back in the studio. He wants in.
Oh, okay.
Alex.
One thing on the hair, it's interesting because I've gained back so much color, except for this, my facial hair. Just curious because you have some scruff there, Kerry. If that'll change, like if your hair color changes, but this part won't, which is a strange. I don't know what the association is and how it grows out, but
Yeah.
observation.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. I think I was a little whiter.
Graham just needs to grow a big old beard and see what happens.
Right.
Wife don't like it.
Right.
Well, I've actually had people comment on my hair also. They said, did you start dyeing your hair? I'm like, no, why? And they're like, well, it doesn't seem like it's as gray as it used to be. I'm like, really? Yeah, I really
It's
don't notice that
interesting.
much, but yeah, it's really strange.
See, and I keep mine kind of shaved this way, like every week or so I can really tell when it's, you know what I mean, when I clean up the little pile that's left. And over the last couple of years, man, it's just been a radical change. Because I look at pictures of my brother, who's a few years older than me, and he's 100% gray. My dad's 100% gray. And I know I was getting about 80, 90% that way.
True.
Man, if I can experience some of that hair regrowth, that would be amazing.
Imagine that in the documentary.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
And Graham, I'm sorry, I didn't see your name until now. Thank you so much. You've left so many good comments. Carnivore Transformer. So you've got your own YouTube channel too.
Yeah, that's because you said one day in one of your videos you can be a transform, and I said, carnivore transformer. So on my video, basically, I'm just putting on what I eat. Just to make it simple, because that's the most questions I get. What do you eat? And I say, it's simple. You just eat eggs, you just eat bacon, you just eat chicken, whatever was living you can eat, even fish. And I work for a fishing company, so yeah.
Awesome. I love it. I love your spirit. You're such a good guy. You're helping people out and change. That's one of the hardest things on carnivores. You see other people and you want to scream, everybody do it, but you're actually having success. So that's awesome. Hey, everyone go subscribe, Carnivore Transformer on YouTube. You can see it on the screen. Graham, we're going to get you 837 more subscriptions right now in the next minute.
Wow.
Seriously, please, everyone go.
Thank you, community. Thank you, Kerry.
Thank you, Graham. I really appreciate your story, all your comments, and yeah, you just got a great spirit. I love how you're helping so many people out. It starts out as a passion, and now it's going to become a responsibility. You're going to have to keep doing it more and more and more, but it's a good responsibility to have.
Yeah, I do my daily checks also. Like a weekly check, I will go check how are they feeling. Did they feel any difficulty? Was there any issues with cramps and stuff like that? So I'm learning. I'm becoming like a little doctor on the side as well.
Nice. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Hey, Adam, I didn't see Alex in there, but he's not quite in there yet. But we have Mr. Jack Sutton. Mr. Jack, how are you, sir?
Oh, I'm great.
Howdy, Jack.
I'm great. I just hope nobody brought donuts, okay?
Where's the donuts?
Nobody brought donuts, right, Kerry?
Meat donut.
Jack's gonna if anyone brought donuts, Jack's gonna put you in your place. So, Jack, I just want to say real quick, Jack and I did a video together a couple days ago, and Jack, you're famous now. That video just hit 15,000 views, and the views don't matter. It's all the comments. All the comments for you, Jack. I told you this was going to happen. I warned you. You're inspiring a lot of people, and I really love doing that video with you. You shared a lot of really good wisdom and ideas. And well, before I keep blabbering and rambling, would you mind just telling everyone a little bit about yourself and maybe your carnivore story?
Okay, well, first of all, hello to everybody. Glad to see you, Bill.
Hi, Alex.
How's it going,
and,
buddy?
well, anyhow, I've been doing the carnivore thing now for, well, cheapers, it's closer to 8 months now, I think. And
there he is.
I feel fantastic.
Hey, guys.
Just one quick remark here that my hair has always been this color. So it's just I don't think it's ever going to darken. You know, it's just too late for that. But okay, it was dark brown, but hey, I still have hopes. Anyhow, 8 months, and I'm back to a 36 waist in my jeans, which is good because, you know, I told you last time we talked, Kerry, that I had to buy some clothes because, you know, I couldn't fit into my jeans anymore and stuff. And people were wondering what was wrong with my shirts because there was, you know, something under all of my shirts. And so, you know, these days it's looking good. Now I've lost about, you know, 35 pounds. So I used to be 206 and now I'm like, I don't know, maybe 172 or something like that. 6 feet tall. So I didn't really look too bad, but you know, what good is it if you know, you've got bad metabolic health, you know, and I feel great now, and I continue to exercise and, you know, walk, you know, run around up and down the stairs, push-ups. I'm still having trouble with chin-ups. I can't do chin-ups yet, but I used to. Maybe I will again, but so far I'm not having any luck there. But I'm going to keep at it.
You'll get there.
Yeah, that comes around month 10 or so. You'll get there. So Jack, so you're thriving on carnivore. Do you mind if I share your age?
I had to crank up the volume on my TV a little bit. So,
So you're thriving on carnivore. Do you mind if I share your age?
Sure, go ahead.
So you're 78, and that's what I found so fascinating that you found this sort of later in life. You decided to do carnivore. How did you make that decision? Because I would have thought if I was 78, I'd be set in my ways, and I've been eating this way my whole life. I'm not going to change now. You found it sort of later in life. You just
He's got his mic muted there, Kerry.
Just muted.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I'm trying to.
Yeah. Have you muted it?
I did for a second. Now it's like stuck.
Yeah.
Let me see here. Oh, here we go.
I think his connection seems kind of weak.
Yeah, I think that's part of
Looks
it.
like he might be frozen a bit too.
Yeah. I've had to go on the Samsung tablets instead of the laptop.
Yeah, I think he's stuck there. Hopefully he'll jump back on.
Yeah. Reboot.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, we got a couple other folks here too. Emma, where are we at now? What are we at now?
3 hours and 19 minutes.
3 hours and 19. We've been going 6 hours and 40 minutes. Amazing. Should I do a couple more of the super chats?
Yep. Lots of them.
All right. Kimberly Lane. Kimberly's the greatest. She always comments and she moderates for us. $20. So that's turned into 40. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the shout outs and sending me subs. I'm at work. We'll be able to come on soon at lunch. Carnivores are the absolute best. I love you all. Wonderful. Dion Williams, $50. That's 100. Healing humanity one step at a time. Go carnivore. Thank you so much. B Raised, this is my first super chat ever. I'm so grateful for you and what you're doing. Bill, I am cheering you on. That's for you, Bill. $20. Thank you. Northern Stitcher, hello all. So good to see you all together. Bill, I'm in Anchorage, Alaska. We love our wild meat. Been on carnivore for 6 weeks, lost 30 pounds.
Nice. So many people from Alaska I'm running into.
Yes, there's a lot of carnivores in Alaska. I'm learning that too. Lots of people have been reaching out and saying, we're right down the road from Bill.
Yeah, look who's here.
Hey, look who's
Daisy.
here.
Here. Say hi to your fans.
He's looking right at the camera.
Say hi to your fans. Yeah.
Daisy's famous.
You are famous.
Awesome.
You're going to be more famous than Grumpy Cat.
Jesus Saves says, we need tips for nursing pregnant mothers, please. That's a good question for Dr. Kiltz, and I will ask him that when he's on the channel on Tuesday. That's right up his alley. 1 minute past, $10. Thank you. Keep up the good work in spreading an alternative. Allison, $20. Blessings and healing for the whole community. Thank you. Noor Jimenez, $20. Keto for me today. Sardines on 3 scrambled eggs. Kerry has the rest of the carny world. Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much. Shelly, $20. Love this community. 68-year-old and ketovore. Plan to live to be 100. No meds. Feeling great. Blessings to all. Fairy Dust, 111. Had to increase amount. This is so worth it. My husband is leaving for 2 months to take care of his mom who has breast cancer. This is my time to take back my life and get things under control. 411 at 194 pounds. Thank you so much. This is it. This is the time. The time is now.
Awesome.
You got this. Do it. PNW Health Journey, $20. That turns into 40. Thank you. Another one from Kip. Thank you, Kip. World Carnivore Month starts on January 1st of every year, and it's when people try to eat a carnivore diet for 31 days of January, according to Google. Yeah. Anyone else here heard about Carnivore Month?
I got that in the bag.
Yeah. I heard Joe Rogan talk about that once before. I think the first time he started carnivore was like Carnivore Month. I've never even heard of that before.
Yeah, I think that Sean Baker started. I think Sean might have had some involvements, and that was a really good month for me in terms of weight loss and, you know, just physical benefits.
Right.
Yeah.
January, Carnivore Month. All right. Cynthia,
Yeah.
$10. Here's another 10 for the movie. I'm having trouble with my YouTube scenes. The only thing left up there now are some shorts. I will work on it. Awesome. Carnivores for Jesus. Thank you. We pray for all of you as we watch your testimonies. We can regain our health. Yes, we can. All right. One more here. Lisa Marie, 20. Thank you for all the great info. This has helped me so much. Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. It's amazing.
Check out GoFundMe.
GoFundMe. Yeah. Let me open that up here.
I think about 2 hours ago, Fairy Dust 111 is where we left off.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Huge shout out
Yeah.
to Adam too. While I'm looking at this, everyone go to Adam's channel right now. I gotta pull it up for them. Adam, I didn't expect you to be here the whole day doing this, and I super
I didn't
appreciate
either,
it.
but I'm having fun.
Thank you so much. This would be, it's so much better having these totals and stuff. I'd never be able to figure this out. Sorry, Adam, where did you say we left off?
Kerry. Hold on.
Fairy Dust 111 about 2 hours ago.
Got it.
Come on.
There we go. Fairy Dust 211, $20. So excited to start the journey. Thank you so much. Doreen, $50. Molly, $50. Deborah, $25. Casey, Lonnie, Mark, and Dawn with $50. Kerry, we can't wait to see the documentary. Hope this helps. Love your channel. Impressed with your enthusiasm. Absolutely. It's going to help immensely. $25, I believe in the benefit of low carb, keto, ketovore, carnivore way of eating. I want to help spread the word so that life can be changed for good. Thank you, Wendy. Janet, $50. John, $20. Love to see the outcome. Mary, oh my goodness, $500 from Debbie Hamilton. Amazing. So that's $1,000. That's $1,000 right there. $1,000. If we can get in the car right now, we can drive down to Sean's house right now. Let's go. That'll get me to Sean's house, no problem. If my minivan will make it. Bridget, $30. Lonnie, $10. Susan Best, $25. Thank you all so much. Oh my goodness. I have 134 on here that I need to catch up and thank. Just amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Karma, my friend.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's see. So we got a couple other people on here. I gotta switch this here real quick. Stop sharing. Present just for 2 seconds.
Hey, Karen, I've got to leave for a couple minutes. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
All right. Thanks, Bill.
All right.
Speaking of karma, my friend, shout out to Adam, who's the moderator up there on the screen. Carnivore Today, awesome YouTube channel. Got to give credit where credit's due. I got to, everyone, go follow Adam's channel right now. 458 subscribers. There's 829 people watching. Every one of you subscribe. We can get Adam to 1,000 subscribers today. Adam, wouldn't that be cool to have 1,000 subscribers today?
For sure.
You deserve it too. You do deserve it. Adam's channel, he's put so much work into this. Look at the title, look at the thumbnails, look at all this stuff. You are killing it. And like I said, the production value is amazing. And you're doing it because you're a good person and you want to get the word out there about carnivore. Adam, we need a new counter. You're at 458 right now. I'm going to check back. I'm going to keep saying this until that hits 1,000. We're not stopping. 458. Let's go. Subscribe. It's a great, great channel. And besides all of that, even if it wasn't a great channel, it is a great channel. Karma, Adam deserves this. He's been helping me so much. He's dedicating his whole day here to help me with this. I didn't expect you to do this, Adam, at all. I really appreciate it. You're just a great person.
I appreciate
Absolutely.
that, Kerry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right back at you. I mean, everybody can just tell, what kind of person you are, and the blessing that is going to come from this documentary is just going to be through the roof. So, anything I can do to help in any way, shape, or form, I'm more than happy to do it. I'm usually off in the summer for work, so it worked out.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And Alex, too, thank you, man. You've been here most of the day, too. All of you guys are great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, big support. Just a quickie on the World Carnivore Month. It was 2018 when Sean started it, Sean Baker. So says Google.
Awesome. That sounds about right. I didn't realize this, but Sean Baker is the one that came up with the term carnivore and wrote the first book on it.
Yeah.
So he's
literally,
for sure. And I was on his podcast like 2 weeks ago, and it was great. And he's going to be on mine pretty soon. He's on vacation right now, but he's going to be on mine too. So that's going to be a huge honor. I want to ask him about carnivore, of course, but I'm a little obsessed with Joe Rogan, and he was on Joe Rogan's podcast. So I want to ask him about that too. I think it'll be fun to hear about that whole experience and behind the scenes and stuff. But Jack, you're back. I'm sorry, Jack, it froze up before, but you're back now. You were just telling us a little bit about your story, your background, things like that. And then what was it? Oh, I was asking you, you're 78 years young.
Yes,
I can't imagine myself at 78 being like, I'm going to switch my entire diet I've eaten my whole life, and I'm just going to eat meat now. It seems so far-fetched, but you had the wisdom and the bravery, frankly, to do it, and now it's changed your whole life. How did that happen? Like, how did you decide to do something so drastic? You make it look so smooth. You're just like, I just changed my diet. Everything's great now. But how did you come about doing that?
Well, it was because of the cancer diet, or the prognosis or whatever, And I decided, I'm going to have to do something to change my life. And when I started watching Dr. Berry, I thought to myself, well, what have I got to lose? I'll give it a shot. And now that I'm on, just strictly a meat and eggs diet, it's just like everybody else on here that has gone through this. It has been amazing. I can't believe, the results that we're all getting. And it's, hey, Emma, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
He's great. He's a carnivore.
So, anyhow, that's pretty much it. I got rid of the at least for now, I guess I got rid of the cancer, but I don't want it to come back. I mean, I'd be crazy to have anything like that happen again. So I just want to be the best person I can be, and I've got this funny attitude about age anyhow. For the past 20 years, I kept saying to myself, well, I've got another 20 years to live. And I still think that way, even today.
Yes.
Oh, that would, 20 years from now, well, that's, that'd take me up to near 100. So, that's that's my story. I'm sticking to it. I just, I want to live as long as anybody else. And as I told you before, Kerry, it's because of curiosity.
Right.
Yeah. I want to know what's going on. I want to see if we get to Mars.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I think I've got my connection problem fixed here. I moved into a room that where the modem is. I think I was having a Wi-Fi problem here, and so I'm good now.
Great. So you got over the cancer, and that you're like, I want to be healthy going forward. You went on carnivore, and now you're running up and down stairs, and you got energy. And you were telling me last time too, what your mood a little bit. Could you tell us a little bit about how your mood is on carnivore versus prior to carnivore?
Yeah, I'm a much calmer person now, and as we talked before, I used to be kind of like Donald Duck, and the smallest thing, I would have a little Donald Duck episode for a while, only for a few seconds, but that seems to have gone away now, and I'm pretty laid back and very happy, and positive. It's kind of funny, but you got to think of yourself as a tea bag. Yeah, I'll explain that. It's like, well, okay, being in hot water all the time is just going to make you stronger, and that's what happens when you fix tea with a tea bag. It gets stronger because you're in all this hot water.
Yeah.
I think it's just kind of a good analogy, really. And I think these days we all have to be positive. It's imperative, and we talked about this. I'm going to stay carnivore for the rest of my life, and if unfortunately I ever wind up in the hospital again, which I hope will never happen again, I don't know what I'm going to do because, well, hospital food.
Right.
So I'm going to have to demand meat. I don't know how that would work out, but I used to have to show up at the hospital every couple of months. With heart arrhythmias and so forth. That never happens anymore. So, there's all kinds of benefits to this that, before that, I just didn't realize, sugar was my best friend, and I don't even think about it anymore. I was talking about that with my girlfriend. What was it? I think it was last night, actually. And I told her, we were talking about, things like cheesecake, cherry cheesecake, and, the pies and all that. And it's kind of like, who was that guy? It's like, I don't want to even think about that anymore because it doesn't hold anything for me.
Right.
Real quick, Kerry, Kimberly, I think she's on a lunch break and she wants to get in real quick.
Okay. I saw her in here a couple minutes ago, but she's not in the list anymore.
Okay. Sorry.
No problem. Yeah, I'm so happy for you, Jack. That's just amazing. I could see the joy in your face and demeanor and everything, and that's just wonderful. You got a whole new life ahead of you. 100, you're going to surpass 100. I just did that video with Dr. Chaffee, and he was telling me humans are supposed to live to like 130 based on their telomeres. I don't know what that means. There's some science behind it. I just know that Dr. Chaffee's a really smart guy, and if you're eating the proper human diet, humans live a lot longer than most do that are eating the standard American diet. So another 20 years, that's going to be nothing for a carnivore like you, Jack, I'm sure.
Telemeters, if I got it correct, I think it has something to do with the mitochondria, and it's kind of like the ends of a shoelace, and they keep fraying away, and when they do, well, it shortens the life. As I understand, maybe I've got it wrong, but
I think
if
you nailed
anybody
it.
knows about it, give me some kind of update on that.
Right. No, I think you nailed it because he was saying something about the length of them is a good estimation of how long humans should live. And based on that, humans should live to be 130 if they just ate the proper nutrition they were supposed to eat, but they don't. So then they live to be like 75 or 80 on average instead. But yeah, Dr. Chaffee is he tried to jump on earlier, but there was so many people on here, which is just amazing. So unfortunately, we missed Dr. Chaffee, but we'll get him next time. But yeah, I'm so happy for you, Jack. It's always great talking to you. Thank you so much for sharing your story.
Glad to be here.
Yeah, thank you, Jack.
Yeah. So let's see here, Amy. Hello,
Hi.
Amy. How are you?
Hi.
Hi, Amy.
Amy, thank you for waiting so patiently. I'm really sorry. I just got an influx of people that jumped in here. So I know you've been sitting down there for a while, but we'd love to learn more about Amy and hear your story if you wouldn't mind sharing.
Oh gosh, I've lived too long a story.
Well, your brief carnivore version, maybe.
Yeah, I'll shorten it. March 15th. When I saw your video, you were sitting, I think, in a pergola with your medications, and you were listing all the things that you had gotten better from. And it really resonated with me because a lot of those things, I breathe through my nose at night now. I don't wake up with a dry mouth anymore. But March 15th, I went carnivore after doing about 3 days of keto. I kept lowering the carbs, and I said, I'm just going to do the carnivore. Well, I didn't know anything about it. And I felt great for the first 3 or 4 days. And then I was so sick. I was just miserable. But my doctor had given me, prior to this, in January, my doctor had given me a CGM, and it touched just enough on my OCD that I wanted to get that blood sugar down. And I was stubborn. I didn't want to take medications, although I tried metformin, and it made me hungry and made me gain more weight. And it's like, okay, no, I'm not going to take that anymore. I'm going the wrong direction with that. So the only other thing was insulin. And I was trying all the natural things that I could, and nothing was really making a dent. I turned the high alarm off because it went past 350 so many times that I just didn't want to hear it anymore. So I don't really know where my blood sugar, the highest it went, but it was too high, obviously. So so when I saw, every time I dropped my carbs, my blood sugar dropped, which was exciting. And so then I said, well, I'm just going to go carnivore. And when I did, it went into normal, and it's never gone back out. So my A1C was 9.9 in January. And after 2.5 months, it went to 6.0. And the end of this month, I get my blood drawn again. And I was kind of concerned about cholesterol because, I've never eaten so much saturated fat in my life. And I went from 538 triglycerides to 95. And my LDLs, my HDL went from 39 to 69. And I wasn't, you're supposed to exercise to get that up. Well, I hadn't gotten that far yet. It was only 2.5 months in. So, Yeah, so it has been a crazy ride. I've gone down 6 sizes since March 15th. I have a picture on my phone, but I don't know if I can put it on or not. But yeah, the benefits, can you guys see that?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was me at 235. And I don't get along with the scale, so I don't know what I weigh. I'm just going by sizes, and I keep having to clear out my closet. So I'm going to go 3 more sizes and see where I'm at then. But the health benefits, it's like if I didn't lose a pound, I probably would have been a little unhappy, but just the health benefits is so amazing. You feel so much better.
Yes.
So
That's
yeah.
awesome.
So in a nutshell, that's it.
Congratulations and amazing job. And I'm so happy for you too, because you said March 16th or so?
15th, yeah.
15th. I started on the 20th. So you're 5 days earlier than me. So you're at around day 140-ish right now.
I think you're exercising more than me.
Yeah, well, I'm always got to be careful because it's different between men and women, and some people have other things. I'm so happy and thankful, but I think some people, their genes, or I don't know if it's because it's a guy or whatever, it seems to go a little bit quicker and easier for some people. But you're down 6 sizes. That's amazing.
Yeah, I was stretching a 1X, so technically a 22, and I got into a size 10 jean the other day.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm happy. But I had told my son the Friday before that I was going to have to go on insulin because I didn't know what else to do. And then that evening, I saw Dr. Barry's video. I don't know how it showed up on YouTube because I didn't look at anything carnivore or keto or anything like that. It was just there, and I watched it, and then I just went down the rabbit hole, watched every video I could of his, and learned how to read the labs because my doctor never ordered a fasting insulin or C-peptide. So I learned that the triglycerides and the C-peptide, what numbers, and the insulin, what they should be. So yeah, all these YouTubers, if I hadn't, and when I get to where, I'm not losing any weight, I'm fat, that feeling, I just watch people's YouTubes, and it's so, it gets you back where you need to be.
Yes. Oh, that's awesome. You sound just like me. We started around the same time.
I know, that's why I was so excited when I saw your video. I was like, oh, that sounds like me.
Yeah. Well, your journey too, because I did the same thing. I saw a Dr. Barry video, although I was looking for it a little bit more, but then I did exactly what you did. You and I are probably better experts on Dr. Barry videos than most people because I watch so many of them.
I think everyone.
Yeah. And then when you're done watching all of those videos, then you could start reading all the thousands of comments. Cause even then I was still trying to give myself an excuse. Like, this guy's pulling a scam. What is he selling? What is going on here? This guy's telling me to eat bacon. This is nuts. Right. Then you start reading all those comments and you're like, well, all these people,
they can't be wrong. They can't all be wrong.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, and Dr. Hung for fasting. So I have no loose skin.
Oh,
6
nice.
sizes and no loose skin from doing the intermittent fasting. It's like, what? People have surgery to get rid of that stuff.
That's one of the big questions I hear all the time from people that haven't started yet. And then my first response is, that should be the last thing you're worrying about right now, frankly, is the loose skin. But it is a concern for many people. That is so cool. I've heard Dr. Barry talk about that too with the intermittent fasting. So what does your regular eating look like?
Well, I try, when you first start out, you don't know what really to do. So you just kind of, if I had stuck with beef, bacon, what is it? Eggs, something else.
Butter.
Yeah. And I did. I sliced off butter and ate it. I don't eat that much butter anymore or bacon, but I feel better on beef if I do that. Oh, I'm sorry. What was your question again?
Oh, how do you normally eat? Are you fasting every day?
Fasting. Yeah. It varies. Some days I'm hungry, so I just will eat a couple times a day. Other days it's, I go, like today I haven't eaten yet. It's 1 here. So yesterday I ate, I think at 3. So it just varies. I think the longest I've gone without is 36 hours, but that was only once.
Yeah.
So I go by what my body, what it tells me. But I couldn't do that before because I would eat and I'd be immediately hungry after eating. So it was like, and I forget who it was that said the food freedom. And it is, immediately, I didn't have the cravings anymore. I still get cravings for something, but I don't have the constant trying to figure out what to buy at the store, what to make, or what am I going to eat, or, that constant. It was just constant. It drove me insane.
Yeah. People don't think about that. It's true. And even now it's like, how did I waste so much time doing that? But you did. It's like every event was food. Birthday party, graduation. Where are we going? What are we eating? What's for dinner tonight? We're going to go out to eat. So
a daily basis was food.
Yeah. There's so much freedom in doing carnivore. It's just like benefit number 433 that people don't think about doing carnivores is just the freedom you have, not worrying about food all the time.
Yeah, not being in your the front part of your brain all the time. I also was diagnosed 2010 with bipolar, which it presents as bipolar 2 and general anxiety disorder. And my depression is pretty much non-existent anymore. And the anxiety is there. It's kind of like a fan in the background. If you don't pay any attention to it, you don't notice it. But every once in a while, you'll notice the noise from it. So, yeah. And who would have thought that nutrition, meat of all things.
Yeah. That's one of the biggest reasons I wanted to do the carnivore documentary was depression and anxiety. Because, man, there's so many hopeless people out there with that. And I showed my pills. You saw the video.
I've had that pile that big.
Yeah. And I think 5 or 6 of those were different types of SSRIs and antidepressants that did nothing for me. Nothing.
Well, I can't go on SSRIs. It just makes everything that much worse.
Yeah.
So all the medications that I were given gave me diabetes, gave me a fatty liver, made my, I had so many labs that were abnormal because of the medications.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't wait to see my doctor at the end of the month and see what she has to say. She asked me if I was through emails, if I was seeing another doctor since I was asking for those labs. And I go, well, yeah, Dr. Barry, Dr. Sivas, Dr. Hung.
Good doctors.
Yeah. Ones that tell you the right things.
Yes. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I've said it earlier in the thing, but doctors take an oath to do no harm. And when you're put on medication like that, it causes all those issues for you. That's doing harm. And the solution is like so simple in many of those cases. What are you eating? Let's talk about that first before we're starting to dole out the pills and throw the pills at everybody. What's your nutrition? What are you eating? It's really that simple in so many of my cases.
Yeah, I have a background in the medical field. Doctors aren't trained in nutrition. And the problem with a lot of things too with physicians is patients aren't compliant. So the last thing that a patient is compliant with is diet.
Right.
So, but every diet, how many of us have tried a diet that has carbs in it?
Yeah.
Diets that have carbs in it don't work. They don't help you at all. They don't stop the cravings. So yeah, you can't stay on it. So you can't be compliant.
They work, Amy. You just have to do them in moderation. That's the big,
right. How is that?
That's the one that got me. Just do your addictive sugar drug in moderation. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Boy, one thing I'm looking to see if this works out for me because it's been a month now. I found Maria Emmerich's chocolate pudding recipe. Took me a couple weeks to make it because it's made with boiled eggs of all things.
Wow. That's
but
a
I eat
long
it
recipe.
every day. It is so good. It's like, okay, if I have a weight loss stall, I'm going to have to cut out my chocolate pudding. But it is, yeah, boiled eggs. I couldn't make it for the longest time, but it's really good.
That's cool.
But I know everybody hears carnivore. I'm kind of ketovore. I kind of fluctuate back and forth.
Yep. Awesome.
But also what's cool is watching everybody's face change, like yours. You just got younger and younger and younger. And Alex, I don't think I've seen when you started, but your age is like, it's unbelievable. And
That's
I'm
super,
hoping I can lose
super sexy 20-year-old there.
What's that?
Super sexy 20-year-old there.
Yeah, so I'm hoping I can lose a few more years. That'd be nice.
I can show you when Alex started. I carry his picture around in my pocket. I show everyone.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yep.
How long ago?
You're muted, Alex.
Oh.
How long?
There you go.
Oh, thanks, Adam. I think I was about 56 when the large one was taken. I was in Tenerife, near Spain, and you can see I was really red as well. I don't sunburn ever now. I go straight to brown. I've even done a short on it. Yeah, I was 56, and the one on the right was about 4 months into my journey last year in the gym, and I started doing selfies, which I'm quite camera shy, but I've got about 1 million selfies on my phone now because I'm just euphoric about the whole thing. I just I've done what you did, Amy. I did all the started off with Sean Baker. Who else was there? Fat Fiction, Kelly Hogan, Dr. Berry, Dante, right through to Dr. Chaffee, and then to Kerry, which was probably a bit of a life changer for me. And he must get fed of me thanking him, but I'm so grateful. And I've got a gracious attitude towards things, and it's lovely to hear your story because it's definitely how you feel, isn't it? It's not how you look. It's. I think we're on a fantastic long journey, and it's this is why I'm staying on for so long, because until he kicks me off, I'm gonna stay and support it. But it's lovely to hear your story.
Yeah. Well, it's just to feel good. Like Kerry, you had arthritis in your toe, you said?
Yeah.
I had it in both thumbs. And opposing thumbs are great until they hurt really bad when you try to unscrew something.
Yeah.
It's really
Use
hard.
was a lot more than you think, right?
Yeah. And that went away completely.
Wow.
So the inflammation is huge. That goes away. I think a lot of inches that I lost was just from water retention and inflammation, which I don't care,
right?
See what size you are, not how much you weigh.
Exactly. Yeah. That was, I did a video about that a while ago. I tell everyone that everybody deserves to live one day with no inflammation. I had it in my toe, and then I had it in my back and in my elbows. It's completely gone. I have none of it anymore. And I didn't know what it felt like to not have that constant sort of achy pain all the time. So it's, that's the thing too that's great with carnivores. It seems like the inflammation starts to go away fairly quickly.
Yeah, very quickly.
Very quickly, yeah.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
We'll take
another reason to start it, another reason to give it a try and see.
Yeah. And I've watched your wife on her shorts. Her face has changed almost every time she does a short. It's changed. Yep. And Emma has changed.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's just great watching everybody, get younger and better looking.
Yeah. I tell everyone, I know this creeps people out, but if your spouse is just starting carnivore and they snore, record them at night. I'm joking, but I'm not, because it is just amazing to witness that. I mentioned it earlier, Amy, but when Jen started carnivore, she was snoring like crazy on the first day, and then every day for like 5 days, it gradually went down until it was gone. It was just like, wow, it's so eye-opening. That was just inflammation from the food you're eating. You eliminate it. You're not snoring. You've snored your whole life, and it's done. It's like, it's such a huge thing. They got to do some studies and some things on that, because when I was on my CPAP machine, they mentioned nothing about inflammation or nutrition. They didn't say, Kerry, you're eating this junky food, it's causing inflammation. Maybe that'll help slightly. They said nothing. They just said, you're way overweight. You have to eat better, whatever that meant.
I know. Yeah, my
Maybe-
doctor told me cut down on carbs.
Yeah. Maybe 6 months from now or a year, you'll lose some pounds and then you'll stop snoring slightly. But no, it was a couple days eating carnivore and it's just completely ended the snoring. So
Sleeping better is so huge. I would
Yes.
wake up every hour. I don't think I slept more than an hour in a row.
yeah.
And I wouldn't open the window at night, even if it was hot, because I knew I snored. I thought somebody would walk by and hear me. So,
Yeah.
so, but now I open the window.
Yeah. There's so many downstream effects from getting bad sleep that people don't think about either.
Yeah.
I think a lot of my depression and anxiety was exasperated by having just poor sleep
Sure.
over and over again. Weakens your immune system. It can affect your hormones, which can affect a million other things. So important for sure. Well, this has been great. Thank you so much, Amy, for sharing.
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. And thank you for your videos. And I'm looking forward to the movie. Can't wait.
Yes, thank you. Do you have a YouTube channel or anything you want to shout out or just want to share?
No, I've been thinking about it. I just don't know if there's that much interest. So
Okay.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, Amy.
Yeah.
I mean, I've only done my channel since messaging Kerry and the help and advice, and I just prompted it, and it's gone crazy. I've had about 80 new subscribers today, and I'm on here. So you know, we always want. I mean, particularly people over 50. I'm getting hundreds and hundreds of messages, and that's what's really driving me on. I mean, Emma over there, she's looking amazing. My daughter's 31. She's gone carnivore. Her husband's a police officer. His uniform's fitting him again. You know, so it doesn't matter what age you are. It's, as Kerry talks about, babies are born into ketosis. And I think, you know, we all need to spread this word because it's just magical. Yeah, give it a go.
The more voices, the better from all age groups. Like I'm also 60 years old, and there's always those people in that age group or somebody that can relate to you for whatever reason it might be. Like you're into photography, they are, something that they can latch onto and hear a like story. I mean, that's why I did it. And I've been doing this over 3.5, almost 4 years. And finally just said, yeah, enough. Got to speak up.
well, if I ever figure it out, I just putting yourself out there. It's kind of, I've done it with other community, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I'm not patting myself on the back, but if you watch my first video, and Kerry will endorse that, it's just, I was a nervous wreck. My first interview with Kerry, I come across very, you know, outgoing, but I'm like a swan with the duck feet underwater. And but having said that, all my gut issues, which I had, I mean, coming on to this morning, I would have been nervous a couple of years ago, like going for an interview, but I was first on, wasn't I, Kerry? And I just couldn't wait to come on. And so, Amy, you know, you'd be amazed what you can find out of this. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to bring up one thing, even kind of for people in the crowd, is somebody that's lost over 100 pounds and about that loose skin. To me, I was one of those people that feared it. And again, when I started that, 4 years ago, almost whatever, there wasn't a lot of information out there about the fasting or even intermittent fasting, doing OMAD and everything. I did end up doing OMAD, and I have very, very little loose skin for having lost 100 pounds. I quit weighing myself at 275 and I'm 178 these days. But also the long term, what's interesting is for the last, I would say 2.5 years where I've been stable at this weight, everything is continuing to tighten up a little bit. It's slow, but it's definitely very noticeable. So that is kind of just some hope or thoughts for people out there who are like, oh, I'm fearing this. I'd say, don't worry about fearing it. Looks a lot better than the fat on you, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And then once you get through that, it's going to continue. I feel it's going to continue. And if you look at people like Kelly Hogan, I mean, she's an incredible person. And I do think that also brings into it the age, the couple of us here, north of 60, we know your skin is not as quite elastic as it is. So don't expect the results either that somebody 20, 30, or even 40 is going to get. I think it's that, you know what I mean? Maybe on a curve factor of how much we'll do. But I also think a lot of us, say 45 and above, probably don't care so much if we have a little bit of loose skin as we did when we were probably 20 or 30. It's not a horrifying event.
No.
I don't know what
So
you
many
guys
other
feel on
benefits. Yeah.
Like Alex, did you have, because I know, like I said, we're pretty close in age, and I was at that north of 275 and 178, and I think we're both lost quite a bit of weight like that. Did you have much of that issue, or?
No, the strangest thing for me was I get free membership as a swim teacher, and for the first 8 months from the 1st of May, I didn't go to the gym once, and my wife was scratching her head going, "What's happened to your man boobs? Where's those love bits gone? What's happening here? And, your bottom's gone smaller. I've got 2 chins now instead of 3." And I was like, I don't know what is going on. So then obviously I looked at all the subcutaneous fat processing, obviously, when you go off carbs. And I knew that was the way to go. But I go to the gym now maybe once or twice a week. But no loose skin. I've always been physical active. But I think I've done 28-hour fasting, but nothing more than that. What about you, Chad? Have you done more than 28?
I did one time at 48, and I didn't really enjoy it. So I've never really done more than about 24, 28, just the OMAD. Because if you're like me, sometimes if you are eating OMAD, hey, I'm hungry at 10 o'clock in the morning, but I get up at, say, 5 o'clock. So say 5 hours. But then there's sometimes I'm just busy working all day, and I just find, oh, wow, it's 6 o'clock and I want to go to bed in 3 hours. I should eat a little something, and I'm hungry. Then you notice it. I think, too, when you get busy, you don't notice the hunger.
Absolutely. Yeah. I totally agree.
I never had the experience of forgetting to eat, because you're hungry. It's hard to forget you're hungry when you're hungry all the time. I forget to eat all the time now.
The strange thing for me is when people say to you, "Hey, Al, you're not eating yet." I go, "No, I'm not hungry." And that's when they look at you and think, well, every single animal on the planet only eats when it's hungry. My son's got a Bengal cat, and she's 3, and she's being she is an obligate carnivore. She's only ate steamed meat for 3 years, and she looks like a snow leopard. She comes in, she eats, and then she goes out and plays. Then she comes in, she goes to sleep. Then she eats when she wants to. And that's what we've forgotten how to do it. We've forgotten the, almost the the carnal way of doing it. It's crazy that we go, oh, it's 11 o'clock. I'll have some chocolate. It's 1 o'clock. I'll have a cake.
I think a lot of people almost remind me of like the hobbits. Like, well, what about first breakfast? What about second breakfast? When you talk to them about how you eat, they're literally like, oh, what about this? And they can't.
My son asked me, I don't remember the question, but something like, "Oh, I haven't eaten today." And he looked at me and he said, "You haven't eaten anything yet?"
Are you okay?
Yeah.
And they almost think that you're going to fall down in the next hour and a half if you don't very quickly eat. Like, oh my gosh, do you want a chair? Should you sit down? That kind of a thing too.
So can I ask how old you are, Chad?
Yeah, 60 years old.
60? And
yeah.
Alex?
What's that?
How old is Alex?
Oh, I'm 65 in 21 days.
Oh, okay.
65. And I'll be an old age pensioner in the UK next year. It used to be 65. But if you look at when I started my career in the 70s, all my local government bosses, they retired at 65 and they died at 66 because they, I don't know. I don't know what it's to do with cigarettes and all, obviously the lifestyles then, but I intend doing Dr. Chaffee's challenge, 120, 130.
Yeah. Well, I'm between you guys. I'm 62. I'll be 63 in November. So.
Yeah. But again, I don't. I keep saying this on my videos. I feel decades younger, not just 5 years. I feel as if I could do twice as much work that I do. I mean, Kerry says he can do 3, but he's much younger than me.
Yeah, I can sit cross-legged on the ground, get up, no problem. When
Yeah.
I get up now in the morning, I am up. There is no like, oh, coming down the stairs. And I joked at one point with my wife, probably about the time I'd lost the most weight. So say 3 years ago, I was going up the stairs and I said, honey, I can go up the stairs like I used to. And she was like, well, how is that? And I'm like, quickly.
Oh, wow. But I like Adam's comment about tying your shoelaces. I literally nearly fainted once, just bending down trying to tie my shoelaces in the bedroom, sitting on the bed, and was like, I can't do this anymore. This is ridiculous, And I'm only in my 50s. But that made me giggle today.
The shoelace thing, man, there's a couple memories that really stick to me when I knew I was really obese and I had to do something. And honestly, one of those was shoes, watching a guy, and it wasn't because he was obese. He was older, but you could tell he must pick on the vegans, must have been a vegan or something. And the guy was just, a brittle shell of nothing. And he only looked like he was about 65 or 70 years old. And he could not tie his shoes at REI. I was looking for shoes. And I mean, it's one of those things that just stick in your head as a vivid memory. And he literally had to have the person do it. And he couldn't quite even bend down to even like pull his own shoes on. And I was just thinking, I do not want to be that person. No. That's one of those things. So I think too, for some of us, even but it is interesting you mentioned the shoes because,
I have a question, and I've never found anything really about this. Is itchy skin, and I'm not talking about the keto rash.
Oh, man. I could tell you. Okay. I'll let other people go if they want first.
There's no rash, and it moves around. So I just tell myself that's where the fat's coming off. But the itching just drives me crazy sometimes.
So really quickly, I have really severe allergies. Like I said, I've had anaphylactic shock twice, bad allergies. So, I mean, we're talking severe.
Yeah.
All the time, really, really, itchy skin. When I was overweight, I always had itchy skin, always had sinusitis, all these problems. Well, as I went forward and started this carnivore diet, I still had extremely itchy skin, probably till about, I would say, a year in, but I was down to weight and everything else. And for me, it turned out to be the eggs, and I was eating eggs. And once I stopped eating the eggs, it all went away and I had no more itchy skin. Now, I test myself like immensely all the time. I'm always like, just trying out like, okay, I stopped cheese because I would say I'm about 98% line with a little bit of butter, but as of last week, I cut out butter. But I am testing cheese again. And I really haven't had dairy in over a year and a half since I kicked my coffee habit. And that coffee habit was also another thing that everything got better. My sleep got better. So I do say, just try to stop coffee at some point, whether it's a year or 2 years into your carnivore journey. You might not notice it this first year, but like me, maybe at 2 years or 3 years, you're going to go, okay, wow, this was causing my skin problems and itchy. But so when those eggs went away, I would still notice it once in a while from something, and I racked it up to allergies. And again, that's where that 2-year mark hit, and I quit coffee. And since then, it's been none. But since I started testing cheese again last week, I've noticed a little bit. And you've seen me a few times kind of reach up, and I'm kind of scratching my face. So I think it's something to do with, for me at least, again, because I do have allergies with the skin. Now, if I eat eggs, I can say eat 10 of them for 5 days until I get super itchy skin, but I could eat 5 of them for, say, 2 weeks. You know what I mean? So I think it's just a buildup of what it does.
Okay.
And I did take away the whites, as many suggest it's always in the whites, and I could eat egg yolks and I'm fine.
Oh.
So again, for me, I found it's strictly to do it. And my feeling is, yeah, okay, I don't have to eat 8 eggs, but if 8 eggs are doing it, if I eat 4, I'm just not feeling or sensing it. You know what I mean? It's like putting headphones on.
Yeah.
The noise is still there. You're just kind of deadening the noise. So I don't want to eat any eggs anymore.
Well, it's
But I would say look at the egg whites and just try dropping eggs and try dropping all dairy and see what happens. It did work for me. And again, everybody's on their own journey. Everybody's mileage may vary, but That was a huge thing. And again, at that 2-year mark of finally quitting coffee, and I was upset because, as I mentioned before in here, like I literally had a commercial espresso machine in my house, like dedicated 20 amp breaker. The one good side, because it was on a dedicated 20 amp breaker, when we quit running the espresso machine, our power bill went down by $100. I kid you not. It was pulling that much power because it was a full size commercial machine in our house.
It's nice to have feedback like that, because I hadn't heard anything specific like that. And I don't eat a lot of eggs except for the pudding thing.
Well, I think that's the one thing I hope I can contribute is having done this for over 3.5 years. You know what I mean? I've kind of lived through some of this, and I've noticed these things. And again, I'm one of those severe testers. Like I'll abuse myself to see what happens for 2 weeks, because then I know. And I'm one of those people, like, I'm sure some of you are like that. You have to know for you. Somebody can tell you, but you have to test it for yourself.
Yeah. And like you, I like that you said, down the road, because I've made so many changes in the last, 4 or 5 months that it's nice to not make too many. I really don't want to give up coffee. I drink it black, but I really love my coffee.
At year 1, and maybe even at 1.5 years, I was that idiot, flat out say it. I was that idiot that would be like, oh, show me where the coffee beans are on the cow. You know what I mean? I was that guy that would say stupid stuff like that, because I really felt like, okay, this is where that. Of course, the same side, I was still drinking coffee then, but you get the idea of the gist of that. People always say, oh, the spices and stuff. And I've really come to a point of believing, do what you need to, especially in these first 3 months. Do the spices, do the sour cream, go to Costco and buy that Costco-sized tub of pork rinds and the Costco-sized thing of sour cream. And 2 hours later go, what happened to it? It's all gone. Whatever you need to get through so you don't fall back, but work hard on cutting those things out and then test as you go. So to me, spices are fine, but I would say 3 months in, just try cutting them in half and see how it goes. And then in 2 months, one day, just quit the spices and only salt your meat, and then see what happens. And the same thing with coffee. I tried it the first when I started this. No way. The headaches, the withdrawals, everything else. The 1 year mark I tried. Now, here's what's wild for you coffee drinkers. 2 years in, and again, you're talking a guy that drank at least 3 21-gram shots a day, which is a triple. So I was having 3 triple espressos a day.
Wow.
All the times, the headaches, severe withdrawals, just the massive problems. At that 2 year mark when I quit, that was it. I literally just quit.
Wow.
The next day, there was no headache, no withdrawals, no nothing. And I am going to chalk that up to 100% carnivore healed me so strongly. Now, I can't remember if it was about maybe 5-6 months in, I said, okay, I'm going to have a coffee again. So I made another coffee and I tasted it, and it just didn't taste good. And I'm sure if some of you have tasted a little food you like, it has a weird taste nowadays.
Yeah.
So coffee wasn't quite the same. And I was like, okay, that's not really good. The second day I had it and I could only finish half of it, and I was like, done. The third day I tested it, and I was only going to test it for like 5 days. Then I was not planning on starting up. I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
And the third day I literally had 2 sips and spit it out. Now, every once in a blue moon, like every 3 months, I might have 1 sip of my wife's, cold brew. And to me, especially for some of us who are, say, over 40 years old, when you hear a song from your high school days, you know how it brings back memories? And those are those memories that you have, but it might not bring back, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You get that memory thing. To me, taking a sip is about a memory of something I used to like, but it doesn't mean I want to go back there, which I think is an interesting psychological part, is that mental thing. And it's the same thing, like Halloween candy. I used to be a Swedish fish, the little red Swedish fish addicts. And my kids got some for Halloween. I'm like, oh, let me just try one little bite of his head. And I was like, whoa. The first year I was like, man, that's viciously sweet. But it flooded back all these memories. The second year I tried it, it had this odd synthetic horrible taste to it.
Wow.
And it wasn't as much the sweetness as I could taste all the synthetics. This third year, I didn't even bother trying. It's like I already know that it went from that stage.
I think it's really
outside of all, what's that?
I said it's really interesting how your tastes change and how
Yeah.
quickly they change.
Quite radically over the year. And then every year, like you've heard Sean Baker say and stuff, about cake, or some people like, I won't have a whole slice, but I'll have like 1 or 2 bites of each of my kids. I have two kids. So I'll have like 1 or 2 bites of their cake. And one time we got this chocolate cake from Costco. I don't know if some of you guys live in the US and they have those chocolate cakes and they're like 7 pounds of
so
sugar.
Good. Yeah.
So, and I used to like that junk. I tried it and it was so viciously sweet and tasted so horrible that one first year. A second year I tried it, I couldn't even, it was just this immediate gut-wrenching reaction. Now, my daughter last year made a cake completely from scratch and did almost like a mascarpone cream cheese kind of frosting thing that was really light. And I had my typical, okay, I'll have a bite or 2 bites, to kind of celebrate their birthday. I didn't like it, but it wasn't bad. So it's interesting too, the synthetics, I think, that go into some of these things. You can start tasting these chemicals where she made all this stuff from, fairly, I won't want to say healthy, but the frosting side was literally just some mascarpone cheese and some, whipped cream and some things mixed together. And I was like, wow, that's a difference. So again, over those,
I couldn't eat stevia. I hated the taste of stevia.
No. I do think everybody should not have stevia flat out from the get-go, because I've heard everybody say this who's into this carnivore thing. It will keep that addiction going. So I am very strong on stop the artificial sweeteners.
Yeah, it doesn't. Well, it's a natural sweetener, but
okay, but let me say this.
Still a sweetener.
Sugar. I'm from Hawaii originally.
Yeah.
Sugar is grass. Sugar is a big piece of cane.
Yep.
Stevia is a leaf. Yep. What's the difference? You know what I'm saying when you say artificial? I'm saying that with a smile, obviously.
Well, yeah, I can't. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying, though? People go, oh, okay, well, it's this way or that way. So to me, I guess it's maybe what is the word? Secondary, choice of sweeteners, or optional sweetener maybe is a good word. You can decide to have sugar or something else.
And I may find that I don't want to have that down the road.
Yeah.
But I don't use it very often. So, but
I think it's tough because it does keep you kind of going. Do you find that though, that you kind of go, ooh, I want to put, well, that's good then.
I don't crave sugar, and the only thing that I get hungry for every once in a while is bread, like Costco croissants. And I refuse to buy.
I laugh because that back in my mind, I'm like, oh, I remember those.
Oh, so good. Yeah.
You cut them open, then you put chocolate chips in them, then put them in the microwave. That's how bad I was.
I just won't even try it because it's too early in. Grains. After learning how bad these things are for you, all the grains and the seed oils, and I can't even imagine what Costco puts in their croissants. But
did you ever try to stick to carnivore and make those pork rinds, mix them up, like pulverize them and then use an egg and then put them in the waffle maker and make like those truly carnivore waffles? It's literally like, a small amount of totally fractured up pork rinds and an egg and mix it together. You don't even need anything else. Good. Yeah.
Oh, is that?
I did those the first year. I eventually just learned to, I didn't really care, but I'll tell you what, those little cheats like that really helped me. Like make a hamburger bun out of those.
Ketogenic Woman has a recipe for those with a little 4-inch waffle maker.
Yeah.
And it's perfect to make a hamburger with.
That's what I have, is one of those little Dash waffle makers. Yep. My wife still uses it because she's kind of trying to start the keto. The other thing you can do is you can chop up, pepperoni to me. Yeah, it's borderline carnivore, but it's still carnivore. You know what I mean? But because who cares about some spices and some stuff? But if you chop those up and throw in there, it's almost like this weird little pizza kind of thing when you're done. Or obviously pepperoni and mozzarella, or throw cheddar in there, and now you have this thing that really carries on that cheddar. So then cheddar, hey, I'm going to throw in some bacon bits. So you have bacon bits, cheddar, these little carnivore things, and those make an awesome makeshift hamburger bun if you were really craving. So I think there's a lot of little cheats that I kind of figured out along the way like that in my first year to help me through this.
Yeah, I'm really good with just a hamburger. I don't need the
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe have a slice of tomato or onion or something with it.
But it could be there for your bread thing, even just to try, something like that to help you kind of pull away from that and then learn that you won't need it.
Specific things like the croissant or
croissants or
Panera's
something.
baguette.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta jump in quick. I gotta say big shout out to Kimberly. Kimberly, welcome.
Hey
Kimberly,
how's it going?
limited time you're working today and you were nice enough to jump on. Thank you so much. How are you doing? We haven't met in person yet.
I'm
You
great.
commented so many times.
I know. And I moderate your chat, so you
Yes.
should know me.
I know. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. How have you been?
Well, I'm glad to be here. I had to just keep putting my lunch off until I could actually get in the queue. And then I had my friends standing by, so it was kind of crazy. But yeah, I'm the charge nurse, so it's hard to get away.
I appreciate you jumping on. It's nice to see face to face finally, because you probably left more comments and chats than anyone else ever. It's just awesome. I really appreciate it.
Me, really?
Yes.
That's funny. I'm chatty.
Yeah.
She chats on our live streams too, and we really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Kimberly, would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself, your carnivore story, maybe?
Well, I am 48 years old. I've been on carnivore for 90 days as of yesterday, I believe it was. I started May 5th, so I think that's right. My math's correct. So I've done that for 90 days. It's just been totally life-changing for me, honestly. I had arthritis every day. I could barely even get up out of my chair at the charge desk when I had to go make an assignment or just walk around the unit. Now I can just hop right up, don't hurt at all. It's amazing. It's really crazy. That wasn't the reason that I went on the carnivore diet, but that's definitely been the best, good thing for me. So the main reason I went on the diet to begin with is it's kind of, I hate talking about it, but I am a nurse, so it doesn't bother me too bad. But I have chronic candida. And when I say that, you're probably thinking like female stuff. It's not just that. It's like skin, like I would have it on my scalp. I would have it, female areas. I would have chronic cough. If I ate the least bit of sugar, I would get like an esophageal candidiasis is what it's called. It's just way too much medical information, but basically sugar was literally physically making me ill. So when I learned from, I think it was from Dr. Barry's chat, or I don't know, one of the carnivore sites that I was on, I learned that there was a lady that did the carnivore diet, and she cured herself of her chronic candida, basically. I mean, if you go back on the sugar, it may come back, but if you're eating the proper human diet and you don't have it, I mean, to me, that's cured. So I do have an immune system, like abnormality, like a dysfunction in my immune system that causes me to be more susceptible than most people. However, I've never really been that sick my entire life. I've been very well. I didn't even get chickenpox as a child. So, other than that one problem, I'm good, So I feel like I'm at least 30.
Nice.
That's awesome.
That's great. How is it being in healthcare and being a nurse, and what do you see on a daily basis? Any of the folks you're working with talk about nutrition at all?
Okay, so one of my fellow charge nurses is actually a carnivore. So
nice.
that's been really cool. And then we had a patient the other day that had lost 100 pounds on carnivore, and our student knew that I was also on carnivore. I usually don't go around telling everybody just because, you know, people are weird. So, but yeah, the few people that I did trust and tell, one of them came up to me and he said, "Oh, you've got to go talk to this patient. He lost 100 pounds on carnivore." And I was just shocked. You know, I don't know. Are you hearing an echo, Kerry?
No.
Okay, I'm just making sure. All right. Anyway, so yeah, I was just like, wow, a real life carnivore in the flesh. And so I had to go talk to him, and we just, you know, connected immediately, of course, because that's how we do. But yeah, it's, you know, in my everyday job, I'm usually the charge nurse, but when I'm not, I usually will work maybe one day on the floor a week. I will have to take care of a lot of people with diabetes who have to get their legs cut off, their feet cut off, you know, just horrible things that you can never imagine even having to dream about, never mind see, and these people are experiencing. And I just want to tell them, you know, and sometimes I do, I have to be very careful about what I say, but I just say, yeah, this is what I'm doing. And sorry, my phone just rang. Did it cut out?
Yeah.
Am I back?
You are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, so I tell them, sometimes I'll say, yeah, this is what I'm doing. And here's a website for this doctor, Dr. Barry, you know, he's wonderful, and just hope that they go on there and look at it. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's like every day, it's a struggle for me to know that I can't really do that much for them. I mean, I can help them with their pain here for now, but I want to help them more than that. You know, I want to help people actually prevent, and I'm not going to use the word cure, but, you know, make their chronic diseases better. We'll say that. I would like to be able to coach people through that, and to just, you know, come at it from a medical perspective and from a, hey, I've been there, I've done that perspective. I'm very practical. I'm not just solid, like, oh, this is what they say, and this is what, you know, this is what we recommend and all that stuff. No, if you haven't taken a medication, you don't know how it works. Okay. You may think you do, but when you take it and it gets in your body and you see, oh yeah, it actually does have side effects. And almost all of them do, by the way. You know, it's just a matter of pick your poison and, you know, choose which one. There are some that are better than others, of course. And I'm not saying that people should never take medications by any means, but I choose very carefully which medications I take these days. And also, I did get off Adderall. So,
Yay.
The Carnivore Diet.
Right. That's
well,
awesome.
and people not in the medical field don't realize how much junk is in your face to eat all the time. You know.
Oh my gosh, that is my like, oh my gosh, it's
constant.
It's the bane of my existence. Okay, every single day I walk into this break room, and I'm not trying to sell my people out right now. I'm really not. But we're talking cakes, cookies, donuts. The other day, somebody sent a text message out and they said, hey, so-and-so brought cookies for everybody. They're in the break room. And I turned around to my friends and I said, hey, there's some heroin in the break room. They didn't think it was funny. I thought it was hilarious. So,
well, that's
they were
why
just like,
people don't.
What are you talking about? And then they say, you only eat meat? As they have a donut and a cookie.
Yeah, people don't realize how badly medical professionals eat.
It
just
is
horrible.
Unreal. I got Employee of the Month the other day, and I love my manager.
Awesome.
I do. He doesn't know that I'm carnivore. Okay, he doesn't even know that I'm low carb. But guess what I got?
A cake.
A cake.
Well,
like,
I am so amazed and so proud of you working in that environment and being carnivore for 90 days. That is, oh my gosh, you need an award just for that.
Thank you. I am very stubborn. I'm hard-headed. My daddy made me hard-headed. I always joke around and tell people when I was a little bitty girl, my dad, he would put his head up against mine like this, and he'd say, "I'm more hard-headed than you are." And I would say, "No, I'm more hard-headed than you are." And we would and it would do it. I did it so hard, it would hurt my little head. And I would keep doing it because I was like, "I'm more hard-headed than you are, Daddy." So I always joke around that he made me hard-headed. And, my dad actually passed away about let's see, 9 years ago. No, more than that, 11 years ago. And he had ALS, which is Lou Gehrig's disease. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but it's kind of like MS, only basically all your muscles just stop working, and including your lungs, so you can't breathe. And it's a horrible, horrible disease. And I really wish that my dad would have had the opportunity to try carnivore, because I know he would have. Like, he fed me sardines from the time I was a little bitty girl, sardines and eggs. And now I eat that in memory of him and for carnivore. So people can down sardines all they want, but sardines have a special place in my heart.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, we lost you again. Oh, you're back.
There
okay.
she is.
Sorry, it's the connection here at work. I wish I was home today.
Yeah, it's got to be tough seeing so many people and you want to help and you just can't. It's hard too, because even if you could help, like, could you? In some cases, we have a loved one, extended family that has diabetes and missing like half his foot, and we go to like family get-togethers and stuff. Still birthday cake and all the junk food and everything, while I'm sitting there just sipping my water. It's just it's so hard to watch and see, and I guess we just put our best examples out there, and that's all we can really do.
Yeah, and that's so frustrating though, because I know, Kerry, I think our personalities are a lot alike. Like, I just want to just save the world, and my husband, he'll tell me, you can't save everybody, like everybody that you tell about this is not going to do it, and even if they did, like, they're not all going to be successful, and the light just went off. I have to move around to get the light to come back on.
We can see you.
Can you see me good?
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody's not even going to be willing to try this. So many people I've told about it have been like, well, I could never not eat pancakes for the rest of my life. And I'm like, don't think about the rest of your life. Just think about today. Like, just today. And like, when it comes to starting, you don't have to like wind yourself up for it and say, oh, I'm going to start. And I recommend starting keto first, by the way, just so y'all understand where I'm going with this. But you don't have to say, okay, I'm going to start keto next Thursday and have it on the clock and all that on the calendar. You can just say, my next meal, I'm going to eliminate carbs. And after that, it's like, well, that was easy. Let's do it again. How about for the next meal? Let's see if we can just not eat some carbs. It's not hard. It's really not hard.
I didn't think I could do carnivore. I didn't like meat that much.
I didn't think I did.
And now look at
here we are. It's crazy when I heard Dr. Berry, and if Dr. Berry had not done carnivore, I'm telling you right now, I never would have done it. I never would have. But right. Dr. Berry was on there, and he would just, I could tell he was getting that way, because I've watched them for years. Like years. I don't even know how many, a long time. And I could tell he was leaning more towards carnivore, and I was like, well, he's lost his mind. And no, this is Dr. Berry. He knows what he's talking about. So I kept listening. And the more I listened, the more I knew, like, he is onto something. I'm going to have to try this. And then when I heard about the lady with curing her candida, I was sold. So, it's been a journey. That's for sure. And my energy level is so over the top that Carrie, there are times I feel like I'm manic, and I'm not. I don't have bipolar. I do not have. I've had some postpartum depression in the past, but I really feel like just I can't do enough. Like I just want to run around the house. It sounds crazy.
It's evident based on your comments and your interactions. It's awesome though. It's good energy, right? You're doing good
I'm
stuff
sorry.
with it.
I know I'm a lot. I know I'm a lot to take.
No,
guys, and I apologize for that.
No, I'm giving you a hard time, but I really appreciate it. It's so wonderful when you're on a live stream because some people just sit there, they don't do anything, and then you see a familiar name, and you're always leaving really good comments. So it's a good energy.
Good. I'm glad.
And so you got your own YouTube channel now. Let me show this up here real quick.
Yeah, I do. I've had it for. Well, I've been posting carnivore stuff on it for a little bit. Before that, I did a lot of TikTok, and so I would bring a lot of my shorts over. But, you know, nothing was really serious because I didn't really think I had anything to talk about. But I've had a passion to learn YouTube. So now my two loves have intersected, and there it is.
Nice.
So I'm not consistent enough yet. Trying to be more consistent. But I would like to at least post, you know, 1 or 2 videos a week eventually. I've done quite a few shorts just because shorts are easy for me now.
Yeah. Shorts are a great way to get into YouTube too. I always tell people that because you can get a lot of views and subscribers. YouTube's really pushing those out. But look, so Kimberly has 272 subscribers. There's 800.
I can't believe that. Oh my
There's
gosh.
865 people watching right now. So if everybody watching subscribes right now, we can get Kimberly to 1,000 monetized. 1,000. Do it. Everyone go to Kimberly's.
There's no way.
And then also we mentioned this earlier. Kimberly, you weren't on here yet, but our friend Adam, who's been so nice helping me moderate and manage things here. Carnivore today. What did we say this like an hour ago? You are now at 560. We jumped you up 100.
Nice.
Let's get him today. Come on.
Thanks, Kerry.
1,000.
Yay.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you.
That's awesome.
And
I think I'm subscribed. Yeah, I know I'm subscribed to him. If I'm not, I will, but I'm almost 100% sure I am.
Likewise, for sure. Quick update,
Carnivore
Kerry.
today. Yep. Carnivore today and Kimberly Lane. Everyone go subscribe. Please. Get them to 1,000.
Thank you, guys.
That'd be
I'll
awesome.
have to head out pretty soon, but I'll still be listening.
Yes,
you know,
thank you.
just
I
in
appreciate
between.
appreciate you so much jumping on and all your contributions and making some time during work. So thank you so much, Kimberly.
Thank you so much. You guys have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Thanks, Kimberly.
Bye.
So Adam, what's going on now?
Okay.
Emma, quick, look at this.
I think Alia.
Really quickly,
Alia and Damon
I'm
are
going to
trying
jump.
get in.
Yeah, I'm going to jump off too to make some room for people.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to say thanks, and I'll reach out to you because if you ever want to, you know what I mean, get another long-term carnivore's perspective on some things and do something, Kerry, I'm all up for that.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, because that could be fun. I think there's something to share. And again, if anybody wants to sub who actually, you know, would appreciate what I have to say, I would love it, obviously, just to kind of spread the word and spread a long-term perspective and everything else. So,
yep, sounds great.
Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Hui ho, brothers. Hui ho.
Have a good day.
We'll see you.
Thanks, Chad. Take care.
Thanks, Chad.
All right,
Have a good
Adam, you were saying, Alia's
Alia and Damon, I think, are in the back.
Oh, we got a bunch. What do you think, Adam? Should I just let everyone in? We have there's just like 6 people now. Everyone, there's just beep.
Sure.
Do we do a quick update? Am I up to date here on these super chats? Maybe
You are not up to date, but our totals right now are $6,085 donated. Woohoo!
Wow.
And the match on that is $12,170.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Fantastic.
Thank you
Awesome.
everyone so much.
Great job, guys.
I never would have imagined it went that high. That's just crazy. All right. So, well, here, let's do this. There's been a couple people in here waiting so long. Ketoing Viking, I am so sorry. You've been sitting there forever. It's just a big influx of people. I'm going to let a whole bunch of people in right now and do a quick update. And then Ketoing Viking, I hope we can hear your story here first.
Hi.
Alia, hey, welcome
Hey,
back.
I'm here to do some cheerleading. Everyone else can talk.
Awesome. And then we've got Damon, I don't think your video's on yet. Maybe turn that. There we
There
go,
he is.
Damon.
Hey, Damon.
And let's see, we got a couple more. DC Learning to Live, welcome.
Hey, hello everyone. How you doing?
And
Nice to meet everyone.
Jonathan's back.
What's good? I'm back for a bit.
And oh, there he is, Aaron. Hey, how's it going?
All right.
Hey.
How's it going?
Wow.
So we got a whole bunch of people. There's a couple more still waiting. One more waiting. I'm gonna just go through real quick. We'll do a quick update. Emma, what's the time?
Adam,
Yes.
I'll come off if you want, if you've got other people in the queue, because I've been on twice. Yeah? Do you want me to go out? I'm quite happy.
I'm fine if you stay. I don't have any control of whether you come in or not. So Kerry's got the buttons for that.
No, I think we're good. Mike is there, but he was on earlier, so I'll drop him back in here in a second. So
Okay, give me a shout.
I'm going to jump up here, guys, too. I'm going to give you some room to get more people in here.
Awesome, Matt. Have a good day.
Thanks for
Thank
stopping
you.
by, Matt.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will. Here we go. We're up to speed now. Michael, welcome back, Primal Mike. So we're under 2 hours left, and then Adam, I'm sorry. Could you say that one more time? What were we at?
We are at $6,085 donated, and the match is $12,170.
It's not good enough. Come on, guys.
Well done.
We need to hit the 10K.
Yeah, I mean that would be unbelievable. But if it went to 10K, that's the match. This guy said he'll match up to 10K. So unbelievable. I'm so happy with what we have here so far. But let's go through these real quick. So some super chats came in again. Maryland, $10. Need to make a pilgrimage to Montello. What a party that would be. Hey, anytime anyone wants to come out and visit, right here, Montello Theater, I would love to meet you and say hi. We've had so many carnivores coming in here. It's been unbelievable. The other day I had 4 in one night. It was the coolest thing. It's just, you could see them too because they come in with the big meat shirts on and their face is glowing. They got smiles on their face. They're happy to see you. It's awesome. $100. Wow.
Oh, wow.
So that's 200 with the matching donation we're getting. Just nuts. Chris, $10. Looking forward to Carnivore movie. Thank you all for sharing your personal story. This gentleman here, Rock Salt, just became a new member. This is our good friend. He has been helping me. Adam, I got to introduce you to this guy. So he has written, directed, filmed several feature films. He's done a lot of documentaries. He starred in a movie with Rob Lowe. He had like a fight scene with Rob Lowe. He's like a legit movie star, but he's the coolest guy because none of that, he's a carnivore and he's thriving as a carnivore. And he's been just volunteering his time, helping me out and giving me some advice. And Alex, heads up, he lives near you. He's in your neck of the woods. So he's
he sent me a message on the videos. Spoke a couple of times.
Awesome.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, he just sent
What
me
a great name as well. What a great name.
Anybody with a name Rock Salt, I have to meet.
Yes, yeah. And he just showed me a feature film that he did all by himself. It's on Amazon right now. And we're thinking about playing it in the movie theater. It's excellent. He did this all. It's amazing. He's a really talented guy, but what a resource to have. We also have Chad, who's done documentary films, who's been helping me immensely as well. So big shout out to Rock Salt. He might jump on here any minute. So Hector, $10. Thank you so much. $15 Carnivore Meals. New member, Tiny Noble. Brian C., that's $100 with the double donation. And then Sue Morris, another $100, driving from Phoenix to Santa Barbara. Listening to you all provide such inspiration. 61 years young and 65 days on carnivore. Thank you all so much. Awesome. Amazing. Wow. Okay, so I think we're all up to... Well, no, there's more. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Oh,
and GoFundMe.
Okay, so we got Sue Morris. I did Christopher Ellis. Another one for now. Keep up the good work. That's like the third one from Christopher Ellis.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So generous. Love the beard. Till we meet again. Love the name. $100. I finally made my channel. Video coming next week and love you guys. Cheers to the Carnivore documentary. I've loved listening in today. Thanks, Kerry, Emma, and all the great guests. Till we meet again. New YouTuber. Go check him out. Give him some love. Stay strong, live long. $10. Rock on, Kerry and Emma. Tuning in from Sydney, down under in Australia. And then we have Christy, $10 for 20, a super sticker. And now with donations, let's see here. Adam, do you remember where we left off?
With GoFundMe?
Yeah.
I believe we were at, I think the newest one is Bridget Flawan.
Okay.
2 hours ago. Start at that one.
All right, thank you. Went too far. There we go. So, wow, thank you guys so much. Everyone's so generous. Bridget, $30. Lonnie, Susan Bess, Rebecca Morgan, Lyral, Anita, Nancy with $50. Robin, and Karen for $20. So we've got 140 super chats or GoFundMe donations I haven't thanked yet, so I'll have to do that. But just
try refreshing that, Kerry, because there's one that's not showing.
Oh, okay. Let me do that.
Has someone got a fan on the background? It's quite loud.
Oh, Bill,
there
come
you
on.
go.
What was the last one I said, Karen?
Yep.
Karen 20. Bill Nott. What are you doing, Bill? Bill, no. Bill 200. He had to outdo me too because I was the first one to donate to Bill, and I did $100. He's got to double me up like that. Come on, Bill. Patricia 25. Thank you, Bill. You did not have to do that. I'll pay you back when I see you next week. I'm gonna take your cat back to our Airbnb. So thank you guys so much. Let's see. So, wow, we're under 2 hours now. I can't. Did it seem like 10 hours went by? 8 hours went by?
Crazy.
We got to get Emma talking some more on here. Come on, Emma. Let's go. All right. So we got some new folks on here. Thank you for being so patient. So, let's see. Ketoing Viking, welcome.
Well, thank you.
A long time. I apologize. Would you mind telling us about yourself? Give us your story, maybe your brief carnivore background.
Well, I'm going to go backwards instead of forwards.
Okay.
I'm a medical student, and I'm in my last year, and the medical community loves veganism, plant-based food. They push it. And I've been ketoing for, 13 years. And I've just started carnivore 2 months ago. And it was a slow transition. So when I was ketoing, I went more plant-based at first. And I fell out of ketosis. And I couldn't get back into it. I just couldn't. And something's wrong. Then I went into the mitochondrial uncoupling camp. And mitochondrial uncoupling is supposed to help you lose weight. Well, it was frustrating for me because I was starting to get my energy back up. But at the end of the day, I couldn't, I just couldn't get the weight off. Started carnivore and it broke through my plateau and I was like, that's it, right there. The plant-based diet, no matter if it's keto, no matter if it's paleo, no matter if it's veganism, it just doesn't work. And I'm sorry for all the vegans out there. It just didn't work. But carnivore, absolutely. I beefed up my my fat intake. And well, of course, the medical community, oh my goodness, you talk about saturated fat. Well, you're going to get gout. You're going to do this. You're going to ruin your microbiome. You're going to do this. Your LDL cholesterol is going to go up. Well, all of my numbers are amazing. And it's just because I'm doing just fantastic. I started the channel because a lot of my clients, they eat the donuts, the ding dongs, the dum dums, the ho hos that the typical Western diet has. And they say, well, how are you so young and fit and healthy and vibrant? So, well, you got to stop putting it in your face. And they sit there and they look at me and they're like, well, I don't know how. So I said, I tell you what, I will start teaching you how. So I was going to people's houses and cooking for them. And the amount of people who would come out and say, thank you so much, but I need more recipes. And I will be honest, a lot of these videos I am literally doing on the fly. I'm like, I'm going to slap this together and see if it works. And there's a lot of things in the background that I taste and they're not good. And I have to dump and start filming over. So yeah, so there's a lot of things, but 3 things that people have a problem with is the fat, which the ketoing world knows that fat doesn't make you fat. Another thing that I find people concerned about is the calories, and I have a vendetta about calories, and I'll explain that in just a second. But another problem that people come up to me about is there is no bread, there's no grain, and I sat there in one of my classes about 2 semesters ago, I finally asked, what is it with the grains? And it's because they have fiber and fiber makes it healthy. Well, I said, well, white bread doesn't have any fiber in it. I'm sorry. So why is the USDA pushing grains? Well, money. That's what it is. At the end of the day, this is all about money and where the money flows and where the money goes. So I'm trying to help people get away from the grains and get away from the fruits and get away from the heavy carbs. And being carnivore has shifted my way of thinking to the point where I am now telling people vegetables are okay, but limit them to omit them. And so I will continue this ketoing Viking. I'll continue posting videos, but more progressively, I'm going to have more carnivore recipes on there. And everybody's been saying you can go from keto and then transition into carnivore. And I think that's a really good idea because I had been ketoing for about 13 years. My beef, so I have a master's degree in integrative health and wellness. And I tried the vegan route before. It didn't work. I felt horrible. I gained weight. I looked awful. I was mind fog. I couldn't get over it. And anyway, and so I started doing research on calories. And I know everyone's going to think I'm nuts, but I decided
I probably won't. I probably won't.
Oh, so I went into this whole long journey on what a calorie is, where it came from, how we discern what it is. And then I found Dr. Lulu Hunt Peters, sorry. Dr. Lulu Hunt Peters back in 1912 went on a rampage on a political stance for the war and wrote a book on calories. And her book was a bestseller. And her book was silly enough. And if anyone wants to funny read her book. You can find it on it's free actually on an ebook. I don't know where it's at. I downloaded it to my computer, but anyway, it's a funny read because she chastises people for eating too much because that food can go to the war efforts. So, and then she also says that brushing hair is an exercise. So anyway, she took Atwater's measurements, and Atwater was the person who put food in a little calorie meter and lit it on fire and discovered how many calories they are. And then after all of that, it just kind of fell down the rabbit hole, so to speak. So we have everything to think of when we think of calories back to Atwater and Lulu Hunt Peters' efforts. So I went on a 4,000 calorie diet. And I said, I can lose 30 pounds on a ketogenic diet with 4,000 calories. Everybody around me thought I was nuts. I still had like 20 pounds to lose. Everyone thought I was nuts. Everyone was sitting there like, you're going to hurt yourself. You're going to go to the hospital. And I said, well, according to my calculations, I should be 230 pounds by the time I'm done with this. So let's go. And I ended up losing, before the great toilet paper crisis of 2020, I ended up losing 17 pounds, and I would have progressively lost more as time went on because I went into full ketosis, eating meat, lots of fat, and a little bit of vegetables. And I went into the medical community and I was trying to tell people, and I was laughed at. And so I found the carnivore and the ketovore community to be such a great community. And I love you guys, and you guys are amazing and awesome. And here I am going to stay.
Awesome. Hey, you got an amazing story. I hate to do this, but can you just hold that thought? Because I want to shout out your YouTube channel. I know you're doing that, but my friend Dante's here, and he just has a couple minutes, I believe. And I'm going to shout him out, and then I'm going to come right back to you. So I apologize, but Dante, how's it going?
It's going good, man. Can you hear me? I'm just making
Yes.
sure I put the headphones on afterward.
I apologize. I know you just have a couple minutes. I still appreciate you taking the time to come on here. This is my daughter, Emma, by the way, and she's a carnivore because of you, my friend. It was me and then her, and now my mom's doing it, my stepdad's doing it. It's just like spreading like wildfire. But before I start rambling, would you mind just telling people that aren't familiar with you a little bit, just like maybe a quick background, your story, your brief carnivore story?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I didn't even know anything about a carnivore community or anything like that on YouTube or anywhere else for that matter. I had been following Jordan Peterson because he was making a lot of sense in a lot of other areas. So I was just watching him for several months, and then one day I was watching him, and I think he was on Joe Rogan, and he was talking about, or he asked Jordan about, so are you still doing that all beef diet thing you're doing? And it would have been like a record scratching in my head that stopped for a moment and said, wait a minute, what did you just say? You eat only beef. And I started looking into that a little bit deeper because what I was going through at the time, aside from being close to 300 pounds, was that wasn't even on my radar. I was having these gut problems that were killing me. And I didn't realize that it was probably, now I realize it's a mixture of the food I was eating and the stress I was under combined, because doctors had no answers for me whatsoever. I was going to see a gastroenterologist, and they had scoped me down this end and up the other end and said they don't see anything wrong. And then the doctors come on, and my primary care doctor would say there's nothing wrong with you. Yet I would wind up in the hospital because I would have so much pain in this area right around my belly button. I used to describe it like a black hole that would just be sucking the energy out of me and sucking the life out of me is what it felt like. But it would be painful too. And I thought maybe it could be related to the fact that I had laparoscopic surgery where they took out my gallbladder back in 2002. They went in the belly button and went up to get the gallbladder. And so, I mean, there's a number of things that I thought were causing it. The only thing I know is that doctors had no answers. They actually made me feel like I was crazy for even coming to them, because they thought either I was crazy or I was seeking pain pills. And I was not interested in pain pills. I mean, they're great and all, but I was trying to fix the problem at the time. Back then, that's the way I felt. I mean, now I'm happy to be off of anything. But back when I first started, I just wanted solutions, and they had nothing to offer, because ultimately they didn't have any medicine to offer that was outside of pain relief. And I think they just thought I was making it up to try to get them to prescribe pills. And they have a hard time with all the laws that involve that. And I heard Jordan Peterson talking about how it healed this numb spot on his leg, and it had healed I don't know if it's gingivitis, but it was gum disease, which is related to heart disease. And they say that's incurable, and that it had helped him get over needing SSRIs for chronic depression that had been in his family for years. His daughter was the same with that. And on top of that, she had rheumatoid arthritis that was causing her severe pains and surgeries and all kind of things going on. But it turned out her answer was Lion Diet, which is basically, for those of you who don't know, Lion Diet is a form of carnivore diet, but it's a little bit more exclusive in that I don't eat pork or chicken or fish. I only eat ruminant animals, and I drink water, and I have salt with my drinks and with my food. And that's pretty much all I do. I started recording a video as I was progressing through because I figured, well, I'm probably going to lose some weight on this. I had done Atkins diet back in the mid 2000s, and I knew I lost a lot of weight doing that, but I didn't get healthy. It didn't change things like this did. And after 125 days of doing Lion Diet, I released my progress on my YouTube channel that I had created with doing a video game thing with my son for a while. And I saw the screen change. I wanted to make sure I hadn't lost you there for a second. So I started the YouTube channel. I mean, launched the video, and then it just went gangbusters because I had like 300 views before that. And I thought, wow, everybody wants to know about this. I thought, this is amazing. I didn't think it was going to get this much attention. So I decided to keep talking about it. And since then, I've had so many people that have come to me telling me about the problems that they had with their gut or with their problems with anger control, brain fog, being able to sleep good. It fixed so many things that I didn't even anticipate, like being able to get up in the morning. Jordan Peterson had talked about that too, but that just went right by me because I was thinking all about my gut problem. And I haven't had any gut issues since. As long as I keep seed oils and sugars and things like that out, it's perfectly fine. Now, I started working in a restaurant about 6 months ago, and I got exposed to pork and apparently some seed oils that I didn't realize they were using. And that caused me some issues. But now that I realize that, I've gotten off of those again, and it's right back to normal. I feel good. I have energy coming out of my ears again. I want to get back to exercising again. And I have found that it has just become my calling, my mission in life to encourage other people to do this, because I realize that it can be really hard when you're trying to do it on your own, especially if you're in the house with other people who are eating all kinds of garbage that you realize is not good for you. And you just need somebody there to encourage you to keep on going or to keep on exercising or to keep moving in the right direction. And that's what I've been doing. And now I'm starting to look at some other research, and I've been reading a lot of stuff about cancer lately, specifically about Otto Warburg. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he was a cancer researcher in Germany during the 1920s, 30s, and 40s, and all the way up to the 60s, actually. But he was doing research on cancer that was revealing that sugar was basically a key component of cancer. But once genetic science started to take off and they discovered the onca gene, which is where they get the word for oncology, they decided, well, this is the answer. We're just going to forget all this research that Warburg was doing, because we didn't really like him anyway, because he was involved with what was going on in Germany. And now that researchers in the past few years are taking a closer look at it, they're realizing the reason why we went from 1 in 500 people having cancer back in the 1800s to 1 in 3 people winding up with cancer at some point now is having to do with the fact that sugar was the key factor. They were blaming it on civilization in general. So if I thought it was my enemy before, now I realize it's an enemy for a lot more reasons than just the gut issues and the weight gain and the brain fog and just feeling awful all the time. But also it seems to be the key factor for cancer. And I'm hoping to come up and talk about a lot more to do with that on my channel in the very near future. But I just picked up a whole cow today. I got to show you guys this.
Oh, nice.
I just got back from
All at once?
Huh?
Did you pick it up all at once?
Yes, I picked it up all at once. And I had
Not
to
a
bring
problem
it
for a
home.
carnivore. Oh, wow.
So just filled up the freezer. It's all
Nice.
grass-fed, grass-finished beef. This guy that raises cattle down in Dixie, Georgia, he has the key to raising cattle, and he doesn't use any chemicals on his farm. He doesn't use any chemicals on his animals, on the land, anything. Everything is done naturally. So you get some of the best omega-3 to 6 ratio. I got a couple of ribeyes in the air fryer right now, getting ready. So life is good, man. Life is good on Lion Diet, Carnivore Diet. And I encourage people that are not, you know, maybe they don't have all the issues that I had, but I'll tell you, if you're having any problems, even if it's just getting your weight under control, I'll encourage people to go for regular carnivore or even keto, whatever it's going to take to get you to get away from all that processed garbage out there, to get away from the sugar, the seed oils, the bread, the refined salts and rice and things like that. Get yourself some healthy salt, some natural salt. Like my personal preference has been Redmond, but I'll tell folks that are in other countries that maybe can't get a hold of it, Himalayan pink salt, Celtic sea salt, any kind of natural salt is going to be much better for you than that table salt that is stripped of all of its minerals. And I get excited every time I talk about it, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah, I think that's why your channel is so great. It's you're genuine and you're excited about it, and you've practiced what you preach. I don't know any other channel. Like, just for anyone that doesn't know, Dante's channel is Ferrigno Freedom. So I just showed the picture of it. Everyone should go subscribe to this man's channel. I really, Dante, don't think I would have started Carnivore if not for you. Yours was the first video I saw. And frankly and honestly, I thought you were a crazy person. I'm like, there's no way. There's something up with this guy. I just can't. But it got me to research and then go watch a bunch of Dr. Berry videos. And then I thought he was a scam artist too. But I kept researching until I'm like, oh, I'm just going to try this thing now. And it's changed my life forever. And you in particular, Dante, because you and I did that video together a while ago. I think we've done 2 together. And I've gotten so many comments on that. And I got so many comments earlier when I mentioned your name about just how many people have taken the path of Dante Ferrigno to Dr. Berry to starting Carnivore, changing their life forever. And you're in that equation in every one of them. Like, how does that feel? You got to be getting comments all the time from people saying, you're what inspired me. You're what made me start doing this. It's like, how does that feel?
That's what keeps me going more than anything. I didn't think about this becoming something like it has been, to where it's becoming my full-time gig at some point. But I'm just honored to be a part of anything that helps people get their health under control, because there is so much going on in the world right now that's enough to make your health bad just from dealing with the insanity that's going on. But then on top of all the food and all the stuff that's happening, with them trying to make us eat crickets and all kind of other garbage, we need an awakening, and we need healthy people. We need people that are going to be healthy and have mental clarity to be able to stand firm when this evil that's going on in the world comes our way. And I'm glad to be a part of it. I met Dr. Berry when I went to KetoCon back in April, and he was talking about how he is ready to start taking on some of these big organizations. And I'm glad to be a part of that. If you found Dr. Berry because of me and he helped you to get anything, that's all I needed to know. As far as I'm concerned, if I've helped somebody find better health, whether it's through my channel or somebody else's, it doesn't matter. I just want to be able to help more people find the freedom. That's why I call my channel Ferrigno Freedom, the freedom that I have found in this way of living. It's like I unzipped the body I used to have. I used to joke about it with my wife all the time. I wish I could just take this suit off because I'm tired of carrying it around all the time. And now here I am, about to be 51 years old. I'm in better shape than I was when I was a teenager. I'm at my high school wrestling weight. I mean, I had to work to get down to my high school wrestling weight when I was in high school. And here I am at this age being able to do it. And it's just easy. And it's awesome. Even my cattle rancher, the guy I bought the cow from, I got a video coming out tomorrow where we're going to be talking to him and his son. Between the two of them, they've lost close to 200 pounds since Christmas. Wow. And they had the meat right there under their hands, you know, right there under their nose all this time. But they were eating it with bread and sugar and all the other stuff. And they thought I was crazy too. Yeah. But eventually they caught on. And man, it's almost like leading somebody to the Lord when I find out that they've changed their life because of this way of eating, and that I was the influence that brought them. It brings me so much happiness to be able to give happiness to other people like that.
Yeah.
It means the world.
It's amazing too, because like you just see me as an example, but like I mentioned, my daughter Emma's carnivore now too. But now because of her example, someone else is, and because of my example, my mom is, my stepdad is, and now they're inspiring people. So it's like it's all spreading, but it comes back to Dante. It's pretty amazing if you really think about your reach when you think about it that way and how much it's spreading around. I said this too. I've been getting a lot of comments. I did that 30-day update video, and it seemed to fire some people up and inspire people. And I use the words you just said earlier. This is like my mission now, but it's almost switched a little bit now. It's almost more like a responsibility. It's like I have this information.
Oh, yeah.
And you see these people just suffering needlessly, and they just don't know any better. They don't know how good it could be. That was the whole thing with this Carnivore Diet movie. And just a real quick update on that, Dante. This has been nuts. We're at 8 hours and 30 minutes right now. And Adam, what are we at roughly for what we've raised?
$7,055, and yeah, over 14,000 doubled.
Unbelievable. Someone generously said they would meet dollar for dollar every donation. So we're at 7,000 just for today, which is $14,000, which is like almost bringing a tear to my eye, because this whole thing, Dante, it's crowdfunded. It's just donations, and I put a whole bunch of my own money into it. And we've got the camera, and we've got this crazy story with Bill, who was on here earlier, and we have 200 people that are participating. And the whole thing is we just want to follow these people around, several different people, not just obesity, but diabetes, mental health is a huge one, IBS, autoimmune disorders. Follow them around for a year. And not tell people, hey, you got to do carnivore. Just look at these examples, because your example, Dante, is what got me going. It was just your example. And those examples are so powerful. And then you see people you can relate with, and so many people with these examples. It's gotta fire some people up. So I can't. I was hoping maybe we'd raise a couple $100 today. I can't believe what's going on here.
I couldn't believe how hard it was to get in. I thought you were, when I heard your plans for this, I said, boy, that's pretty ambitious, but I'm glad it's turning out like it has, because the one thing I would like to see is, now that we have the numbers, I want to see restaurants start making carnivore protocols.
Yes.
I want to see somebody start a
Yes.
chain of carnivore restaurants. I mean, I don't have the funding to do something like that, but somebody out there is looking at this and thinking, hey, there's a whole market for this, because we can't go eat anywhere, at least on Lion Diet. It's really hard. Like the rancher guys, they just eat regular carnivore, so they can eat cheese and whatever they want. So they go out to restaurants a lot, and I ask them, I said, well, you realize they're still spraying the grill with that stuff, even though you tell them, unless apparently there's a few restaurants out there that are aware, because one of the things he brought up is, as soon as they mentioned that they wanted meat with no sides, the waitress asked, oh, you're doing carnivore, so you need me to watch out for seasoning, you need me to watch. That was encouraging to know that some restaurants are waking up to it. But I mean, it needs to be as entrenched as this whole vegan and vegetarian thing. And then when you think about the vegan thing, gosh, it really just breaks my heart. There was a young girl that just passed away the other day. She was like 22 years old, died of starvation from doing veganism. I don't know anything about her personally, but I know this. Her young mind was full of garbage, because they've been lying to her about this stuff. And now here she is dead. And that breaks my heart. That breaks my heart to hear, because that's somebody's daughter. You know, it could be somebody's mother for all I know. And it's just because she had a mind full of junk that somebody else is passing on. And I think a lot of these lies are intentional. So it is what it is. But we're fighting against it.
Preach it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, well, one thing that's been eye-opening with all of this is there's a lot more carnivores out there than I realized. Maybe some of them are kind of in hiding or whatever, but here at our movie theater, I was just telling them, I had like 4 come in the other day, and now just this thing today with all these people on here. And then you look at like Costco or whatever, these big things, they're getting lots of that keto food, which by the way is mostly all just junk. But there's a demand for it. When people start realizing it's junk, hopefully that'll start evolving to where we get to the point, like you said, oh, it'd be amazing to just go to a carnivore restaurant and order some food. Like, yeah. So hopefully we get there.
Yeah, I got dreams about that. So hopefully we'll either see somebody do it, or maybe it'll come my way. It's all in the Lord's hands as far as where it's going to take me next. But it has been a roller coaster ride, not just the diet itself, but finding this community and being able to help so many people and to be a part of it. It's exciting. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad I was able to be here with you guys too.
Thank you. I know you had limited time. I so appreciate you jumping on because, like I said, I wouldn't have started without you. So I just have one last question for you. So in your first video, you said, ultimately, I'm doing this for my family. That was really touching. I think that gives me goosebumps when I heard you say that. So sincere and everything. Like, how has it changed now with your family? Because like your mood, your demeanor, it's like you're a different person. How has that dynamic and everything changed?
That's exactly it. I mean, I think that I was the administrator at a retirement home at the time. That my problems really started with my gut, and a lot of the stress wasn't the managing of the home. It was dealing with the bureaucracy. Ever since the ADA passed in 2013, it was just getting harder and harder for us to do business, to take care of people. We had to spend more time filling out ridiculous forms that nobody ever looked at, following protocols that actually hurt people and didn't help people. And those were the things that were weighing on my soul. And then on top of that, the financial part was getting harder. And it seems like you're kind of restricted on one end by minimum wage, and you're restricted on the other end by how much your people can afford when you're dealing with a home like that. So we had a very limited window for how we could take care of people. And it wasn't like something where we could just raise our prices because we'd lose customers. And all of that stuff was weighing heavy on me. And my wife was working with me in the business too. And the difficulties that we were facing were eking into our marriage. And on top of that, I had a lot of anger. All my life, I had to deal with anger. And this is one of the amazing things about this diet, is that every once in a while, I can get prodded for a moment, just enough to like feel like I want to lose my cool. But then what used to be a volcano going off doesn't go off anymore. It's something I'm able to pull back in and just say, you know what, it's not worth getting upset about, because adversity is going to come. Adversity is inevitable, but stress is optional. You got to decide that you're not going to let the adversity in the world become stress inside of you, because then it takes you out of the game. And on top of that, it was causing me to have troubles with my wife, who just walked in the door, but she's not dressed to come over because she's been out working in the yard, but she says hi. But I mean, I was pretty tough to live with, I think, around the time that I started Lion Diet. So much so that, I mean, it was putting a lot of pressure on our marriage. I don't want to go into a whole lot of detail, but you guys know what it's like. You know what it's like that if you've ever been with a partner for a few years. We'd been married 10 years. And she wasn't seeing the man that she married anymore. She was seeing somebody who was just feeling the pressure all the time. And on top of that, I was drinking and using other things to try to help me control my anger and stuff like that. Nothing was working in that effect. But the diet is what helped me to get control of my mind and my emotions. And even when I was a kid, like my parents had me on Ritalin when I was very young, because I've always just been real hyperactive and all of that. I have more control now than I have ever had in my life. And I had all the mental reasons to be in control of myself before. Like I knew that you need to be disciplined in your thinking, and that I had studied scripture and allowed that to have an effect in my life. But my body was fighting me so much. The flesh itself was stronger than my spirit. And Lion Diet has allowed me to overcome the issues where my flesh was just dominating my thinking and not allowing me to be the person that I could be. And now our marriage is great. It's like it should be, because I'm not letting things get to me and she doesn't let things get to her. We're able to face adversity together, and now we can go through the storm. And that's what I talk about when I say I want to see more people healthy in this world, because we need all of the people that are dealing with all the craziness that's going on to be together on doing the right thing for each other, doing the right thing for your family, doing the right thing for your community, because that's how we're going to overcome all this insanity that's going on.
Yeah. Wow. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. I'm so glad to know you. I'm forever indebted to you. Seriously. I really thank you so much. And sincerely, I'm not just saying this because I owe you. Everyone should go check out your channel. I love your channel. I watch it all the time. I'm so happy you're in your house now. And what you're almost on 1,000 days of lying. Is that about right?
Wow.
Getting there. I got the date written down somewhere, but it's coming up. I know I'm well over 900 days at this point. So.
Yeah, actually I can tell you. I think you're at 950 because I'm at, yeah, that's how much I watch your channel. But no, you inspired me. You told me I'm at day 900 when we had our last video together. I'm like, this guy's been doing it for 900 days. I'm on day 90 of carnivore. I can go 10 days lying. So I started that day. Yeah. I'm on day 50 now. So I'm 50 of strict lying. So you got to be right around 950 if my math is correct. But either way, that's amazing. And I'm loving lying too, by the way. So thank you for that also.
Yeah, if people that do carnivore, I always tell them, if you're not seeing the results you want to see, maybe you should try leaving out some of the other meats that are not as clean, because what ruminant animals have that other animals don't have is the ability to, one, eat vegetation, to eat grass, and then two, to remove those toxins, because they have that multi-chambered stomach that's just designed to weed all that out, so that we're getting what's natural and healthy from the earth in the meat that comes from those animals. And when they're raised properly, like the way Big Mo raises his cattle, it's as good as it can possibly be.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, if you're doing carnivore already, you've got over the hard part. Going from carnivore to lion, it wasn't very hard for me at all. I do miss bacon every now and then, but I feel so much better. But thank you so much.
I've had my battles with bacon too, and I don't miss it. It's just one of those things that when it was around, I would have some, and then it would always cause me trouble. And then the other day, I had a little too much about a week or so ago, and I was right back where I was 2.5 years ago with my gut problem. I felt like I had the flu almost, but I didn't have any other symptoms of the flu. It just was hitting me like my whole body ached. So, you just don't know until you try to eliminate those things. And that's where an elimination diet can show you what other foods have been doing to you.
Yep.
But thanks for having me, Kerry, and thanks for all the kind words. You give me a big head if you keep praising me too much. But
I have this thing. I got to give credit where due. So I thank you a lot. But I really encourage everyone, go check out Dante's channel because it's great. Your content's great. And you're awesome. So thank you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you too.
Awesome. Anytime you want to do a video together too, sir, you have an open invitation. Live stream, whatever. I'd love to do another one sometime. So thank you so much. Have a good day.
Roger that. Take care, brother.
Thanks, Dante.
Bye, guys. Bye, Aaron.
See you, Dante.
Bye.
Awesome.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. All right. Oh, that was awesome. Ketoing Viking, I'm so sorry I had to cut you off there for a second, but he only had a couple minutes, and I was just waiting for him to drop off. I would have been devastated just because he's the reason I started carnivore in the first place. But so your channel is Ketoing Viking.
Correct.
And let me share this real quick. And I'm sorry, do you want to continue where I rudely interrupted?
Oh yeah, no, I have such a long story. And I guess I can go back to 2008. I got out of a bad relationship, and I had a horrible time with food anyway. And I got out of a really bad marriage that resulted in hypertension, hypercholesterol. I was diabetic, you name it. I was on all this medication. And the cute doctor that I was going to see, he told me, he says, now you'll be on this medication for the rest of your life. And I'm really stubborn, and I don't like to hear permanency like that. And so something clicked with me, and I was like, wait, what? So I went home, and I said a couple of cuss words, and I threw the medication down the toilet. I said, I am not going to be on this for the rest of my life. So I started Googling it. This was actually before Google was Google. So I started internet searching and stuff like that. And I started getting things, really, looking into it, buying a plethora of books. And I ended up finding out that diet was the major culprit. Imagine that. And so I went to the gym, got a gym membership, started exercising, and changed my diet. I got rid of all the soda. I got rid of all of the weird things that I was eating. And I started changing my diet. And going back to the vegetarian thing, I heard that vegetarianism was the way to go. And I started going to school, and I got my master's, and I was arguing all the time. I was arguing with all the professors. Said, this isn't working. What can I do to change all of this? And I dumped all of the sugar, I dumped all of the carbs, because I ended up finding out that, well, carbohydrates turn into sugar. And it was just like a no-brainer to me. I went into ketosis, in and out though, because I was more low carb than I was ketogenic diet. And back in 2008, fat was bad. So I was constantly told not to eat fat. And Atkins, poor Atkins, he passed away because obviously a high-fat meat diet is horrible, and everything like that. So I was constantly warned about it, but it worked. And I couldn't believe it. And I was arguing with my professors, but it works. I got my master's, but there was conflicting information all the time. Plant-based diet, eat rice, eat grain, eat corn, whole wheat. That's the way to go. Lots of fruit, lots of vegetables. And Tim Ferriss wrote 4-Hour Body. And there's a line in there in his book. And he said, if you're trying to lose weight, don't eat fruit. Fruit is sugar. And that was just like, oh my goodness. We have been told for years. How many years have we been told to eat fruit because fruit is good for you? How many years have we been told, eat bread, bread is good for you? Years. And it's stuck. And when you talk to people, they'll argue with you about it. So now that I'm in my doctorate program, I have to be careful what I say because I want to graduate. And so I had several proposals go up. And I said, well, maybe I could do mitochondrial uncoupling. And they said, well, you're going to have FDA approval. And then I said, well, how about black currant extract? Well, you're going to have to have FDA approval. Okay, maybe I can do something on type 2 diabetes. Well, what are you going to do? So I finally have my dissertation proposal. I'm drafting that up, and I'm going to be studying just the what people perceive as their diagnosis of metabolic syndrome. And this is a fundamental study because I believe, this is my hypothesis, a lot of people are not being told by medical professionals to stop eating sugar and stop eating carbohydrates. In fact, they're being persuaded into take medicine and eat a proper balanced diet according to the MyPlate. And so we'll see what this proposal has to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So your channel is Ketoing Viking.
Correct.
Awesome. Everyone go check out Ketoing Viking. And I really appreciate your time on here. I'm sorry I had to cut you off there a little bit. This is going great. Well, we have a huge influx of people. Now I'm looking at the time. What do we got? An hour or so left. So we're going to have to go do like a speed round or something.
I can drop off and give somebody else a shot.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I hate to ask, but yeah, there's a couple more people have been sitting for a while.
All right.
So yeah, maybe we'll do a little speed round. What is that? Does that sound good, Adam? Or do we do a couple more and then an update?
Yeah. Let's do a speed round. Russ actually said he's trying to get in, and he was with Dr. Barry about 20-25 minutes ago.
Oh, that'd be something. I've been watching. He has the link. He's not in here right now. There's three other people.
The back end, I think, only allows 12 or 15 people in.
It was 10, and then I upgraded it, so there's 11 in there now.
Okay.
If Dr. Barry is here, I can voluntarily drop.
Yeah. Please, if you don't mind, I'd hate to miss that if Dr. Berry is there. I'm not sure if we're exceeding the limit or what, but
I'm going to message him now to try to get back in.
okay. Hey, DC Learning, how's it going?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks for your
Oh,
patience.
excellent. No worries. It's been great watching you guys. It's nice to meet you all.
Likewise. Yeah, so unfortunately, we're trying to do a little bit of a speed round, but we'd love to hear your story, your brief background on carnivore.
Yeah, well, this was it was kind of hard to come to terms with actually for me. See, I was in my younger years, I was a strength and conditioning coach. So for me, you needed carbohydrates. You know, you learn in college all your macros and micros and count calories and all that sort of stuff. But after dealing with back in 2011, my wife and I, we survived. We were living in Japan at the time. We survived the earthquake and tsunami event.
Ooh.
And then 9 months later, I was diagnosed with very high stage 4 blood cancer. And then again, 2 years later, for the same disease. So it's. I mean, you grow up like I'm 50 now, so like I grew up in the 70s and 80s, and I'm looking back, and you're sort of weaned on sugar, all the soda drinks and everything. When I was a kid, I used to drink more soda drinks than I did water. So looking back, I think, well, and after talking or listening to people like Cam Berry and Dr. Chaffee and many others recently, you realize, well, cancer feeds on sugar. So my whole life has sort of led up to it, hasn't it? But it was kind of difficult for me because I had to go against all my education, and I'm thinking, this is, and like I've always known that you get lean by cutting carbs, but I didn't realize that it means all carbs, like your grains and vegetables and fruits and things like that. And recently, the last couple of years, it's the difference has been amazing. Even since my my transplant, and I was bedridden for a number of years because I just couldn't move afterwards. The chemotherapy, years of chemotherapy, just destroys your body. And I had to neurologically, I couldn't connect with my muscles, my body, so I couldn't actually move. So I had to teach myself how to move all over again. I had to actually start just from breathing exercises. And so, I just never want to go back to that. So I had to rethink everything. I had to rethink my whole life, my education and everything. And of course, you cut out the sugars and the processed foods, and that makes a huge difference, doesn't it? It was, I think that was the best, it was kind of like an aha moment. You think, well, okay, they cut out all these processed foods and just eat at home. Every meal is cooked and prepared. I know exactly what's going into each meal. But the problem is with that, I was eating like the normal portions that I learned to, keep your macros and you keep counting calories and whatnot. And it did get me healthy. And for a number of years, fighting back, and I'm starting to move, and my body's feeling good again. But I was still putting on weight, getting fat, and all sorts of emotions go through those years. Depression, anxiety, all these sort of things, and you feel a big hopeless feeling, because doctors keep telling that the cancer is coming back and it's always going to be there, and all these sorts of things. But sometimes you just have to go against the grain, and that's what I've been doing. So I keep going and keep, I actually just had another blood test last week, and caught up with my oncologist. So things are on the rise since I've been going carnivore and cut out all carbs. My platelets have been almost not quite normal yet, not quite healthy, but they are climbing. And for a number of years they sort of plateaued. So it's, for me, it's become a journey of trying to help as many people as I can, going through the same problems, trying to find other ways to treat it, to not just live with the cancer, but to overcome it and overcome everything that goes with it. So it's going to be. I mean, it's just the start of my journey, really, and I'm hoping that I can help as many as I can anyway. So I've actually just I will be doing hopefully doing some interviews with some good people in research soon. I haven't actually been able to do a lot with my channel just yet because I've been quite busy, but that's where I'm going with it anyway. So it's just been a matter of progression for me from just going from what I studied and what I sort of just cutting everything down and eliminating things. There was a time where I think I was thinking I had to eat like 5-6 meals a day, but I've never been big on food. I've just a very simple taste palate, and I don't like eating all day. That's what I love about carnivore. I can eat like 2-3 times a day, and I'm full, and I can get on with the rest of my day. So that's I just love the beauty of it. It's so simple, and the simplest thing is usually the right thing.
Yes.
So it's just been a fantastic journey for me, actually. And when I first saw all you guys on YouTube, I hadn't actually. I never realized there was actually a community about this sort of thing. And I started seeing Dr. Ken Berry, and then I saw Chaffee, and then I found Sean Baker and the rest, and I'm thinking, are these guys nuts? Like, are they serious? Or, like, what are they trying to sell?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, okay, there's got to be an end point where they're trying to sell something here, like, and it's gonna be something really expensive because especially when it comes to treating your self-healing, there's always something big at the end that you have to pay for. But no, it's just been a fantastic learning experience, actually, and as much of the research that I've been doing in the last 12 years, and it seems like a waste, but it's also kind of like an aha moment. I've had a lot of aha moments in the last few years where I just realized that all this complicated indoctrination of counting calories has just been a scam. But and that's sort of hard to deal with at first, but it's also a great feeling because you know that you don't have to worry about that stuff anymore. You can just keep it simple and get on with the rest of your life. I mean, diet, you're supposed to eat so that you can live, not live so you can eat.
Right. Wow.
And that's what most people have been doing, I think.
Yep. That's something. So you have a YouTube channel, DC Learning to Live. I threw it up here on the screen. So.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone go check it out. Subscribe, support, and we got to elevate these carnivore voices on YouTube for sure. I'm hitting the subscribe button right now. You're at 39. There's 800.
Oh, wow. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that.
70 people on here right now, though. We should get you to 800 and what is that? It'd be over 900 if everyone that's watching this subscribes right now. That would be awesome. I learned that trick from Alia, right, Alia?
Yeah, that's right.
I've been watching you guys for quite a while. I just I don't really engage very much because it's quite a big community sort of thing. I'm sort of still learning to get myself out there.
Yeah.
But it's really great to see everyone come together. This for the past few years, like I've been doing all sorts of research and people tell me it's the Great Awakening, and I really feel like it is because people are more open and they're realizing that so much that has been going on around the world, and it doesn't matter what subject you talk about, that it's all been for some of it's just a complete lie, and it's all for very sinister reasons, and it's one thing that I know a lot of people are going to have a hard time dealing with some of the changes, but I think that's one of the beautiful things about being human is that the human mind has the ability to pivot midlife and change everything. If you change of attitude, can change your life, and it's incredible how resilient your body can be. And you just look at all the testimonies from all these other people from. It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be as serious as mine, but diabetes, obesity, or anything like that. It's just incredible. I love the human body. It's just so resilient, and the mind is too.
Sorry, DC. I wanted to interrupt
You're
real
right.
quick. I think Michael is trying to get our attention.
Yeah, just real quick. I'll drop because I want to make space for the last hour. I think Emma failed to recognize we only have 1 more hour.
Emma,
It's
look at that. You have one job, Emma. Come on.
It's an hour of power. Hopefully we served the best for last. And I was very happy to join you guys.
Awesome.
And keep up the good work. And hopefully after this 10-hour live ends, you'll start another one. Just keep it going.
Yeah.
You are
one a week.
You
every
are
week.
not even carnivore. You're on lion's diet. You should be going for days. Come on.
You're right. 20 hours is nothing for a lion. No problem.
Yes. Okay. See you guys.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you.
We're at $7,760 right now.
Unbelievable.
Wow, that's great.
So
That's really good.
15.
It's so good to see people. This is what it needs to be: a grassroots sort of movement by the people together. Not separated. Fighting for the truth, fighting for the freedom of the world. It's wonderful to see. It really is.
Yeah.
And we are blessed. We are all so blessed to be here to see it.
Absolutely. It's amazing. The whole community is just amazing. Huge blessing. Thank you so much, DC, for sharing that. It's amazing what you went through and what you've been able to overcome and what you're doing right now. I really appreciate you sharing with us.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate being here. I'll drop off so I can let someone else join in. But thanks again for having me. It's just wonderful to be a part of all this.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you. And hey, if you want to ever do a YouTube video together, let me know.
Yeah, I'd love that. That'd be great. That'd be fantastic.
I'd love to talk to you some more in more detail. Thank you.
Okay. That'd be great. See you guys.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
All right. Carnivores Me's back. Amanda, hey, how's it going?
Hi, Amanda.
Hola.
Amanda.
Hello.
I don't know what's going on here. Adam, what was it at again? With the
$7,760
times two.
Times two.
Nice.
Yes, which is
Can I do, can I mention
15,520. Go ahead, Amanda.
That's amazing. Scott wanted me to ask you, and I think I didn't quite see clarification. You're considering the GoFundMe and the YouTube stuff, right?
Yes.
Both of them?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We were trying to tell people do GoFundMe because YouTube takes such a big chunk. So if
they do.
Yep. If you can do GoFundMe, that's the preference. But if you're like, I can't figure that out, then whatever you can do is fine. But yep, any donation today, and that includes if they join the channel as like a member too. So
I haven't been adding those. So that's
right, yeah, we still have we had a
Oh,
bunch
wow.
of too. So wow, it's amazing. So we're Emma lost track of time. We're under an hour now, which is crazy. So we're kind of trying to do a speed round. And I apologize, Aaron, the Kilby Life Meat Dude. I think I skipped you earlier. So I'd love to hear your story. And I've watched your YouTube channel before, and I got it open up here. So yeah, give us your story if you don't mind.
I mean, just a regular guy. I always say I got 8 kids.
Whoa.
I start off with that, and just having being married, having a lot of kids. I found myself getting sick. Just over time, I just kept feeling like I was getting older and older, and everything was harder to do. And I started going to the doctor to like kind of get some relief from it, to see what's going on. And they're like, "Oh, well, you've had diabetes for a while." I'm like, "Okay, well, why didn't you tell me that?" And it was one of those really frustrating moments for me, because I was like, I went home, did a little bit of research, and I realized within 5 minutes that type 2 diabetes was reversible. And my doctor wanted to just put me on medication. And so that's what got me on this journey. I started watching YouTube videos. I saw Dr. Jordan Peterson, Dante. Dante was like, "And did you see that guy's triceps? He's been working hard."
Ripped.
Right?
Next level human.
I watched his videos at first, and I was like, I'm going to give this carnivore diet a try. And, right off the bat, I just started, my life just started changing. I'm like, okay, I thought I was doing good, and I thought I was getting old, but I just, over time, I'm like, 5 days, I'll be in my 500th day.
Wow.
5 days, 500 days.
Awesome.
So almost 17 months on the carnivore diet, and it has radically changed my life. And it's one of those things I kind of fell into, like Dante, like, "Oh, I'm going to put this on YouTube and share my story and my journey." And I'm not an expert. Like I say, I'm a citizen scientist. Like, I'm experimenting with my life, and I found only benefits, which is an amazing thing. And I had type 2 diabetes, reverse that, hypertension, reverse that. My sleep apnea went away. My wife, I was like, what's some changes? What were some changes you've seen in me? She said, I'm more confident. I have a willingness to be myself. My temperament is changed. Like, I have higher highs, but not as low lows, because my depression is really mellowed out on this diet. And I'm not just saying that because, like, oh, no, it really happened. My wife wrote this down. It's true. Like, you can ask her. I'm like, I work out before work. I go to work and I move heavy furniture and all that kind of stuff. And then I come home and I go for walks with my wife and just have a willingness to do those things. I'm surprised at my abilities now. Like, I remember the day I put my shoes on without sitting down. That was like, what the heck has happened? Okay, that's an amazing thing. I was doing pull-ups the other day. I'm like, I didn't know I could even lift my body. What is happening to me? I ended up, I've lost about 50 pounds, and I've been able to do this diet and start working out. And I went a whole year working out. Like, I'm turning 45 this month, and I'm in the best shape of my life. And it's because I just got off the carbs and the sugars, just started eating meat. And when I saw you're doing this thing, I'm like, man, literally, I was dreaming about you, Kerry, the other night, which is the weirdest thing to say on YouTube. But I had a dream you're in it, because like your passion and like how excited you are about it is like, it's hard not to just fall in love with that and just be like impacted by it, because you're seeing your life changed and it's affecting the people around you. And for me, as a husband, I run a small business, like a ministry. I have 8 kids. I have a lot of people that I need to impact too. And like, I'm like, okay, how do I get as fired up as Kerry? Yeah. Which is weird to say, but like literally I was dreaming about it. I was like, I need to tell my story accurately, and I need to be excited about it, because my life has changed and it's going to continue to change, and it can change so many people's lives. It's an amazing thing. And like, we've been lied to about what healthy is. Mm-hmm. I thought it was fruits and nuts and vegetables. I started eating ribeyes all the time, and next thing you know, I'm doing pull-ups, running around the block. My neighbors think I'm crazy. I don't care.
Carnivores don't care.
But it's like, it's a beautiful thing. So I just applaud you for all your hard work on this, and I can't wait to see this documentary. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh man, thank you. That was awesome. That's so cool. It was a similar story, but wow, 8 kids. I did 3 at one time. I thought that was odd, but the 8, that's crazy.
I always say we were told we couldn't have kids. So when we started having kids, we did have twins, but we didn't have triplets. But it's like what is it like to have 8 kids? Just imagine you're drowning and someone hands you a bunch of kids. I don't know at this point. But,
That's what people ask me with the triplets what it was like. I'm like, I don't even remember. It was just a blur.
Yeah, you just survive.
Yep. Yeah, here I am now. That's why I'm so enthusiastic about carnivore, because I'm still alive and I got through all of that and all this. But yeah, that's cool. People always say that I'm so enthusiastic about carnivore. I think it was just because I was really suffering and miserable before, so I was fired up about it afterwards. But then now the enthusiasm is just the comments and hearing these stories. Like today, it's just been crazy. Like I know it and I read it in the comments, but when you hear a testimonial like yours, Aaron, and then like 20 before, and it's all the same thing. And
I get them all day, every day. I'm like, this is the craziest thing. This is the craziest thing.
Yeah, it's hard not to get fired up, and like yourself and myself, it's like you have a whole other Dante too. It's like not only did he change his life forever now, he has like a whole other life he added onto his life from what he was doing before and how unhealthy he was before. Man gave himself another life, and not only that, but a life with one that's worth living, a good quality life where he's happy and he's got a good mood and relationship with his family, everything. So yeah,
thriving. Yeah.
Keeps me fired up for sure. But awesome, man. Thank you so much. Everyone go check out the Kilby Life Meat Dude on YouTube. You got an awesome YouTube channel. I think I watched some of your videos maybe way before. Yeah, because you've been going for a while now.
Yeah, almost 17 months.
Yeah. So you're almost at 9,000 subscribers. There's 900 people here. Everyone go to the Kilby Life. Subscribe. We'll get you 900 more right now. Get you over 9,000. You'll be at 10,000 in no time. Once you hit that 10,000, it'll go real quick.
And my kids will be like, "Oh, my dad's finally awesome."
Yeah. I don't think so. Oh, did you hear that? She's watching yours, Adam, and she told the sisters. So Adam, Carnivore today, everyone go subscribe. We had how many did it go up? Well over 100. So we got to get Adam to 1,000 before the end of the day today. That would be awesome. 47 minutes. Awesome. So Damon, how are you doing, sir? Damon was on the channel. I apologize. You've been sitting here for a while waiting. Would you mind giving us your carnivore story?
Yes, no problem. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, so I've been doing carnivore for about a year now. I'm down 171 pounds, and you know, I've reversed a lot of different things like sleep apnea. I'm waking up way earlier in the morning, 5 o'clock, working out, trying to do the pull-ups like you, Kerry. So, yeah, but it's been a journey. I still got a ways to go, but now I just started a channel, and I'm trying to get my story out there, take it step by step, and help other people out.
You're the man, Damon.
Yeah. Damon, how much weight did you say you lost?
171 so far. I lost a few more pounds since last time we talked.
100. Yeah.
That's amazing.
100. You lost a person and then some. 171 pounds.
Yep.
What time? I'm sorry. What time frame was it? I'm an hour 9.5 here.
I would say since I started keto going to carnivore, it'd be about a year and a half. So
wow.
I'm trying to hit 200.
Yeah. Yep. And what's your channel? I can't really. I need some carnivore glasses. I can't see. Carnivore Damon.
At Carnivore Damon. It's all one word, no spaces.
At Carnivore Damon. Let's go. It might be because your channel is new. I was trying to search it in YouTube. I couldn't find it yet, but no space. Let me try that one.
I'm searching right now.
There we go. I got it. Here we go. Everyone go. You just go from one channel to the next subscribing. Seriously, we got to support all these carnivores. We build the whole community up, elevate all the voices. There it is.
Go.
Carnivore Damon, you're already at 80 subscribers. Let's go. 800.
Subscribe, bud.
Yeah. Everyone go subscribe. Kilby Life, Damon's channel. Awesome. Thank you, Damon. We got to do another video together. That was fun. If you guys want to learn more about Damon too, we did a video together on Homestead How. And now we'll have to do one on your channel next.
Oh, absolutely. Yep. Just let me know. Absolutely. Thank you.
Yep. Maybe when I get back from Alaska, I got that whole next week. Nothing going on. I'm looking forward to it. So,
Absolutely.
okay, I gotta say hi to Sophia. Sophia eats steaks. Hello, Sophia. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing really well today.
Hey, shout out to you. I saw your little video you posted. That was awesome. You did a little promo talking about the live stream today. That was very nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Would you mind
Yeah.
telling us a little bit about yourself and your carnivore story?
Yeah, so let's see. I'm 16 years old. I'm gonna be a junior in high school this year. And in October of 2021, I was diagnosed with anorexia nervosa. So I had lost a lot of weight, and in December of 2021, I ended up in the hospital for being malnourished. And after that, I got sent to a eating disorder treatment center, and I was refed on the standard American diet. So I was fed lots and lots of carbs, lots of processed foods. So like bread, pasta, just super duper carby stuff, you know. And honestly, it was a very, very tough experience for me. And so I spent about 2.5 months in the eating disorder treatment center. And pretty much as soon as I was discharged from it, I started dropping weight again, and I was back in the hospital for malnutrition within about 5 months, I think. So I got out in late March last year, and then by July, I was back in the hospital. And yeah, so about that time last year when I was in the hospital again, my mom's friend had, she's a carnivore, and she actually, she told my mom about this lady, Michelle Hearn. She's a dietitian, and I don't know if anybody, if you guys have heard of her, but she's kind of big in the low carb community, and she had anorexia herself, and she recovered from it, and using carnivore. And so my mom was telling me about it, and I was kind of unsure when I first heard about it, because I mean, I was afraid of beef being anorexic. The only meat I would really eat would be like, you know, boneless, skinless chicken breast and lean cuts of meat, because I was afraid of fat. I was really afraid of fat for the longest time. And so, yeah, my mom, she started researching more and more about carnivore, and she came across Dr. Barry's videos. And so she started looking into carnivore a lot more, and she started to realize that, hey, maybe carnivore would work for her as well. And so she started on carnivore like the first week of March, I think. And she started losing weight pretty quickly after that. And so she just kind of set a good example for me. And my anorexia was starting to get pretty bad again over the past few months. So from about January to like end of May, I was losing a lot of weight again, and I was actually at the lowest BMI that I've ever been back in around May, and I was on the verge of getting sent back to the hospital again. And so I had been considering going carnivore for a while, except I was afraid to, because of I knew how much it involved eating like fatty meat, and so I was honestly really scared to go carnivore. But then my mom, she walked up to me with this one day, and she showed me this video, and it was a Dr. Barry live stream. And it was one where he was talking to these men, and they had worked on a case study, and the case study was about 3 different cases of anorexia, and these were people who had struggled with anorexia for years and years, and they had adopted a animal-based ketogenic diet, and it helped put their anorexia into remission. And as soon as I heard about that, as soon as I watched the video and I learned more about the study, I immediately began to feel like so much hope. It was, I don't know, it was kind of indescribable. And so that night I decided I'm going to commit to carnivore. And so we went and we saw my doctor, my healthcare provider, and we talked to him about it. And I told him I'm going to do this. And so it's been just over 6 weeks now. Today is my 44th day on carnivore. And I've gained weight. I'm not going to go into specifics about how much weight I've gained, but I've gained a good amount of weight so far, and yeah, it's mainly been muscle actually, but because I mean I'm eating so much protein, but there's been so many benefits that I've noticed, not just on the physical side, but also on the mental side. I feel a lot more stable mentally and a lot less obsessive about like food, and I don't know. I feel so much better.
That's awesome. Amazing. Good for you. Good job. It's so nice hearing from another 16-year-old carnivore. You don't know any 16-year-old carnivores, do you?
No.
A lot of what you're saying is similar to her. The brain, the clarity, the energy, growing muscle, right?
Yeah, and I have a twin sister as well. So,
oh wow.
Yeah. So yeah.
Did she have any interest in carnivore?
Sadly, no. She's like, every time I've asked her, she like, do you want to go carnivore? She's like, no, no.
Sounds very similar to her. Hey, if you ever need someone to chat back and forth about carnivore, someone appear your age, I'm sure Emma would love to.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Yeah. Well, I think I have your email because you emailed me with the video stuff. So we'll shoot you an email for Emma. But I'm so happy for you. That's amazing that you're able. You sound very excited about it, and like you found what you needed to find for sure.
Yeah. I'm still kind of getting my footing with everything, like trying to learn how to be very, very intuitive about what I'm eating, like eating when I'm hungry and until I'm full. And that's something that I struggle with, but I've definitely gotten better with it over the past few weeks. So.
Good job. I'm so happy for you. I'm happy that you found it.
Thank you.
It's awesome that you found it at a younger age too, and hopefully you stick with it. It's like a lifestyle change for sure. That's saying, right? You're a lifer now.
Because I mean, I don't want to take up too much time, but it's just I've heard so many stories about people who have struggled with eating disorders for like the majority of their lives, and it just sounds so sad to me. And I don't want to be somebody whose life is controlled by an eating disorder. So I want to be able to recover from this now and live a happy and full life.
That's
and
amazing.
I think I really do think carnivore will help me get to that point.
Your own captain.
Yeah, I think so too. And you said be in control. That's the thing with carnivore that I like the most is you're in control of everything. Before even myself, there was always the food that was in control of me. What am I going to eat? Where are we going to go? What's next? And now,
yeah,
when you're on carnivore, you're in total control.
Mm-hmm. And before I was on carnivore, food was just constantly on my mind. Like, what am I going to eat next? How am I going to restrict my calories? And yeah.
And it takes the guesswork out of it too. You don't have to count calories. You don't have to do any of that. You just eat until you're comfortably full, and that's it.
Yeah, at first I was actually counting calories just to make sure I was getting enough. But then I was like, oh no, this is too stressful because I was getting super like caught up in just the macros and everything and making sure I was getting enough. So I just stopped counting calories and things have been going great.
Awesome. I'm so happy for you. Good job. Where are you from roughly?
I'm in Utah. So
okay.
Yeah, so that's something I'm actually pretty proud of because, like Redmond salt is mined here. So I'm like, yeah, Utah.
You got the best salt in the world right there. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good job, Sophia. I'm so happy for you. We'll trade info with Emma. That'd be really cool if you guys ever wanted to talk or bounce things off each other.
Yeah, for sure.
That's pretty cool. 2 16-year-old carnivores. It's awesome. Thank you, Sophia. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Let's see where Emma, the time. 34 minutes left. This is crazy. I would love to go over too, but unfortunately we can't go over. So because we got a movie coming. There's gonna be people coming in behind us want to watch this movie. So hey, we got Kerry. My metamorphosis, the best
Hey.
video together. How's it going, Kerry?
Hey, it's going great. How are you guys?
We're doing awesome.
Good.
Would you mind giving us just a brief background, your carnivore story, if you would?
In 2015, and it was due to my mother, just seeing what my mother went through with type 2 diabetes. And the last few years of her life just weren't very good at all. The quality of life was terrible. And she ended up passing with congestive heart failure, but she had complications. She had gained just lots of weight. Her heart wasn't good. I mean, just all kinds of, she couldn't get around very well. So I started doing research on the best way to eat. And I never went vegan. I couldn't do that because I do like to eat meat. But I was like, I need to figure out just what to do. And I fell into the low carb rabbit hole with like Dr. Eads was one of the first ones that I ever discovered. And then, so I started with low carb, and then just over the years, I've gradually gone down to carnivore. But here's the thing. I sort of fell into carnivore. One of my neighbors gave me some boxes of hamburger patties and some bacon and a big chub of bologna. And so I sort of fell into just eating meat in December of 2022, just because he'd given me that stuff. And quite honestly, I'm lazy. And so I just started eating that meat, and I didn't cook any vegetables or anything. And then on my feed, on my YouTube feed, it was funny because all these carnivore videos came up, and I'm like, wow, okay, I'm a carnivore. Yep. And what's crazy is I just started noticing then how my attitude, my mental health, energy, everything was just so much better. And I'm like, I mean, this is what I've been missing. I felt a lot better on just low carb and keto, and my metabolic numbers were great. But man, the energy level, the get up and go, the drive, just feeling great, and no more anxiety. I have always been, I've got to keep using past tense because I'm not anxious anymore. I had always been an anxious person, and it's gone. I wouldn't have done this a few months ago. I wouldn't be on this live stream. I would have never created a YouTube channel and put myself out there. And now I've done it. So but yeah, so that's my story. And then another like little side note to that though is that I've always been really thin, and to the point, like when I was a teenager, I was very self-conscious about it. My brother and I both were. And I did gain a little bit of weight as an adult, and then I lost some of what I had gained then when I started low carb. But then I have lost quite a bit of weight now. I'm down to 119.4, and I'm 5'9". So I've had a lot of people, and I am so grateful. I've had a lot of people reach out and say, no, you don't look too thin. And I truly appreciate that. I do. But I guess once you're self-conscious about something, you sort of see it. But I do think that I'm pretty thin, so I don't know. But anyway, I'm working on building muscle, and I know now that there are other people out there who are like me. I sort of thought that I was just this weird anomaly. But others have actually reached out, especially since our live stream, and they have said, no, the same thing has happened to me. And I'm just like, oh, this is great. I'm not alone.
Yes. That's awesome. Yeah, Kerry and I did a live stream together the other day, so you guys go check it out. And then go check out Kerry's channel too, which is the most memorable name on YouTube, My Metamorphosis, which is awesome. 120 subscribers Kerry's at right now. We can add 900 more. We can get her to 1,000.
Oh yeah, wonderful.
And I forgot to shout out our friend Sophia too. She's got an awesome channel, and she shared a little video earlier, which helped promote this thing. So I really appreciate that. 10-hour carnivore live stream. I love meat. Sophia eats steaks. I am subscribed right there, as you can see. 112 subscribers. We can get her to 1,000. We can get like 10 people to 1,000 subscribers. The ultimate goal on YouTube when you start, get 1,000 subscribers. So everyone go, please subscribe to these channels.
Thanks so much. Free to subscribe. Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate you too. You're really brave at 16 years old to come on here and share your story. You're awesome. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I figured, I don't know. I really hope that with my story, I can help inspire other people like my age and also other people who are struggling with eating disorders.
You will. You will. There's a huge need for it. I get that question all the time because Emma's in my videos. What can my daughter do? What can my teenage daughter do? And so everyone that has those questions, go check out Sophia's channel and subscribe for sure. And yeah, you know what else it is, Sophia? It's a carnivore. Carnivores don't get scared of going on live streams and talking to 905 strangers. You just talked to 905 strangers.
Yeah, I gotta say, I was really, really nervous, but
you did it. You're a carnivore. Don't
great.
worry about it. You did a great job. Thank you. All right, Adam, should we do a quick update or should we keep going?
Sure. $8,245.
Wow.
Keep
going.
We're almost there.
Yeah, this is crazy. Huge shout out to Alia Wells too. Everyone's got to check out Alia's channel as well.
Oh, thank you.
Alia is the ultimate. She used to do fundraising, and I'm no exaggeration. A big portion of these donations is probably because Alia is in the chat. Prompting people. She's good. She's very good at what she does. So thank you so much, Alia. You're the best.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, Kerry, pop her screen up if you can, because her channel name it's not just her name.
Yeah.
It's kind of sort of my name. It has some numbers on it, and I don't know why.
We got to get. Yeah, there was 954 other Alia Wells.
Oh no, that's how old I'm gonna live. I'm gonna be 955.
Right. Here we go. Alia's channel. She's at 714. What were we at earlier, Alia? We got to get
this morning we were at like 960. 665.
Oh, come on, everyone. Go subscribe to Alia's channel right now. We can get you to 1,000.
Yeah.
Let's
not
do
even
this.
300. There's 909 people on here. If a third of you subscribe, she will hit her goal, and you'll make her day, you'll make her week, you'll make her month. 1,000 subscribers. Let's go. All right.
I'll say one thing, and then I'll let somebody else talk.
Yes, please.
Thank you. There's 816 people here. If everybody did $25 right now, we would get another 20,000 in the next 26 minutes.
I like the way she's thinking.
And my credit card ran like 4 times, but a super chat's not showing up, so I will sort that out. I was trying to run it once and it ran 4 times, but there you go.
Thank you so much. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, I got to shout out to every time I talk to someone, I get a little thing in my head, like a little word or something. And for my friend JT here, a fellow Wisconsinite, there's 2. It's like a philosopher and wisdom. You've got wisdom beyond your age, my friend. We had a great conversation the other day, and you're a carnivore. Would you mind telling us your carnivore story, kind of briefly, because we got 26 minutes left?
Yeah, no problem. We'll speed run it. I had sleep apnea and IBS, and I was a subscriber to Homestead How, and I saw this crazy guy named Kerry get his results, and I learned from my coach Bob Proctor that you got to go to someone who has the results that you want to get, and you got to do exactly what that person says, and you're going to win every time. And that's what I did, and I'm here. I'm winning. I'm feeling good. No sleep apnea, no IBS, and I just want to reach out to anybody who's got those same symptoms. I even had 3 discs in my back that are out of alignment from a car accident, and I have no back pain either. I forgot to mention that the other day. I mean, carnivore for the win every time. So we can let someone else share their story too. I don't want to hog up because you guys, I did a live stream with you yesterday, so they can go watch the whole thing if they want.
Man, you're the best. But first, you guys got to check. This man is a legit YouTuber. You've been doing it for a while. So here's JT's channel.
Wow.
I love connecting with people, so
Yep. Everyone subscribe, and you've been doing some awesome carnivore videos as well. You've done all sorts of videos just like me, and now you're getting hooked on the carnivore videos just like me. But it's good because you're inspiring a lot of people. So everyone go subscribe. Oh man, we can get you over to 37,000 at least. Right? We got to get you up to the 40.
That would be awesome. You guys, it's a great community, and I've been subbing. I've never subbed to so many channels today, and it's great to meet you guys and hear all these stories. I'm telling you, this community is the best.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, Amanda, we got to check back in with you quick. How are you doing?
I am doing excellent. It has been amazing hearing all these sweet and fantastic journeys.
Yeah, you inspired so many people when you dropped off before. Everyone, the comments were just going nuts. Amanda. So that's awesome. I know we can't put you on a pedestal, but I got to give credit.
Please do not.
Yeah. So Amanda, now it's just 24 minutes. It'll be 10 hours. Now, when is your 10-hour live stream coming up now? This is going nuts. This will be fun.
Sitting there for an hour and a half earlier, my butt was hurting, so
Gotta move around.
Ask how your and Emma's butts were feeling sitting so much.
How's your butt feeling?
With the Montreal theater seats, they're pretty okay.
Yeah, she's selling the movie theater right
That's
now.
an endorsement there.
My butt is actually hurting and my back's a little bit sore, but if I wasn't a carnivore right now, I would be on the ground over there in the fetal position probably. Pretty good. Awesome. Oh, thank you so much, Amanda, for being on here and for helping promote it. You're the best. I really appreciate it. All right, we got 23 minutes. Got to say hi to the original carnivore himself, Rick Mopar Charger. How are you, sir?
Hey, Rick.
Oh, hopefully you can hear me. I've been pretty good. I've been busy, but you know how it is. It's hard for me to sit down for more than 5 minutes.
Yes. So you've got to be, well, I'm not going to give it all away, but you're like the longest running carnivore of all time. Would you mind telling people your background?
Well, I may not be the longest running carnivore. If you saw Dr. Anthony Chaffee, there was one lady that was a rancher that's supposed to have been carnivore longer.
Yes.
But I started
I watched that one.
Yeah, I started in 1983 as a form of protest.
Whoa.
Because I was very tall, skinny, and very frustrated. So I thought, I'm just going to eat everything they tell me not to eat. And besides, I eat most foods. I really like meat. I like eggs. I like dairy. So that's what I started to eat.
Good for you.
So it's like 40 plus years?
It's technically it's not 40 years. I started in August of 1983, but in 1993 I gave in to the pressure and I went on a vegetarian diet for about 7 months until I got extremely sick, and then I gave up. I said, you know what? I'd rather die of a heart attack than have to suffer with all this diarrhea and gas and getting headaches all the time and feeling tired. And I said, forget it. I don't care anymore.
Right.
Wow. That's amazing. So what's your daily thing? Like, what do you eat regularly?
Well, I can tell you what I've had today. For breakfast, I had 6 eggs and I had a piece of beef. Basically, I buy the beef when it's on sale. They had this beef top round that they had at Fresco and Moss that I had bought, and I had maybe about a pound of that, and I had some cheese with it. And then for lunch, I had a really nice iguana that a friend of mine brought me, so I cut that up and boiled it and I ate that.
Nice.
Wow.
I've never tried that.
No.
You haven't tried iguana?
You
What's it
ate
taste
the
like?
iguana. Finally.
I have a video of me cutting up an iguana a couple days ago, so whenever I get them, I try to eat them fresh. I don't.
That's carnivore.
Eat over an aged meat.
Right. Let's see. We gotta. Rick, I got to shout out. You got a YouTube channel. You want me to shout it out or anything else?
Yes, of course. I mean, my YouTube channel, I started actually 15 years ago, and it was inactive for a while, but it has nothing to do with, well, the name has car because I'm a big Mopar guy, and my 69 Chargers are my favorite cars. So there hasn't been much of that on the channel. That is what it's called. And I haven't, it's just short videos that I've been doing lately of some of the things that I work with in my life and some of the things that I eat. You'll see some interesting stuff there. I try to make the videos short because I know people have a very short attention span.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, I see the carving iguana video right there. That's awesome. Really cool.
There's also another one where I cooked an iguana tail. And there's also the way I fried chicken. I used to have videos of like catching and killing ducks and chickens, but YouTube actually deleted them a long time ago, so I haven't done that since. But there's little short videos of different things. Plus, one of my gimmicks is a lot of times I do property cleanouts and I get all this food that's left over. So instead of throwing it away, I usually recycle it by playing like, well, will the ducks eat it? There was a guy on YouTube that used to have a channel called Willard Blend, and he put everything in a blender. So I just get whatever junk I can find, all kinds of processed crap, and I throw it to the ducks and see how they react.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you. Everyone go check out Charger Mopar, one of the original, the second longest running carnivore of all time. Charger Mopar on YouTube. Go give them a subscribe and some love. And thank you, Rick, so much. I really appreciate you. You're one of the most active people in the comments all the time, and it's wonderful. I thank you. So we got 19 minutes left. One more here real quick, if we could. Russell, sir, how are you?
Hey, Russell.
Hey, I am great.
Thank you for your patience. I know you've been sitting down there waiting for a while. So we spoke on the phone. Was that yesterday?
That was yesterday. And
would you mind? I'm sorry. Would you mind just giving a little background and maybe telling your story?
Sure. I'm not sure exactly how much I weigh. It's probably 650-ish. I've got some scales here, but I still have to put them together and check and try them. So, but my brother's been doing carnivore for a little while, and he's sent me Dr. Barry's videos and your videos, and I started watching those and decided carnivore was the route I was going. I had been considering bariatric surgery before that, and my church was actually buying me a wheelchair so that I had a way to get there, because I had to cancel an appointment because the ambulance company wouldn't take me. And so anyway, I decided, why would I want to do surgery if I can go this route? And so I'm starting as tomorrow. I've got all the stuff here. I've got group coming from my church to clear all the carbs out of my house. They're going to get rid of everything for me, so I don't have to sit here and say no 20 times a day. And I've got the beef, bacon, butter, and eggs in my fridge ready to go.
Nice.
Huzzah! Yeah.
And you were telling me yesterday, you've been in your house for how long?
It's been about 7 years since I stepped foot outside the door, with the exception of a couple of trips to the hospital.
Oh, wow.
Your story is so similar to that of Bill from Alaska.
Yeah, I heard him earlier. It's perfectly okay with me if you give him my email and phone number.
Awesome. I think that's wonderful. You guys have such a similar story. He really sounded like he wanted to talk to you, and I'm sure you'd like to talk to him too. So I'll hook that up right after this call.
Perfect.
And then I emailed you yesterday too. The coaching. A couple people reached out about carnivore coaching. I would highly recommend that. I know, Amanda, you do some coaching too, right?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just subscribed to your channel earlier, but that's as far as I've gone so far.
to Amanda's?
I appreciate that.
Amanda, yeah.
She's got some great videos. You got to go check them out. You're well over a year now, right, Amanda?
Yeah, 13 months so far. And my big focus is the diet's the easy part. It's the reason we got where we got is discovering how and why and addressing those to make it a long-term change, not just a temporary one.
Makes sense.
Awesome. And so, Russell, before you called me or contacted me, you'd already started like doing some YouTube stuff?
Well, not really. I had a YouTube channel just set up from just so I could save some videos from my brother's bluegrass band where he played at his 60-year anniversary and stuff like that. But now I've got a use for it, so I plan to put it to use coming up in the future very shortly.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said on the phone, if there's anything I can do to help you out with that, but you've probably seen here today too, this carnivore community is just amazing.
Oh yeah, definitely.
People have your back, but yeah, like to Amanda's point, you got to know your why and your how and all those things. So if you have any questions on any of that, some of that, the coaching stuff I sent you, I think will really help you out for sure.
The only email I saw was one where you copied me to someone. I didn't see a second email.
Yeah, that was Emily. She responded back, I think, this morning and said thank you, and she was going to contact you. So I think she's giving you.
Oh, great.
Yep.
Super.
Awesome. So your channel, Let me see. I had it yesterday, but do you remember the name of your channel offhand, Russ?
It's Uncle John 65, I think. Something after that. Let's see.
Oh, I think I found it. Some guitar singing on there.
Yeah, that's my brother's bluegrass band. That was his 60th birthday party.
All right, so Uncle John 65. Subscribe if you want to keep tabs on Russell, who's starting Carnivore Diet. Did you say you're starting it tomorrow, or did you already did start?
No, I'm starting tomorrow. I have all of my groceries were delivered today, so I've got steaks and bacon and everything in the fridge that I need to go.
Awesome. I'm excited for you. I'm very excited for you.
Yeah, me too. I totally am.
Yeah, keep in touch. Any questions? You got my phone number, and yeah, like I said, I think that coaching would be great for you. So, awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, and I got a great church community behind me too. So that helps.
I know you were saying on the call that's your big dream is to physically go to the church instead of doing the Zoom calls. That would,
yeah. I've only been to Zoom services there so far, so that'll be a great thing. We just actually got our church building finished 2 weeks ago. It's a brand new church, and they just finished their building. So nobody's been there more than 2 weeks. They've been meeting at a local theater before that.
Wow, that's great. Yeah, that's something to look forward to for sure. Yeah,
absolutely.
Thank you for. Yep.
Thank you. I appreciate your help and your advice. I really do, and I appreciate this community because I can already see what a great community it is.
Yeah. If you decide to do the YouTube videos, I always tell people, like I said that to Bill too, it's like the most important thing is you and your mental health and making sure you're focused. But if you're comfortable like doing the YouTube stuff, it sure is inspiring when you put it out there because people are they're gonna support you and give you words of encouragement and things like that. So
I definitely will. I definitely plan on starting some videos.
Great, wonderful. All right, Adam, watch the clock. We're at 12 minutes left. Adam, what do you think? What should I maybe read through some of these super chats here?
We're at 8,830 right now, which is amazing. Thank you, everybody.
That's
you probably
insane.
have about at least 100 super chats to go through. So you may have to do a separate
started.
video.
Yeah, I might have to do an update video.
I'll be there in the chat for you. I'll be there when you do the update.
Yeah, we should do that. Because I don't know how I'm going to get these because I'd also want to get all the GoFundMe ones too. And I bet you there's a bunch more in there.
Oh, sure.
Yep. Folks that have joined too. Let's see. We got 11 minutes up. I hate there's one more person that's been waiting here forever. Let's talk to Carnivore's dude here real quick. Carnivore's
I'm
dude.
Pop. You got room.
Thank you, Russell. I appreciate it. Yeah, it won't let me add anyone else. So have a good day, Russell. Thanks.
Hello.
Dude, you were the last one waiting. Thank you for your patience. How are you?
How we doing, everybody?
Doing good, dude.
I tried to keep my phone rolling all the way through my work day today so that I could keep tabs on what was going on here, but it was a little tough since I work in a restaurant. So, but I was able to come on early this morning and then get on here afterwards. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say, it sounds familiar. Oh, yeah, I talked to you this morning. I was like 10 hours ago.
Yeah, so I'm still the same old guy here. You know, I started my carnivore journey back in August of 2022, looking for ways to help my cousin get through cancer. You know, I never mentioned that, you know, I've gone almost my entire adult life with some sort of irritable bowel syndrome, and Crohn's and fibromyalgia run in my family. My mom's got it pretty good. She takes a laundry list of medication on a daily basis. And I really would love to get her involved on this. She tries to tell me that she's into it, but then, you know, she still gets the Krispy Kremes and she still eats the crackers and she can't get away from all the sweets. And it would just be awesome to get her to actually take a week or two to get herself off of those things so that she could just be a much more vibrant 73-year-old woman. But outside of her journey, I mean, my journey is pretty clear. I'm never going back. It's a lifestyle. Hopefully next year I'll know more of you by name, and I definitely know most of the faces that I've seen today. Whether I'm subscribed to your channel or not, I apologize if I didn't. Most of the time I get to something and I forget to do it, but I'm working on that. Carnivores are always working on something. So
yeah.
But it's really great to be a part of a community that has really got each other's back. Even if we are in different parts of the world, mental health is a big part of the journey. And just having someone else you could watch or reach out to and talk to, it's really nice. Very, very nice.
Yeah, I agree. Amazing community. I said it before, I've been doing YouTube for 8 years and did videos about homesteading and business stuff and everything, but carnivore community is amazing. Just amazing.
I love it. I don't even know how many subscribers I have on my page, maybe 30, maybe less, who knows, but it's Carnivorous Dude. If you want to go over there, I've got one video. It's Dave Mack interviewing me from Japan. And if you get a chance, look up Dave Mack. He's a great Zero Carb Life is what his is. Zero Carb Life.
Yep.
He's a really fun guy to watch. He's been doing YouTube for a long time too, so he's really good at editing his videos and coming up with creative new ways to just get you excited to watch his videos.
Yeah.
But it's been a real pleasure watching you, Kerry. It keeps me inspired on a daily basis. You and your daughter both, and I mean the whole family trying to get in there. I mean, I'm trying to get my whole family too, so I applaud the efforts.
Yeah. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's tough. I had the whole family in for about 4 days, so it was a wonderful 4 days, but they'll come around again. But yeah,
Best week of your life.
Yeah. Dave Mack is great too. He was actually on earlier, but I think I didn't get him on in time, but he was one of the first people I went on his channel. Yeah, he's awesome. The fact that he started carnivore and quit drinking at the same time.
Yes.
Over a year.
That was my biggest fault was I could get the diet down real easy other than the fact that I would want to have that evening cocktail. But the last couple months I have curtailed that, not completely because I still am subject to having friends and outings with friends. So once in a while I'll say, sure, I'll have a cocktail with you. But I pretty much keep it to 2 at the max.
Awesome. Hey, well, I got a couple minutes left. Homesick Buckeye just jumped on, but I don't have any spaces left. So
I'm happy to. I just jumped on, but I can jump right off. I'm cool. I've got lots of stuff to get into, and another bucket from one Buckeye to another. Let's go.
Appreciate it. Have a good day. Thank you.
Yeah.
See you, dude.
Here we go. Homesick Buckeye, sir. How are you?
What's going on, baby? What's going on? It's your man, Homesick Buckeye. Man, listen, look, I'm gonna try to get on somewhere a little quiet. I'm here at the ketogenic summit.
Come on. Ketogenic
Summit. And I wish I could have got on a little earlier, man. I had Doc Barry with me and Dr. Tony Hampton, and couldn't get in the room, brother. But hey, I'm here.
Hey, well, we're glad to talk to you. We just got a couple minutes left. We have maybe 3 minutes left. So if you want, give us your quick version, little carnivore update of yourself or what's going on down there.
Yeah, I know I'm not giving you the best video here. I'm kind of in an odd spot. But yeah, you got all my cookout folks are on there. What's up to my cookout family? D. Holly, my man Adam, Alia. But yeah, man, just living, the life, man. Trying like everybody else, man, and just keep it between the lines. I'm down about 35 pounds, and just moving, grooving, steadily improving, baby. That's how we do it.
Keep doing it.
You Homesick Buckeye, you got the best energy. Was that pre-carnivore or post-carnivore?
Yeah. Yeah, I was cursed with that, brother. I was cursed with that, man. You know, that's it, hey, man. Hey, look, hey, when you're 500 pounds and got this much energy, man, people look at you funny. I'm just telling you.
That's awesome. Well, hey, we got 4 minutes left, but I'm glad I was able to get you on here, and we got to do a video together sometime. I appreciate
Absolutely,
you.
brother. Hey, look, we got to get you to the cookout, man. Come on to the cookout. We grilling over there, baby. We grilling, baby.
Yeah, I got to get on there for sure.
I'm getting hungry.
Yep.
Well, awesome, man. Well, hey, you go get them, baby. We'll keep doing our thing here, man. You keep doing your thing. We appreciate you.
Hey, guess what we're at before you leave, Adam? What are we at now?
$9,070.
What we guys, let's go. We're almost there.
That's
9:30. Let's
$9,070 homesick Buckeye. It's doubled. So it's 18,000 plus.
Yes.
That's awesome, man.
We
That's-
got the time to hit it. We got enough time to hit it.
That's far more than we've raised in all the time leading up to this for the last several months. Like grinding live stream. That's amazing. I'm so thankful.
Yeah.
I'm so happy. It's going to allow us to do this documentary and start going out and filming like right after we're done. We're going to Alaska. Homesick Buckeye.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That's awesome, brother.
Bill.
Hey, you going to see Bill up there?
Going to see Bill, and then after that, now that we have the funds, we can start filming more people right away. So.
Well, hey, man, listen, brother. I got a couple of Airbnb properties in Jacksonville, Florida. You let me know the dates. If you need to come down to Florida, man, you can hang out in Jacksonville, and you don't have to worry about spending budget money on that.
Awesome, I appreciate it. Yeah, I got to head down that way to interview Dante from Frigno Freedom. He was on here earlier, but yeah, I really appreciate that. I got to thank everyone because I'm really scared that in 3 minutes this is just going to turn off because StreamYard says it's a 10-hour max, so it could very well just shut off in 3 minutes. So this has been absolutely amazing. I don't even know how to close this out. I got to say a huge thank you to Alia for your fundraising because I legitimately, a big chunk of this is from you chatting and pushing.
You.
And then
I love it.
Adam
Give
from
me your credit
Carnivore.
cards now.
Yeah.
You rock, Alia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's okay.
Anyone needs a fundraiser. Carnivore today, Adam. I did not. I was like, oh, Adam's on here for an hour. He's been on here for the whole time for 10 hours with us. And I didn't think this
he ain't got nothing. He ain't got nothing else to do.
Right. As you guys can tell, I didn't think this through very much. We had 100 people register, and at one point there was like 20 people converging in here. Well, I think it worked out pretty darn well. We got everyone on here, but large part in due to Adam's help. I wouldn't have been able to do all these updates and totals or anything like that. But we got to get Adam and Alia and all these people on here. Go subscribe to their channels. Amanda too. Amanda was on here earlier. On here now. Amanda did a big shout out on her channel. Sent a whole bunch of people here. That's helping big time too. So you guys are all awesome. Thank you all so much. I don't know what else to say. Carnivore Diet movie. If you guys are new here, there's always a lot of new people, and you want to participate, you can register for free at carnivore-dietmovie.com. And if you just jumped on and you still want to donate, every dollar is getting matched. So GoFundMe, you could still donate. We got 1 minute 35 seconds left while the double up thing is still in effect.
I just sent my GoFundMe through, so you guys, we still got a couple minutes left. Let's do this.
JT, you're the best.
Hola.
Yeah, man, just huge shout out to everyone. Emma, you finished it. You got 1 second, 1 minute left. What does Emma want to say?
Thank you so much.
Okay, here.
Emma says thank you so much to everyone. Emma, you made it. I'm happy. Fist bump.
Thanks, Emma.
It went faster than I thought.
Yeah.
It was fun too. It's a long time, but it was fun. Amanda, whenever you're up for it, we got to do another one of these. Maybe we can we got to get Dante to do one too, and Sean from Intentional Carnivore. Get a bunch of people on here, do another 10-hour one.
Let's do it.
Yeah, you're like, man.
I'm in.
I would 100% do it as long as I had ahead of time.
Yeah, awesome.
How far away are we from the goal?
Yeah, we got like 10 seconds left. Adam, what are we thinking?
I think we're roughly around 9,100.
Wow. $18,200.
Very close. Now, that's not including the memberships.
Yes,
so
still have those.
Once you add those up, we might be pretty close.
So the memberships are like $3 or $6 or whatever, but then a lot of people continue doing them. So over time, we're going to be filming this over the course of a year. Those are going to continue to add up. So those are huge too. Oh, the other thing we didn't mention was the shirts. Unfortunately, with YouTube, I can't see those sales until I wait like 48 hours or something. Oh, the timer's going off. We did it! 10 hours! 10 hours! Yeah! Woo! This is all crazy because this was just some crazy idea I had like 4 days ago, but we did it all now. Just a huge thank you to everyone. I don't know what else to say. This is beyond my
Thank you, Kerry, for hosting.
Yeah, this has been great. I've had it on. I had to work today, but I had it on all day on my phone while I was working. So
appreciate it. Yeah, that helps for sure. Hey, look, it looks like it didn't kick us off yet here. So now we know we can go past. We're at 10 hours and 1 minute. We can go past 10 hours. So maybe next time we'll have to try for 12, I guess. But this has been amazing. I can't say it enough. Thank you all so much. Thank you all.
Did he say next time? Man, the hell with next time. This is the 20-hour. This is the 20-hour stream, everybody. 20 hours.
That's what
20 hours.
Run the clock. Get the clock back.
Said before. Hey, I could do it, but hey, Homesick Buckeye, we're in the movie theater right now, and in about 40 minutes, this is going to be filled up with people. They're not going to be happy with all these lights and everything right here.
Hey, blame it on Adam. That's what I do.
Yeah, Adam's fault. Amanda's signing up for it. Next time, Amanda and me, we're going to do a simulcast 20-hour live stream. No, just do 24 while we're at it. That'll make it a little
Tag team it.
Yeah. That'll get some clicks. All right. Well, we got to wrap it up because we do legitimately have to open this up for the public to come and watch Sound of Freedom tonight. So thank you guys a million. This is unbelievable. I'm not going to get any sleep tonight. I really appreciate it so much. And not just like I said, none of this money's going to me. It's for the Carnivore Diet movie. So pat yourselves all on the back because this is for all the bills out there, all the people out there that are hopeless, like all of us were at one time, depressed or obese and thinking there was no other answer. There is. And I'm telling you, I am on a mission. I'm not going to stop until we reach.
Some of us still are.
Yes.
Some of us still are.
Yeah,
but we're hanging in there. You go get them, Kerry.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm saying goodbye now. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
Love you guys.
Thanks so much, Kerry.
Bye.
Bye.
Appreciate y'all. Bye.
Next time.